Chapter 1. Crossing Over. In the Douluo continent, adjacent to the Holy Soul village, lies a village simply named that village, the origin of which remains a mystery. At this moment, outside the village, a 6- or 7-year-old boy with flowing purple-black hair languidly reclines on a thick tree branch. Though referred to as a boy, his delicate features exude a pronounced aura of femininity, leading one to question his gender. Dressed in humble black attire, made of coarse linen, he appears a stark contrast to his ethereal demeanor. He lies lazily on the branch, his dreamy gaze fixed on the leaves above, tilted at a 45-degree angle. Ugh! A soft, childlike voice escapes his lips, yet the tone unmistakably conveys his profound boredom. It's been 6 years, I should be awakening my martial soul soon. His voice drifts lazily, imbued with a sense of lethargy. Although his eyes are wide open, they still reflect a deep-seated melancholy. That unscrupulous system. Just wait until I break through the barriers of this world. I shall lodge a complaint against you. When he first traversed to this realm and realized the existence of the system, it had coldly informed him. Binding target host error, target world error, disengaging. What? Disengaging? You brought me here and then just left? As compensation, your talent and martial soul will be top tier. Sayonara. He'll be damned. The system communicated through unfeeling black text, piercing through Su Xianyue's tender heart. It was utterly heart-wrenching. However, from the system's words and his observations, Su Xianyue deduced that he had indeed crossed over to the Douluo continent. This realization instilled him with a sense of survival. At least he was familiar with the plot and could avoid pitfalls. If all else fails, he could always seek refuge with Tang San in the neighboring Holy Soul village. Yet, he was oblivious to the timeline here. What if Tang San had not yet been born, or if he was already in Shrek Academy? Then he would have to rely solely on himself. Su Xianyue returned to his humble bamboo hut. Constructed from local bamboo, the dwelling was warm in winter and cool in summer, a gift from the villagers who had helped him build it. Su Xianyue, an orphan, was unaware of his parents' identities, having been discovered at the village entrance by the village chief, Wang Fugue. He grew up on the kindness of the villagers, and at the age of 4, he gained independence when they built him this small bamboo house. The hut, though modest, was ample for a child of his size. Typically, the villagers would never have allowed a child to live independently. They suspected the village chief was mistreating him. After much explanation and numerous requests, he finally received permission for this small dwelling. As for why he wished to live alone, it was entirely due to, "Brother Yu, are you home? It's Arya." A girl's voice rang out, vibrant and charming. Indeed, it was her incessant chatter that drove him to distraction. Incoming, Su Xianyue sighed as he trudged to the door. "Brother Yu." The girl dashed into Su Xianyue's embrace, her chubby cheeks adorably round. Witnessing Su Xianyue's resigned demeanor while holding the girl, Wang Arya, the granddaughter of village chief Wang Fugue, was lively and energetic, a stark contrast to Su Xianyue's reclusive and melancholic nature. "Brother Yu, do you not like me?" Wang Arya gazed up at him with her big, watery eyes, leaning closer to his face. Su Xianyue hastily responded, I like you, haha." His tone was rife with insincerity. Then, Wang Arya presented a small bag from behind her. "Brother Yu, I asked Uncle Jim to buy me lots of new clothes from Notting City. Do you like them?" Su Xianyue held up a small purple-black dress, lost in thought. He glanced at Wang Arya's eager expression, then returned his gaze to the dress in his hands. Indeed, this was the main reason for his earlier exit, yet he hadn't anticipated that Wang Arya would still pursue him. Arya, couldn't you buy some clothes for boys instead?" Wang Arya flashed a cheeky smile. I can't." Her grin vanished, replaced by a serious expression. Su Xianyue stared at the dress in his hands, rendered speechless. Just then, an elderly man with long hair, holding a cane, yet standing tall, entered. "Ah, little Yu, Arya is here too. Perfect timing, I have something to share." Upon seeing the elderly man, Su Xianyue felt a surge of relief. "Village Chief Grandpa, your arrival is timely. I was just about to hear your teachings." "Oh no, I meant your wisdom." Su Xianyue hastily shoved the small dress back into Wang Arya's hands and approached the village chief, adopting an attentive demeanor. Village Chief Wang Fugue observed his granddaughter's disappointed gaze and Su Xianyue's expression, seemingly understanding the situation. "Ahem, to get to the point, in 1 month, individuals from the Martial Soul Hall will come to assist you in awakening your martial souls. I'm informing you in advance this month. Eat well and nourish your spirit. Perhaps you'll awaken a formidable martial soul." Haha. Having uttered these words, he turned and departed. Martial soul? It seems the time is indeed approaching. As for the notion that nurturing one's spirit could lead to a superior martial soul, that was improbable, as it primarily depended on genetics or inheritance. Lost in thought, he then, "Brother Yu, Grandpa has left, so you should obediently submit to Arya He." Hey, Arya, calm down. Grandpa, help." After Wang Arya had her fill of fun, she took her leave, intending to leave the clothes with Su Xianyue, but was met with a heartless refusal. This chapter is not yet over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Once Wang Arya departed, Su Xianyue lifted his head, deep in contemplation. The system claims my talent and martial soul are top tier, yet it fails to specify what they are. So let's not dwell on it. I should prepare dinner. Su Xianyue retrieved a fishing rod from behind the door, carrying a wooden bucket as he ventured towards the outskirts of the village. By the edge of a small river, approximately 2 to 3 meters deep and 4 to 5 meters wide, the current was gentle, ideal for fishing. Su Xianyue took some scraps of meat from the wooden bucket as bait, engaging in the simple act of fishing. Bored and listless, he rested his chin on one hand, pouting in disinterest, occasionally exhaling a puff of air. Then, he turned to gaze at a distant mountain. That's Holy Soul Village over there, alas. It's separated by a mountain. Otherwise, I could go find Tang San to confirm a timeline. So I can only hope that unscrupulous system is reliable and doesn't bless me with an absurd martial soul. Oh, a fish is biting. Dinner seemed assured, but it was still too early for the meal. Su Xianyue wandered between the mountains, absorbing the essence of the wilderness. Suddenly, swish, an advanced transition sound effect. A creature darted past him, crashing into a nearby tree, stunned. A wild boar? A wild boar had conveniently presented itself, and Su Xianyue approached to inspect it. The boar bore several wounds, though not deep, appearing as if it had been struck by something. Looking around, he found no other creatures nearby. An opportunity presented, one should not refuse. Su Xianyue began to drag the wild boar away. Weighing approximately 200 pounds, Su Xianyue was astonished at the strength he possessed to drag it along, appearing remarkably effortless. Su Xianyue was naturally stronger than others, a fact he had never disclosed. But suddenly, a top-tier transition phrase. "Wait a moment." A boy's voice rang out, prompting Su Xianyue to glance back at an unremarkable-looking boy. Chapter 2. Martial Soul Awakening. "Who are you?" Su Xianyue appraised him from head to toe. The boy appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, clad in simple, clean cloth, with sun-kissed skin and neatly cropped black hair. He pointed at the wild boar on the ground. "Hey there, young lady, it's not polite to take what belongs to others." The boy stated this, then poof vanished. "Did you just call me young lady?" Su Xianyue's forehead throbbed, his fists clenched tightly, exuding an intimidating aura. The boy facing him, sensing the palpable tension, did not flee, but instead braced himself to confront it. Why the sudden anger? This person is quite extraordinary. With a swift motion, the boy flung his arm, and a shadow flew from his hand towards Su Xianyue at remarkable speed, imperceptible to the naked eye. However, Su Xianyue sidestepped just in time. "What? You dodged?" While the boy was still in disbelief, Su Xianyue was entirely enraged. "Not even knowing someone's gender before hurling stones at them? Didn't your parents teach you any manners?" With a shout, he took a step forward, launching his right fist towards the boy. "What? Go shadow." Poof, the boy attempted to evade, yet the fist had already struck his abdomen with tremendous force. The sheer impact caused him to regurgitate a bitter fluid, his eyes bulging in shock, his body going limp as he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. "Oh dear, I may have exerted too much force inadvertently." Thankfully, he's not dead, Su Xianyue mused, gazing thoughtfully at the unconscious boy on the ground. Well, leaving him here is not wise, considering the nearby wild beasts. I suppose I could just toss him into a tree. With that, Su Xianyue grasped the boy by the collar, clambering up the tree with a hand and 2 legs, eventually tossing him onto a branch without further concern. This will suffice. Selling this wild boar should fetch a handsome sum. Hith. The wild boar was sold to the village butcher, yielding a modest profit. As the boar was essentially a windfall despite the minor complications during the process, it amounted to a free gain. Following this, Su Xianyue settled into a tranquil wait for the awakening of his martial spirit. A month later, on a bright morning, "Xiaoya, open the door. Grandfather has come to take you for your martial spirit awakening." "You go, wake up." Outside Su Xianyue's small bamboo hut, village chief Wang Fugue and Wang Arya were knocking and shouting. "Coming." Su Xianyue's languid voice emerged, followed by the creaking of the door. As he stepped out, Su Xianyue rubbed his eyes and tousled his hair, which was disheveled from sleep, but after a couple of shakes, it fell back into place, remarkably smooth. He yawned and followed them. "You go, hurry up. It's the martial spirit awakening." Wang Arya was particularly exuberant today, bouncing about in excitement. Almost there, Wang Fugue said, observing Su Xianyue, who appeared dazed and still half asleep. Xiaoya, why do you look so uninterested? Aren't you excited about the martial spirit awakening? Such a significant event? Excited. Very excited. Su Xianyue replied dismissively. Wang Fugue shook his head and continued walking leisurely. Under Wang Aria's urging, they arrived at the site of the martial spirit awakening. We've arrived, the village's martial spirit hall. Though referred to as a hall, it was merely a slightly more luxurious building. For a small village, this scale of a martial spirit sub-hall was commendable. Alongside Su Xianyue, Wang Aria was not the only child present. 3 other boys were there as well, all casting peculiar glances at Su Xianyue. Due to his adult soul, Su Xianyue did not engage in playful antics with these young lads. Thus Wang Aria remained his sole companion, albeit by necessity. Before the martial spirit hall stood a young man in his 20s, with striking features and clad in white attire, adorned with a badge upon his chest. The village chief approached him to exchange pleasantries, while the children below whispered amongst themselves. Wow, is he a spirit master? He looks so imposing. If we awaken our spirit power and become spirit masters, we should look like that too. Their words were filled with longing, a simple dream cherished by children. Su Xianyue regarded the youthful spirit master with curiosity. Could this be Su Yintao? He doesn't appear extraordinary. Then village chief Wang Fugue introduced him. Children, this is the battle spirit master from the martial spirit hall. You must cooperate well and refrain from mischief. Following this, Su Yintao stepped forward to introduce himself. I am Su Yintao, a level 26 spirit master, your guide for the martial spirit awakening. Now, please follow me inside for the awakening process. With that, he turned and entered the building behind him. Encouraged by their parents, the children stepped into the hall, while Wang Fugue offered further encouragement to Su Xianyue and the others. Do not be nervous. I anticipate you will awaken a splendid martial spirit. Now go on. Yes, I will succeed, Wang Aria declared, tugging Su Xianyue along as they bounced inside. The hall was stark and devoid of any decoration, with Su Yintao standing in the center, awaiting their arrival. Line up in an orderly fashion. I will awaken your spirits one by one. Su Yintao spoke little, focusing on his task. He retrieved 6 black stones and a crystal ball from a bag, arranging the stones on the ground in a hexagonal formation, then gestured for the boy on the far left to step inside. Following this sequence, Su Xianyue was last, yet he remained unfazed, having long since adopted a laid-back demeanor. Regardless of what occurs next, do not be afraid, close your eyes, and feel carefully. His tone was gentle, yet he immediately raised his voice. Lone wolf, possess. With that resounding command, his body began to swell, transforming into a werewolf, 2 rings, 1 yellow and 1 white floating behind him. The surrounding children opened their eyes in curiosity at the sound, startled by the sight of Su Yintao possessed by the martial spirit. The others were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly, while Wang Aria trembled, clinging to Su Xianyue. Do not worry, that is merely the manifestation of the martial spirit. There is nothing to fear, Su Xianyue reassured her, patting her back to help her relax. Su Yintao also sought to comfort them. This is the normal occurrence of a beast martial spirit possession. If any of you awaken a beast martial spirit, it will resemble this as well. Now let us begin the testing. The black stones on the ground glowed with a golden light, sparkling like golden stars, calming the previously restless emotions as tranquility settled in. The golden light penetrated the boy's body, causing him to tremble slightly. Extend your right hand, Su Yintao instructed, and the boy naturally raised his right hand, where light began to emanate and gradually coalesce into a hoe. As the golden light receded, Su Yintao observed the hoe in the boy's hand. A hoe. Your martial spirit is a hoe, an equipment martial spirit. Now, let us test your spirit power. Simply retract the martial spirit with your mind and place your hand upon this. Su Yintao offered the crystal ball to the boy, who placed his hand upon it. Yet the crystal ball remained unresponsive. No spirit power. You cannot become a spirit master. Next, the cold declaration of results sealed the boy's future, leaving little room for achievement. Chapter 3. 3 Useless Martial Spirit. Subsequently, Su Yintao proceeded to awaken the martial spirits of the other children following the same method. An axe? Regrettably, it possesses no soul power. Next, scissors, devoid of soul power as well. Moving on, the 2 boys' martial spirits similarly lack soul energy, indicating their utter lack of aptitude to become soul masters. After the other 3 young boys awakened their martial spirits, they departed. When it was Wang Aria's turn, she appeared visibly anxious. Do not fret, simply relax. The golden light illuminated once more, and after 3 breaths, Wang Erya's martial spirit manifested. A needle? Let us evaluate her soul power. A delicate embroidery needle materialized in Wang Erya's hand, and in a state of bewilderment, she attempted to test her soul power. Yet, the crystal sphere remained dim. No soul power. Next, Su Yuntao's voice rang out like a verdict, delivering a blow to Wang Erya's spirit. No soul power. Oh. Wang Erya stifled her tears, silently retreating to the side. Su Xianyue wished to comfort her. Yet now it was her turn to awaken before offering solace. It is you, indeed. I believe you are the most likely to possess the soul power here. I hope you do not let me down, young lady. Are you being polite? Su Xianyue flashed him a universally recognized gesture, while Su Yutao stared at him in utter bewilderment. What on earth was that? Never mind, let's proceed with the awakening. Choosing not to dwell on it, Su Yutao immediately began testing his soul power. His voice carried a hint of exhaustion, likely drained from assisting with their martial soul awakenings. A golden radiance shimmered to life as Su Xianyue's martial soul stirred into awakening. Yet, nothing particularly unusual manifested. A scattering of black feathers materialized around him, drifting languidly before dissipating upon touching the ground, utterly unremarkable. Just feathers? Su Yunhao sighed. A wasted martial soul, the one as peculiar as yours, is rare. Let's test her soul power. As Su Xianyue tested her soul power, her mind wandered, fixated on Wang Erya, who was on the verge of tears, wishing for a swift conclusion. Suddenly, a dazzling brilliance erupted from the crystal ball, nearly blinding them. This radiance, is it a complete innate soul power? You possess a complete innate soul power. Yet, how unfortunate that the martial spirit is merely a feather. Su Xianyue paid no heed to Su Yuntao's words and rushed over to comfort Wang Erya. Brother Yu, what was that just now? I'm not quite sure. Let us go and enjoy some delicious food first. Su Xianyue was mentally prepared regarding her innate full soul power. After all, it was part of the system, albeit an unscrupulous one. They completely disregarded Su Yuntao, who wished to call out to them, but, after hesitating, ultimately decided against it. Innate full soul power. Yet unfortunately, it was a useless martial soul. Well, whether or not to join the martial soul hall was of little consequence. The village chief, upon seeing them emerge, hurriedly inquired about their situation, but upon noticing Wang Erya's expression, he grasped the reality. Erya, Xiaoye, do not be disheartened. It is quite normal to fail in soul power awakening. First, let me see what your martial souls are. Wang Erya wiped her tears and revealed her martial soul. Oh, silver needles? Just like your mother's. Haha, you can become a seamstress in the future. That's wonderful. Xiaoye, what about yours? Su Xianyue also attempted to unleash her martial spirit. However, she felt as if an impenetrable membrane obstructed her, rendering her powerless to fully manifest her martial spirit. As she released it, a few black feathers coalesced around her, slowly descending to the ground before vanishing. Feathers? Alas, such a pity. You may go and amuse yourselves. Wang Fuguwei waved his hand, and they departed. At that moment, Su Yunhao emerged from the hall and approached the village chief. Sai, you have worked hard. Esteemed master of soul warriors, our village has yet to witness anyone awakening their soul power, lamented Wang Fuguwei, but Su Yuntao's response illuminated him. No, one has indeed emerged. And she possesses innate full soul power. What? Innate full soul power? Who is it? It is that little girl with purple-black hair, though regrettably, her martial spirit is merely feathers. That afternoon, as Su Xianyue intended to gather some vegetables from the garden behind her house to prepare a meal, village chief Wang Fuguwei arrived. Xiaoye, are you there? I have something to discuss with you. Outside, Wang Fuguwei called from the doorway. Upon hearing this, Su Xianyue emerged from behind the house, holding a basket of fruits and vegetables. Grandpa village chief, what is it? Is Erya crying again? Upon seeing Su Xianyue, Wang Fuguwei approached her. I am here to seek your opinion on a matter. Su Xianyue picked up a tomato-like vegetable from the basket and took a bite out of it. What is it? Just say it directly, she said. Wang Fuguwei appeared enigmatic, his expression shrouded in mystery. It's something of great importance. Grandfather wants to ask you, do you wish to become a soul master? Is that it? Of course. I do, Su Xianyue responded without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Wang Fuguwei's face lit up with joy. That's splendid. Grandfather met with the village chiefs from other villages this afternoon, and we have secured a spot for you as a student among several villages. In 3 months, you shall be able to attend school. Many small villages share a single quota, and aside from Tangsan's Sacred Soul Village, which boasts a soul sage, they enjoy an exclusive spot. The tuition for a formal student is beyond the means of families from these small villages, unless the entire village pools their resources, which often proves futile. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Is it really that wonderful? Thank you. Village Chief. By the way, would you like to stay for a meal? Su Xianyue adjusted the basket of fruits and vegetables in her hand. The village head waved his hand in refusal. No need. Grandpa has already eaten. Oh, by the way, Xiaoya, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it this time? It's about Arya. She hasn't manifested any soul power during her martial soul awakening and has been feeling rather despondent, hardly touching her meals. She has always held a fondness for you, so I would like to request that you offer her some guidance. Oh, I see. At the village head's residence stood a modest yet charming wooden cottage. Arya, what are you up to? Su Xianyue stepped inside. Navigating the corridors with effortless familiarity before entering a chamber, Wang Arya lay sprawled across the bed, shrouded in melancholy. Observing her despondent state, Su Xianyue shook her head and approached. What troubles you so deeply that you forsake even sustenance? Su Xianyue patted her dairy and stood aside. Don't mind me. I wished to articulate something, yet the words eluded me. You aspire to become a soul master, do you not? Do not entertain such thoughts. That pursuit is far less rewarding than that of a chef. Su Xianyue spoke thus. Yet Wang Arya remained with her head buried in the pillow. However, one might wonder, how can you assert that soul masters are unworthy? Do not deceive me. Suddenly, she sprang up, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue shook her head helplessly and sat beside him. So tell me, do you enjoy fighting? Wang Arya, not comprehending Su Xianyue's words, nevertheless followed her instincts and shook her head. That's right, as a soul master. One must inevitably engage in battles and hunt soul beasts, which is exceedingly perilous. Wang Arya also crouched down and then settled onto the ground. Indeed. My grandfather has mentioned this to me. So, don't you also aspire to become a soul master? Su Xianyue smiled gently, pinching her plump cheeks tenderly. Becoming a soul master means we can protect those we cherish, and it provides financial security as well. Chapter 4. Rigorous Cultivation that evening. Su Xianyue stayed to keep Wang Arya company through the night. The young girl clung tightly to her guardian as she drifted into peaceful slumber. Su Xianyue gazed out at the luminous moon, then turned to the peacefully slumbering Arya, playfully tugging at her small face. Oh, what a handful. Days later. By the riverbank, Su Xianyue, with her hair simply tied back, was performing squats while holding a stone that was disproportionately large compared to her petite frame. 108, 109. Her slender body, clad in a thin short-sleeved shirt and shorts, looked as if it could be toppled by a mere breeze, yet she persevered, gripping the hefty rock. Eventually, exhaustion overcame her. Oh dear, I can't go on. I need a break. She cast aside the stone and sat atop it, taking large gulps from her water bottle. Observing the gently flowing water, Su Xianyue attempted to unleash her martial spirit. Yet, only a few black feathers emerged, fluttering to the ground before vanishing. Just feathers? Surely, it must require more conditions for evolution. Or perhaps it simply hadn't fully awakened. If it was the former, that would be troublesome. If it was the latter, it presented a different dilemma. She had no idea where to seek awakening. Like Tang Sen's Blue-Silver Emperor, which needed the Blue-Silver King for assistance in awakening. She mused that her situation might be similar, recalling the sensation of shackles during her attempt to release her martial spirit. Su Xianyue became increasingly convinced that hers was one of incomplete awakening. Sighing, she resolved to find a method to address her martial spirit issues. After a brief respite, Su Xianyue leapt down from the stone and resumed her training, this time placing the stone on her back for push-ups. 1, 2, 3. As evening descended, panting heavily, Su Xianyue lifted a fishing rod by the riverbank, beginning her quest for fish. These would serve as her primary source of meat for the day, being the most accessible form of protein, aside from insects. Suddenly, she felt a tug on her line. After a brief wait, a greedy fish was caught. However, a peculiar event unfolded. Upon returning home and preparing to gut the fish, Su Xianyue was astonished to see a small wisp of white, ethereal smoke emerge from the fish's head. What could this be? Su Xianyue leaned in for a closer look, but unexpectedly, the ethereal mist was suddenly inhaled into his body with his breath. Damn, could this be some kind of poison? Did someone drug the river water? He frantically checked his body but detected no unusual sensations. Instead, there was a faint, soothing comfort. What on earth is this? After a brief moment of waiting, Su Xianyue confirmed that there were no abnormalities and proceeded to prepare the fish. Well, never mind. Dinner is of utmost importance. The small stove before him crackled with flames, cooking the fish, while Su Xianyue patiently awaited its completion. In his state of boredom, he swatted at the buzzing mosquitoes. It was then that he noticed a wisp of ethereal white smoke emanating from the mosquito he had just killed. Intrigued, he leaned down to observe the delicate tendril of smoke, only to have it waft into his nostrils from a distance. "What on earth is this?" he exclaimed, but soon calmed himself to ponder deeply. Could this phenomenon be related to my martial spirit? Reflecting on significant recent events, particularly yesterday's awakening of his martial spirit, he surmised that it might indeed be connected. Let us give it another try. With this thought, he focused on the still-flying mosquitoes and flies, swiftly bringing his palm down to extinguish them. As expected, wisps of smoke rose from their bodies, hovering motionless at a certain height. This time, however, Su Xianyue took a few steps back, eager to observe what would happen if he left the smoke unattended. Approximately 3 minutes later, the smoke dissipated. What could this possibly be? Perhaps the smoke from the mosquitoes and flies was too insubstantial. He felt nothing after inhaling it. He resolved to seek out a larger creature for his experiment. There were plenty of wild boars in the back mountain. He would investigate tomorrow. "Oh no, my fish!" he exclaimed, scrambling to salvage his dinner. The following day, Su Xianyue ventured early to the back mountain, wandering aimlessly in search of beasts to experiment upon. After 2 hours of searching, he found no trace of any wildlife. How strange! Why was his luck so poor today? Eventually, he spotted a few small birds. Picking up a stone from the ground, he hurled it towards a singing bird perched on a branch. However, he missed, and the startled bird took flight. "Oh dear, let's try again." Changing locations, he selected another stone, this time with greater focus. His dark, lustrous eyes fixated on the bird, and with a swift throw, the bird let out a shriek and plummeted to the ground. He had struck true. As the fallen bird lay on the earth, a wisp of ethereal smoke rose from its head. How curious that all creatures seemed to emit this smoke. He resolved to inquire further upon his return. Approaching, he absorbed the delicate plume of smoke, feeling a gentle wave of euphoria wash over him. Yet, the sensation was undeniably peculiar. Suddenly, he sensed a presence behind him and whipped around. In the grass behind him, there was a rustling sound, as if something lurked nearby. Could it be a wild boar or something else? This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Su Xianyue drew forth his fish-slicing knife and ambled over in that direction. Suddenly, several indistinct objects shot out from the thicket, darting towards him like projectiles. "What the?" he exclaimed, swiftly evading the attack while instinctively grabbing a stone from the ground to retaliate. Emerging from the underbrush was a young boy with sun-kissed skin, the very same lad Su Xianyue had previously knocked unconscious with a single blow. To his surprise, fate had intertwined their paths once more. Their past encounter had forged an enmity between them, and it appeared that the boy had narrowly escaped being struck by the stone Su Xianyue had hurled at a bird earlier. "You again? Are you out of your mind?" Upon noticing the unfriendly demeanor of the visitor, Su Xianyue assumed a defensive stance, gripping a fruit knife tightly in her hand. Despite the fact that her opponent was merely a child, his fierce approach compelled her to remain vigilant. The boy, too, exhibited an intense gaze, one hand concealed behind his back, slightly bending his posture. Tension hung palpably in the air as both parties remained poised for action. Their confrontation, though between two children, was steeped in gravity. The boy clutched several small stones tightly in his hidden hand, a remnant of his past misfortune. No longer viewing Su Xianyue as just an ordinary child, the sight of her wielding a weapon further dissuaded him from acting rashly. His eyes shimmered with a violet light, fixating intently on Su Xianyue ahead. Could this individual possibly belong to an esteemed family? Her attire did not suggest such a lineage. He felt the need to devise a careful strategy. Both children harbored their respective calculations as they continued to stand off against one another. The wind rustled softly, carrying fallen leaves that danced before them. Now was the moment. The boy silently shouted within, swiftly swinging his hands back and forth, the speed so astonishing that afterimages began to form. He rapidly extracted stones from his pocket, hurling them towards Su Xianyue, the barrage descending like a torrential downpour. Su Xianyue, upon witnessing this, was taken aback, instinctively leaping backward in evasion. She darted up a tree, then back down again, her legs bursting with explosive power, barely managing to dodge the rain of stones. Nonetheless, a few struck her, each impact delivering a sharp pain, though fortunately, they did not inflict serious harm, allowing her to remain agile. In the flurry of movement, she glanced at the areas where the stones had hit. Bruises were already forming, This boy must be akin to a monkey. The force behind those throws was quite painful. In her state of alarm, Su Xianyue's thoughts were solely occupied with how to deal with this adversary, leaving no room for reflection on the peculiarities of the situation. Meanwhile, the boy observed Su Xianyue's acrobatic maneuvers with increasing seriousness. At that moment, she found refuge behind a large tree that provided ample cover, while the boy ceased his barrage. He had no clear tally of the stones he had cast, but the quantity had been overwhelming, reminiscent of a torrential storm. It seemed he had exhausted his supply. Upon noticing that he had ceased his assault, Su Xianyue began to prepare for a counterattack. She picked up a palm-sized stone from the ground, cast a furtive glance at him, and then hurled it towards him with great force. So, you can throw stones, can you? The small stone, akin to a cannonball, was hurled by Su Xianyue towards the boy, yet he deftly evaded it with a swift turn, subsequently taking refuge behind a nearby rock. This individual was quite peculiar. Where did he acquire such agility? Why is it so silent? Noticing that Su Xianyue had ceased her onslaught, the boy cautiously peered out to inspect his surroundings. After a careful glance around, he found no trace of Su Xianyue, yet he remained prudent and did not venture out. Forget it. I cannot be bothered to engage with him any longer. I should hasten my return. The boy dashed off in a particular direction, while at that moment, Su Xianyue was crouched atop the treetops. He has fled? I had initially intended to launch a surprise attack, but I shall let it be. After watching the boy flee, Su Xianyue discarded the handful of stones he held, slowly descended from the tree, and turned to leave. However, as he walked, an unsettling thought began to gnaw at him. This child was far more formidable than those in his village, who were merely ordinary kids. A swift reprimand would render them compliant. Yet this boy remained undeterred, hurling stones with remarkable speed and precision. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Directly opposite was Shenghun village. Could that boy possibly be Tang San? It seemed unlikely. The boy appeared strikingly unremarkable, devoid of any distinctive features. The children in his village, at least, possessed unique ugliness, whereas this one was simply an average face, neither handsome nor unattractive. Could it genuinely be Tang San? Never mind. It was best to focus on his own affairs for now. Su Xianyue ultimately ceased to ponder such trivialities, gracefully treading through the woods. Upon returning, the boy announced, "Father, I am back." He entered a modest earthen dwelling nestled in a corner of the village. Just then, a tall, formidable yet disheveled middle-aged man stood behind him. "Where have you been this early morning?" The man's voice was somewhat hoarse, his tone flat, with unkempt hair and beard. The boy, upon seeing him, exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Nothing much. I merely went for my usual morning jog. I simply lost track of time today," the boy explained. Although the man scrutinized his somewhat disordered attire. "Have you been fighting again? Did you emerge victorious?" The boy, having concealed numerous pebbles within his clothing, inevitably appeared disheveled despite his efforts to tidy himself. The man settled beside a rudimentary wooden table and poured water from a kettle. The boy hesitated momentarily but eventually admitted, "Well, it was a draw." The man handed him a bowl of water before retreating to another room. "Next time, strive for victory. Also, practice what I've taught you. It will aid you in combat." "All right, father," the boy replied, gulping down the water before making his way to a blazing forge. He extracted a piece of iron from the furnace and placed it upon the anvil, raising a hammer to strike the glowing metal. Meanwhile, Su Xianyue continued to wander through the woods, seeking a beast to experiment upon. As noon approached, he finally discovered a bobcat, slightly larger than an ordinary domestic cat. Its coat adorned with exquisite patterns, engrossed in devouring a rodent on the ground. Su Xianyue concealed herself within the thicket, delicately picking up stones from the ground. Her movements gentle and cautious, fearful of creating the slightest noise. Once armed with a stone, she aimed at the bobcat before her. With a swift motion, the stone struck the creature squarely on its forehead just as it began to react. "Aha, what a windfall!" she exclaimed inwardly. The bobcat was worth more than a wild boar, particularly due to its exquisite fur, and since her aim had struck its head, the pelt remained intact, promising a handsome price. However, it seemed her focus was misplaced. From the spot where the stone had struck, a wisp of ethereal mist began to rise, subtly taking the shape of a bobcat's head. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It appeared as though a soul? Su Xianyue gazed at the mist before her, resembling the form of a bobcat, as if the very soul of the creature had emerged. Could it truly be a spirit? Su Xianyue leaned in to take a closer look, only to have the scent draw him in. Suddenly, a wave of tingling sensation coursed through his body, a most delightful feeling. Previously, When he had killed fish and mosquitoes, he had experienced a similar mist. Inhaling it brought about a comparable tingling, yet none as pronounced as this cat's essence. He lifted the lifeless bobcat and made his way back to his village. There, he sold the bobcat to the local butcher, earning himself 70 copper soul coins. Su Xianyue procured several live chickens from other villagers for experimentation. Xiaoyu, come here. I'm selling you these hens. They are quite nourishing, and I'll throw in a few eggs as well. The vendor selected a few hens for Su Xianyue. News of his awakening of soul power had spread throughout the village, as he was the sole individual to achieve this feat, thus becoming the village's beacon of hope and earning the respect of the villagers. Upon returning home, Su Xianyue swiftly dispatched one of the chickens, and, as expected, a mist began to emanate from its body. At that moment, Wang Area arrived. Brother Yu, where did you go this morning? Wow, Brother Yu, you're butchering a chicken. The door was ajar, and Wang Area dashed in, witnessing Su Xianyue draining the chicken's blood. Having grown up in the mountain village, she was accustomed to such scenes of butchering livestock. Area, you're here. By the way, do you notice anything unusual about this chicken? Su Xianyue inquired, gesturing toward the bird in his hands. Not really? What is wrong with this chicken? Wang Area replied, examining the chicken curiously. Su Xianyue glanced at the bewildered Wang Area and then at the soul of the chicken. This is merely to demonstrate whether this chicken is delectable, as it would be simmered into a fragrant chicken soup by evening. Su Xianyue noticed that Wang Area could not perceive the soul, so she skillfully changed the subject. Upon hearing that there was chicken soup, Wang Area leaped up in delight. Yay, chicken soup, Su Xianyue gazed at the lively and adorable Wang Area, a smile of satisfaction gracing her lips. Such a simple-minded girl. With 3 months remaining until the commencement of school, Su Xianyue did not remain idle during this time. The manifestation of one's soul becomes visible only after the awakening of their martial spirit. After absorbing the souls of numerous animals, Su Xianyue distinctly felt a significant enhancement in her physical abilities. It was a sudden surge, accompanied by a palpable sense of disparity, a sensation unattainable through mere physical training. This feeling was most pronounced after she ventured into the deep mountains and absorbed the soul of an ordinary black bear. Now, when she unleashed her martial spirit, the previously constricting sensation had notably diminished, confirming her belief that the awakening of her martial spirit was intricately linked to her soul. Yet, she remained uncertain as to how many souls would be required, though it seemed that only a few would suffice, as the sense of restraint had gradually lessened. It should be soon. Su Xianyue clasped her delicate, fair hands momentarily before releasing them. She then lifted her gaze and strode towards the forest ahead. Over the past few months, she had encountered that boy several times, yet each meeting ended in discord, often culminating in quarrels, though more frequently, they simply ignored one another. With only a few days remaining until the commencement of school, she felt an exhilarating anticipation, sensing that the awakening of her martial soul was imminent, and she aspired to achieve it before the term began. However, the mountains, along with the surrounding wilderness, seemed nearly devoid of wildlife due to her relentless hunting. It had become increasingly rare to spot any sizable creatures, with only squirrels and birds remaining. The local bears and leopards had become a pitiful rarity, exacerbated by nearby villagers who relied on hunting for sustenance, leading to their near extinction. This time, Su Xianyue's objective was an area she had never explored before. To the southeast of the village lay a forest, largely untouched by human presence. It was home to a plethora of animals, and while hunters occasionally ventured in, those who returned did so with bountiful spoils, while those who did not were rumored to have encountered soul beasts within, though their scarcity and youth rendered them largely overlooked. Su Xianyue initially had no intention of venturing forth, yet the nearby forest beasts were on the brink of extinction, compelling him to seek enhancement. After a day's arduous journey, he finally arrived at this verdant woodland. Towering trees, cloaked in a deep green hue, reached heights of 30 to 40 meters, their trunks entwined with countless vines that obscured the sky. The few tranquil paths were mere trails forged by the passage of animals. In the distance, the faint echoes of ape howls and wolf howls reverberated, signaling the peculiar nature of this place. The village's seasoned hunters had spoken of the creatures here being rather cunning, some possessing extraordinary prowess, likely the legendary spirit beasts. Spirit beasts are not confined solely to specific spirit beast forests. Any creature that reaches a certain age and develops spiritual energy may transform into one. Such beings can also be found in remote, ancient woodlands, though their resources are scarce, limiting their existence to a century at most. Even if spirit beasts were to appear in these secluded forests, they would inevitably be eradicated by the spirit hall or hunted by local nobility to provide soul rings for their offspring. While the presence of spirit beasts in such areas is lamentably rare, it is not entirely absent. The forest in which Su Xianyue found himself was steeped in rumors of spirit beast sightings, rendering it nearly deserted by those wary of the unknown. If spirit beasts truly inhabit this realm, I should be able to contend with them. A 10-year spirit beast should not be significantly stronger than ordinary creatures. Before Su Xianyue's arrival, he had made ample preparations, commissioning a long cutting knife from the village blacksmith. Coupled with his innate full soul power and inherent divine strength, he possessed sufficient confidence. Su Xianyue treaded softly along the path, stepping on the decayed leaves and broken branches that formed a rich humus, with a long blade in hand. Her eyes surveyed the surroundings and her ears attuned to every sound. Su Xianyue dared not lower his guard in this place. He was unafraid of beasts, for he knew he could effortlessly slay them with a single stroke. However, if there were truly soul beasts lurking here, he would need to exercise caution. For a moment's inattention could render him as mere fodder for the soul beasts. The faint howls of nearby creatures had inexplicably ceased, leaving him uncertain if this constituted a perilous omen. It was only when formidable predators appeared that other beings dared not make a sound. The atmosphere around him shifted abruptly. The already tense air grew even heavier. Something was near, his instincts whispered to him. He swiftly turned to survey his surroundings, his long knife held firmly in hand. Unwilling to relinquish it for even a moment, it seemed he had stumbled upon a stroke of misfortune, encountering a formidable entity upon arrival. A shadow flitted past the trees nearby, prompting him to whip his head in that direction once more. The air felt as though it had solidified, and Su Xianyue sensed an unseen presence fixating on him, a cold sweat trickling down his spine. In previous encounters with other beasts, he had never experienced such a sensation. This time, he truly found himself in a dire predicament. Su Xianyue now dares not look back, for he senses a pair of eyes, brimming with murderous intent, keenly watching him from behind. It is the gaze of a predator. Oh no! Howl! Su Xianyue abruptly leaped aside to evade, as a fierce yellow-striped tiger with piercing eyes lunged towards him with a roar. Fortunately, he managed to escape its grasp. Su Xianyue gazed at the formidable tiger before her. The tiger, having missed its surprise attack, refrained from launching another assault, instead baring its teeth and fixating its gaze upon Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue tightly gripped the long knife in his hand, confronting the tiger before him. He found himself with no other options but to face the beast. At that moment, Su Xianyue took a slight step forward, seemingly preparing to engage. However, he then abruptly dashed to the side and fled. What a farce! This is merely the nth chapter. Su Xianyue suddenly dashed towards a nearby tree, a dagger clenched between his teeth, as he deftly ascended using both hands and feet. The tiger, undeterred, pursued him relentlessly, its powerful claws gripping the sturdy trunk as it climbed. Reaching the middle of the tree, Su Xianyue believed he was safe and glanced back. Who said tigers can't climb trees? He exclaimed in a mix of panic and disbelief. Below him, the massive tiger, measuring 3 meters in length, leapt with astonishing agility, quickly closing the distance. As the tiger's claws neared him, Su Xianyue felt an unexpected calm wash over him. The world seemed to fall into a serene silence, the chaos of existence fading into the background. For he was the protagonist, death could not claim him. How dare you? Su Xianyue swiftly drew her blade, executing a precise strike that pierced the tiger's forehead. Subsequently, both Su Xianyue and the tiger plummeted toward the ground. The tiger, in a state of frantic panic, let out a roar in midair, but upon crashing down, it emitted a dull thud and lay utterly still. Su Xianyue emerged from the carcass of the tiger, blood streaming from his abdomen. In the chaotic moments as the tiger fell, he had sustained injuries from its frantic clawing. Chapter 7. The complete awakening. Crimson blood flowed from Su Xianyue's belly like a relentless torrent, and in no time, he began to lose his grip on consciousness. This cannot continue. I will perish, he thought, yet his unsteady steps could scarcely carry him far. The soul of that tiger. In his injured state, Su Xianyue regrettably realized he could not absorb the soul to heal, a method he had discovered during his hunts. He turned around, but instead of the ethereal soul, he beheld a white circular ring. A soul ring? There is no time for that. Where is the soul? Where is the tiger's soul? The absence of the soul from the tiger's head left Su Xianyue in a state of distress. However, before despair could fully take hold, his gaze fell upon the soul ring. In the dimness, he discerned a familiar wisp of smoke at its center. Is it here? Goodness! Su Xianyue experienced a surge of excitement, inadvertently aggravating his wound, causing him to draw in a sharp breath. Blood pooled around him, and his consciousness began to fade. Teetering on the brink of oblivion, summoning his last reserves of strength, he extended his hand, yearning to draw the soul ring closer. knowing that in order to absorb the soul, he first needed to claim the soul ring. However, Su Xianyue's focus remained fixated on the solitary wisp of soul, and only that ephemeral essence was drawn toward him. Su Xianyue had little time to concern herself with trivial matters and greedily inhaled deeply. As expected, the wounds on her abdomen healed at an observable rate, and within 3 breaths, she was completely restored. Aside from the bloodstains on her stomach and tattered clothing, she appeared as if nothing had transpired. With a sigh of relief, she felt on the verge of unleashing her power. It seemed that another such tiger would suffice. As she prepared to release her martial spirit, the thin membrane-like shackles were on the brink of shattering, indicating that completion was imminent. Meanwhile, from the nearby thicket, a rustling sound emerged. Drawn by the scent of blood, how fortuitous, it shall become my nourishment. Su Xianyue swiftly withdrew the knife embedded in the tiger's forehead, her lips curling into a grin as she gazed at the rustling grass. From the thicket emerged creatures, slowly revealing themselves. 7 or 8 half-human-sized wolves, baring their fangs and dripping with saliva, stepped forth, their jade-green eyes fixated intently on Su Xianyue. Upon returning home, Su Xianyue procured a set of clothes and hurried to the riverbank to cleanse himself. The tattered garment he wore, stained with blood and beyond repair, was discarded without a second thought, as the coarse cloth held little value. While the tiger was a treasure to the locals, Su Xianyue could only salvage a piece of its hide. He meticulously skinned it, carefully removing the pelt, which promised a good price. Prior to this, he had practiced on a few wolves, acquiring several slightly damaged pelts alongside a few intact ones, all of which could fetch a handsome sum. After tossing the assorted pelts into his home, he proceeded to wash himself. Unfortunately, his martial spirit remained unawakened, a disheartening revelation. The shackles that once bound his ability had vanished, yet he could only summon a few feathers, utterly ineffective. Cursing under his breath in frustration, Su Xianyue vigorously rubbed his arms. Once dressed in clean clothes, he shook off the dampness from his long, dark purple hair and made his way home. Picking up a few pelts he had carelessly discarded on the ground, he hurried to the butcher's shop. "Uncle Douluo, could you appraise these pelts for me?" The robust butcher, just finished with his lunch and toothpicking, stared wide-eyed at the heap of furs Su Xianyue had presented. "Is this tiger skin, wolf skin, or fresh meat? Good heavens, where on earth did you acquire this?" The butcher was incredulous, while Su Xianyue offered an honest smile. "From the mountains, uncle. Could you give me an estimate to see if you can buy them?" The butcher lifted the large tiger skin, his mouth agape. "Such a large tiger skin! Are you certain we have such beasts in these mountains? I want to deceive you. I cannot afford this." Su Xianyue was indifferent to such matters. "Uncle, just offer me whatever you can. I shall consider the lesser price as a token of your care for me." The butcher's gaze remained fixated on the tiger skin before him. "Are you sure? I shall provide you with a fair price, 15 silver coins in total. This is the highest offer I can extend." 15 it is. I have no qualms," she replied. With the meat gifted by the butcher in hand and a bag of silver coins clenched tightly, Su Xianyue traversed the path home. It was midday, and she had yet to partake in lunch, having endured several days in the wilderness without a proper meal. Upon reaching home, she placed the pork into a pot, seasoning it as it simmered. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. "Xiaoyu, are you in?" "It is your grandfather." The voice of Wang Fuguwei, aged yet still robust, resonated. Su Xianyue set aside her task and hurried to open the door. "Xiaoyu has returned. Where have you been these past few days without informing me? I just overheard that Douluo lad mentioned you brought back several wolf pelts and a large tiger skin. You haven't been living in the mountains all this while, have you? Let me tell you." As soon as the door swung open, Wang Fuguwei began his lengthy discourse. Growing slightly impatient, Su Xianyue listened until he finished, then deftly shifted the conversation. "Grandfather, is there something you need? I have yet to eat. Did you hear me clearly?" "Oh, my apologies. I tend to ramble in my old age." "Ahem. Tomorrow marks the beginning of school. Arya mentioned she was quite worried about you since you have not been home. It is good to have you back. Prepare to sleep early, as we shall leave at dawn. That is all. Oh, the stew smells delightful." Finally, Wang Fuguwei concluded his monologue, and Su Xianyue dashed back to check on her mate. "Grandfather, would you like some?" Su Xianyue lifted the lid of the pot, while Wang Fuguwei waved his hand dismissively. "No need. Grandfather has already eaten. Remember, rest early tonight. We shall set off at dawn tomorrow." Having said this, he turned and departed. "Goodbye, grandfather." Su Xianyue waved her hand at him, then turned her head to savor the enticing aroma of the meat. Your culinary skills have indeed improved, heh." A few minutes later, Wang Arya rushed over. "Brother Yu, where have you been these past few days? You didn't even tell me. It smells so delicious." As Su Xianyue placed the meat into the bowl, he observed Wang Area rushing in with great enthusiasm. Care for some? Oh, splendid. That evening, Su Xianyue prepared his belongings. In truth, he possessed little. His clothing comprised merely old garments, for he intended to purchase new ones in Nanning City, along with bedding. What he truly needed to prepare was money, as the items at home would serve no purpose at the academy. After returning to the river for a quick wash, he inhaled deeply to ensure he bore no unpleasant odors before contentedly reclining upon the pristine sheets, drifting into slumber. As night enveloped the world in silence, an unusual glow emanated from Su Xianyue's home. A violet-black radiance streamed through the bamboo wall cracks and windows. This peculiar source of light was, in fact, emanating from Su Xianyue himself. Su Xianyue lay quietly in bed, radiating an ethereal purple-black glow. He appeared unchanged, slumbering soundly. However, upon his forehead, a small purplish-red orb, roughly the size of his fingernail, began to coalesce slowly. Chapter 8. Subtle changes. The following day, Su Xianyue awoke at dawn. Ah, what a delightful slumber! Stretching languidly and tousling his hair, he sprang from the bed. He donned a sleek black outfit gifted by Wang Fuguwei over his short-sleeved pajamas and quickly attended to his morning routine, preparing to depart. Yet, while washing his face, he sensed something hard upon his forehead. What is that? Just as he was about to reach up to investigate, Wang Fuguwei's voice echoed from outside. Xiaoyu, are you awake? The carriage is ready for departure. Oh, coming. He hurriedly rushed outside without a moment to touch the peculiar object on his forehead. Outside, Wang Fuguwei awaited him, and upon seeing Su Xianyue approach, he turned to lead him toward the village entrance. Today marks your first day at school. Are you excited? The village chief glanced back at Su Xianyue, who was still pondering the anomaly on his forehead. Grandfather, is there something on my forehead? Wang Fuguwei looked down to inspect. I'm not quite sure what it is. Perhaps you bumped into something. By the way, when did you start wearing eyeshadow? It looks rather lovely. Eyeshadow? Su Xianyue, seemingly pulling a small mirror from nowhere, gazed at his reflection. What the? His appearance had not changed significantly, yet a small, purplish-red gemstone, roughly the size of a fingernail, now adorned his forehead, while each lower eyelid bore a stroke of purple eyeshadow. The overall effect exuded a beguiling yet aloof aura. Quite striking indeed. With no time to ponder the circumstances, he dismissed it as a prank by Wang Area, focusing instead on their arrival at the village entrance. Their mode of transportation was a rather ordinary horse-drawn cart, and the driver uttered little, merely acknowledging their presence as they climbed aboard. As soon as they settled into the cart, it set off. Throughout the journey, Su Xianyue remained absorbed in examining the gemstone on his forehead, attempting to wipe away the eyeshadow, but to no avail. What on earth? The gemstone seemed embedded in his skull, causing pain upon pressure, while the eyeshadow appeared to be an inseparable part of him, impossible to remove. Xiaoyu, are you not curious about what the academy is like? Wang Fuguwei suddenly inquired, startling Su Xianyue. Oh, quite curious, he replied absent-mindedly, diverting his attention back to his forehead and eyes. Wang Fuguwei chuckled at his vanity. Listen closely. This Soul Master Academy is divided into. Wang Fuguwei continued his monologue, while Su Xianyue occasionally responded, otherwise preoccupied with his peculiar adornments. What a strange phenomenon. It hardly resembled Aria's typical mischief, as her drawings could easily be wiped away. Meanwhile, in the village, Wang Area had just sneezed. Huh? Grandpa? Have you already left? She sat up in bed, rubbing her nose. Su Xianyue, lost in thought, could not decipher the cause of his peculiar situation. Ultimately, he resolved to disregard it. Wang Fuguwei continued to chatter on, reciting information Su Xianyue was already well aware of. Amidst the incessant chatter, they finally reached their destination. It was still early morning, around 8 or 9 o'clock, and the journey had taken approximately 3 hours. Nanning City, while not extravagant, was clean and orderly, with smooth, tiled roads. The buildings, primarily 2 to 3 stories high, were constructed of stone and brick, modest, yet far more luxurious than the wooden houses of the small village. Su Xianyue had never set foot in this place. A lack of interest was one reason, but even if he were to come, he would find nothing to occupy his time. Even being a street loafer seemed tiresome. The street was bustling with passers-by, appearing no different from an ordinary thoroughfare. As birds soared overhead, Su Xianyue found himself unwittingly drawn to them. Following their flight, he spotted a familiar figure. Ah, isn't that Tang San ahead? In the distance, an elderly man leaning on a cane was accompanied by none other than Tang San, with whom Su Xianyue had clashed several times. Su Xianyue squinted her eyes as she gazed at them, while Tang San in the forefront involuntarily shivered. Turning back in confusion, he too caught sight of Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue raised his middle finger. Tang San, although perplexed by its meaning, could discern from Su Xianyue's expressionless face and his indifferent gaze that it was undoubtedly an unfavorable gesture. Tang San reciprocated with a gesture of his own before turning away. Su Xianyue expressed her disdain. How ridiculous. Meanwhile, Wang Fugue, having observed the scene, smirked slightly as he quickened his pace, hands concealed behind him. He navigated his way to Nodding Academy with ease, where Tang San and others awaited at the entrance. A sharp-featured individual, sporting a prominent underbite, scrutinized a piece of paper, accompanied by a similarly attired companion. Suddenly, the paper was flung to the ground with a derisive laugh. Innately full soul power? Blue silvergrass? Huh. Are you here to amuse us? I've been here for several years, and none of those noble heirs possess innate full soul power. You, a country bumpkin from the hills, claiming such a thing with a worthless martial spirit like blue silvergrass? Who do you think you're fooling? Old Jack, standing beside Tang San, hastily retrieved the paper, eager to respond, when Wang Fugue approached. Oh, Old Jack, I didn't know your village had produced a child with soul power, he remarked, handing over Su Xianyue's Spirit Hall certification. The mocking continued. Another country bumpkin, innate full soul power? Martial spirit, black feather, ha ha ha. Is there no cost for forging certificates anymore? How dare you claim innate full soul power with such a useless martial spirit? The gatekeeper's scornful remarks echoed, and he tossed the certification back into Wang Fugue's face. Wang Fugue and Old Jack naturally engaged in a heated debate with the gatekeepers, while Su Xianyue and Tang San remained on the sidelines. Well, if it isn't Tang San, you've certainly fallen behind in just a few days. You're not in a better position, are you? Aren't you also stuck outside? The atmosphere was thick with tension. The gatekeeper's voice boomed with anger. Enough chatter. Get lost, or I'll make you regret it. His fury was palpable, drawing the attention of both Wang Fugue and Old Jack, whose expressions were clouded with worry. However, they were powerless to act, for the gatekeepers possessed soul power, rendering them unable to retaliate. Su Xianyue clenched his fists, while Tang San beside him was acutely aware of his intentions. Though he found him rather disagreeable, he thought it best to let each have their turn. Tang San reached behind his waist, seemingly retrieving something. Just as they were poised to strike, a voice resonated, commanding them to halt. The voice was hoarse and heavy, and the two guards, who had previously exuded arrogance, suddenly shifted to a demeanor brimming with obsequiousness. This abrupt transformation caught the two who were ready to act off guard. Unbeknownst to them, a lean, middle-aged man in a long robe had materialized behind them, his hands clasped behind his back, wearing an expression of grave seriousness. Su Xianyue was well aware that at this moment, the one to appear was none other than Yu Xiaogang. The gatekeeper, observing Yu Xiaogang, cowered like a quail. Master, we. However, Yu Xiaogang paid them no heed and strode directly towards Wang Fugue and Old Jack. Gentlemen, may I kindly request to see the proof from the Wuhuan Hall? The two village elders, possessing a modicum of discernment, noticed the gatekeeper's subservient demeanor towards Yu Xiaogang and realized he was no ordinary individual. They promptly presented the documents in their hands. Yu Xiaogang took one proof in each hand, scanning them thoroughly before turning his gaze towards Tang San and Su Xianyue. Particularly, when he looked at Su Xianyue, he was captivated by the crystal on her forehead and the eye makeup, discerning that it was not merely painted on. Subsequently, he put away the documents. There are no issues with the proof. I apologize on behalf of the Academy, Yu Xiaogang said, bowing slightly. The two men, who were born and raised in this small mountain village, were taken aback by such an encounter and hurriedly helped Yu Xiaogang back up. At this moment, a piercing scream from outside drew their attention. They saw Su Xianyue gripping the collar of the gatekeeper, mercilessly striking him, while the adult was helpless in her grasp like a mere chick. Stop. Someone will be killed. Master, help. The beaten gatekeeper had already lost the strength to shout, prompting another gatekeeper to urgently seek Yu Xiaogangs assistance. Xiaoyu, stop it. What are you doing? Wang Fugue rushed forward to pull her away, while the battered gatekeeper lay on the ground, his face bruised, with another gatekeeper shaking him in distress. Su Xianyue, now released, bore an expressionless face, her eyes hollow and devoid of emotion. This teacher, our child. Wang Fugue awkwardly addressed Yu Xiaogang. Yet, what shone in Yu Xiaogang's narrowed eyes was not anger, but astonishment. It's all right. I'll take care of these two children. He did not chastise Su Xianyue, but instead led them towards the academy. Su Xianyue turned around and waved goodbye to Wang Fugue before following Yu Xiaogang. Sigh. This child has a rather peculiar temper, though generally, he is quite obedient. Wang Fugue shook his head, while Old Jack beside him also sighed. Our little San is far superior to your girl, He's been cautious since childhood, worried he might not find a spouse in the future. Haha, what girl? That's a boy. Meanwhile, Tang San, who was following Yu Xiaogang, was fixated on Su Xianyue. He was astonished that this seemingly emotionless person could exhibit such brutality. Su Xianyue, who always maintained a stoic expression, sensed Tang San's gaze upon him and turned to give him the middle finger. Tang San responded without hesitation. He then turned his attention back to Yu Xiaogang. Thank you, teacher, he said. I am not a teacher of the academy. You may call me master, as others do. Yu Xiaogang replied nonchalantly. Tang San immediately showered him with flattery. Not a teacher? Then you must be a remarkable person. Yu Xiaogang could not help but chuckle. What makes you think so? Only extraordinarily capable individuals deserve the title of master, and since you represent the academy, it signifies your esteemed position there. You must be a leader, if not the principal, and certainly more formidable than the teachers here. Su Xianyue found this discourse somewhat familiar yet couldn't resist interjecting, flatterer. Tang San ignored him, and Yu Xiaogang cast a sidelong glance before continuing. You are Tang San, correct? Remember, the terms teacher and master are worlds apart and should not be used interchangeably, unless. Are you offering to teach me cultivation? Would you be willing? Su Xianyue silently observed from the side, preparing to depart just as they were about to perform a sentimental scene. However, upon gazing at the unfamiliar path, she had no choice but to obediently return and allow Yu Xiaogang to lead the way. The moment Su Xianyue departed lasted scarcely a minute. Upon his return, he found Yu Xiaogang and Tang San gazing intently at him. However, their brief glance was soon replaced by their animated conversation. I had previously conducted an investigation involving 647 individuals whose martial spirits were blue-silver grass, among whom only 16 possessed soul power. They continued to engage in lively discussion, compelling Su Xianyue to retreat to the edge of a flower bed and take a seat, his eyes, cold and devoid of reflection, fixed upon them. As their lengthy discourse persisted, Su Xianyue found himself yawning, while Tang San wore an expression of exuberance, suddenly dropping to his knees. Please accept me as your disciple. Yu Xiaogang appeared somewhat taken aback, yet a satisfied smile graced his lips as he helped Tang San to his feet. Foolish boy, why must you bow when paying homage to a master? Are you not aware that such a gesture is reserved solely for monarchs and elders? A simple bow suffices. In stark contrast to this sentimental scene, Su Xianyue felt a twinge of impatience. Is that enough? At this rate, we shall miss lunch. After Tang San completed his apprenticeship, they resumed their journey. Along the way, Tang San could not restrain his curiosity and inquired of Su Xianyue, do you also possess a twin martial spirit? According to Yu Xiaogang's theory, Su Xianyue was indeed expected to have a twin martial spirit, yet they were mistaken. No, came the curt reply, which unsettled Yu Xiaogang. No, how is that possible? If that were the case, you could not possess innate full soul power. Are you absolutely certain? Su Xianyue cast a blank glance at him, then turned away with a dismissive sound, saying nothing further. Yu Xiaogang thought to himself, this shouldn't be, my theory should be flawless. He continued along the path, while deep in thought about the issue at hand. Eventually, he could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, my dear, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The excitement is yet to come. Child, would you be willing to take me as your master? Your situation is quite rare, or perhaps you have concealed your martial soul. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's proposition to take her as a disciple, Su Xianyue was inclined to refuse. However, observing his earnest expression sparked a flicker of mischief within her. That sounds intriguing. What could you possibly teach me? Yu Xiaogang puffed out his chest, brimming with confidence. You must have heard what I just discussed with Tang San. Aside from that, I can provide valuable insights on martial soul cultivation techniques, detailed theories about soul beasts, and much more. It would take time to elaborate, but once you agree, I will tailor my teachings to your needs. So, please tell me your answer. Yu Xiaogang gazed at Su Xianyue, who was resting her chin on her hand in contemplation, while Tang San appeared visibly anxious. He too hoped that Su Xianyue would consent, as having more rivals would propel his own progress. Slowly, Su Xianyue spoke. That sounds rather appealing. Yu Xiaogang nodded proudly, preparing to accept her formal greeting, but then stop right there. Yu Xiaogang responded, One of my greatest pleasures in life is to tell those who mistakenly believe they hold an absolute advantage and think their demands are unassailable, no. Yu Xiaogang and Tang San exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide with confusion at Su Xianyue's defiance. Master, do you understand what she means? This. I specialize in the theory of soul masters. Su Xianyue observed the perplexed expressions of the two individuals and adopted a more serious demeanor. What I mean to convey is that I must decline. Your theoretical framework holds no relevance for me. Now, please expedite the registration process. Chapter 10. I am merely an ordinary child at the new student reception area. Yu Xiaogang left the two behind and departed. A group of young teachers gathered nearby, seemingly engrossed in an undisclosed matter. One teacher, seated at a desk, held a certificate, while the others stood behind him, their expressions reflecting astonishment. As the teacher set the certificate down, he turned his attention to the two who were lost in thought. To innate full soul power? When did we have such an abundance of children with innate full soul power? To think that two would emerge simultaneously. Alas, it is a pity that such remarkable talents possess merely blue silver grass and feather martial spirits. Regardless, has the registration been completed? If so, please provide them with their belongings. One teacher handed them uniforms tailored to their sizes, offering a few words of advice. Your dormitory is in Block 7, in that direction. The teachers over there will arrange your duties. Off you go. Before they left, Su Xianyue lingered to inquire, does the academy sell bedding? I have yet to prepare any. The bedding and daily necessities for work-study students must be brought from home, and Su Xianyue had not yet had the opportunity to make a purchase. Yes, we do have bedding available, though the prices are the academy's bedding is primarily intended for those from ordinary families, deemed reasonably comfortable, allowing the institution to earn some extra income. Meanwhile, the nobility typically bring their own supplies from home. Su Xianyue produced a silver soul coin and handed it to the director. Is this sufficient? The price of bedding, after all, is not exorbitant. One silver soul coin is more than adequate. Indeed, it will suffice. I shall arrange for someone to deliver it to you shortly. For now, please proceed to the dormitory and wait. The two made their way towards Building 7. Su Xianyue, I must trouble you with a request. Please do not divulge to anyone that I possess a twin martial soul. Along the way, Tang San's gaze harbored a hidden malice as he fixed his eyes on Su Xianyue, who casually acquiesced. Very well, very well. If I were to reveal it, may I be struck by lightning. Only then did Tang San withdraw his penetrating gaze. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired of Su Xianyue, is it necessary to bring our own bedding as well? Su Xianyue appraised Tang San from head to toe. What more do you desire, work-study student? Although your teacher should have prepared something for you. As they arrived at Dormitory 7, Su Xianyue was about to push the door open when she suddenly recalled something and stepped aside. You go ahead. She gestured for Tang San to enter first. Although he was perplexed by her intentions, he speculated if there might be some sort of monster within. After a brief internal struggle, Tang San pushed the door open. Suddenly, a fist came hurtling towards him. Fortunately, Tang San reacted swiftly and evaded the blow. What on earth? Taking a step aside, he discerned the assailant to be a boy taller than him by a head. I am Wang Sheng. Accept my challenge, newcomer. Meanwhile, Su Xianyue had already entered and was selecting her bunk, watching with indifference as Tang San and Wang Xing clashed. Predictably, Wang Xing was swiftly overpowered by Tang San, who sent him crashing to the ground multiple times. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Stop. I've lost. Wang Sheng stood up, rubbing his head, and then regarded Tang San earnestly. You have triumphed. From this moment forth, you shall be our leader. Long live the leader. He bowed and called out in reverence. Long live the leader. The others echoed, bowing as well. Tang San, a lifelong recluse, was utterly taken aback by the spectacle. No, 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 just call me Tang San, he insisted, entering the dormitory and placing his belongings on an empty bed. That won't do. A leader must command respect. Addressing you by name diminishes your authority, one of them remarked. Confused, Tang San responded, why are you all so fixated on this title? I am indifferent. Observing their downcast expressions, Wang Sheng spoke up. We are merely ordinary individuals with no affluent backgrounds or power, often looked down upon by the aristocratic students. Thus, we need to elect a formidable leader to unite all the regular students and give us a sense of pride. Tang San smiled at Wang Sheng's spirited resolve. So, this is the reason you sought to intimidate us? Wang Sheng scratched his head sheepishly. Indeed. Heh. By the way, who is that little girl? Wang Xing inquired, pointing towards Su Xianyue, who was lounging on her bed. Tang San squinted, recalling why she had urged him to open the door. Leader? Leader? Wang Xing's voice pulled Tang San from his thoughts. Oh, she's from the neighboring village and her strength is similar to mine. By the way, is Dormitory 7 co-ed? Why is she here? Wang Xing replied, it's quite normal. There are few work-study students, and since we are all still children, they have arranged us together. Besides, she is truly adorable. At that moment, a sweet, melodic voice chimed in from the doorway. Excuse me, is this Dormitory 7? A petite girl, blushing in pink, timidly stood at the entrance. It was Xiaowu. Hello, I'm Xiaowu, as in the dance. She skipped into the room while Wang Sheng and Tang San conspired quietly. Leader, show her who's boss. What? No, don't push me. Tang San was caught off guard as he was nudged forward, directly into the path of the approaching Xiaowu. Who are you? Xiaowu blinked her large eyes at Tang San, who felt somewhat embarrassed. I'm Tang San, the dormitory head. Yes, dormitory head. Just call me by my name. Dormitory head? So that makes you the leader. Perfect. Xiaowu challenges you right now. If I win, the position of leader will be mine. What do you say? Do you dare to accept? And thus, Tang San found himself thrust into an unexpected position of leadership. As Su Xianyue entered the room, she immediately rose to observe the playful banter between the young couple. She watched as they playfully dashed from the doorway to the corner. Then from the corner to the center of the room, their antics remarkably spirited. At such a tender age, Tang San, naturally adept at charming women without any formal instruction, found himself at a disadvantage. I concede defeat. Hee, from now on, you shall all address me as Sister Xiaowu. Quickly, call me Sister Xiaowu. With her hands on her hips, Xiaowu commanded the attention of the group, who promptly echoed in unison, Sister Xiaowu. Just then, Su Xianyue, reclining in the corner and observing them intently, caught Xiaowu's eye. Oh, there is another girl in the dormitory. Hey, you there, quickly call me Sister Xiaowu. The crowd parted, creating a path between Xiaowu and Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue glanced around at the uniform gazes directed towards her, and in bewilderment, she pointed at herself. Me? Are you addressing me, a mere girl? Your hair has just grown out. Suddenly, Su Xianyue recalled that this was a rogue rabbit from 100,000 years ago. Her statement astonished those present. She appeared so demure. Yet her words were pure eloquence. Naturally, Xiaowu was not one to back down. I don't care. Either you quickly call me Sister Xiaowu, or I shall give you a beating before you do. At this moment, Tang San approached to mediate. Alas, Xiaowu, just call her Sister Xiaowu. All right. Sister Xiaowu, you needn't concern yourself with her. She is quite feeble and stubborn, and conversing with her is a laborious endeavor. While Tang San would hold back during his sparring with Xiaowu, he was uncertain if Su Xianyue would do the same. However, Tang San successfully shifted Su Xianyue's ire onto himself, as she now fixed her gaze upon him. After much deliberation, Su Xianyue finally spoke. I am merely an ordinary child. You needn't worry about me. Chapter 11. The experience of being expelled before school even begins what? In that case, I shall leave you be. Xiaowu bounced away, selecting her bed. This one will do. Remove all the clutter from the top. Tang San observed that the spot she was indicating was indeed his own bed. That is my bed. Oh, is it? Then move it away from me, quickly. Xiaowu had evidently claimed that position. Fortunately, there were other vacant spots. So Tang San relocated to another area. At that moment, the bedding delivery arrived. This year's work-study students, please gather around. A teacher in his 30s appeared, accompanied by another individual, both cradling stacks of bedding. Tang San, Xiaowu, and Su Xianyue approached. Which one is Tang San? Tang San raised his hand, and the teacher handed him the bedding he was holding. This is the bedding master has prepared for you. Which one is Su Xianyue? Su Xianyue took a step forward, and the individual behind the teacher handed over a blanket. It resembled the one given to Tang San, leading her to surmise that Yu Xiaogang had procured the same for Tang San from the academy. With the blanket delivered, the three of you are now tasked with maintaining the southern garden, earning 10 copper soul coins daily. However, it is imperative to ensure that the garden is cleaned every day. Should we discover any negligence in your duties, the academy reserves the right to expel you. Wang Sheng, please relay the important information to the new students. Now, rest early. After addressing a multitude of matters, he turned and departed. Su Xianyue cradled her blanket and placed it on the corner of her bed, then gently caressed her abdomen. Feeling hungry, she inquired, who was it? Wang Sheng, wasn't it? Where is the cafeteria? Please guide me there. Su Xianyue spoke to Wang Sheng, who, despite feeling somewhat vexed by her words, became more compliant upon recalling Tang San's assertion that Su Xianyue's abilities were comparable to his own. Oh, splendid. Tang San, Xiaowu, let us all proceed to the cafeteria for a meal, he suggested. However, Tang San found himself devoid of funds, as the earnings from Tang Hao's blacksmithing had been entirely consumed by alcohol, leaving him with only a meager supply of coarse grains to stave off hunger. You all go ahead. I shall sit this one out, he replied. Xiao glanced at Tang San and turned to Wang Sheng, inquiring, does dining necessitate spending? What was it called again? Soul coins? Wang Sheng responded, certainly. How about this? I shall cover your meals for the next few days. I do possess a bit of spare change. Wang Sheng discerned their predicament with clarity. Su Xianyue felt a tinge of impatience. So, are we going or not? The cafeteria was quite spacious, boasting 2 floors, sufficient to accommodate 300 individuals from the entire academy simultaneously. Suddenly, an unpleasant voice pierced the air, particularly grating to their ears. However, Su Xianyue paid them no mind and proceeded directly to the 2nd floor. The cuisine on the upper floor was significantly superior to that on the lower level, yet Su Xianyue could afford it. Even the most expensive dishes at the small academy's cafeteria were not exorbitant. As expected, a dish priced at several dozen copper coins could indeed be considered pricey, unaffordable for work-study students. Nevertheless, Su Xianyue possessed a modest fortune of several dozen silver coins, enabling her to indulge in a meal or two. She ordered a few appealing dishes and settled down at an empty table to dine. At that moment, Su Xianyue and his companions, who had just mocked Tang San and his group, approached. That petite girl seemed rather intriguing. Oh, did you see that? Someone like her truly piques my interest. Su Xianyue whispered to one of his sycophants, gesturing towards Su Xianyue with his folding fan, as Su Xianyue was savoring her meal. A sudden sound of a clap echoed across the table. She looked up to see a child, around 8 or 9 years old, slapping the surface of the table with one hand while gazing intently at her. Our leader has something to discuss with you. A voice, brimming with bravado, interrupted the moment. It was Su Xianyue, who approached with a casual flick of his hair. Junior, do you have enough to eat? It must have cost quite a bit. Would you like me to treat you? He casually rested one foot on the chair before her, wearing a smug smile as he addressed Su Xianyue. Meanwhile, Su Xianyue was taken aback. Are you looking for trouble? Su Xianyue responded with a puzzled, huh? Below, Xiao was still in a huff. Humph, those guys are insufferable. Tang San consoled her from behind. Let us just consider them a bunch of clowns. Suddenly, a series of loud bangs erupted from above, resonating from the 2nd floor. What is that noise? With a resounding crash, a figure plummeted from the 2nd floor, landing on the ground below, unconscious. The cafeteria erupted into chaos, with teachers hurriedly rushing toward the commotion. What is happening? Who is fighting in the cafeteria? They exclaimed, rushing to the scene. Upon arrival, they were greeted by an astonishing sight. A purple-haired, seemingly innocent girl was gripping the neck of a person nearly a head taller than her, effortlessly lifting him off the ground. Beneath her, a pile of similarly aged children formed a chaotic heap. It was a display of sheer dominance. Hey, someone, let go. Su Xianyue's brows knitted together, radiating an aura of menace, yet her eyes remained devoid of emotion, reflecting a hollow vacancy. Upon hearing someone call out, she cast her weapon, the Su Xianyue, to the ground in disdain. They disgust me. At that moment, the entire dining hall fell silent. Let us not dwell on that. We must save the injured. A nearby teacher finally snapped into action, hastily organizing a group to assist the unconscious victims. The individuals who had been rendered unconscious were all scions of nobility, along with their sycophants. Although a minor incident might not bring the academy to its knees, it could still lead to significant repercussions. You, step aside for now. They instructed Su Xianyue to keep her distance while they carried away the injured. In truth, the academy did not overly scrutinize brawls, for it was a sole master academy, as long as no one was left dead or permanently incapacitated. They were free to wreak havoc. All the assailants were merely knocked out. They possessed soul power, rendering them unlikely to perish. However, the aftermath was grim, as one would discover upon further investigation. Hours later, the diagnosis results emerged. Among the 8 individuals, 3 were severely injured and 5 had multiple fractures. The severely injured would likely be bedridden for years, while the fractured ones would require months to heal, severely impeding their academic progress. Such brutality from a newcomer, causing turmoil even before the commencement of the opening ceremony. Expulsion. Such egregious behavior necessitates expulsion. Consequently, Su Xianyue was formally reported and expelled. While fighting is not uncommon, causing disability or death escalates matters significantly, a situation I cannot resolve. Tang San lamented the loss of Su Xianyue as a rival and sought assistance from Yu Xiaogang to intercede on her behalf. However, Yu Xiaogang was not foolish. He would not advocate for someone with whom he had no connection. Teacher, well, never mind. Yu Xiaogang cautioned Tang San. Individuals with such temperament should be kept at a distance. If amicable relations cannot be fostered, it is best to steer clear, or else. You understand my meaning, right? Tang Xin nodded in comprehension. Su Xianyue was tidying up her belongings in the 7th dormitory, and she quickly finished her task. To her surprise, those people were so fragile that they ended up injured, leading to her expulsion. Alas, how am I to explain this to my grandfather? Chapter 12. An invitation from the Lord of Nodding City. Su Xianyue hastily prepared to depart overnight, gazing at the myriad of stars in the sky. Along with the crescent moon that resonated with her name, she let out a sigh, ready to leave. Just then, a teacher came running from behind and called out to her, "Hey, Su Xianyue, you need not leave after all." Su Xianyue found it hard to believe as she turned to look at the teacher. With a significant figure backing you, there is no need for you to withdraw from school. A significant figure? In a living room, a middle-aged man clad in a robe sat before her, with Su Xianyue positioned directly across from him. "I have heard that you resolved the issue with my son and his companions in mere seconds. Do you possess a soul ring?" This man bore a resemblance to Su Xianyue, clearly indicating he was Su Xianyue's father, the Lord of Nodding City. "No," Su Xianyue replied indifferently. The man appeared somewhat astonished, yet his curiosity seemed to deepen. "No? Then please, speak freely about your intentions." Su Xianyue, weary of his incessant prattle, urged him to speak candidly. The man, unperturbed by the interruption, retorted with a chuckle, "Let me be forthright then. Join our family service as a servant. The remuneration is negotiable, and we can offer unconditional assistance in procuring your soul rings. What say you? Give it some thought." His words were blunt, causing Su Xianyue to furrow her brow slightly. "A servant? Absolutely not. Farewell." Su Xianyue stood up to leave, but he called her back. "There's no need to be in such a hurry. If you don't agree, you might just find yourself dismissed. Why do you seem so utterly unhesitant?" Su Xianyue had already reached the door, resolutely preparing to depart without a hint of hesitation. The city lord, feeling somewhat helpless, responded, "Very well. You need not become a servant in our family. Instead, how about serving as a bodyguard for my son, Su Xianyue, for a year? You will graduate in a year, and you may continue to stay here afterward. We can discuss the remuneration as well. What do you think? A year as a bodyguard sounds quite agreeable." "Well, that depends on your sincerity," she replied. Su Xianyue rubbed her fingers together, and the meaning was quite apparent. The city lord gazed at Su Xianyue and couldn't help but chuckle. "Ha ha ha, no problem, then it's settled. You shall be responsible for my son's safety for a year, at the rate of 10 golden soul coins per month. What do you think? The reward is quite generous. 10 golden soul coins is no insignificant sum." Su Xianyue pondered carefully, realizing that she resided in the 7th dormitory while Su Xianyue was in the 1st. This posed a dilemma for their evening encounters. "What shall we do at night? Our dormitories are different. That can be easily resolved. I shall arrange for you to move to the 1st dormitory. It's settled then. But what about classes? We are in different ones. You need not concern yourself with that. The teachers will oversee the classes." The following day, a timid Su Xianyue sat on his bed, his gaze cast downward, unable to meet Su Xianyue's eyes. It was evening, a time when students were typically in their dorms. However, due to the unfortunate incident where several had been beaten by Su Xianyue, they were still at home, leaving their beds vacant. Only a few individuals, appearing quite apprehensive, remained in the dormitory, unable to breathe freely in her presence. "From now on, my son, she shall take charge of your safety, replacing Lu Long and the others." "What? Father?" Su Xianyue seemed to have something to say, but a single glance from Su Xianyue silenced him. Once everything was clarified, Su Xianyue's father departed, leaving an air of silence that Su Xianyue ultimately broke. "If you wish to avoid trouble, you must behave yourself and refrain from causing any disturbances." "Yes, head sister." Su Xianyue, what is this title? "Call me boss." "Yes, boss." Xianyue, gripped by Su Xianyue's hold on his neck, became as docile as a quail before her. His injuries were not severe. He was merely restrained by Su Xianyue, just as she was about to strike him. Their teacher arrived and intervened. Su Xianyue sat upon her bed, gently massaging her shoulders. "Oh dear, my shoulders are rather sore." "Leave it to me, boss," exclaimed a young subordinate who rushed over to knead her shoulders. "Apply a bit more pressure. Haven't you eaten yet?" "Absolutely. And my legs. Leave that to me." A few boys, around 8 or 9 years old, attended to Su Xianyue with utmost reverence, as she truly transformed into the leader of the dormitory. This role seemed quite appealing. There was money to be made and others were at her service. The following morning, Su Xianyue rose from her slumber and retrieved the set of school uniforms provided by the academy. Oh dear. Su Xianyue clutched her white school uniform, lost in thought. The upper half was quite conventional, resembling a sailor's suit, but the lower half a skirt? What on earth? How could they even call themselves teachers when they couldn't discern gender? Who on earth would wear such a thing? During the orientation ceremony, everyone else donned matching uniforms, while Su Xianyue's short sleeves stood out conspicuously. "Where's your uniform?" inquired a passing teacher. "There's a slight issue with my uniform. I haven't had the chance to change yet." Thus, she endured the opening ceremony. Su Xianyue did not catch sight of Tang San, as he was likely taken by Yu Xiaogang to obtain a soul ring. On the contrary, Xiao Wu, upon noticing Su Xianyue, appeared somewhat perplexed. "Weren't you expelled? What are you doing here?" she inquired, scrutinizing the figure of Xiao Qianyu behind Su Xianyue. "My father intervened on my behalf, and now I am responsible for his safety." With Su Xianyue's support, although Xiao Qianyu's entourage had diminished significantly, his resolve had notably strengthened. "Now that Su Xianyue is my superior, I must ask, are you intimidated yet? You better not add to my workload, do you hear me?" Before Xiao Qianyu could finish his reckless words, he was silenced by Su Xianyue's commanding voice reminiscent of Hui Fei. "Is that so?" Xiao Qianyu expresses his grievances. Meanwhile, Su Xianyue continued to question Xiao Wu. "Where is Tang San? Has he gone to retrieve the soul ring?" Xiao Wu regarded him with curiosity. "How did you know?" "That's none of your concern. Let's go." Xiao Wu, observing Su Xianyue and the others departing, felt a surge of frustration. "What is this?" "Humph." Su Xianyue held little interest in Xiao Wu, primarily due to his Virgo nature, which endowed him with a penchant for cleanliness, particularly a psychological aversion to chaos. The mere thought of Tang San and Xiao Wu's entangled lives, complete with 2 children, made him uneasy. Nevertheless, the matter of soul rings began to trouble him. Feather martial soul. What kind of soul beast should he hunt? A bird? Perhaps it was best not to rush without a soul ring. As long as his body could endure the soul power, he would still grow stronger. Over the course of a year, Su Xianyue intended to indulge himself, setting aside the chaos for the time being. When the time came, he would request a token from Xiao Qianyu's father to venture into the soul-hunting forest for soul rings. As they made their way to the cafeteria, Xiao Qianyu regarded Su Xianyue and recalled his father's words from that morning. "Son, make the most of this year and ensure that Su Xianyue becomes part of our family. You have a knack for charming young girls, don't you?" The city lord had taken a liking to Su Xianyue's talent and wished for Xiao Qianyu to bring him into their household. It was uncertain whether he had overestimated Xiao Qianyu or underestimated Su Xianyue. "Dad, are you joking? How could that possibly happen?" Xiao Qianyu lacked the courage for such an endeavor. Chapter 13. 13 years later throughout the year, Xiao Qianyu had obediently remained under Su Xianyue's influence, refraining from causing any trouble. Moreover, those who had suffered broken bones at Su Xianyue's hands were left nearly petrified upon encountering him again, clearly traumatized from their experiences. Over the year, Su Xianyue had grown taller and matured significantly. He had attempted to hunt for soul rings during this time, but none had proven suitable for him. Reluctantly, he had to set the pursuit aside. As the term concluded, Su Xianyue stretched lazily after packing his belongings. Ah, freedom at last. Time to head home. Behind him, Xiao Qianyu and the others also exhaled in relief. They finally felt liberated. It was as if they had been resurrected, or rather, they were even more exuberant than if they had returned from the dead. Throughout the year, Xiao Qianyu and his companions had dared not breathe too loudly in Su Xianyue's presence, which had been quite stifling. Now that the term was over, they had graduated, finally escaping Su Xianyue's shadow and advancing to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. "Hey, you lot." Su Xianyue suddenly turned her head towards Xiao Qianyu and the others, who obediently stood in a line. "Boss, what are your instructions?" Su Xianyue smiled gently. "You need not call me boss any longer. You have all graduated, and I no longer hold any authority over you. I simply wish to convey my heartfelt wishes for your well-being. Be boss." Xiao Qianyu and the others gazed at Su Xianyue, whose face radiated a comforting smile, and an indescribable sense of reluctance welled up within them. Having shared a year together, they had developed a bond, and in that moment of reflection, they felt a poignant sense of parting. Su Xianyue shouldered her belongings and turned to leave. As she passed by them, she patted Xiao Qianyu on the shoulder, saying, "If fate allows, we shall meet again." Casting a final glance at them, she pushed the door open and departed. This parting likely meant they would not meet again. The others stood in a daze, with Xiao Qianyu contemplatively touching the spot where Su Xianyue had patted him. Suddenly, he turned and shouted, "Boss, take care." At the school gate, Su Xianyue encountered Tang San and his companion. "Shall we keep each other company?" Tang San extended the invitation. Su Xianyue smiled and waved her hand. "Let us go." Over the past year, their relationship had softened considerably, and they could barely be considered friends. The two villages were not far apart, making their journey together quite convenient. Along the way, Tang San and Xiaowu engaged in playful banter, causing Su Xianyue to feel a tinge of regret for joining them. Could you two tone it down a bit? Can you spare a thought for my feelings? She implored. What do we care about your feelings? Xiaowu was entirely oblivious to the plight of Su Xianyue, the solitary figure among them. Oh, by the way, Su Xianyue, have you found a suitable spirit ring yet? Tang San inquired with a sheepish smile, broaching the topic of cultivation. Not yet. I visited the soul-hunting forest a few times, but I haven't encountered anything suitable. Thus, I plan to seek opportunities in other forests. Do you think the Stardow Forest is far from here? I remember. The Stardow Forest lies to the southeast, but it is quite distant, separated by the Barak Kingdom, Tang San replied, recalling the theories taught by Yu Xiaogang, which included the locations of the major spirit beast forests and their inherent dangers. However, those areas are perilous for us. It is said that one can encounter spirit beasts that are centuries or even millennia old anywhere. And venturing a bit further could lead to encounters with those aged 10,000 years. Currently, the Stardow Forest still serves as a haven for spirit beasts, with a significant number present, though they are not yet as ubiquitous as one might expect, but it is certainly close. Su Xianyue replied blandly, never mind. Let's set it aside for now. The acquisition of a soul ring could be postponed, but it must not be subpar. Su Xianyue intended to wait until his physique improved further before hunting for a soul ring of 600 years or more. Having compared his physique with Tang San's, he discovered that his own was even stronger than Tang San's first-ring physique, which left him somewhat perplexed. Thus, the target of 600 years was established, and perhaps he could even endure a higher level. However, these were merely contemplations. The actual circumstances would dictate the outcome. Alas, the primary issue lay with his feather martial soul, which felt rather lackluster, leaving him uncertain about how to utilize it effectively. For an entire year, Su Xianyue had not unleashed his martial soul, relying solely on his fists during confrontations, leaving him utterly perplexed about the utilization of his martial spirit. Tang San, at a loss for words, offered him solace. It's all right. It surely possesses its own significance. Just look at my blue silvergrass. It has granted me a fairly formidable soul skill. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at a fork in the road. Well, I am headed in that direction. Farewell. Su Xianyue and Tang San waved their hands and headed towards their village. Throughout the year, Wang Fuguwei would occasionally bring Wang area to visit him. Upon returning to the familiar yet foreign village, Su Xianyue immediately spotted several familiar faces. Uncle Tian, have you eaten? Uncle Danio, could I trouble you for 2 jin of meat? Hello, Entley. As he walked along, greeting them, a familiar cry rang out. Brother Yu. Wang area suddenly rushed over, throwing herself onto Su Xianyue. Area, please come down first. Su Xianyue was burdened with quite a few items, and Wang area almost caused them to tumble with her sudden tug. Brother Yu, did you bring me any gifts? Wang area blinked her large eyes at Su Xianyue while playfully tugging at her cheek. Of course, I have something for you. Look. You've always wanted to taste the takoyaki from the city, haven't you? It's still warm. Su Xianyue produced a thermos box, within which lay several takoyaki. Wang area's eyes sparkled with delight as she snatched it away. Thank you, brother Yu. She giggled. For them, takoyaki was considered a luxury. Wang area had only indulged in it once a few months prior when she accompanied Wang Fuguwei to visit Su Xianyue, and since then, it had lingered in her thoughts. Wang Fuguwei had mentioned it during his subsequent visits. Moreover, Su Xianyue had also brought them some new clothing as gifts. All right, let's hurry home. Grandfather must be waiting for us. Su Xianyue, carrying the freshly purchased meat, made her way towards the village chief's home alongside Wang area. Grandpa, brother Yu has returned. Wang area bounced into the wooden house, calling out to Wang Fuguwei, who was busy preparing a meal. Grandpa, I'm back. Wang Fuguwei, ever spirited, appeared slightly taken aback upon seeing Su Xianyue's return. Oh, is today a holiday? My memory fails me. I forgot to come and fetch you. I apologize, Xiaoye. It's quite all right. It isn't very far. By the way, we are having braised pork for dinner tonight. Su Xianyue lifted the meat in her hand, while Wang area cheered beside her. Hooray! Observing the lively and adorable Wang area, Su Xianyue felt a surge of joy from the depths of her heart, and her lips involuntarily curled into a faint smile. Silly girl, stop bouncing around and hurry to prepare the seasonings. Oh, all right. Su Xianyue playfully slapped her backside before leaping off to fetch the condiments. Su Xianyue approached the stove and donned an apron. Humming softly, she reflected. It has been a year since I last cooked. I wonder if my skills have become rusty. Nevertheless, it is time for my performance to commence. Su Xianyue performed a series of exquisite maneuvers at the stove, ultimately sprinkling a handful of joint salt and covering the pot to let it stew. Ah! Her culinary skills have not diminished. Chapter 14. 1 year without summoning the soul beast. Who could it be? Su Xianyue accompanied Wang Area in the village for a few days before she began to contemplate her soul ring dilemma. Could it be that she truly had to venture into the Stardow forest? Given her slight frame, it seemed likely that she would merely serve as fodder for the gaps between teeth in such a perilous place. Su Xianyue sat by the riverside, his feet gently splashing in the cool water. The refreshing river eased the slight headache he was experiencing, allowing him to ponder the intricacies of his life as he gazed at the babbling stream. After much contemplation, Su Xianyue resolved to venture into the Stardow forest, hoping for a stroke of luck. Presently, he possessed a considerable sum of several dozen gold soul coins, after deducting the expenses for Wang Area's education and daily necessities. He found himself with 70 gold soul coins remaining. Wang Area attended a standard school, where she learned fundamental subjects such as language and mathematics for a brief period of 3 years before embarking on her own path. Su Xianyue determined to employ some individuals to aid him in acquiring a soul ring. However, the village was situated far too distant from the Stardow forest, and his current age imposed significant limitations. Hiss! Wait a moment, that doesn't make sense. Why would Xiaowu exert such effort to come all the way here when the Stardow forest is so far away? This is quite perplexing. Never mind. I shall refrain from dwelling on it. Instead, I will contemplate how to procure a soul ring, as I have yet to find a suitable one in the soul-hunting forest, and I remain uncertain about what to do with my feather martial soul. Ah? Su Xianyue wished to summon her martial soul for a glimpse, yet unexpectedly. A resplendent purple radiance enveloped her entire being, startling Su Xianyue into a hasty halt. What was that phenomenon just now? Su Xianyue was momentarily taken aback, then prepared to summon his martial spirit once more. The familiar purple radiance startled him into halting again. Shouldn't it be a few black feathers? Why is it glowing? Suddenly, Su Xianyue realized something and hurried to the back mountain. If my conjecture is correct, martial spirit manifestation. In an instant, a vast expanse of purple light illuminated the surroundings, with streams of shimmering brilliance cascading forth, creating an overwhelming spectacle. Nearby birds and beasts scattered in terror, as if sensing some dreadful force. For a moment, it felt as though the world had frozen in time. What is this? As the light dissipated, a bewildered Su Xianyue stood silently. Yet, strangely, several pairs of wings had appeared behind him, rendering him extraordinarily enchanting. While the terrifying aura radiating from him was profoundly eerie, Su Xianyue unfurled the 3 pairs of ebony feathered wings that extended gracefully from his back. He contemplated moving them. And soon, the ethereal wings quivered in accordance with his thoughts. Wings? 6 of them? Black in hue? What manner of martial soul is this? The garments adorning Su Xianyue were torn asunder by the 3 pairs of wings, transforming into tattered rags draped over him, which he promptly tore away. It seemed as though they were intrinsically linked to him. After all, wings of a martial soul ought to be composed solely of energy. My attire is in tatters. Wait, how did my feathers transform into wings? Recalling those who possessed flying martial souls, their garments remained intact during manifestation. Why was it that he alone? Yet, upon reflection, these 6 black wings bore an uncanny familiarity. Suddenly, a mixture of joy and sorrow welled up within Su Xianyue as he grasped the nature of his martial soul. Could it be that he had become a fallen angel? Would that old wretch from the spirit hall not strike him down? It was undoubtedly distressing to consider that if Qiandao Lu were to discover this fallen angel martial soul, he might not hesitate to cleave Su Xianyue in two. At that moment, Su Xianyue sensed an innate knowledge lurking within his mind, something waiting to be unearthed. His hand instinctively moved to his forehead, as if guided by muscle memory. Subsequently, the purple crystal upon his brow emanated a soft glow, from which a beam of particle light emerged. The light coalesced in his hand, materializing into a crimson-hued sword, 3 feet in length. This sword appeared incongruous with his youthful form, akin to wielding a massive broadsword. Ah! Why had he never noticed this before? The gargantuan sword felt weightless in his grasp, and he swung it effortlessly. Whoosh! A wave of purple red sword energy erupted with his motion, sweeping across a vast expanse of trees before him. The razor-like energy sliced through the foliage, creating a perfectly smooth surface. Goodness! This is remarkable. That unscrupulous system is surprisingly effective. Hiss! Why had he not discovered this sooner? Suddenly, Su Xianyue recalled the transformation of his appearance upon leaving the village a year ago. Upon deeper reflection, he realized that his martial soul had fully awakened a year prior. And yet he had failed to notice. Squatting on the ground, he began to question himself. Why had he not summoned his martial soul in an entire year? Why? The 6 grand wings upon his back drooped in a display of profound dismay. During his year at the Nodding Academy, Su Xianyue had indulged in a life of leisure, solely relying on his raw strength. There were no rivals to challenge him within the academy. He had scarcely utilized his soul power, and thus had no need to summon his martial soul. Feeling the weight of the 6 wings on his back, Su Xianyue shook them gently. Surely, he could fly. Su Xianyue exerted herself to stretch her wings, then with a sudden thrust of her feet, she soared into the sky like a violet meteor. Halt, halt, halt. Too fast. The intensity of her launch was overwhelming, rendering her unable to open her eyes. It wasn't until she gradually acclimated to the sensation of flight that Su Xianyue finally dared to blink. Unbeknownst to her, she had ascended above the clouds, where fluffy white formations were within arm's reach. Bathed in the resplendent sunlight, her violet wings seemed to radiate a luminous glow from behind. Well, as Su Xianyue experienced flight for the first time, he couldn't help but exclaim in delight. By the time his exhilaration subsided, it was already afternoon. He was utterly unaware of where he had flown, having paid no attention to his surroundings. Enveloped by a serene forest, there were no signs of human presence. It was entirely reminiscent of a primordial woodland. Towering trees reached heights of 20 to 30 meters, and an array of peculiar luminescent plants adorned the landscape. Resembling the soul-hunting forest he had previously visited. Was this indeed the soul-hunting forest? Perhaps it was time to return. Su Xianyue was oblivious to the distance he had traversed, lost in the exhilaration of flight. Surrounded by desolation, he could only navigate back in the direction he had come. After several hours of continuous soaring, fatigue began to take its toll, prompting him to seek refuge atop a towering tree. The soul rings suitable for a fallen angel were likely found only in the Stardow Forest, yet his academic pursuits weighed heavily on his mind. The Stardow Forest was a considerable distance away, and even by carriage, it would require months of travel. Once there, he would be unable to return for quite some time. After much contemplation, he resolved to abandon his studies. However, he possessed limited knowledge of soul beasts and was uncertain which ones would be compatible with him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Tang San must have some encyclopedias on soul beasts. He could request a few volumes. With this thought in mind, he realized he must first find his way back. Where am I? Chapter 15. Departure. The studious Tang San carried with him invaluable encyclopedias on soul beasts. Su Xianyue requested a compendium of offensive-type soul beasts and prepared to set forth for the Stardow Forest. Yet, prior to his journey, he intended to remain in the village until the holiday concluded and then utilize his academic obligations as a pretext for venturing into the forest. Should he be discovered, there would be no cause for alarm. The potential of his fallen angel martial soul spoke for itself. Even if he chose to abandon his studies, no one would dare to interfere, and the esteemed soul master Wang Fugue would not only refrain from reproach but would be delighted. Moreover, he was confident that any academy he approached would vie for his enrollment. As the school term approached, Su Xianyue readied his provisions and belongings before boarding the carriage destined for departure. He planned to first reach Suatua City, not far from the Stardow Forest, to establish a base. Otherwise, disclosing his true destination to the coachman would likely deter any willingness to transport him. Young one, off to Suatua City? Excellent choice. My horse is the swiftest. We shall arrive in 10 days. Hold on tight. The coachman, a cheerful young man in his 30s, wore a bright smile and was also a minor soul master. 10 days is neither excessively long nor short, yet the journey promised to be fraught with challenges. On the 7th day, they encountered bandits. Stop. A formidable bandit emerged from the roadside, blocking their path. Seated in the carriage, Su Xianyue donned a cloak, while the other passengers began to panic. Hey, gentlemen, my carriage. Alas, the coachman was swiftly slain by a bandit's blade, silencing any further protest. The assailants rummaged through the coachman's belongings, extracting his coin pouch. At that moment, several more bandits approached the passenger compartment. Everyone, out. The passengers, mere ordinary folk, were defenseless. One burly man attempted to resist, but the overwhelming numbers of bandits swiftly dispatched him with a flurry of blades. Su Xianyue felt a surge of panic as she unexpectedly encountered these brigands. The surroundings were enveloped in deep mountains and ancient forests, a truly secluded place. And they had indeed stumbled upon a stroke of ill fortune. The others had already departed, leaving Su Xianyue with no choice but to comply and exit the vehicle. Several men were executed without uttering a single word, a testament to the brigands' chilling proficiency. Among the women, the younger ones were spared, while a middle-aged woman was ruthlessly slain. What is this? There is also a child? The cloak of Su Xianyue was abruptly cast aside, revealing her visage. Oh, what a delightful young girl. Possessing an appealing countenance, she could fetch a handsome price. What? The robust man who had unveiled her cloak fell silent. As a purple-black 3-foot sword pierced through his abdomen, "You shall perish, scoundrel." With a swift motion, Su Xianyue thrust her longsword upward, cleaving the robust man's upper body in two as he collapsed to the ground. Illuminated by the sword's gleam were the astonished expressions of onlookers, alongside Su Xianyue's merciless gaze. Su Xianyue was not endowed with a martial soul. Instead, she wielded a seemingly independent sword, engaging in fierce combat, her hollow eyes reflecting an icy indifference to all that transpired around her. Su Xianyue wandered along the narrow path, and within 3 seconds, the bandits were severed into multiple pieces, their entrails and blood spilling across the ground. This marked Su Xianyue's first act of killing, and inexplicably, he remained remarkably composed, observing the nauseatingly gruesome scene without a flicker of aversion. Instead, a sense of aesthetic pleasure washed over him. Ah, the human soul? Ethereal forms lingered above the corpses, and Su Xianyue attempted to absorb one, but it proved futile, akin to drawing nothing at all, suggesting that they were merely ordinary individuals. However, one soul stood apart from the rest, slightly more substantial. Absorbing it yielded some effect, indicating it belonged to a soul master. Meanwhile, several living women, paralyzed by fear, huddled together in terror. Su Xianyue was still busy gathering the spoils of victory, paying them no heed. Soon after, the women finally regained their senses and fled in a frenzy. 3 of them screamed wildly, darting into the depths of the forest, desperately distancing themselves from Su Xianyue. What else with the sudden flight? Whatever, it's none of my concern. Having finished collecting the loot, she counted 300 gold soul coins, several dozen silver soul coins, and a number of copper soul coins. Most notably, the bandit soul master had surprisingly possessed a storage ring. Though its capacity was modest, merely 1 cubic meter, it was ample for Su Xianyue's needs. The ring appeared to be crafted from bronze, with a simple and unassuming design. Su Xianyue retracted the large sword, which seemed oversized for him, and mounted the carriage, mimicking the driver's manner as he set off. The horse remained undisturbed, as there was no blood visible from behind the carriage, and the bandits had not uttered a single cry, which conveniently aided Su Xianyue. He discovered that the sword could be drawn separately, though in its non-weapon spirit state, it merely resembled a sharp, ordinary blade, incapable of emitting sword energy or utilizing soul power, merely exhibiting an enhanced sharpness. As Su Xianyue traveled some distance in the carriage, he recalled the scene of cleaving through the bandits, glancing at his hands in disbelief. An unusual tranquility enveloped him. Could it be the influence of the weapon spirit? Perhaps it was for the best, as it spared him from hesitation. In the Douluo continent, while the situation of not having a complete family was yet to arise, the world of soul masters was equally treacherous, where killing was commonplace and inevitable to encounter. Days passed after this brief interlude, and Su Xianyue finally arrived at Soto City. Soto City could be deemed a grand metropolis, bustling with activity, adorned with neon lights of indeterminate origin, casting a vibrant glow upon the streets. The narrative is not yet concluded. Kindly turn to the next page to continue savoring the captivating tale. The Balak Kingdom lies at the heart of the resource-rich Lima Plain, and Soto City is renowned as the granary of Balak, underscoring its significance and prosperity. As night descended, Su Xianyue sought a place to rest. After a short walk, he stumbled upon a familiar establishment. The Rose Hotel? Wasn't that merely a lodging for rendezvous? What a fade of opulence. With a brief glance and a sardonic remark, he moved on, deeming such a place unsuitable for children. Ultimately, he discovered a more conventional and down another street and rested for the night. The following day, Su Xianyue prepared to venture towards the Stardo forest. Heading southeast, he anticipated that the forest lay 500 miles ahead. However, he vaguely recalled a small town approximately 100 kilometers from the Stardo forest, where he could pause for respite before his journey into the forest. Su Xianyue did not dwell on his thoughts and set off immediately. He dashed into the woods outside the city gates and summoned his martial soul to take flight. To avoid drawing attention, he maintained a low altitude while soaring through the forest, where he encountered no one. This solitude was indeed a blessing. Otherwise, should anyone catch sight of his fallen angel martial soul, word would swiftly reach Douluo, leading to dire consequences. His speed was consistent, as he aimed to conserve his energy by alternating between flying and resting. Although he could fly swiftly, resting consumed precious time. Unfortunately, he lacked Oscar's sausages and could only rely on natural recovery, which his 10th level soul power could not expedite significantly. Chapter 16. The Stardo Forest from morning until dusk. The fatigue that weighed heavily on Su Xianyue finally dissipated as he beheld the small town. After such a lengthy journey, he began to doubt whether he had veered off course. However, it appeared he had not strayed. Before entering the town, Su Xianyue donned his upper garment once more. He had forgotten that his wings would tear through his clothes upon summoning his martial soul, resulting in the loss of a perfectly good outfit. The town was bustling with activity, offering a wide array of goods, including equipment, potions, and even adventurous attire replete with numerous pockets. Curiosity compelled Su Xianyue to explore the area, purchasing various potions. While he did not give much thought to equipment, fearing it might hinder his martial soul's release, he bought 5 vials each of healing and detoxifying potions. Although the weariness that clung to him had lessened significantly, it still urged him to seek rest. Thus, he did not linger long and swiftly sought out a hotel to recuperate. Upon entering the lobby, he leaped onto a stool and lowered the hood of his cloak. "Waiter, may I see the menu?" he inquired. Approaching him was a well-dressed server holding a menu. "Welcome, esteemed guest. How many will you be dining with today?" Su Xianyue cast him a sidelong glance before taking the menu. "One," she replied. The waiter, puzzled, inquired, "Just one? Is it only you?" Su Xianyue paid no heed to him, selecting her dishes and handing the menu to the waiter. "I am quite capable of settling the bill myself. Please expedite the serving of the dishes and prepare a single room for me, along with the bathwater," she instructed. The waiter took the menu, momentarily taken aback, yet complied without hesitation. "Certainly, please hold on for a moment." Before long, the dishes were served. "Young guest, your meal is ready, and here is your room key." She replied. Su Xianyue ate heartily without any semblance of decorum, having subsisted on mere dry rations throughout the day, leaving him utterly famished. The waiter lingered nearby, observing him with an amused smile. "What are you staring at?" Su Xianyue noticed him as well. "Little guest, I'll give you a discount on these. It will be a total of 2 silver coins." Su Xianyue realized that he was concerned about his ability to pay. He retrieved 2 silver coins from his pocket and placed them on the table, continuing to savor the large chicken leg in his hand. The waiter, upon receiving the payment, murmured to himself as he departed, "Are children nowadays so capable? Coming here alone." After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Su Xianyue had no other matters to attend to and directly followed the number on his key to locate his room. The accommodations were modest, neither extravagant nor overly simple. Inside, a bath had been prepared, the water still warm. Without hesitation, Su Xianyue indulged in a refreshing wash before retiring to sleep. The following morning, Su Xianyue awoke. Though the dawn had yet to break, it was likely around 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, having fallen asleep at 6 the previous evening. He felt adequately rested despite the lengthy slumber. Alas, the sky remained dark. He decided to peruse the Soul Beast Encyclopedia. Lighting a candle, he took out the volume on offensive-type Soul Beast he had obtained from Tang San. Keen to avoid misidentifying the age of the Soul Beasts and erroneously absorbing one that was merely a century old, such an error could spell disaster. As the first light of dawn began to filter through, Su Xianyue had a light meal before setting off. He resumed his flight, feeling the chill without his outer garment, though it was bearable. Several hours later, he finally arrived. The Stardow Forest presented a far greater peril than the Hunting Soul Forest. Even the outskirts posed a constant threat of soul beast attacks, with 10- and 100-year-old beasts being the most likely, while the rare encounter with a 1,000-year-old beast could occur with a stroke of luck. As far as the eye could see, towering ancient trees loomed at heights of 50 to 60 meters, and this was merely the periphery. Venturing deeper, one could expect trees exceeding 100 meters in height. The verdant sea of foliage was invigorating, yet the dense layers of trees obscured visibility beyond a short distance, while the fresh air alleviated his mood. An overwhelming sense of danger sent chills down Su Xianyue's spine. After walking for approximately 10 minutes, he suddenly turned back, sensing a presence watching him from behind. Drawing the large sword from his forehead, he pointed it in the direction of his instinct. As expected, a black panther emerged from behind a tree, excluding its tail. It measured about 3 meters in length, crouched low, baring its teeth as it slowly approached Su Xianyue, its dark green eyes fixated intently upon him. Aware that Su Xianyue had noticed its presence, it ceased hiding and boldly stepped forward. Faced with such a soul beast, Su Xianyue felt a surge of panic. He had just read about this type of leopard earlier that morning. The Ghost Claw leopard possessed formidable offensive power and stealth capabilities, suitable for both offensive and agile combat styles. The creature before him, with its 3-meter body adorned with cloud-like patterns on its claws, was a 1,000-year-old soul beast. A millennium old, he was uncertain if he could withstand such an adversary. As Su Xianyue was poised to unleash her martial soul and take flight, the leopard unexpectedly bolted away. In an instant, it vanished without a backward glance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Alas, why did it flee? As Su Xianyue was immersed in her perplexity, an overwhelming sense of impending crisis suddenly enveloped her heart. Typically, such a scenario arises from the presence of, behind me. Su Xianyue's stiff neck slowly turned, and indeed, a colossal 3-meter-tall lizard was slithering closer, flicking its tongue in the air. Upon noticing Su Xianyue, it lunged forward with a powerful leap. My goodness! What on earth is that? Standing 3 meters tall and stretching over 10 meters in length. Its body was covered in iron-hard green scales, and each movement caused the ground to tremble. It was undoubtedly a legendary soul beast from millennia past. Su Xianyue hastily unleashed her martial spirit and soared into the sky, disregarding her torn garments as she fled in a panic, initially believing she would be safe aloft. It soon dawned upon her that the lizard could indeed flick its tongue. The massive creature's tongue shot towards her like a cannonball, fortunately. The distance afforded her ample time to evade. The lizard's tongue collided with a tree, shattering it to splinters, which it then ensnared with its tongue and consumed. The force of such an impact would be catastrophic if it struck a person. Moreover, within the gaping maw of the lizard were 2 rows of serrated teeth. Should its tongue ensnare her, the consequences would likely be dire. Su Xianyue chose to disregard the massive lizard and descended higher into the sky. Phew! He felt a sense of safety. After flying a considerable distance, he glanced back to find that the lizard had not pursued him. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Encountering a millennium soul beast in such a peripheral area left Su Xianyue uncertain whether his luck was fortunate or unfortunate. Although he was aware of the dangers within the Stardow forest, the reality he faced far surpassed his expectations, prompting him to exercise greater caution. Lost in thought for just a moment, a bird suddenly swooped towards him. Its sharp beak charged directly in his direction. Goodness! He swiftly altered his course to evade the attack. The bird, not overly large and likely only a century old, was easily dodged by Su Xianyue. The great bird then circled around, searching for another opportunity to strike. Su Xianyue gazed intently at it, and just as the great bird was poised to strike, it was swiftly devoured by a massive serpent lurking in the tree nearby. Su Xianyue, this vast forest of stars, is exceedingly perilous. Chapter 17, is he an NPC? Su Xianyue arrived at the Stardow forest, and upon entering, he immediately encountered its perils. He stumbled upon 2 formidable spirit beasts that had lived for 10,000 years, prompting him to swiftly seek refuge in a secluded spot. However, something seemed amiss. How could there be so many spirit beasts in the outskirts? Concealed within a patch of grass, Su Xianyue pondered this perplexity. Logically, upon his initial entry into the Stardow forest, it was improbable to encounter 2 ancient spirit beasts in succession. Such occurrences were rare and not as common as cabbages. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Could it be that I inadvertently ventured too deep? The dense foliage easily obscured one's sense of direction, while the thick canopy above shielded the sun, rendering navigation nearly impossible. Now, where did I come from? Su Xianyue gazed upon the verdant expanse before him, a mere expletive scarcely encapsulating the tumult within his heart. Meanwhile, in a secluded part of the starry forest, a charming scene unfolded. Rong, if you continue this way, you will soon turn 7, while your peers have already become soul masters. If you persist in this manner, you shall fall significantly behind. I refuse to listen. Those soul beasts are too ugly. I do not want them. An elderly man, adorned in flowing white robes and with silver hair, ambled along with a bemused expression. Before him, a pouting little girl, around 6 or 7 years of age, marched with indignation. In truth, once they transform into soul rings, their appearance matters little. What is paramount is their power. The elder continued to implore her, but the girl averted her gaze, ignoring his entreaties. With a sigh of resignation, the old man felt utterly helpless in the face of her obstinacy. Suddenly, he lifted his head with fervor and took a decisive step forward, scooping the little girl into his arms. Hey, what is wrong, Grandpa Jian? The girl was caught off guard by his sudden motion, while the elder's face radiated excitement. Rong. I have discovered a soul beast that you might find agreeable. However, we must hurry. There are others nearby. With that, the old man whisked the girl away, transforming into a gust of wind, moving at a speed beyond imagination. In the direction they sped, Su Xianyue stood poised, sword drawn, confronting a magnificent tiger. Its coat gleamed with a lustrous sheen, captivating even in the absence of light, while its saber-like fangs drew Su Xianyue's keen attention. When Su Xianyue discovered it, she consulted the illustrated guide and learned that it was a century-old soul beast, which piqued her interest. However, merely referencing the guide did not allow her to ascertain its precise age. She could only surmise it to be approximately 400 to 500 years old, which was rather unfortunate. Nonetheless, there was little she could do, for this golden-haired, tusked tiger was already considered a formidable soul beast. Su Xianyue was eager to find a soul beast and depart swiftly, as she was at constant risk of being attacked by soul beasts. Thus, the imposing tiger before her became her target. This robust creature was muscular, its gaping maw exuding a scent of blood. And it regarded Su Xianyue with an expression of defiance, seemingly irked as it roared at her. Though Su Xianyue felt a twinge of anxiety, she nonetheless prepared to channel her martial soul and unleash her sword energy to resolve the situation. However, unbeknownst to her, a streak of white light suddenly darted forth from an unknown source. In the blink of an eye, that beam of light struck the tiger, severing its limbs before it could even emit a drop of blood. By the time the tiger realized what had transpired, a sword had manifested in its mouth, piercing through its jaw and pinning it to the ground. With its limbs now severed, it writhed in agony. Yet the excruciating pain ultimately elicited a powerless roar from its throat, although it had been rendered helpless in an instant. Its eyes reflected not only confusion but also an indomitable spirit. Su Xianyue gazed at the silver-white longsword pinned by the tiger, its faintly emanating sword energy causing a shiver to traverse his spine. "Hurry up, Rongrong, are you satisfied now? Go ahead and absorb it," a voice, as gentle as the breeze and clouds, drifted through the air. Turning his head towards the source, Su Xianyue beheld the elderly man and the girl in his arms, her face alight with joy. "My young friend, I apologize, but could we possibly have the 300-year-old saber-toothed tiger?" the elder inquired, approaching the formidable beast with the spirited child in his embrace. Although Su Xianyue appeared somewhat bewildered by their actions, she furrowed her brows upon hearing the elder's words. "You say this tiger has merely 300 years? Very well, I shall concede it to you. A 300-year soul ring is beneath my standards. I would at least require one of 400 years, as it must be superior to that of Tang Bi-san." With a hint of sarcasm, she added, "Thank you. Rongrong, now hasten to absorb it." The small girl in the elder's grasp clutched a dagger, her hand trembling as it hovered over the tiger. The fierce and defiant gaze of the tiger instilled fear within her. Nevertheless, she closed her eyes and raised the dagger high, yet she hesitated to strike. At that moment, the elder's hand struck the hilt of the dagger, causing it to plunge directly into the tiger's brain. A yellow soul ring gradually emerged from the tiger's body, while the little girl stepped aside to commence the absorption of the soul ring. Su Xianyue gazed at the lingering soul hovering above the lifeless body of the tiger, filled with a sense of perplexity. Why had the soul not been absorbed along with the spirit ring? However, noticing that the disembodied spirit, devoid of any spiritual tether, was on the verge of dissipating, Su Xianyue hurriedly approached to absorb it. At that moment, he observed the meticulously clean edges of the wound on the deceased tiger, piquing his curiosity. Yet, before he could contemplate for long, he was beckoned over by an elderly man. "Child, what brings you here all alone?" "The Stardow Forest is fraught with peril," the elder inquired, clearly intrigued by the sight of such a young boy wandering alone in such a treacherous place. Su Xianyue approached the elder, casting a glance at the young girl who was absorbing the soul ring. "I have come to hunt for soul rings. And as for this tiger, I shall leave it to you. How will you compensate me?" Su Xianyue pointed to the floating yellow soul ring above the little girl's head. The old man, with a cheerful disposition, chuckled softly. "This is quite manageable. How about this? I shall assist you in hunting a soul ring as compensation. I see you desire the soul ring of the tooth tiger. Your martial spirit must belong to the assault category, correct? Might you show it to me?" Su Xianyue would certainly not reveal the fallen angel, but instead drew forth a black sword from her forehead. This very sword, 3 feet in length, seemed quite incongruent in her grasp, while the old man's gaze upon it was filled with further bewilderment. So long? This is unexpected. You possess no soul ring, which is rather peculiar." The old man leaned closer to the black sword, scrutinizing it with an approving glint in his eyes. "Indeed, a fine sword. Why do I feel as though you're mocking me?" The old man nodded at the sword, but Su Xianyue found his words rather disconcerting. Upon hearing her remark, the old man burst into hearty laughter. "You are quite the amusing child. What is your name?" "Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue. The name Xianyue is indeed beautiful, yet its connotation is another matter," the old man murmured, shaking his head, uncertain of what was amiss. "And what of you, esteemed elder?" Su Xianyue inquired about the elder's name. From his remarkable feat of severing the limbs of a tiger and pinning it to the ground without slaying it, one could discern the elder's formidable prowess. "You may call me Sword Elder," he replied. "Ah, and this is my granddaughter, Ning Rongrong. Once she completes her absorption, I shall take you to hunt for soul rings. For now, please take a moment to rest, Ning Rongrong." Su Xianyue was no longer composed. No, it's been a year. And she has only just absorbed the first ring. What is going on? So this old man is the sword Douluo? Are they randomly generated NPCs? What on earth? Chapter 18. 18. Emolian. Su Xianyue walked over to the side of a grand tree to rest, while Chen Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, gazing at Ning Rongrong, who was absorbing her soul ring. Su Xianyue languidly leaned against a tree, half-closed eyes resting in slumber, unbothered by the potential threat of a soul beast ambushing him. He understood Qinshin's character well, undoubtedly a doting grandfather. He would intervene if any danger approached within 10 meters of Ning Rongrong. As long as Su Xianyue remained at a safe distance, he would be fine. Meanwhile, Qinshin, vigilant of his surroundings, was also observing Su Xianyue. Alone in the Star-Do forest, hunting for soul rings without revealing much about himself, he exhibited a degree of caution. He appeared to be of a similar age to Ning Rongrong, suggesting he was not to be underestimated, especially with that sword as his martial spirit. Qinshin seemed to have developed a slight curiosity. An hour later, Ning Rongrong completed her absorption. Grandpa's sword. Did I succeed? Indeed. Rongrong is truly remarkable, she exclaimed. As she opened her eyes, she caught sight of Qinshin and joyfully rushed towards him, while Qinshin felt as though a weight had been lifted from his heart. Wearing a face of ease and happiness, it was hardly surprising, given Ning Rongrong's particular nature. Suitable soul beasts were already scarce, and she had her own standards for beauty. Wait? Grandpa's sword? Who is he? Ning Rongrong finally noticed Su Xianyue standing nearby. Su Xianyue hadn't yet put on a shirt, his back still stained with grime as he patted himself clean. Oh, him? Well, this spirit beast originally belonged to him. Grandfather asked for it. So now we must compensate him with another. Wait a while longer before heading home. But Ning Rongrong was displeased. Why go through all this trouble? Just compensate him with money. I want to go home. This place isn't fun at all. At this moment, Ning Rongrong exhibited not only the mischievousness typical of children, but also the spoiled, willful temperament of one utterly pampered, thoroughly unpleasant, which explained why she was called the Little Demoness. Chen Xian expended considerable effort to finally placate her before turning back to address Su Xianyue. Let's go, Xianyue. Chen Xian carried Ning Rongrong the entire way, with Su Xianyue following behind them. Nestled in Chen Xian's arms, Ning Rongrong rested her chin on his shoulder, her resentful little eyes fixed unwaveringly on Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue, feeling somewhat irritated by the gaze upon her, nonchalantly raised her middle finger, her expression reeking of disdain. This individual is utterly detestable. Although Ning Rongrong did not comprehend the significance of the gesture, she could discern from Su Xianyue's contemptuous demeanor that it was hardly a benign sign. And she reciprocated in kind. Qinshin, without needing to glance, was well aware of their playful antics but chose to remain indifferent. Such trivial frolics among children did not warrant his concern, unless, of course, Ning Rongrong were to find herself at a disadvantage. Thus, Su Xianyue and Ning Rongrong continued their journey, exchanging middle fingers all the while. Suddenly, Su Xianyue felt an inexplicable pull drawing her attention, prompting her to halt abruptly and gaze intently in a particular direction. Is there something over there? Ning Rongrong inquired, observing Su Xianyue's sudden stop with curiosity. Qinshin also paused, employing his mental acuity to sense the aura emanating from that direction. Indeed, there lay a dark swamp. However, at its center, something intriguing appeared to be present, a lotus flower. The perception of Su Xianyue informed him that something remarkable lay ahead. Shall we venture there? Let us go. Subsequently, they arrived at the edge of a marsh. The area was littered with the remains of beasts, accompanied by an unbearable stench. Oh, it reeks! Exclaimed Sword Elder, urging them to leave. Ning Rongrong voiced her dissent. Yet both Qinshin and Su Xianyue's gazes were fixated on a singular black lotus before them. This pure black lotus, with its seed pod equally dark, was surrounded by bones, rendering the scene particularly eerie. A black lotus? Quite a rare botanical spirit beast. If it has blossomed, it must be at least 500 years old. It's unsuitable for you. We must leave at once. Quickly. The stench is unbearable, Ning Rongrong insisted. However, Su Xianyue remained unmoved, his instincts guiding him to believe this lotus was indeed meant for him, accompanied by an inner yearning to possess it. Xianyue? Why aren't you moving? Have you taken a liking to this lotus? Qinshin inquired incredulously, noticing Su Xianyue's reluctance to depart. Su Xianyue turned to affirm with conviction, indeed. This is the one, Sword Senior. I would appreciate your assistance. Qinshin shook his head, remarking, the lotus is clearly unsuitable for a sword. I advise you to seek a power-type beast spirit ring. We must leave now. Hey, you stubborn fool, let us go. Ning Rongrong urged once more. They then turned to leave, Yet Su Xianyue, after much hesitation, firmly believed in his instincts and drew his sword, charging towards the Black Lotus. Sensing Su Xianyue's hostility, the black petals swayed gently, releasing several small black orbs from the seed pod, which hurtled towards him. The black orbs were not particularly swift, allowing Su Xianyue to evade them with difficulty. However, the orbs that landed in the marsh suddenly detonated, catching Su Xianyue off guard. The explosion was not overly powerful, slightly greater than that of a firecracker, yet it significantly impacted him. The marsh, being relatively dry, allowed Su Xianyue to run without sinking. But the explosion caused him to slow down, and his foot became ensnared in the muck. As the next wave of the Black Lotus's attack loomed, Su Xianyue struggled to free his foot from the mire. Just as he intended to unleash his martial spirit to flee, a white figure grasped his arm, pulling him out. "You are quite stubborn, my child. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your wishes." Qinshin, with one arm around Ning Rongrong and the other pulling Su Xianyue, stepped onto his sword and soared towards the Black Lotus. "Thank you, Sword Senior," Su Xianyue expressed gratefully. In the blink of an eye, Qinshin had swiftly approached the Black Lotus. With a swift motion, Su Xianyue wielded her blade, slicing through the lotus and its very roots with precision. Countless particles of light radiated from the severed plant, coalescing into a deep yellow soul ring. "Child, are you truly certain you wish to absorb this soul ring? Your sword, martial spirit." "No need for further words, Senior Sword. I have made my decision." Su Xianyue resolutely declined, simultaneously guiding the soul ring away with her spiritual force. Chen Xian observed Su Xianyue's determination and refrained from further remarks. Absorbing the lotus soul ring with a sword martial spirit, was this not a waste? Though he pondered this, he chose to remain silent. He felt no obligation to intervene, simply harboring a sense of regret. "Hey, Grandpa's sword is a title Douluo. How can you disregard his advice? When you end up with a subpar soul skill, I wonder where you'll find solace," Ning Rongrong shouted at Su Xianyue, who remained largely unresponsive, seated beneath a tree and commencing the absorption of the soul ring. "Hey, you insufferable brat, are you really ignoring me? Rongrong, they're in the midst of absorbing the soul ring. Do not disturb them," Chen Xian admonished, urging her to remain quiet. With a final sigh, Chen Xian expressed his regret. "Alas, what a pity. His martial spirit is of exceptional quality. I had intended to take him as a disciple. I hope his soul skill will not be too disappointing." Noticing the remarkable sword wielded by Su Xianyue, Chen Xian felt a burgeoning admiration for talent, yet Su Xianyue's stubbornness left him somewhat disheartened. Ning Rongrong appeared perplexed. "Grandpa's sword. You actually wish to take on a disciple? This insufferable brat?" Chen Xian shook his head, choosing not to respond. Chapter 19, the first soul skill. At this moment, Su Xianyue found himself enveloped in a hazy state. The surroundings felt desolate. He could see nothing and hear nothing, as if he were quietly submerged in dark waters, only able to perceive a gentle caress upon his being. Time passed, though its measure was unknown, until he suddenly opened his eyes. A surge of energy erupted from his body, reverberating through the air. What a relief! He exhaled deeply, instantly enveloped in a sensation of utter refreshment. "How was it? What is your soul skill?" Chen Xian approached him, his face a portrait of urgency as he inquired about the nature of the soul skill. Su Xianyue glanced at the deep yellow soul ring behind her, closing her eyes to attune herself to her soul abilities. However, this sensation was extraordinary. "This soul ability. Allow me to demonstrate it for you." With a swift motion of the sword in her hand, Su Xianyue caused several black feathers to gently descend upon Qinshin, clinging tightly to him without eliciting any sensation. What are these feathers? Subsequently, with a mere thought, Su Xianyue triggered an explosion from the feathers. The force of the explosion was minimal, and the residual energy dissipated swiftly. "This power, it is indeed less than I anticipated. Could it be a worthless soul skill? What a pity!" Qinshin, unscathed, wore a look of melancholy, his eyes filled solely with regret. Ultimately, they decided to take their leave. "Alas, my child. Although your first soul skill leaves much to be desired, it is of no great consequence. I shall be candid. I am Qinshin, the sword Douluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. If you are willing, I can take you as my disciple and nurture your potential with utmost dedication." Qinshin seemed undeterred in his desire to take on a disciple, evidently recognizing the immense potential within Su Xianyue's sword. Ning Rongrong regarded Qinshin with incredulity. "Grandfather's sword?" Qinshin shook his head at her. Turning to Su Xianyue, Ning Rongrong urged, "Grandfather's sword is willing to accept you as his disciple. You should quickly pay your respects. Many strive desperately to become his apprentice." Su Xianyue had long been aware of their identities, yet she never anticipated that he would actually wish to take her as his disciple. Su Xianyue had no desire to pursue the path of the sword, after all. What would a fallen angel have to do with such a discipline? However, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect? The title of Douluo? Those prospects certainly held allure. Qianqi's affection for talent was quite pronounced, and upon noticing Su Xianyue's sentiments, his mood lifted somewhat. The first spirit ability was nearly inconsequential. As long as the other abilities were honed, it would merely require additional effort. Yet, just as Qianqi was about to elaborate, Su Xianyue interrupted him. Clack. I reject your proposal. What? One of my greatest pleasures in life is to tell those who believe they possess an insurmountable advantage and think their demands are beyond refusal. No. Qianqi and Ning Rongrong exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide with confusion as they regarded the irate Su Xianyue. Grandmaster Sword, do you comprehend what he means? Grandmaster Sword. My primary focus is the way of the sword. Su Xianyue indulged her own wicked interests and assumed a serious demeanor. I refuse. You are not suitable for me. Hiss. Oh? Does this scene seem somewhat familiar? Chen Xian, visibly irate, departed with Ning Rongrong, leaving Su Xianyue behind. The fallen angel martial soul should not be exposed to others, particularly to those esteemed sects possessing title Douluo. Lingering too long could easily lead to exposure, potentially attracting Qian Daolia's attention. Su Xianyue harbored no illusions that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect could protect her. Thus, she had no intention of joining any sect at present. However, upon reflection, it appeared that Shrek Academy might indeed be the most suitable place for her. Gazing in the direction Chen Xian had departed, Su Xianyue lingered for a moment before making her exit. Is Su Xianyue's soul skill truly that simplistic? Certainly not. In addition to releasing feathers that adhere to enemies and subsequently explode, each feather increases the damage taken by 5% during the attachment period, stacking up to a maximum of 20%. During this time, it can absorb the opponent's soul power to restore its own, with no limit on the amount absorbed. This implies that any individual afflicted by the attached feathers will experience an increase in damage by 20%, which far surpasses the effectiveness of merely amplifying others. Furthermore, the feathers can continuously absorb soul power, theoretically enabling one to drain an individual completely in an instant, provided there are sufficient feathers. Does this not resemble a curse? Indeed. The name of this soul skill is Cursed Feathers. Having obtained the soul ring, Su Xianyue prepared to depart. Initially intending to utilize her martial soul for flight, she hesitated, uncertain if Chen Xian had indeed left. To err on the side of caution, she opted to run instead, with strides covering several meters at a time. Her speed was akin to gliding close to the ground, an impressive acceleration beyond mere increments. Huh? How is it that after absorbing just one soul ring, her enhancement is so substantial? Su Xianyue found herself somewhat ill-suited to her current physical condition, struggling to maintain control over this pace. As Su Xianyue moved, he endeavored to acclimate himself to the sudden surge of power. Something felt amiss, utterly incongruous. After nearly adjusting, he began to ponder the reasons behind such a significant enhancement of his strength. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He closed his eyes to attune himself to his soul power. Yet, he still sensed that familiar stagnation at the threshold. What could be the cause of this? Su Xianyue is currently in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend his situation. He has come to appreciate the advantages of having a mentor. The concept of absorbing a soul ring yet encountering a bottleneck has not been addressed in the original narrative. Furthermore, he remains unaware of his soul power level, lacking any frame of reference, and there are no means to assess his soul power in this place. This chapter is not yet complete. Please proceed to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. For now, it seems prudent to return to the small town and find a place to test my abilities, uncertain whether my hypothesis holds any truth. As Su Xianyue traversed a considerable distance, he discerned that Chen Xian had indeed not followed him. Thus, he summoned his martial spirit, taking flight. It is not mere vanity that compels Su Xianyue to remain vigilant. This matter pertains to his very life and livelihood. His current speed had effectively doubled. His journey to this place had taken over 3 hours, yet the return would only consume 2, even accounting for a portion of the time spent navigating. A sigh of relief escaped him. He had nearly been unable to return. Upon finally arriving at the small town, Su Xianyue donned his attire outside before stepping inside. He soon discovered a general store. The shop was a veritable cacophony of items, a haphazard assortment crammed into a narrow space. At first glance, the chaos seemed overwhelming. Yet the arrangement was sufficiently logical, allowing the items at the back to remain visible. "What do you sell?" he inquired. The proprietor, an elderly man appearing weary and emaciated, hunched over, standing only a head taller than Su Xianyue. "Do you possess a crystal ball for testing soul power?" "Indeed, we do." The cost is 1 silver soul coin per test, the old man replied in a gravelly voice, before turning to retrieve a cloth-covered crystal ball from the corner. 1 silver soul coin? How exorbitant for a single test! Su Xianyue exclaimed. Such a crystal ball is a precious item. If it were to break, it could not be repaired. This one, a second-hand purchase from someone else, is worth 50 gold soul coins. So, do you wish to proceed with the test? Su Xianyue dutifully presented a silver soul coin, then placed her hand upon it, channeling her soul energy. Instantly, the crystal orb emitted a dazzling brilliance, nearly blinding the elderly shopkeeper. Good heavens, is this child truly at level 20? Chapter 20, The Experience of Innate Level 20. The blinding light gradually dimmed, and the shopkeeper widened his eyes, staring at the radiant crystal orb before him. Could it be? Is the crystal orb malfunctioning? How could it possibly indicate a soul energy level of 20? The shopkeeper leaned in closely, scrutinizing the orb with one eye. Su Xianyue gazed curiously at the radiant crystal ball. Boss, is my soul power level 20? How did you ascertain that? The crystal ball bore no numbers, leaving her baffled as to how the shopkeeper had deduced such information. This is rather complicated to explain. Please wait a moment. The elderly shopkeeper replied dismissively before turning to rummage in a corner. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, cradling another crystal ball identical to the previous one. Please use this one for a retest. The earlier one was too old, and the results were inaccurate. Su Xianyue gazed at the crystal orb, which was considerably more refined than the previous one. Didn't you mention that this item was quite expensive? How is it that you possess another? The old shopkeeper waved his hand dismissively. The previous one was purchased over 20 years ago, second-hand at that. Who knows how long it has been in use? Just to be on the safe side, I acquired a new backup. Here, go ahead and test it. Su Xianyue placed her hand upon it once more for testing. And after a few seconds, the same brilliance illuminated again. What? Is it truly level 20? The old shopkeeper's eyes sparkled as he turned his head, gazing at Su Xianyue with astonishment. My child, how old are you? Su Xianyue tilted his head as he gazed at him. 7 years old. And my soul power truly reaches level 20? Level 20? Was my conjecture correct? The enhancement from absorbing a soul ring should not be so substantial, especially since Su Xianyue still felt himself at a bottleneck. Furthermore, the quality of the fallen angel martial soul must be divine to truly deserve the title of angel. Thus, he suspected that his martial soul, akin to the six-winged angel, was intrinsically at level 20. After extricating himself from the sycophantic old shopkeeper, Su Xianyue returned to the inn. He intended to sleep for another night, planning to acquire his second soul ring the following day. With his hands propped beneath his head, he lay on the bed, contemplating the morrow. Tomorrow would not offer the same fortuitous luck of having a title Douluo to assist him in obtaining a soul ring. He would have to rely on his own capabilities. Simultaneously, he pondered what his second soul skill should entail. The first soul skill inflicted negative buffs on opponents, but he was uncertain whether the second should also provide a buff or focus on offensive capabilities. Nonetheless, Su Xianyue believed it would be more advantageous to prioritize buff skills in the initial soul skills. Attack skills granted by century or millennium soul rings yielded less impressive damage. It would be wiser to wait for a 10,000-year soul ring to acquire offensive skills. Although the century or millennium rings offered modest enhancements, they were percentage-based. And as 1's level increased, even a mere 20% boost could represent a significant advancement. Yes, it was decided. It was indeed best to focus on buff skills for the initial few abilities. For no attack skill from a century ring could rival the potency of one from a 10,000-year ring. The thought of his martial soul's innate level 20 soul power filled him with a quiet thrill. Ah, level 20 by birth. He chuckled softly and buried his face in the pillow, rubbing against it. The next day, Su Xianyue rose early. He needed to swiftly acquire the soul ring and return home. After all, he had been away for over 10 days. Today, he would need to exercise caution. There would be no sword Douluo to assist him this time. Su Xianyue suddenly recalled a matter of great significance. Surely, the sword Douluo has not discerned her innate level 20 soul power. Yesterday, upon absorbing the soul ring, Chen Xian most likely noticed it. Hiss. Wait. That cannot be right. If he had indeed perceived it, he would have inquired. How could it be that? He must be unaware. After Su Xianyue absorbed the soul ring, Chen Xian only asked about her soul skills, and then he was irked into leaving, completely disregarding her level. To ascertain another's level requires mental strength, and at that moment, Chen Xian was solely focused on her soul skills, not employing his mental prowess to probe. Hence he was oblivious to her innate level 20 soul power. If he truly remains unaware, that would be ideal. Otherwise, it could lead to complications. Should Chen Xian discover Su Xianyue's innate level 20 soul power, he would likely have taken her away on the spot. Su Xianyue shook his head vigorously and stepped into the forest. Today, he exercised great caution. Yesterday, he had inadvertently ventured too deep and encountered a millennium-old spirit beast. Fortunately, those ancient creatures were incapable of flight, or he would have met his demise. He constantly surveyed the height of the surrounding trees, for the deeper he ventured, the taller and denser the foliage became. The trees at the periphery stood at about 20 to 30 meters, while those a bit further in reached heights of 40 to 50 meters. Upon spotting trees around 50 meters tall, he would hastily retreat. This strategy proved effective, as the most formidable spirit beast he encountered throughout the morning was merely 1,000 years old. Regrettably, all the spirit beasts he encountered were unsuitable for him, consisting solely of ordinary varieties. Nevertheless, Su Xianyue unceremoniously claimed their souls. With his martial spirit manifested, he wielded his long sword and extracted it from the head of a gigantic wolf. A pale yellow soul ring ascended, the ethereal mist at its center signifying the essence of the giant wolf's spirit. As Su Xianyue extended his hand, he summoned a soul from afar using his spiritual power, drawing it into his being in a single, swift motion. With the soul entering his body, a wave of tingling ecstasy surged throughout him, a sensation so pleasurable that he exhaled deeply, a smile of exhilaration gracing his lips. This experience was intoxicating. It surpassed even the thrill of tobacco and alcohol. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. With a flick of his sword, which remained unsullied by blood, Su Xianyue pressed onward. He circumnavigated the periphery throughout the morning, slaying every soul beast beneath a millennium old that crossed his path, sparing none. As the sun ascended to its zenith, it was already noon, and Su Xianyue felt the pangs of hunger stirring within him. It was time to dine. He retrieved some provisions and jerky he had carried with him and scampered up to a tree to indulge. Were it not for the fear of attracting soul beasts, he would not have resorted to such a meager meal. Su Xianyue forcefully tore off a piece of the jerky from his hand, its dry and tough texture causing him to chew incessantly, much like an alpaca, while an uncomfortable sensation stirred within him. To avoid attracting soul beasts by making a fire, those who ventured into the soul beast forest typically brought their own provisions. The jerky was purchased from a well-regarded shop in the town, yet it proved to be excessively hard. Su Xianyue crouched silently on the branch, gnawing on a piece of jerky that was tough enough to fell a man. However, a sudden movement ahead captured his attention. In the underbrush, a rustling sound emerged, revealing a massive azure wolf lurking amidst the thicket, stretching 7 meters in length. Its robust form advanced slowly, pausing intermittently to lift its snout and sniff the air. Su Xianyue gazed as the wolf slowly approached, instinctively glancing at the jerky in his hand. Oh, such a keen sense of smell, it can detect the aroma of the jerky. This jerky, specifically crafted for adventurers, must have undergone meticulous efforts to mask its scent, yet here it was, attracting a wolf drawn by its fragrance. Fortunately, Su Xianyue was concealed within the branches of a tree, the layers of leaves providing a shield, allowing the azure wolf to sense his presence without being able to discern his exact location. Su Xianyue, with a piece of jerky clenched between her teeth, perused the encyclopedia of assault-type soul beasts, seeking information about the azure wolf. Ah, here it is, the gale wolf. It measures over 7 meters in length, adorned with intricate patterns all over its body. Goodness, this creature is a millennium old. Chapter 21. The peculiar bear. The subsequent wolf is indeed a millennium soul beast. However, upon observing its failure to locate its kin, Su Xianyue exhaled with relief. The gale wolf is classified as a common soul beast, relatively frequent in occurrence. Upon reaching the millennium mark, it tends to separate from its pack and live independently, though the reasons behind this behavior remain uncertain. Su Xianyue remained utterly still, gazing intently at the swift wind wolf below, hesitant to make any sudden movements. The swift wind wolf, a creature of the wind element, is a close relative of the wind magic wolf, capable of unleashing wind blades and other ranged attacks, exhibiting remarkable speed. Su Xianyue had no desire to engage in a contest of swiftness with this ancient soul beast. The swift wind wolf continued to circle nearby, seemingly fixated on this area, unwilling to depart until it found sustenance. How perplexing! Why does it not leave? How then am I to make my escape? Su Xianyue felt a sense of helplessness. The level of a 10,000-year soul beast was equivalent to that of a human at level 50, and given that soul beasts generally possess far greater strength than humans of the same level, It was conservatively estimated that the swift-winged wolf below had the power of a level 60 ordinary soul emperor. Su Xianyue was concerned that if she were discovered, she might be swiftly dispatched by a gust of wind blade. This was not like the foolish lizard from yesterday. Wolves typically exhibit higher intelligence among soul beasts. Had the lizard not targeted the leopard first, Su Xianyue would likely have met her demise much earlier. Now, the swift-winged wolf simply lay motionless on the ground. What on earth? What to do? It appeared quite alert and did not seem inclined to sleep. Although lying down, the swift-winged wolf still held its head high, keenly observing its surroundings. Suddenly, it seemed to have sensed something, springing up and changing direction, baring its teeth menacingly at what lay ahead. At this moment, Su Xianyue also sensed an alluring presence, reminiscent of the feeling he experienced yesterday with the ink lotus. From the densely layered trees emerged a bear, approximately 3 meters tall, adorned with dark golden fur. Its shoulders were remarkably broad, and its gaze was filled with indifference and ruthlessness. It too lifted its snout, sniffing the air, but upon spotting the swift-winged wolf, it appeared positively elated. With a thunderous roar directed at the wolf, the immense sound reverberated painfully in Su Xianyue's ears. This bear surely did not suffer from laryngitis. The swift-winged wolf, in response to the bear's appearance, bared its teeth in a display of animosity. Both parties stood poised, ready for confrontation. Su Xianyue observed the disproportionate size of the bear compared to the swift wolf, perplexed as to what audacity the bear possessed. A 3-meter-tall bear, at most a millennium old, stood against a wolf that was a genuine 10,000-year soul beast. Even a millennium soul beast would flee at the sight of it. Who would dare to roar so defiantly? However, the subsequent scene left Su Xianyue exclaiming in astonishment. The bear and the swift wolf had already collided with a ferocious roar. The wolf sank its teeth into the bear's neck, yet could only penetrate slightly before being unable to delve deeper. Seizing the opportunity, the bear delivered a powerful slap to the wolf, sending it soaring through the air. The blow disoriented the wolf momentarily, but fortunately, the physical resilience of a 10,000-year soul beast is not to be underestimated. Despite the apparent pain, the wolf seemed relatively unscathed. The bear, on the other hand, bore only 2 small puncture wounds on its neck, suffering minimal damage, yet it appeared enraged, charging at the wolf with a furious roar. The wolf, exhibiting newfound cleverness, continuously maneuvered to the side, unleashing cutting winds. Gusts of wind seemed to manifest around the wolf's limbs, increasing its speed dramatically, likely a result of some acceleration soul technique. While the bear was also swift, it could not match the agility of the wolf, whose primary attribute was speed. The wind blades that struck the bear's fur dissipated like a gentle rub, producing a humming sound before vanishing, failing to even disturb its thick coat. This bear seemed quite formidable. Wait, what kind of bear is this? It doesn't appear in the bestiary. As Su Xianyue continued to search through the illustrated compendium for information on the bear, the battle below was reaching its climax. The Gale Wolf's attacks could only inflict superficial wounds, while the bear, hindered by its limited speed, was unable to counter the wolf's assaults. Both opponents remained locked in a stalemate, neither willing to concede. Their eyes brimmed with fury, indicating that they were determined to emerge victorious without allowing the other to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, both combatants began to channel their soul power vigorously, seemingly preparing for a grand finale. The Gale Wolf let out a series of resounding howls, its intricate patterns emanating a soft glow, and its aura intensified significantly, radiating blades of wind. The bear mirrored this transformation, roaring as its originally dark golden eyes turned a fierce crimson, its muscles bulging with power. Clearly, both were under the influence of buffing abilities. With their soul power entwined, they unleashed one final roar and charged at each other with tremendous force, colliding with a thunderous impact. The explosive shockwave sent gusts of wind swirling, clearing the nearby underbrush and creating a small clearing. After the violent collision, the Gale Wolf staggered momentarily before collapsing. Its head was shattered and caved in, gradually coalescing into a 10,000-year soul ring. The bear, though still standing, exhibited dimming eyes that, while flickering with a faint light, resembled a candle flickering in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Blood trickled from its mouth, indicating severe internal injuries. With great effort, it dragged its weary body toward the fallen Gale Wolf, intent on consuming its flesh to mend its wounds. At that moment, Su Xianyue declared, "It is my turn to take the stage." Martial soul manifestation. A brilliant purple light flared from the branches, capturing the bear's attention. However, the bear, devoid of strength, could only stand frozen, fixated on the radiant purple glow above. A stream of purple sword energy descended, striking the bear. Yet, its thick fur proved resilient, remaining unscathed. "How sturdy you are. Let us try again." 2 more intersecting waves of sword energy surged forth, hitting the bear. This time, the bear had completely exhausted its strength, and it fell backward onto the ground. Its eyes lost all expression, indicating that it had succumbed to its injuries. Su Xianyue remained vigilant, for the bear had yet to illuminate its soul ring, leaving her uncertain whether it had merely fainted or was feigning death to launch a surprise attack. Subsequently, several streams of sword energy descended upon it. With a final gasp, the bear met its demise, and a deep yellow soul ring shimmered to life, allowing Su Xianyue to finally descend in ease. However, something felt amiss with the color of that soul ring. A yellow soul ring? This bear had only lived for a century. While the Gale Wolf may be commonplace, this bear was undeniably a 10,000-year soul beast. The fact that she could slay a century-old bear and it still managed to survive was quite perplexing. Su Xianyue suddenly recalled the identity of this bear. The dark golden terrorclaw bear, a species capable of contending with soul beasts that have existed for millennia, one that stands shoulder to shoulder with dragons. What a remarkable fortune. Su Xianyue smiled radiantly, reminiscent of a child weighing 300 pounds, unable to contain her joy. However, the soul skills offered by the dark golden terrorclaw bear were predominantly offensive and defensive in nature, leaving Su Xianyue in a state of contemplation. Nevertheless, she decided to embrace the situation. Even if the skills were offensive, she would accept them. The century-old dark golden terrorclaw bear possessed soul skills that surpassed those of other soul beasts of the same rank, and they were not easily attainable. Moreover, from this dark golden terrorclaw bear, Su Xianyue sensed a familiar feeling akin to that experienced with the ink lotus yesterday, a profound yearning for possession. Chapter 22. The extraordinary ability. Su Xianyue made up her mind to absorb the soul ring of this dark golden terrorclaw bear. However, before proceeding with that, she decided to first. Su Xianyue turned her gaze towards the soul of the ancient Gale Wolf, a smile escaping her lips. She extended her hand to grasp the soul for absorption, instantly experiencing an unprecedented sensation of exhilaration. The soul of a millennia-old spirit beast represented the highest level of essence she had absorbed thus far, providing an immensely pleasurable experience and a significant enhancement. However, the associated risks appeared to be rather considerable. Su Xianyue's countenance was etched with pain, as he felt something scurrying within his mind, rendering him dizzy and disoriented. What on earth is this? He commanded his full spiritual energy to expel the intruder, yet at the moment of contact, it seemed to absorb that very essence. With a sigh of relief, the dizziness dissipated, and Su Xianyue felt a weight lift from his chest. It appeared that the souls of 10,000-year soul beasts carried a certain peril. As a soul beast reaches this age, its spirit matures and begins to resist. The disturbance he experienced was merely the fragmented consciousness of a Gale Wolf making mischief, though it posed little threat. Unbeknownst to him, as energy flowed throughout his being, a portion was also converging towards his soul ring. He intended to absorb the soul ring of the dark gold terrorclaw bear, but he sensed a faint wave of spiritual energy emanating from the bear's corpse. Is it still alive? It seemed indeed lifeless, given that the soul ring had already manifested. Initially believing the dark gold terrorclaw bear to be deceased, he soon realized that the energy fluctuations were emanating from the bear's right claw. Su Xianyue approached the bear's paw, disregarding the fierce visage of the deceased creature, and crouched down to examine its right claw. A joyful thought flickered in his mind. Drawing his sword, he made a deep incision into the claw, revealing the golden bone beneath. Indeed, it was a soul bone. To his astonishment, a soul bone had emerged. While the probability of the dark golden terrorclaw bear possessing a soul bone is relatively high among soul beasts, the likelihood of it having phalangeal bones is exceedingly low, particularly for a 100-year-old specimen, making the occurrence truly remarkable. The phalangeal bone is an external soul bone, possessing growth attributes, and its value is immeasurable. A windfall indeed. Exuberantly, Su Xianyue sought to extract the soul bone, but to his bewilderment, upon contact, the bone began to dissolve, transforming into a golden fluid that slowly trickled along the blade into the sword itself. Su Xianyue was left utterly perplexed. Wait, did it just absorb? His bewildered eyes darted between the original location of the soul bone and the sword in his grasp. It could absorb soul bones? This was a soul bone. An external soul bone. One capable of growth. How could it have been absorbed so easily? With the soul bone gone, Su Xianyue realized that his sword possessed the ability to absorb soul bones. Alas, my soul bone. After a lengthy moment of dejection, Su Xianyue shook his head and sighed, deciding to set aside his misfortune for the time being and focus on securing the soul ring. Ignoring the chaos, he leapt to a nearby tree with the soul ring in hand. The powerful waves of battle had frightened away the nearby soul beasts. In this outer region, most soul beasts were of 100 or 1,000 years, and the overwhelming aura of the 10,000-year windwolf was sufficient to scare them off. However, Su Xianyue needed to act swiftly, otherwise, the scent of blood would inevitably draw them back. At least for an hour, he was safe. As the soul beast remained uncertain about the fate of the wind wolf, likely drawn by the prospect of scavenging its remains. Despite his thoughts, uncertainties lingered, prompting Su Xianyue to seek refuge in a cave to absorb the soul ring. Not far away, he discovered a 3-meter-high cave, reeking of a pungent odor, yet devoid of soul beasts. Scattered on the ground were some familiar tufts of fur, which upon reflection, he recognized as belonging to the dark golden terror claw bear. Was this the den of the bear he had just encountered? Perfect. Dark golden terror claw bears are solitary creatures, so Su Xianyue was not concerned about the presence of a mate or offspring within. Moreover, soul beasts typically did not venture too close to such lairs. Sprinkling a scent-masking powder at the entrance, he found a corner within the cave and began the process of absorbing the soul ring. Throughout his endeavor, no soul beast intruded upon his absorption. Meanwhile, the site of the bear-wolf confrontation had transformed into a gathering ground for soul beasts, all vying for a share of the spoils, leading to several skirmishes. The flesh and blood of the dark golden terror claw bear were a tremendous boon for the soul beasts, even the 100-year-old specimens being rare delicacies, naturally inciting competition. However, such matters were of no concern to Su Xianyue. Approximately half an hour later, he completed his absorption. Now, he found himself staring blankly at the 1,000-year soul ring before him, alongside a 100-year soul ring. Where did this 1,000-year soul ring come from? When did I absorb it? No, this must be my first soul ring. Su Xianyue perceived that the information revealed that this millennium soul ring was his first soul ring, while the one beside it, a century-old dark gold terror claw bear soul ring, had just been absorbed. What on earth? How could the first soul ring transform into a millennium one? Su Xianyue pondered deeply, and eventually, a thought emerged in his mind. Could it be that the soul has the capability to extend the lifespan of spirit rings? At this moment, Su Xianyue was utterly astonished. The concept of extending the lifespan of soul rings is well understood by all. It signifies that Su Xianyue could, in the future, flaunt 9 soul rings of 100,000 years each. If one were to be audacious, even 9 soul rings of 1,000,000 years would not be out of the question. However, the pressing concern remains whether the Douluo continent possesses sufficient soul energy to support the enhancement of 9 soul rings to 1,000,000 years. Yet, Su Xianyue had not yet confirmed this matter. He intended to conduct an experiment. Rising from his place, he resolved to seek out some soul beasts to test whether he could elevate his second soul ring to 1,000 years. The area where the bear and wolf were engaged in combat was not far from the cave, and Su Xianyue could perceive the battle taking place there. The surroundings were strewn with various corpses of soul beasts, most of which were a century old and appeared to have recently perished, their soul rings still hovering nearby. In the distance, the resounding clamor and fluctuations of soul power quickly captured Su Xianyue's attention. A colossal white python, bearing many wounds, confronted another soul beast of the same age. However, this creature appeared peculiar, resembling an oversized flat-headed brother, albeit with several differing details, measuring 7 meters in length. It was immensely large, standing defiantly against the giant python. Not far from them lay the corpse of a dark golden fearclaw bear. As they fought, Su Xianyue felt a surge of delight. Fight on, do not merely glare. The more fiercely you battle, the more joy I shall derive, he chuckled to himself. Su Xianyue concealed herself in a tree, observing the fierce battle between the 2 colossal beasts with great delight. At last, they engaged in combat. After a tumultuous struggle, the giant python gained the upper hand, seizing an opportunity to tightly coil around the flat-headed creature, resulting in a stalemate. The flat-headed creature retaliated by gnawing at the python's body. However, with its neck ensnared, it could muster little strength, managing only to tear through a few scales and patches of skin. Ultimately, the flat-headed creature's struggles grew increasingly feeble, its roars diminishing gradually. The outcome was unmistakable. The giant python was destined for victory. Chapter 23. Resolved. It is a perverse skill. After waiting for half an hour, Su Xianyue finally noticed that the flat-headed creature had ceased its movements, and the dark black soul ring had emerged at last. The giant python, having entwined the creature for a considerable time, was somewhat exhausted, yet it still slowly slithered towards the corpse of the dark golden terror claw bear. Su Xianyue paid no heed to the gigantic python. Instead, she seized the opportunity to absorb the soul of the flat-headed brother while it was preoccupied with devouring the corpse of the dark golden terror claw bear. Su Xianyue discerned that the colossal python possessed an age of approximately 20,000 years. He dared not venture to confront it, although fatigued. He was not utterly spent, and would soon regain some strength. However, A soul beast of such antiquity could easily extinguish the life of a grand soul master like Su Xianyue with minimal effort. The peril was simply too great for him at this juncture. The risks outweighed the potential rewards, rendering the endeavor unworthy of his effort. Having absorbed the soul of the flat-headed brother, Su Xianyue hastily departed. Meanwhile, the gigantic python was voraciously consuming the massive form of the dark gold terror-claw bear, its own body swelling to an imposing girth. Su Xianyue gazed at it, naturally contemplating how to deal with the situation. Hiss. Alas, should I take this risk? Such a dilemma. Never mind, its tail is still moving. It would be wiser not to take this chance. Su Xianyue hesitated briefly before resolutely turning around. After soaring through the air once more and absorbing the souls of those century-old soul beasts, she hastily departed. Subsequently, Su Xianyue summoned her soul ring, eager to conduct an experiment. With her guidance, the absorbed souls began to gradually converge towards the ring. Although it was her first attempt at actively directing soul energy, and she felt somewhat inexperienced, she ultimately succeeded. The yellow soul ring became enveloped in an ethereal energy, continuously absorbing the essence. The color of the soul ring shifted visibly, deepening gradually, until flecks of purple began to appear. The purple hue intensified, and Su Xianyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Once the soul ring had completely transformed into a vibrant purple, she ceased the active infusion of energy. Indeed, it was as she had anticipated. Su Xianyue was experimenting with the effects of her second soul skill. The second soul skill, Fallen Body, enhanced all attributes by 30% and significantly accelerated her body's self-healing speed. Indeed, an enhancement of all attributes was unexpected. This soul skill was nothing short of divine, and the ability to augment bodily recovery was akin to a flaw in the system. Although acquiring this skill was surprising, it was also within the realm of reason. Given that the quality of the fallen angel was comparable to that of the six-winged angel, and since it was bestowed by the system, a higher enhancement was perhaps not out of the question. The dark golden fearclaw bear was also among the elite of soul beasts, rivaling the pure-blood dragons at the pinnacle. Considering both factors, it was quite logical to obtain such an extraordinary soul skill. Indeed, the enhancement was evident. Previously, it was merely a 15% increase. He. All joy was expressed through my mischievous laughter. At present, Su Xianyue's soul power stands at level 22, which is quite peculiar. The energy provided by 2 century-old soul rings has only enabled him to ascend by a single level. Coupled with the intermittent cultivation of his soul power, it seems unlikely that he would have gained merely 1 level. However, Su Xianyue chose not to dwell on these thoughts, for he was now preparing to return. He had been out for nearly 20 days, and if his return journey took another 10 days, it would amount to a full month. This duration is not excessively long. He could simply claim he had been hunting for soul rings, without the time to notify anyone in advance. Then, a grave concern crossed Su Xianyue's mind. How was he to explain the presence of 2,000-year soul rings? The first 2 soul rings being of such an age is unprecedented in the current Douluo continent. Even Xianren does not possess such configuration. If Su Xianyue were to reveal this, it would likely attract the attention of the Spirit Hall. Moreover, the news would undoubtedly spread to all prominent factions, as the disparity between century-old and 1,000-year soul rings is not trivial. Who would not desire a descendant capable of obtaining a 1,000-year soul ring at merely level 10? At that point, Su Xianyue would likely become the object of fervent competition among various factions, with the Spirit Hall unable to secure him. Furthermore, with the likes of Qian Daolu lurking, it remains uncertain whether he would pose a threat. Indeed, if I were to prove my worth before approaching the Spirit Hall, then Qian Daolu might refrain from acting against me. However, it remains too perilous. Dispelling such anxious thoughts, Su Xianyue quickened his pace. Along the way, he encountered a few individuals, but he discerned their presence from afar and deliberately circumvented them. He chose not to return to that small town. Instead, after determining the direction towards Soto City, he set off directly towards his destination. The journey, which would have taken a considerable amount of time, was now significantly shortened, and he arrived swiftly. Soto City, the most bustling metropolis Su Xianyue had visited since his birth, sparked within him a desire to explore its streets. Soto City could be regarded as a city of second or third-tier scale, with a nightlife ablaze with vibrant lights. He casually sought out a lively restaurant, intending to resolve his dinner first. Having subsisted on tough, leather-like jerky throughout the day, his jaw ached and his stomach yearned for nourishment. The cold night air was effectively barred from entering the small eatery, which, despite its noisy ambience, exuded a peculiar warmth. even among strangers. After ordering a few small dishes and a glass of juice, Su Xianyue settled into a corner, awaiting his meal. In the interim, his thoughts drifted back to the dark golden clawbone of the terrifying bear, igniting a spark of frustration within him. Such a rare external soul bone had been absorbed by his sword. Who wouldn't be irked? Yet, upon reflection, if his sword could consume soul bones, could it also be upgraded? Considering this possibility. Before he knew it, his meal arrived promptly, and he finished eating in no time. Settling the bill before departing, he was in no rush to rest. First, he intended to wander for a while before returning to the hotel where he had previously stayed, planning to rest for the night before heading back to Notting City the next day. However, as he exited the restaurant, a shadowy figure stealthily followed him from behind. Su Xianyue also sensed his presence. The feeling of being watched was unmistakably palpable. What on earth? Uncertain of the other person's identity and intentions, Su Xianyue dared not act rashly. She feigned ignorance and continued to purchase candied hawthorn from a street vendor. As she savored the sweet treat and strolled onward, she gradually arrived at a desolate area where the figure who had been following her had vanished. As Su Xianyue was still in a state of bewilderment, a figure abruptly emerged before her. It was a lanky man clad in tattered clothing, riddled with several holes, his lecherous gaze fixated upon Su Xianyue. "Little girl, are you all alone? Would you like your uncle to take you home?" His voice was disturbingly unsettling, sending chills down Su Xianyue's spine. "Who are you? Are you out of your mind? Have you lost your senses?" Su Xianyue harbored an unfavorable impression of the individual before her, who immediately began extolling national treasures. The lecherous man was momentarily taken aback. "Ah, well, cough, cough. Uncle is not a bad person. Would you like uncle to take you to see the little goldfish? They are quite lovely, you know." Su Xianyue gazed at him, seemingly recognizing his identity. "Little goldfish? How dare you insult my family?" With a sudden leap, she aimed a swift kick at him. Caught off guard, he was struck squarely, flying backward and crashing violently into the wall behind him. Curling up on the ground, clutching his groin and writhing in pain, Su Xianyue chose to ignore him and departed without a second glance. Chapter 24. Return after a restful night. Early the next morning, Su Xianyue sought a carriage to journey back. This trip had proven fortuitous, yielding substantial gains. However, the matter of how to explain the 2 Millennium Soul Rings was decidedly troublesome. Su Xianyue's release of soul techniques does not necessitate the manifestation of a martial spirit. Yet it requires the presence of that sword and the display of soul rings. The sword can serve as a substitute for the martial spirit, allowing the use of soul techniques while concealing the fallen angel martial spirit. However, the soul rings are a different matter, as employing soul techniques will inevitably reveal them unless one refrains from using such techniques altogether. Sigh, never mind. It is best not to resort to them unless absolutely necessary. As the carriage swayed on the bumpy road back, 10 days later, at Notting Academy, class had just concluded. Tang San tidied up his belongings and stood to leave when Xiao Wu playfully tapped him from behind. "Hey, little San, how about we go shopping?" Xiao Wu, hands behind her back and bent slightly at the waist, looked at Tang San with a cheerful smile. Tang San chuckled softly and shook his head. "I'm sorry, Xiao Wu. Perhaps next time. I need to visit the teacher shortly." Xiao Wu's expression fell, disappointment etched across her face. "Oh, is that so?" Observing her disheartened demeanor, Tang San felt a pang of sympathy and gently ruffled her hair in consolation. "Let's make it tomorrow, then. I'll treat you to something delicious." Xiao Wu's disappointment was instantly replaced with joy. "Really? Then it's a promise. If you don't accompany me tomorrow, you'll have to sleep on the floor tonight." "I promise. I promise," Tang San replied with a resigned smile. As they strolled down the path, they suddenly spotted a familiar figure. "Huh? That person looks so familiar. Little San, is that Su Xianyue?" Following Xiao Wu's gaze, Tang San saw Su Xianyue, who had just returned. As Su Xianyue approached the school gate, the 2 guards, upon seeing him, dared not utter a word and allowed him entry. He was on his way to report to the principal. "Hey, Su Xianyue, where have you been this month?" The principal is furious. Tang San and Xiao Wu approached, and Su Xianyue turned to face them. "Oh, I was out obtaining soul rings and lost track of time. I didn't have the chance to report back. By the way, Tang San, here is the book I owe you." Su Xianyue retrieved the book she had borrowed from Tang San from her storage soul guide and handed it to him. Tang San took the book, momentarily taken aback. "Did you go to obtain a soul ring? The academy is unaware? Who assisted you in acquiring it?" "The first soul ring can be obtained with the aid of the academy, but beyond that, one must resort to hiring someone, a luxury unaffordable for the common folk. Oh, I hired someone to help. As you know, I worked as a bodyguard for Su Xianyue for a year, and I have a bit of money, sufficient for this. Su Xianyue elucidated this, and Tang San and the others nodded in agreement. At that moment, Xiao leaped forward. Since you possess a soul ring as well, let us engage in a duel. The two gazed at the proud expression on Xiao's face, remaining silent for a while. What is with that expression on your faces? Su Xianyue's lips curled slightly upwards, revealing a gentle smile. Are you certain you wish to engage with me? Tang San stepped forward, whispering to persuade Xiao. Xiao, do not be mischievous. When it comes to fighting, he may not comprehend the concept of moderation. Be obedient. Su Xianyue stood aside, her smile vanishing in an instant. As a 20-level soul master, how could such a distance possibly hinder her hearing? However, she displayed no reaction. Instead, casually stating, I will not converse with you any longer. I must report to the principal. After bidding farewell to Tang San and the others, Su Xianyue made her way to the principal's office and gently knocked on the door. Come in. Su Xianyue stepped inside, and those present were momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. Su Xianyue, you've actually returned. After skipping class for an entire month, do you still wish to continue your studies? The principal, a slightly portly middle-aged man, glared at Su Xianyue with palpable frustration. In his eyes, Su Xianyue was nothing more than a troublemaker, having previously engaged in a brawl with Su Xianyue and causing several serious injuries. Now, at the start of the new term, he had the audacity to skip class for a month. Who could possibly remain calm in such a situation? Oh, I was merely acquiring a soul ring. Time was of the essence, and I hadn't had the opportunity to explain. Acquiring a soul ring? You spent an entire month on that. Did you travel all the way to the Stardo Forest to do so? Could you not have requested a leave of absence from the academy beforehand? The principal, exasperated, continued, Enough? There is nothing more to discuss. You are expelled. This time, there is no city lord to protect you. Just leave. He had long wished to expel Su Xianyue. Even possessing innate, full soul power was of no consequence. Keeping him around would only tarnish the academic integrity of the institution. And as the principal, he would face dire consequences. Moreover, this decision aligned with the wishes of the Lord of Notting City. What? Expelled? Oh, well then, goodbye. Su Xianyue left without a moment's hesitation. Just as she departed, another individual entered through the door. The principal, with his hands clasped behind his back, addressed him, saying, Go and inform the city lord. Understood. Su Xianyue had little to take, merely her bedding from the dormitory cupboard. After all, she had paid for it. It was class time, and the first dormitory was deserted. Thus, she took her belongings and departed. Just as she reached the school gate, the lord of Notting City approached her. Su Xianyue, long time no see. How have you been lately? He greeted with a beaming smile, while Su Xianyue looked at him with a puzzled expression. What is the matter? Is there something you need? The lord chuckled and got straight to the point. I heard you have been expelled, and I came to see you. It would be such a pity for a talent like you to be dismissed. Here is the proposition. If you agree to join our Xiao family, I can plead on your behalf for you to continue your studies. This is crucial for your future, and the rewards are substantial. What do you think? Would you consider it? Su Xianyue discerned a profound conspiracy from the twinkle in his smiling eyes. Her intuition had always been remarkably precise. Just after my dismissal, you come seeking to recruit me. There is something amiss about you. Su Xianyue's hollow eyes were fixed intently on the Lord of Notting. Internally, she pondered, is this fellow truly just a child? Ahem. It's not that I don't value you. Look, I came over immediately after you were dismissed. So please consider it. As Xiao Yu and the others are quite reluctant to see you go. Su Xianyue waved her hand and departed. The goodwill was acknowledged, yet I remained disinterested. Alas, the Lord of Notting seemed to wish to retain her presence, but Su Xianyue left without a backward glance. A subordinate approached, casting a meaningful glance his way. My lord. Shall we? His hand mimicked an attempt to capture Su Xianyue. The Lord of Notting shook his head. No need. If she is unwilling, then so be it. It is a pity, though. Let us not offend her in the future. My instincts tell me this young woman possesses great potential. The subordinate, somewhat perplexed, discerned the unspoken command not to act against her and nodded in agreement. Understood. Meanwhile, Su Xianyue, having declined the Lord of Notting's invitation, remained unfazed. Having rejected even the offer from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, she showed no concern for this minor lord's entreaty. However, with at least 5 years remaining before her enrollment at Shrek Academy, advancing prematurely would yield no benefit, as she would merely drift aimlessly if unable to align with the main storyline. So had I known I would not return to Soto City, I could have earned some money there. With no other option, Su Xianyue made her way towards the village. Chapter 25. The power is becoming uncontrollable. What should I do? The village remained unchanged, and the girl from the village still bore her usual silly expression. Brother Yu, why are you back? Didn't they say students from the Soul Master Academy weren't allowed to return? Oh, I was expelled, so I came back. Expelled? Wang Area did not comprehend the meaning of being expelled, but she was nonetheless delighted to see Su Xianyue return. Currently, Wang Area was still on vacation. As the Ordinary Academy's class schedule was brief, teaching only simple subjects like language and mathematics, which were quickly covered, Wang Fugue was not home. Otherwise, upon hearing about Su Xianyue's expulsion, he might have suffered a heart attack from anger. Thus, Su Xianyue felt the need to inform Wang Fugue about her becoming a soul master, lest he be overwhelmed with worry. However, since he was absent, only Wang Area remained at home, feeling bored, and she rushed over as soon as Su Xianyue returned. Oh, by the way, Brother Yu, are you a soul master now? Yes, why? What does a spirit ring look like? Can you show me? Wang Area gazed at Su Xianyue with anticipation, propping her chin on her hands. Well, it's not impossible, but you must keep it a secret. I promise to keep it a secret. I won't tell anyone. Wang Area eagerly assured her. Though Su Xianyue felt a bit conflicted. However, knowing that Wang Area was not one to gossip, and seeing her eager expression, Su Xianyue decided to reveal her spirit rings. 2 purple spirit rings floated behind her, their resplendent colors causing Wang Area's eyes to sparkle with wonder. How beautiful! Can I touch them? Su Xianyue, can one touch the soul rings? I presume not. Soul rings are intangible. Well, I shall take my leave now. My home must be gathering dust. After placing the gift for Wang Area down, Su Xianyue returned to her quaint bamboo dwelling. Meanwhile, Wang Area, gazing at the assortment of pastries Su Xianyue had brought back, sat on a stool, smiling innocently. Inside the bamboo cottage, Su Xianyue observed the relatively tidy interior, feeling a twinge of confusion. Has someone tidied up for me? It must have been the village chief or area. Although the house appeared clean, a hint of dust remained, suggesting that it had been quite some time since the last cleaning. Su Xianyue suddenly collapsed onto the bed, and the dust above provoked a sneeze from him. Achua! Perhaps I should clean up first. He grasped a feather duster and began to sweep away the dust. Lacking a mask, the scattered particles caused him to sneeze repeatedly. Achoo achoo. What on earth? With each sneeze, the feather duster in his hand trembled, and before long, all the feathers had been shaken loose. Is the quality really this poor? He thought, though he paid it little mind, considering it had likely been used for quite some time. He picked up a cloth and continued to wipe down a cabinet, but his thoughts began to wander. What should I do next? Should I hunt soul beasts or... Oh no, my cabinet. When Su Xianyue came to her senses, she found that the cabinet before her was already marred by numerous cracks. The cabinet, crafted from solid wood and polished with wax, was not so easily prone to such fissures. My cabinet. Su Xianyue examined her cabinet, discovering that the cracks upon its surface appeared as if they had been inflicted by external force. Su Xianyue glanced at her own hand, then turned her gaze towards the wooden cabinet. With a gentle yet firm grip, she managed to pry off a corner of the solid wood cabinet. Did I cause this damage? Su Xianyue felt a twinge of uncertainty. Despite exerting minimal effort, the solid wooden cabinet had succumbed to damage. At that moment, a realization dawned upon him. Having acquired 2 soul rings in one go and experiencing a meteoric rise in soul power to level 22, along with the absorption of numerous soul beast souls, he was generally fine. However, whenever his mind wandered, his strength spiraled out of control. If this were indeed the case, the consequences could be dire. Thus, I must devise a means to regulate my strength. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from the woods on the mountain beyond the village. A tree, half a meter in diameter and towering 10 meters high, fell with a loud creak. Beside the fallen giant, Su Xianyue gazed incredulously at his small hand. Did I bring that down with a single punch? I hardly exerted any force at all. Alas! Su Xianyue let out a sigh, brandished her sword, and skillfully whittled away at the branches and twigs, ultimately leaving behind a polished piece of timber. Su Xianyue lifted the burden and departed, his arm embedded firmly into the wood, grasping it tightly. This was the solution he devised: wood carving. The art of wood carving demands a rigorous precision. Even the slightest miscalculation could lead to ruin. Thus, he conceived this method. He had contemplated other alternatives, such as painting and calligraphy, yet he found little enjoyment in them, and their material consumption was excessive. Once exhausted, he would have to procure more. which felt like a waste of both time and money. In contrast, wood was abundantly available, and the necessary tools could easily be purchased in the village, making it the most convenient option. Now, with a carving knife in hand, he approached the piece of wood before him with determination. With a swift motion, the knife penetrated the wood. Patience is essential. Caution. The knife etched slowly across the surface of the wood, while Su Xianyue bit his lip, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After enduring a considerable period of arduous labor, a rather peculiar creation materialized before his eyes. Well, it was passable, yet truly an intricate craft. His intention was not to carve something aesthetically pleasing, but to master control over his strength. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Thus, Su Xianyue toiled in his little courtyard, having erected a small shelter for convenience. A month later, in the span of merely a month, his skills had reached a remarkable proficiency. Although his wood carvings remained somewhat unrefined, his ability to control his strength had improved significantly, ensuring that he would not inadvertently damage his work during moments of distraction. Su Xianyue reached out to touch the nearby area. The logs had all been utilized, while on the other side, the wood shavings had accumulated into a small hill. Su Xianyue was just about to head up the mountain to gather some firewood when she encountered Wang Fuguei approaching her. "Xiaoya, just in time. Grandpa is looking for you," Wang Fuguei said, his face alight with joy as he regarded Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue tilted her head and gazed at him. "What is it, Grandpa?" "Oh, it's about those wooden carvings you crafted. Someone has taken a liking to them and wishes to purchase them. It would be a splendid opportunity for you to earn some extra income. Someone wants to buy them." Su Xianyue was aware of his own limitations. He could only carve an outline, lacking the finesse required for intricate details. After all, he was self-taught. At that moment, the village chief presented a small wooden carving that resembled a woman. This piece had been crafted by Aunt Li when she set up her stall in the city, and unexpectedly caught the eye of a potential buyer. However, it was still rather rough around the edges. "If you refine it further, you could fetch a good price," the chief suggested. Despite its coarseness, the most striking feature, the elegantly elongated legs, was surprisingly detailed. Aunt Li remarked that it reminded her of her youthful days, and, charmed by it, Su Xianyue decided to gift it to her, not anticipating any interest in purchasing it. "Well, perhaps earning a little extra on the side wouldn't be such a bad idea. I suddenly have a bold thought." Chapter 26. The gradual embrace of power. A year later, a peculiar shop emerged in the city of Notting, showcasing an array of wooden carvings, each more diverse than the last. The most eye-catching pieces, a series of carvings depicting impoverished sisters, were met with fervent enthusiasm from men eager to acquire them. Su Xianyue was quite taken aback to discover that there were indeed enthusiasts here who appreciated such items, and the bids from eager participants were quite substantial. Consequently, she found herself compelled to resort to an auction format for her sales. Moreover, her skill in controlling her carving strength had become increasingly refined, allowing her to achieve remarkable precision in the more intricate aspects of the wooden sculptures. Well, it seemed that it was nearly time to conclude this endeavor. Over the course of a year, Su Xianyue had diligently honed her control over her strength through the art of carving, and this method had proven remarkably effective. She could now wield her power with impeccable accuracy. Initially, she had not intended to profit from this activity, but now that her control had reached a satisfactory level, she was ready to bring it to an end. With that thought in mind, Su Xianyue picked up a megaphone and called out to the crowd outside. "Clearance sale. Everything is just 20 copper soul coins." The shop was filled to the brim with wooden carvings, each depicting characters from her previous life as anime, which would otherwise go to waste, so she decided to sell them all off. "Hey, Boss Xiaoya, why the clearance? What's wrong with these wooden sculptures?" a curious customer inquired, to which Su Xianyue simply waved her hand dismissively. "This shop will no longer be open, hence the clearance. If you wish to purchase, do so quickly. No longer open. We must hurry," the customer exclaimed, rushing inside to retrieve a burlap sack, hastily tossing the wooden sculptures he had seen into it. 12, 13. That should be enough. Just these. Su Xianyue, perplexed, took the money, while others rushed into the store in a frenzy. What on earth is happening? Observing the ransacked shop, Su Xianyue glanced at the ever-growing pile of soul coins beside her, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Before long, everything inside had been purchased. Su Xianyue closed the door of the shop, which was rented and would soon be returned. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from behind her. "Su Xianyue? What is the matter? Why are you closing so early today?" Tang Sen approached, his body glistening with sweat, likely having just returned from the blacksmith's workshop. "Oh, I have closed the shop. It will not reopen again." Su Xianyue casually responded and was about to take his leave. However, Tang Xin called out to him once more. "Wait, there is something I would like to inquire about." As he spoke, Tang San produced a wooden carving. "How did you come to know what my father looks like? And why is he depicted holding a large hammer?" The wooden sculpture that Tang San presented was a likeness of Tang Hao, skillfully carved by Su Xianyue just a few days prior, based on the character's appearance in the anime. He was taken aback that Tang San recognized it. "How? Did you discern that this is your father?" Su Xianyue gazed at the wooden carving. Although the face was rather indistinct, how could he discern it? "I am unsure. It simply seems familiar to me. Have you ever encountered my father?" Su Xianyue was taken aback for a moment, but quickly shook her head. "No, this is merely a casual carving of mine." Upon hearing this, Tang Xin felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. "My apologies. Alas, I cannot fathom why this wooden sculpture evokes such a sense of familiarity within me. It bears a striking resemblance to my father, despite appearing entirely different." "Su Xianyue, your intuition is remarkably accurate. Since there is nothing amiss, I shall take my leave." After Su Xianyue departed, I gazed at the Tang Hao wooden carving in my hand, shaking my head slightly. Subsequently, I retrieved another wooden sculpture. It struck me as peculiar. Why did I always feel an inexplicable familiarity with Su Xianyue's carving? The other sculpture depicted Tang San from the Shrek era. A year had passed, and Su Xianyue had not pursued the cultivation of her soul power, remaining at level 22. However, her mastery of strength control was nearly at its zenith, alleviating any concerns of losing control in the future. It was time, then, to begin my own cultivation. Su Xianyue returned home and began to pack his belongings. He intended to venture once more into the Star Doe Forest to hunt soul beasts and cultivate his spirit. Although the Star Doe Forest posed significant dangers, it remained the most expedient means to enhance his strength. He aspired to elevate his soul ring to 10,000 years before entering Shrek Academy, albeit this goal seemed somewhat unrealistic. A year had passed, yet the mere thought of absorbing souls to extend the lifespan of his soul rings ignited a thrill within him. Once he completed his preparations, he bid farewell to Wang Erya and the others. "What? Brother Yu, where are you going?" Wang Erya, alone at home in the absence of Wang Fugue, looked at him with a face full of grievance. "I am a soul master, and I must undergo trials. Fear not, I shall return with gifts. Do remember to inform Grandpa. I must take my leave now." Su Xianyue gently caressed her head in a comforting manner before departing. Wang Erya felt an urge to speak, yet ultimately held her words back. Su Xianyue glanced back at her, waving her hand dismissively. Wang Erya gazed at Su Xianyue's retreating figure, her heart brimming with a sense of unfulfillment. "If only I were a soul master." Su Xianyue swiftly harnessed her soul power and made her way to the entrance of Nodding City, where the previously arranged carriage awaited her departure. "Here, we shall omit over 10 days." Within the Star Doe Forest, a nimble figure darted through the underbrush, striking down any soul beasts encountered with ruthless sword energy. Soul beasts under a century were effortlessly cleaved in two, while those aged a millennium required a prolonged engagement. Unbeknownst to her, Su Xianyue had developed the ability to contend with millennium-level soul beasts, whose strength approximated that of a human at level 30. Given the formidable constitution of soul beasts, their actual combat prowess was significantly greater. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue indulging in the captivating narrative. She had honed her ability to discern the strength of soul beasts through their aura, a skill acquired through practice. In addition to her sword energy attacks, Su Xianyue had also grasped some fundamental sword techniques for close combat. While not profound, these simple maneuvers proved useful in skirmishes. Although she occasionally encountered others seeking soul rings along her journey, Su Xianyue adeptly evaded them beforehand. To keep her martial soul concealed, she exercised utmost caution, fearful of being discovered by others. Alas, she felt a tinge of exhaustion and decided to perch on a tree for a brief respite. However, before she could catch her breath, a tremendous wave of soul power emanated from a distance. This fluctuation suggests a soul beast of at least 10,000 years, and the presence of a person? Someone is battling a 10,000-year soul beast? The opportunity for Su Xianyue to collect corpses had finally arrived. He intended to observe the spectacle from a distance, waiting until the battle concluded to seize the souls and make his escape. To avoid revealing his martial spirit, He had deliberately concealed it as he approached. The distance was not too great, approximately 200 meters, and he arrived shortly thereafter. Before him lay a small clearing, transformed by the ferocity of combat, radiating with a brilliant platinum light. The skirmish concluded swiftly. By the time Su Xianyue arrived, a colossal beast lay defeated on the ground, its emerald blood pooling around it. Nearby, a golden-haired maiden stood, gazing intently at the black soul ring hovering above the fallen beast. Su Xianyue concealed herself behind a distant tree, just within sight of the location, striving to suppress her presence. Yet, she underestimated the prowess of the individual who had slain the soul beast. Initially, she presumed it to be a group, only to discover it was a solitary figure, a woman, who had concluded the encounter with astonishing swiftness. The woman, now slightly breathless, exhibited no immediate response, merely absorbing the soul ring in silence. How astonishing! Is she simply sitting there to absorb it? Doesn't she need to find a place to hide? Chapter 27. The peculiar individual. The souls of spirit beasts attach themselves to soul rings, and those of 10,000 years can wreak havoc during the absorption process by soul masters. When a soul ring is absorbed, it may either be dispelled or retaliate against the absorber, ultimately dissipating. Su Xianyue originally intended to seize the opportunity to slip away while a group of people was utterly exhausted from battling the soul beasts. However, to her astonishment, there was only one person left, absorbing the energy right where they stood. Truly, it was a stroke of fortune. Upon witnessing Su Xianyue beginning to absorb the soul ring, he strode over with an air of confidence. Before proceeding with the soul absorption, he gazed at the colossal beast with a sense of curiosity. The creature, entirely cloaked in a hue reminiscent of black iron, bore a striking resemblance to an insect. Elongated and slender, a few taps revealed its remarkably tough exoskeleton. Just as he turned back to commence the soul absorption, two figures abruptly materialized behind him. "Hey kid, where did you come from?" A voice, slightly aged yet resonant, startled Su Xianyue. Wow! A ghost he had barely uttered before a large hand clamped over his mouth. The man in front, resembling a small-time delinquent, gestured for silence and then pointed towards a blonde girl on the other side who was in the midst of absorbing her soul ring. Su Xianyue locked eyes with him and nodded slightly. He now understood why this young girl was absorbing the soul ring in place. It was because she was flanked by two bodyguards, whose cultivation levels were certainly not to be underestimated. Alas, where did this child come from? "Hey, I ask you, where's your companion?" inquired the burly man with crossed arms, his muscular frame imposing as he addressed Su Xianyue. The other, an elder clad in a long robe, exuded an eerie aura. "Just ignore him. We can leave him be," the ominous elder remarked casually before positioning himself beside the girl who was in the midst of absorbing the soul ring. Meanwhile, the muscular man continued to engage Su Xianyue in a silent stare-off. Su Xianyue felt a twinge of embarrassment, his small hands awkwardly scratching his face. I got separated from my family and came over when I saw people here." Observing Su Xianyue's wandering gaze, the older man refrained from saying much more, gently nudging him aside to hasten his departure. With little hope left, Su Xianyue had no choice but to leave, with those two formidable figures present. Any attempt to approach the woman would likely result in a swift dismissal. However, the two individuals regarded Su Xianyue's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. "Shilong, did I not sleep well last night? How could I perceive that lad possesses a soul power of level 20? Indeed, I wonder if I too am suffering from sleep deprivation." As they spoke, their eyes met, and in an instant, they lunged forward, swiftly grasping Su Xianyue by the collar. What? Caught off guard, Su Xianyue had no time to react before encountering the serious expression of the older man. "Kid, what is your soul power level?" Panic washed over Su Xianyue, his mind racing with a singular thought. "I'm finished." His fingers fidgeted as he averted his gaze. Do you believe me if I say I have no soul power?" Without further ado, the older man seized Su Xianyue's arm. 8 years old, and already at level 20? Which family do you hail from? Show me your martial soul." The man examined Su Xianyue's bone age, his eyes widening in disbelief, one eye nearly pressing against Su Xianyue's face. Could you please let me down?" Su Xianyue prodded the arm that had grasped her collar. Once released, she swiftly drew a sword from her forehead. They gazed at the blade, which was longer than Su Xianyue herself, then exchanged glances. Which family possesses a martial soul in the form of such a sword? Don't look at me. I have no idea. Hey, kid, which family do you belong to? The ominous elder inquired, while Su Xianyue's mind raced furiously. In truth, I am an orphan, left with no choice but to venture into the Star-Do forest alone to obtain my soul rings. They exchanged skeptical looks, clearly unconvinced. Are you joking? A mere child like you ventured into the Star-Do forest alone to acquire soul rings. And you've obtained 2? Show me your soul rings. They can't possibly be 10-year ones. An 8-year-old with a soul power of 20 is something no one would dare to imagine, though they had witnessed such feats. If it were to manifest in an ordinary child, it would be. However, if the soul rings were merely 2 10-year ones, it would be a tremendous waste of such talent. At that moment, Su Xianyue was filled with trepidation. Perhaps it's better not to. My soul ring is rather inadequate. Hurry and show me. Do not compel me to take action. The expression of the elder man was fierce, revealing a hint of impatience. At this moment, Su Xianyue was still hesitating, contemplating how to escape. She did not even know who they were. If they were to glimpse her soul rings, it would be quite troublesome. 2,000-year soul rings at the mere 20th level. Who could predict what they might think? Wait a moment, you should first tell me where you come from. I do not even know you, so why should I divulge anything to you? Su Xianyue deliberately feigned the innocence of a naive child. In simpler terms, she was pretending to be foolish. You. Fine, I am from the spirit hall. That is sufficient. Now speak quickly, or I shall end you. The uncle's expression was quite fierce, and Su Xianyue felt a surge of joy within, for she had found yet another excuse to play the fool. Su Xianyue deliberately shed a few tears, adopting a pitiful expression as if she was on the verge of crying from fear. The chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. The middle-aged man, witnessing this, appeared somewhat flustered. Why are you crying? I merely wish to see your spirit ring. Alas, I am not a bad person, he sighed, resignedly stepping aside. Meanwhile, the ominous elder wore a barely concealed smirk. Look at how scared you made the child. It's all right. If she refuses, let her be. After all, she is to be taken back. From his words, Su Xianyue grasped that she was to be taken away by them, and they were from the spirit hall. This cannot be allowed. I must devise a means of escape. The middle-aged man stood dejectedly to the side, while the elder's gaze remained fixated on the girl absorbing the spirit ring. Seizing the opportunity when they were distracted, Su Xianyue bolted away. However, she had barely covered a few meters when she felt her collar being yanked back. Where do you think you're running off to? We are not human traffickers. The middle-aged man called out, and Su Xianyue, in despair, was pulled back. I wish you were human traffickers. For those of a higher rank do not stoop to such vile trades. Su Xianyue was set aside and left unattended, without being restrained. For her small legs could not carry her far. They could easily capture her again in an instant. Who, after all, are these individuals? They belong to the spirit hall. Su Xianyue sat cross-legged to one side, her hands cradling her slightly chubby face, her seemingly vacant eyes surveying the trio before her. Particularly, her gaze lingered on the girl absorbing the soul ring, who seemed to possess an extraordinary essence. Beauty was one aspect, yet there was an additional dimension. Su Xianyue sensed a familiar aura emanating from her, one she could not quite articulate. It was akin to a certain quality she herself possessed, yet distinctly different. After a few dozen minutes, Su Xianyue finally discerned the girl's true identity. Chapter 28. Soul Master City. As the soul ring upon the girl illuminated, a colossal golden phantom manifested behind her. It took the form of a humanoid figure adorned with 6 wings, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The martial soul of Su Xianyue stirred with an intensity that seemed ingrained in his very bones. A peculiar sensation of aversion intertwined with an inexplicable sense of nostalgia surging forth. Yet, Su Xianyue had no time to dwell on such feelings. Terror consumed him. Just moments ago, his martial soul had nearly erupted, and had he not reacted swiftly to suppress it, who could tell what calamity might have ensued? Upon glimpsing the colossal phantom before him, realization dawned. He recognized the girl standing there, Qianrenxue, the saintess of the 6-winged angel clan, from the Hall of Martial Spirits. As Qianrenxue opened her golden eyes, 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, emanated a resonant hum, shimmering with brilliance. Who is he? She inquired, her voice laced with curiosity as her gaze fell upon Su Xianyue, who sat cross-legged nearby. Your Highness, this young lad approached us on his own. We perceived his extraordinary talent and decided to keep him. Please, assess his level, a subordinate reported. Qianrenxue's cold eyes scrutinized Su Xianyue, and a flicker of astonishment crossed her features. 22 levels. How old is he? My subordinate has just measured his bone age. He is 8 years old, came the reply. Xianyue was momentarily taken aback. To surpass level 20 at the age of 8 was virtually unparalleled on the Douluo continent, save for the six-winged angel clan. Typically, one with innate full soul power at 8 could only reach around level 18 at best. Take him back, Xianyue commanded, summoning her martial soul as she prepared to depart. Come along, kid. Behave, and follow us, a burly man said, hoisting Su Xianyue under his arm and trailing behind Xianyue. Could you not carry me like this? It's rather uncomfortable, Su Xianyue protested. What else do you expect? Count yourself fortunate that I'm willing to carry you like this. The man replied impatiently. With no alternative, Su Xianyue resigned himself to being taken along. It was around 3 in the afternoon, and they decided it would be unwise to set out at this hour. Instead, they planned to rest for the night before continuing their journey. I must ask, are you truly from the Martial Soul Hall? You don't seem to fit the mold, Su Xianyue queried. Su Xianyue sat at a dining table on the first floor with the old man and the uncle, while Qianruxue had already taken her rest. The uncle, of course, was Shilong, who at that moment was heartily devouring meat and savoring wine. Not similar? Pray tell. In what aspects do you find it dissimilar? Su Xianyue. It feels utterly incongruous. Shilong appears infrequently in the original text, and Su Xianyue is oblivious to his character. Yet, one would expect a titled Douluo to possess a certain air of authority, yet here he sits, much like an ordinary middle-aged man, indulging in meat and drink, unlike anyone else, such as Tang Hao. Hey, you rascal. Shilong playfully flicked Su Xianyue on the forehead, though with little force, causing her no real pain, prompting her to rub her forehead gently. Meanwhile, Xishue maintained an ominous demeanor, sipping from a wine glass. All right, finish your meal quickly, and then rest. You'll have a room to yourself, but do not even think about escaping, or I shall break your legs. Having stated this monotonously, he then rose and made his way to the rooms on the second floor. The two watched as Xishue departed, then resumed their conversation. Tell me, in what way do I not resemble a member of the Spirit Hall? Shilong continued to ponder this question. Su Xianyue lay upon her bed, a visage marred by worry. The Spirit Hall. What am I to do? If my fallen angel spirit is discovered, it would only take a mere moment for Douluo to end my existence. Her thoughts turned to the matter of concealing her spirit. The issue of soul rings scarcely troubled her. After all, what could be more disconcerting than that old man Douluo? To them, the fallen angel represented enmity. If she were to actively join the Spirit Hall, would they turn against her? Never mind, I shall take it one step at a time. After all, I am a man who has already faced death once. I remain unperturbed. Sleep. The following morning, they set forth, first directing themselves towards the nearest city, Soto. With the swiftness of a titled Douluo, arriving in no time. Qianruxue soared at the forefront. Her speed, though not that of a titled Douluo, was closely matched. As the titled Douluo followed in her wake, they soon boarded a lavish carriage. There were 2 carriages in total, one for Qianruxue and the other shared by Shilong and Su Xianyue. While it was indeed crowded, the carriage was spacious, complete with a bed. I inquired, where exactly are we headed? Su Xianyue leaned against the windowsill with a bored expression, questioning them listlessly. Xishue remained silent, but Shilong responded to her inquiry. We're heading to Spirit City, you must have heard of it. It's not far from here. Su Xianyue had naturally heard of it, and his questions were merely idle chatter to pass the time. Throughout the journey, the carriage was filled with Su Xianyue's incessant inquiries. What's in Wuhuan City? Is it fun? What positions do you hold in the Wuhuan Temple? Are you powerful? Wow, look over there, such a huge bird. I'm hungry. Do you have any food? Boredom had awakened Su Xianyue's inherited chattiness from Wang Fugue, much to the annoyance of his companions. Xishue ignored him, sinking into meditation, while Shilong occasionally indulged his questions, until even Su Xianyue grew weary and curled up to sleep. Finally, silence. Had it not been for his prodigious talent, I might have slapped him unconscious long ago. Xishue sighed, observing the slumbering boy. Shilong chuckled. Ha! To think even you would be at a loss against a mere child. Their banter soon gave way to seriousness. Do you think his martial soul is a mutation? If he truly is an orphan, the Wuhuan Temple may gain a formidable asset in the future. Who knows? Regardless, we'll report to His Holiness the Pope. The rest is beyond our concern. Days later, Wuhuan City, situated at the border between 2 great empires, Wuhuan City belonged solely to the Wuhuan Temple, its sovereignty untouched by either kingdom. Towering above all was the grandest structure on the Douluo continent, the Pope's Palace. The 80-meter-high granite walls exuded sheer opulence, while Su Xianyue couldn't help but marvel at the city's splendor. Soon, they arrived before a majestic and ornate palace. "This is the Pope's Palace. Wait here while I announce our arrival." With that, Su Xianyue vanished. Xilong turned to Su Xianyue with a stern warning. "Once inside, speak only when addressed by His Holiness. Answer truthfully and say nothing more, unless you wish to gamble with your life." Su Xianyue was well aware that at this moment, Bibiong was as ferocious as one experiencing the throes of menopause. If he were to act out of line, he might very well be reduced to nothingness. They stood there in anticipation, while Qian Rengshu had seemingly vanished without a trace, though Su Xianyue paid little heed, as it was not his concern. Chapter 29. Indeed, before long, Su Xianyue returned, and they all stood at the entrance of the hall, awaiting further developments. "It has been communicated. We shall proceed shortly." Approximately 10 minutes later, the grand doors of the hall swung open. Within the vast and austere chamber at the center, a resplendent figure adorned in an opulent gown sat upon a lofty throne, wielding a scepter and casting a cold, disdainful gaze forward. "Your Holiness," both Xilong and Su Xianyue bowed deeply upon entry, while Su Xianyue felt a wave of uncertainty and followed suit. "What matters do you wish to report?" The icy tone was piercing, sending a shiver down Su Xianyue's spine. Xilong began. "This child was encountered while we were procuring soul rings for Her Holiness the Saintess in the Stardow Forest. He is merely 8 years old, yet possesses a soul power of level 20. As soon as Xilong finished speaking, Bibidong expressed her skepticism, and a formidable mental force enveloped Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue could distinctly sense the gaze upon her, a feeling akin to being thoroughly scrutinized, sending chills down her spine. Indeed a prodigy. Very well, you may leave. This child shall remain." Xilong and Su Xianyue departed, leaving a bewildered Su Xianyue behind. The hall fell into a momentary silence before Bidong spoke. "What is your name?" "Su Xianyue." "From where do you hail?" "A village in the Fastnuo province of the Tiando Empire." "Which village?" Bidong's brows furrowed slightly, her displeasure evident. Su Xianyue hastily clarified, "The village is indeed named that." "I am not being mischievous." Only then did Bidong's expression soften slightly. An extended silence ensued. "So, do you have any interest in joining the spirit hall?" Her tone was imbued with an undeniable allure. Su Xianyue hesitated momentarily. If I were to decline, would you become upset?" Bidong remained silent, simply gazing at him. "Your Holiness?" Su Xianyue called out desperately, yet Bidong remained unresponsive. With no other choice, Su Xianyue could only wait in vain. At last, Bidong spoke. "Show me your martial soul." "Oh." Su Xianyue acquiesced and drew forth the sword to serve as her martial spirit. "The sword? Show me your soul skills." "Well, that might not be appropriate." Bidong furrowed her brow at him, exuding an air of menace as if to say she would eliminate him should he refuse. "I have no choice but to go all out." With a flourish of the long sword in Su Xianyue's hand, the purple soul ring behind her illuminated, and a multitude of feathers appeared, cascading gracefully to the ground. A Millennium Soul Ring? Su Xianyue then employed her second soul skill, once again utilizing a Millennium Soul Ring. Su Xianyue is currently in a state of panic. He finds himself in a predicament where employing his soul technique might delay his demise, yet abstaining from it would undoubtedly lead to his immediate death. Upon witnessing his 2,000-year soul rings, Bidong was so exhilarated that she rose to her feet, her gaze intensely fixed upon him. "How did you accomplish this?" Su Xianyue, feeling helpless, could only ramble aimlessly. "I was unaware of the situation when I encountered 2 soul beasts entangled in a fierce struggle, both sustaining injuries. I seized the opportunity to absorb one of their soul rings, oblivious to the significance of the purple soul ring at that moment. Subsequently, I encountered another soul beast, which, unable to overpower me, also bore a purple soul ring that I absorbed." Observing Su Xianyue's innocent expression, Bidong pondered deeply. After a prolonged silence, she spoke again. "You shall remain here for the next few days. I will have someone arrange a room for you. You may leave now." In a grand hall, before a magnificent and sacred statue of an angel, a young girl offered her earnest prayers. Her golden hair was illuminated by a gentle glow, and her platinum gown accentuated her slender figure. "Xiaoxue, what brings you back today?" A middle-aged man, around 40 years old, emerged, looking at Qian with affectionate indulgence. "Grandfather." Qian respectfully greeted him upon their encounter. "Oh, already at level 50, splendid. However, there is still much work ahead." The man praised her before turning his gaze toward the towering angel statue. At that moment, Qian wore a conflicted expression, as if she wished to speak but hesitated. Douluo noticed her demeanor. "If there is something on your mind, do express it." Hearing this, Xianyue replied, "While I was in the Star Do forest acquiring soul rings, I encountered a child. From him, I sensed a peculiar aura that instilled within me. Fear. What? Fear? What child, and where is he now?" Douluo could scarcely believe his ears. "He has been brought back and should currently be in the Pope's palace. Let us go. I wish to witness the source of the fear you experienced." In a spacious and luxurious room, despite the opulence that many would covet, Su Xianyue wore a troubled expression. He was indifferent to the extravagant furnishings, instead leaning over his desk in distress. "I knew that revealing 2,000-year soul rings would undoubtedly lead to trouble, due to his height." Su Xianyue could only reach the desk with his face, causing a bulge of flesh to form, giving him a somewhat foolish appearance. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud bang, and Douluo strode in, followed closely by Bibi Dong. "Is this the child? He certainly appears extraordinary," she remarked with disdain, before unleashing a formidable pressure of soul power. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. What nonsense! As Su Xianyue suddenly felt an immense weight pressing down upon her, she struggled to breathe and fell from her chair. With great effort, she rose, using her soul power to resist the overwhelming pressure. Douluo, observing that Su Xianyue was still able to rise, regarded her with a newfound appreciation. It was impressive that she could stand under a pressure of 30 levels. Thus, he decided to increase the difficulty slightly. The pressure escalated significantly, advancing in increments of 10 levels. Beads of sweat formed densely on Su Xianyue's forehead as she gritted her teeth, staring defiantly at the man before her. A flicker of anger surfaced in her hollow gaze, prompting an inexplicable sense of fear within Douluo. Although this sensation had little effect on him, it piqued his interest, causing the corners of his mouth to curl into a slight smirk, a chilling amusement. He continued to elevate the pressure further. Under the strain of 60 levels, Su Xianyue found herself on the brink of collapse, grasping her sword for support. Her legs weakened, and her subconscious urged her to unleash her martial soul to counter this terrifying force. However, she suppressed that instinct. She had begun to faintly deduce the identity of the middle-aged man before her, realizing that releasing her martial soul would entail consequences beyond mere pressure. At 60 levels, she was nearly at her limit, yet Douluo showed no signs of relenting. Bibi Dong observed with a hint of compassion. Enough was enough. Further continuation could lead to dire consequences. Casting a glance at her, Douluo finally withdrew his force. To withstand 60 levels of pressure is commendable. This child has potential and should be cultivated well, he remarked before vanishing. Bibi Dong, however, continued to fixate on the gasping Su Xianyue, who appeared on the verge of fainting. "He has acknowledged your worth," she stated. "Therefore, you shall remain in the spirit hall. I will arrange for someone to be your mentor." With that, she too disappeared. Chapter 30. What to do once you enter a thief's den. Finally, they have departed. Wait, what did she just say? Wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, Su Xianyue felt a wave of relief wash over her as she recalled Bibi Dong's words before leaving. Did she see potential in me? Is she planning to keep me here? No. Su Xianyue had never intended to join those elite organizations, yet inexplicably found herself brought to the spirit hall. Observing their demeanor now, it seems they are unlikely to permit her an easy departure. I am Su Xianyue, currently situated within the spirit hall. The spirit hall can be regarded as the pinnacle organization of the realm, with other forces on the continent bowing in deference. To be a part of the spirit hall is a cherished aspiration for many soul masters, even if it means merely being a subordinate. Yet, I have no desire for this. What am I to do? Here I am, enduring this predicament. Ugh, this hair. Su Xianyue rolled incessantly on the large, soft white bedspread, her purple hair becoming disheveled as she shouted. Escape was utterly impossible. The area outside was teeming with soul masters, including several titled Douluos. The moment she stepped outside, she would inevitably be discovered. Should she encounter any extremists, being mistaken for a petty thief could result in her untimely demise. Su Xianyue reclined upon her bed, inhaling the fragrant aroma emanating from the sheets as a wave of drowsiness washed over her. The linen seemed to be infused with a substance conducive to slumber. And combined with the fatigue from her arduous journey and the recent oppressive pressure of a level 60 soul force, the weary Su Xianyue found herself yearning for repose. Her heavy eyelids threatened to close, yet she abruptly sat up, feeling uncomfortable in her sticky state. How she longed for a bath. Su Xianyue currently finds herself in an adjacent courtyard to the spirit hall, a chamber that appears to be designated for maidservants and guards. There is no one in the vicinity. They are likely occupied with their duties, as it is still broad daylight. Su Xianyue cautiously peered out, glancing left and right, finding no one around, before stealthily slipping out. After lurking discreetly for a while, an epiphany struck her. Why am I sneaking about as if I were fleeing? This is absurd. Ahead, a group of armored soldiers was patrolling. Instinctively, Su Xianyue felt the urge to hide, but upon reflection, she realized she was not attempting to escape. Surely, inquiring for directions would pose no issue. With a confident stride, she approached them. The soldiers, upon noticing her, exchanged puzzled looks and halted. Before they could utter a word, Su Xianyue spoke first. Excuse me, gentlemen, could you kindly direct me to the nearest bathhouse? They regarded the 8-year-old girl, casting glances at one another, yet ultimately responded. The bathhouse is not open at this hour. It only opens at sunset. If you wish to bathe now, you may find a lake at the foot of the mountain. One of them gestured towards a direction. Thank you very much, she replied gratefully. Su Xianyue expressed her gratitude and proceeded in the indicated direction. The soldiers observed her retreating figure with a sense of bewilderment. How could a child be here? They had never encountered one before. Surely, she must be a descendant of some esteemed individual. It would be prudent for us to refrain from interference. With no suspicions cast upon Su Xianyue, they resumed their patrol, following the path they had suggested. Su Xianyue soon found herself outside the city gates and, indeed, beheld a serene lake. How is it that I have ventured this far without anyone attempting to retrieve me? Having crossed beyond the city limits, she encountered no obstruction from the guards stationed at the gate. The lake was enveloped by trees, rendering it nearly invisible unless one looked closely. She shed her tattered garments and leapt into the water, swimming with delight, like a fish in your lotus pond. I am here solely to guard that. As Su Xianyue joyfully splashed and sang, she suddenly shouted in alarm, for a figure had unexpectedly materialized before her. I wondered where you had gone. So, you are here. Bibi Dong had appeared on the shore, fixated on Su Xianyue in the lake. What brings you here, your holiness? As Su Xianyue's voice gradually diminished, her body slowly submerged into the water, shyly covering her delicate flower. Regarding who should be responsible for guiding you, we must consider your own opinion. Finish your bath and come out promptly. Once Su Xianyue noticed Bibi Dong distancing herself, she hastily leaped onto the shore, shook off her body, and retrieved a garment from her ring to don. All right, let us proceed. Upon exiting the grove, she spotted Bibi Dong waiting outside, and with a face full of grievance, she walked ahead. However, after just 2 steps, she was abruptly tugged by her collar by Bibi Dong. How long do you intend to walk like this? In the midst of Bibi Dong's words, Su Xianyue felt as if the world had spun around her. And before she knew it, she found herself within the grand hall. Yet, several individuals stood within the hall at that moment. Your Holiness. The gathered individuals respectfully regarded Bibi Dong's arrival. She chose not to acknowledge them, but instead guided Su Xianyue directly to the throne. Placing Su Xianyue to one side, she addressed the individuals below. Which of you is willing to take this child under your wing? The group remained silent, not a single voice uttering a response. Bibi Dong, seemingly anticipating this outcome, then turned to Su Xianyue and said, choose one of them to be your mentor. I assure you that whoever you select will devote themselves wholeheartedly to your guidance. Su Xianyue turned to glance at the individuals below, feeling somewhat bewildered. Surely, those present were all titled Douluo, right? Should I select from among them? The notion of a titled Douluo serving as his mentor was something unimaginable for others. Yet it lay before Su Xianyue, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. My lord, one voice interjected, there's more to this chapter. Please proceed to the next page for further excitement. However, the true dilemma was not about who to choose as his mentor. Rather, he yearned to escape this place swiftly. The others remained silent, patiently awaiting his decision. Meanwhile, the several standing titled Douluo exhibited expressions of desperate hope, as if silently pleading, please, don't choose me. They seemed utterly disinterested in taking on a disciple. Among them, Shilong appeared particularly anxious, having enjoyed the most engaging conversation with Su Xianyue earlier. Now fearing that he might become the target of Su Xianyue's decision. After much contemplation, Su Xianyue finally spoke. I have made my decision. He intentionally paused, eliciting a collective suspense among the onlookers. I choose none of you, he declared, observing the disdainful expressions on their faces. Why should I present my warm enthusiasm to such cold indifference? At last, the tension dissipated. You choose no one? Are you certain? Bibi Dong inquired, her tone laced with curiosity, to which Su Xianyue nodded affirmatively. I am certain, and besides, my martial spirit is a sword. Do any of you wield a sword? Internally, he mused. Who on earth wishes to take on a mentor? It is likely these individuals could not teach me better than I could learn on my own. Bibi Dong rested her chin on her hand, contemplating the implications. In that case, there seems to be no other option. Su Xianyue nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. So you may let me go. As Su Xianyue had yet to finish speaking, Bibi Dong's words left him feeling disheartened. It seems I must personally guide you. Your Highness need not trouble yourself. Ultimately, after Su Xianyue's repeated requests and Bibi Dong's growing impatience, she finally acquiesced. I can accept you as my registered disciple. You may remain within the spirit hall at ease. Should you have any uncertainties regarding your cultivation, feel free to consult me at any time. As long as you refrain from causing significant trouble, you are free to pursue your activities. This sentiment clearly indicates that she is determined not to let Su Xianyue depart. Chapter 31. Qian Rinxue with a crestfallen expression, Su Xianyue exited the hall alongside several titled Douluos, sighing heavily. Alas, I have boarded a pirate ship. Shilong patted Su Xianyue on the shoulder from behind, leaning in to meet his gaze, a playful grin adorning his face. You truly are audacious, my friend. Not only did you refuse us, but you also dared to turn down the Pope. You possess quite the courage. Su Xianyue was on the verge of tears. Feeling utterly helpless, what could I possibly do? I too am engulfed in despair. By the way, why are you all so unwilling to teach me? At this moment, Shilong straightened up, his expression solemn. Youngster, you still have not grasped your own standing. At the tender age of 8, you possess a formidable rank of 20. It is said that your soul rings are even 2,000 years old. Do you comprehend the implications of this? You are a prodigy, a peerless genius. If we rough old men fail to instruct you properly, it would not only be a loss for the spirit hall, but our own fate would also be far from favorable. Do you understand now? Of course, it could simply be a matter of reluctance to teach. However, upon reflection, it seems I understand. Oh, no wonder the Pope is so insistent on keeping me around. Upon hearing Su Xianyue's words, Shilong hastily covered his mouth. You truly dare to say anything, don't you? Aware that you are not in peril, you deliberately court danger, right? If you choose to court danger, do not involve me. Sob. Understood. Su Xianyue nodded slightly, and only then did Shilong release his hand. After Shilong and the others departed, Su Xianyue was escorted away by a maid of the Soul Emperor. Sister, where are you taking me? A room specially arranged for you. The maid, being a Soul Emperor herself, signified the formidable power of the Spirit Hall, yet she spoke little, revealing only the essentials. In a secluded corner adjacent to the Spirit Hall, the room contrasted starkly with the one Su Xianyue had previously occupied. The various decorative gems were as large as eggs. Although Su Xianyue did not recognize them, their opulence was unmistakable. The gleaming golden and white furniture, along with the exquisitely soft bed linens, surpassed even the wealthiest of opulence. This will be your room from now on. I take my leave, stated the expressionless maid, bowing slightly before departing. Su Xianyue did not immediately collapse onto the bed. Despite his overwhelming fatigue, he reminisced about the words spoken to him by Shilong. I am aware of my genius. Yet it appears that my significance exceeds even my own expectations. The fact that Bai Bidong had managed to convene several titled Douluos in such a short span to allow him to select a mentor, while she herself opted not to partake, was astonishing. She even intended to teach him personally. They were oblivious to the fact that his innate soul power was at the remarkable level of 20. They merely believed that Su Xianyue's exceptional talent was the product of diligent training. What if I deliberately slow my cultivation pace, thereby leading them to believe that my aptitude is not as remarkable as they presume? Might they expel me? He pondered. Well, perhaps they would. Regardless, I shall take a moment to rest. I am utterly exhausted. Su Xianyue leaped onto the soft bed, pulling the quilt over herself, when suddenly a knock resounded at the door. Su Xianyue. Who is it? Growing impatient, she hurried to open the door. I need to rest. Is there anything? Wow, such fair legs. Before her stood a pair of long, slender legs clad in white silk, barely concealed by the palace skirt. Before her, Qian Rinxue squinted her eyes, gazing down at Su Xianyue, causing an uneasy chill to creep down his spine. Su Xianyue recognized the visitor and found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Is there something the holy maiden desires? Qian Rinxue fixed her gaze upon him, remaining still and silent, causing the atmosphere to become increasingly awkward. Su Xianyue felt the weight of their gaze, a cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. They locked eyes, neither daring to move. After a long silence, Qian Rinxue finally spoke. I have heard that woman values you greatly. Her tone was indifferent and piercing, yet Su Xianyue sensed a hint of jealousy lurking beneath. Haha, That is not too bad, I suppose. Su Xianyue found himself at a loss for words. His emotional intelligence was so lacking that he could muster no conversation beyond insults. Surely, he could not resort to cursing Qian Rinxue. Su Xianyue still wore an awkward smile, yet at this moment, he felt a gentle tug on his face. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that Qian Rinxue's hand was grasping his cheek. What on earth? Qian Rinxue maintained her usual indifference. Yet her hand was rather mischievous as it held on to Su Xianyue's face. Your Highness, the Saintess? What is the meaning of this? Qian Rinxue paid no heed to Su Xianyue's words, continuing to pull at his face, until both hands were engaged, kneading his cheeks back and forth. Su Xianyue felt a surge of frustration. However, after a while, Qian Rinxue's hand came to a halt. I am quite intrigued by you. Please show me your martial soul. Su Xianyue felt a bit dazed as Qian Rinxue approached with a serious expression, finishing her tofu before inquiring about her martial soul. Where had she been all this time? Su Xianyue, feeling helpless, forced a couple of awkward smiles before drawing her sword. As the blade emerged, Qian Rinxue instinctively recoiled, as if confronted by something truly terrifying. Adopting a defensive stance with a grim expression. What on earth is happening? Su Xianyue gazed at her in bewilderment, then glanced at the sword in her hand and hastily sheathed it. Qian Rinxue also returned to her normal demeanor and approached once more. Your martial spirit is quite intriguing, she remarked, as she came closer and once again grasped Su Xianyue's face with an air of solemnity. Su Xianyue, Your Holiness, is there anything else you require? If not, I shall take my leave to rest. Before Su Xianyue could finish her words, she was silenced by a piercing glance from Qian Rinxue. Subsequently, Qian Rinxue spoke. There is no need to address me as Your Highness anymore. Although your status is not as elevated as mine, you are still a disciple of that woman. What shall we call it? Ah, I see. Qian Rinxue's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. You may call me Sister. Su Xianyue. I have never been at a loss for words like this in my entire life. Are you serious? Well, I mean, you are so. Su Xianyue quickly realized that she had inadvertently let slip a curse word and promptly corrected herself, but was interrupted by Qian Rinxue. I find you quite intriguing, Su Xianyue. Until we meet again. Qian Rinxue crouched down to gaze directly into Su Xianyue's eyes, simultaneously grasping her face with both hands before departing. Su Xianyue rubbed her face, which had been tugged by Qian Rinxue, staring blankly in the direction she had vanished. What on earth? In the grand hall adorned with a massive angel statue, Qian Rinxue stood quietly, while Douluo observed her with his hands clasped behind his back. Have you interacted with him? What do you think of his character? Douluo asked Qian Rinxue in an unassuming tone. His sword is extraordinary. It emanates a sense of dread, albeit faint. Qian Rinxue paused, her words hanging in the air. His talent is on par with yours. You must exert yourself diligently and not allow yourself to be surpassed. Changing the subject, he inquired, what news from the Heaven Do Empire? If it becomes too exhausting, feel free to return. He gazed at her with a hint of concern. No, I can endure. It has been so long. I do not wish for my efforts to be in vain. I will prove my worth to that woman. This was not the first time Douluo had urged her. Yet each time, Qian Rinxue's resolute tone and the determination in her eyes rendered him unable to look directly at her. After a lengthy silence, he sighed deeply. Alas. Very well. Chapter 32. What to do if this woman becomes attached to me the following morning at the break of dawn. Su Xianyue felt her face being manipulated. As she opened her bleary eyes, she was left speechless. What are you doing? Qian Rinxue grasped Su Xianyue's small face, locking eyes with him upon his awakening. Yet, she showed no signs of embarrassment, continuing her actions with a smile. Did I not mention that I find you quite intriguing? Hurry, get dressed and come with me. With that, she rose and regarded the bewildered Su Xianyue. Where are we going? Reluctantly sitting up, he observed Qian Rinxue, who had her arms crossed. Move quickly and spare me the chatter. Qian Rinxue's eyes narrowed slightly, a chilling aura enveloping Su Xianyue. All right. No need to glare, I'll be quick. Su Xianyue, with great reluctance, reached for the garments she had discarded the previous night, just as she intended to don them. Qian Rinxue swiftly cast them aside. Why bother wearing such tattered attire? Don this instead, Qian Rinxue remarked, gesturing towards a pile of resplendent platinum-colored garments before Su Xianyue. With a slight hesitation, Su Xianyue acquiesced, finding herself in a flowing yet well-fitted ensemble of shimmering platinum. Su Xianyue gazed at the figure of Qian Rinxue striding ahead. An expression of helplessness etched upon her face. What on earth is happening? The sun has yet to rise. She glanced at the faint glimmer of light on the distant horizon, then turned her attention to the patrolling soldiers, before finally directing her gaze back to Qianrenxue. Sister, where on earth are you taking me at such an early hour? Qianrenxue offered little in response, merely dismissing her inquiry with a casual remark. You will find out soon enough. Upon hearing Qianrenxue's words, Su Xianyue shuddered, a chill coursing through her body. An ominous premonition stirred within her. They arrived at a desolate and remote expanse. As Su Xianyue gazed upon the enchanting silhouette of Qianrenxue, an unsettling chill crept into his heart. Could it be that Qianrenxue harbored an affinity for youthful charm, luring me here? Wait, if that were the case, would she engage in any peculiar antics while I slumbered? However, it turned out he was merely overthinking. Summon your sword. Qianrenxue's voice interrupted his wandering thoughts. Huh. Oh, what is this all about? Goodness. As Su Xianyue unsheathed her sword, she had yet to react when Qianrenxue charged forward, wielding a sword that radiated a brilliant golden light. Clash. Su Xianyue instinctively defended himself. At that moment, the sword was a mere 0.01 centimeters from his forehead, just a hair's breadth away from striking him. Mere seconds later, the sword's mistress struck again. Launched several meters away, Su Xianyue was still somewhat dazed. But as he finally grasped the situation, he couldn't help but curse aloud. What the hell is wrong with you? Is it some kind of joke because you're on your period? Didn't your mother teach you? Alas, it was all over. Suddenly, Su Xianyue fell silent, for he beheld the soul rings of Qianrenxue glowing brightly. I warn you not to mention that woman. A formidable wave of energy surged forth, the tumultuous soul power sweeping across the small clearing. At this moment, Su Xianyue's mind was consumed by regret. Cursing had become a habitual response for him. Yet, this time, he had directed his ire at the wrong individual. While most would remain indifferent to such insults, Qianrenxue was not one to overlook them. She cared deeply. At that moment, Su Xianyue's mind was a blank slate, and the sight of Qianrenxue across from her suggested that she could strike her down with a single sword at any moment. Su Xianyue understood that even with her martial spirit, she might not be able to contend with her, as the disparity in soul power was far from trivial. Thus, she made a decision that betrayed her dignity. Sister, I was wrong. With a resounding thud, she knelt down without hesitation, pleading for mercy. Su Xianyue, am I being cowardly? This is following my heart. Can a man pursuing his true desires be called cowardly? This tactic seems to hold some merit, as Qianrenxue has retracted her soul rings. Casting a disdainful glance at Su Xianyue, she raised her sword towards him. Get up, continue. With the golden tip of the sword pointed at his nose, Su Xianyue rose, gripping his own sword and directing it at Qianrenxue, pondering internally. Qianrenxue possesses a strong-willed nature. If I appear too feeble, she may come to despise me. But if that happens, she will no longer seek me out, right? No, if I take that route, I might not only face danger but also suffer greatly. I should adopt a more formidable demeanor. If you want me to be your sparring partner, you should have said so earlier. I thought we were doing something else. Now that I am prepared, I shall make my move. Noticing a flicker of determination in the void of her eyes, Qianrenxue smiled. Bring it on. Su Xianyue has begun to treat Qianrenxue before her with the seriousness befitting a true adversary. The second soul ring behind her glimmers, signifying an enhancement of all attributes. Su Xianyue's entire being erupted with a wave of violet soul energy, her vacant eyes now reflecting only indifference. With a sudden forceful step, the floor beneath her cracked slightly as she transformed into a streak of light, hurtling forward. But something felt amiss. What was this sensation? Fear. A primal dread rising from the depths of her very blood was evoked by none other than Su Xianyue, who was charging towards her. Yet, Qianrenxue remained unfazed, steadfastly meeting Su Xianyue's strike with her own sword. A resounding clash echoed as they stood locked in combat, their swords held firm, and in that moment, Qianrenxue met Su Xianyue's gaze. Emotionless, yet the term indifference seemed most fitting now. Her eyes mirrored a chilling contempt that stirred a profound fear within Qianrenxue's heart. As the scene unfolded, Qianrenxue, momentarily lost in thought, was swiftly caught off guard by Su Xianyue's maneuver, sending her reeling. In Qianrenxue's eyes, Su Xianyue appeared formidable. But in truth, in that moment, Su Xianyue's thoughts were consumed by hunger. I'm so hungry. The sooner this ends, the sooner I can have breakfast. The forceful impact sent Qianrenxue flying, but she quickly regained her composure, her eyes reflecting surprise, which was swiftly replaced by determination. She raised her sword once more, her entire being radiating an aura of intensity, signaling her intent to engage seriously. Come again. Suddenly, a soul ring illuminated behind Xianyue, revealing an angelic apparition enveloped in a surge of energy. The manifestation of her martial soul granted her a pair of ethereal wings as she stood proudly, sword in hand. Huh, why is there only one pair of wings? Never mind that, it appears she is earnest now. I must tread carefully. Although unaware of the reason for Xianyue's singular pair of wings, Su Xianyue sensed her formidable seriousness. The sword in Xianyue's hand gleamed even more brightly than before. Whether it was a natural consequence of her martial soul's manifestation or the result of a soul skill remained uncertain. The first soul skill, Angel Assault, propelled Xianyue towards Su Xianyue without hesitation. Upon witnessing the attributes attached to the sword, Su Xianyue immediately realized the gravity of the situation. She truly employed a soul skill, though this sword was originally a soul skill in itself. Just as Xianyue was about to reach Su Xianyue, she quickly raised her hand and called out, "Stop!" Xianyue, though puzzled, complied and halted her advance. "Speak." Su Xianyue clutched her abdomen, her expression one of deep grievance. "Can we eat first? I'm so hungry." Xianyue, initially at a loss for words, finally responded, "No." Chapter 33. The battle resumes at this moment. Within the cold and spacious hall of the Pope's chamber, Bibi Dong and several titled Douluo were engaged in a discussion. Suddenly, they all turned their heads in unison towards a particular direction. This aura, it must be the Holy Maiden. Why has she unleashed her martial soul? The titled Douluo exchanged hushed whispers for a moment before falling silent. Bibi Dong's expression darkened as she rose and walked slowly toward the source. Wait, there's also Su Xianyue's aura. In a flash, she vanished, prompting the titled Douluo to exchange glances before following suit. The area where Xianyue and Su Xianyue stood was a scene of devastation. The already limited space had been ravaged, and the walls bore numerous scars. Xianyue stood expressionless, sword in hand, coldly observing the fallen Su Xianyue. "What are you doing?" Bibi Dong's voice rang out, causing Xianyue to shudder as she slowly turned to meet Bibi Dong's gaze. She wished to speak, but Bibi Dong had already approached Su Xianyue, lifting him to inspect him. Seeing that Su Xianyue was unharmed, Bibi Dong turned sharply to Xianyue, scolding fiercely, "Su Xianyue is crucial to the martial soul hall. Keep your distance from him in the future." Despite the chilling gaze directed at her, Xianyue felt a surge of resentment but gritted her teeth and replied, "Understood." With that, Bibi Dong departed, leaving Xianyue standing there, dazed. Shilong and the others soon arrived, observing the tightly clenched jaw of Xianyue. They contemplated offering words of comfort, but ultimately decided against it. Su Xianyue was cradled in Bibi Dong's arms, whispering something softly. I. Bibi Dong's cold gaze sharpened with a hint of confusion. Despite Su Xianyue's apparent weakness, she had sustained no injuries, nor had her soul power been significantly depleted. What could be the cause of her frail demeanor? Bibi Dong, pondering this, quickened her pace, intent on seeking treatment for Su Xianyue. "Please, do not let anything happen to you." Ultimately, Su Xianyue managed to utter her thoughts in a feeble voice. I am so hungry." Bibi Dong. Su Xianyue was left alone in her room, voraciously devouring an extravagant feast of delicacies. "I nearly starved to death." Did that Xianyue happen to be experiencing her monthly cycle? What offense have I committed to provoke her? Su Xianyue pondered deeply yet could not fathom how he had provoked Xianyue, ultimately letting the matter rest. "Have you crossed blades with him? What were your impressions?" "Unsettling." Within the grand hall, Douluo inquired of Xianyue, who responded with a single word that furrowed his brow. "Unsettling? In what manner?" "Not just a sword, his gaze still evokes that same sensation within me. I suspect he was born to counter our lineage." Douluo fell silent, stroking his chin in contemplation. "Then he cannot be permitted to live. However, he is still young. Let him remain for now. Should he ever pose a threat, I shall personally eliminate him." Xianyue recalled her duel with Su Xianyue. Though she had held the upper hand, even restraining her full strength, an inexplicable sense of suppression lingered. It was deeply disconcerting. Clenching her fist tightly, she whispered, "Su Xianyue, I shall remember you." Meanwhile, Su Xianyue had just finished his meal and was preparing for an evening stroll when Xianyue appeared once more. "Finished resting? Come with me." "Wait, no. Help." Ignoring his protests, she dragged him away, and soon they arrived at a vast plaza, the entrance to the Pope's hall. The square, far emptier than the day before, had clearly been cleared. Yet now, it was filled with spectators. Most prominent among them were Bibi Dong and Douluo, alongside several titled Douluo whose names escaped him. All watched with keen interest as Qianrenxue hauled Su Xianyue forward. Rested? Then let us begin. Hold on. Begin what? Su Xianyue cried out in confusion. Qianrenxue scoffed. What else? Another duel, this time a proper one. With that, she summoned her spirit-powered blade and leveled it at him. What in the? Though bewildered, Su Xianyue understood one thing: this battle was unavoidable. Reluctantly, he drew his sword and braced for her assault. As their blades clashed, Bibi Dong and Qin Dalu observed, murmuring between themselves, his swordsmanship is chaotic, yet every stroke serves a purpose. In all my years, I have never witnessed such a style. Could it be of his own creation? Qin Dalu nodded approvingly at Su Xianyue's unorthodox, self-taught technique. Bibi Dong's gaze lingered briefly on the young man before settling on Qianrenxue. A rare softness flickered in her eyes, but she quickly shook it away, her expression hardening once more. Su Xianyue possesses remarkable talent. Her words were cool and detached as the spectators silently observed the duel. Meanwhile, Su Xianyue found himself matching Qianrenxue stroke for stroke. Her technique was straightforward. So long as she refrained from spirit abilities, he could hold his own. Of course, the Seraphim was a mage. Qianrenxue was merely playing at being a warrior, and thus, he managed to keep pace. Su Xianyue observed Qianrenxue's relentless onslaught, responding with calm composure. At that moment, his inner thoughts were, alas, I cleave, I block, my strength counters your blade, are you infuriated? Will you be vexed? I unleash another finishing move, only to have it evaded? Damn. Although Qianrenxue had long recognized the astonishing strength of Su Xianyue, she was taken aback by the superiority of his swordsmanship, prompting her to take the encounter more seriously. With her second soul skill, Angel's Featherblade, she exclaimed, What? You dare to use soul skills as well? So do I. As feathers resembling blades began to swirl around her, Su Xianyue quickly distanced himself. Employing his first soul skill, Cursed Feather, he conjured several ethereal, dark purple feathers that drifted towards Qianrenxue. While he pondered the necessity of vocalizing soul skills, he had no time to dwell on it. Qianrenxue observed the feathers, seemingly oblivious to the impending threat, yet she remained cautious, avoiding any contact. Unbeknownst to her, Su Xianyue had deliberately evaded her gaze and conjured additional feathers, stealthily maneuvering them behind her while she was preoccupied with the ones in front. Qin Dalu and Bibi Dong, witnessing the feathers, exchanged incredulous glances. How could they possibly evade mental perception? What kind of soul skill was this? Despite Qin Dalu's formidable mental prowess, he too could not detect the feathers. Relying solely on sight, let alone Qianrenxue, who was gradually feeling overwhelmed. What is happening? My soul power. It is continuously depleting. She soon discerned the source of her dwindling energy, realizing the feathers hovering behind her. Wait, these feathers can absorb soul power? Upon recognizing the threat posed by the feathers, Qianrenxue activated her soul power and forcefully repelled them. What? They were dispelled that easily? Let me try again. Upon witnessing the feathers being effortlessly dislodged, Su Xianyue found herself momentarily taken aback, contemplating the release of additional feathers. Meanwhile, Qianrenxue, now on guard, emanated a golden radiance from her wings, enveloping herself in a protective shield of soul power. The third soul skill, Holy Light Wings, was intended to withstand the onslaught of feathers. However, her focus remained on countering Su Xianyue rather than the shield itself. To her astonishment, the feathers penetrated the shield with alarming ease. What? A prime opportunity. Just as Qianrenxue realized the situation, Su Xianyue seized the moment, shattering the protective barrier with a swift strike, leaving Qianrenxue at a disadvantage. How infuriating, this little brat. I must be serious now. Being forced back by an 8-year-old was a severe blow to Qianrenxue's pride. Gripping her light sword tightly, a glint of cold determination flashed in her eyes as she executed a backward somersault to gather momentum, charging once more at Su Xianyue. This sudden burst of speed caught Su Xianyue off guard, for it was simply too swift. Su Xianyue was abruptly kicked to the ground by Qianrenxue, who then pressed her foot down upon him, her sword ominously poised beside his face. You truly are remarkable, Su Xianyue, she taunted. The heavy air of despair emanating from him sent a wave of panic through his mind, leaving him in a state of confusion and cold sweat. Why you? Could you please let me up? He stammered, his voice laced with urgency. In that moment, Qianrenxue turned her gaze towards Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong's eyes remained cold and indifferent as she regarded Qianrenxue. With a hint of reluctance, Qianrenxue pouted and then directed her attention back to Su Xianyue. Call me sister, and agree to follow my lead from now on, and I shall allow you to rise. Otherwise, sister, 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 I promise. Just let me up, Su Xianyue pleaded, not out of cowardice, but because the pressure of her foot was genuinely painful, as if his ribs might fracture. Once liberated, Su Xianyue clutched his chest and approached Bibi Dong. Teacher, you aren't merely here to witness her assault on me, are you? Bibi Dong regarded Su Xianyue, her previously icy demeanor softening ever so slightly, though just a trace. Indeed, I wish to discern the deficiencies you currently possess. Initially, I intended to intervene personally, but someone else has already taken that initiative, so I shall allow it. It appears that you have begun to develop your combat skills independently. However, you lack practical experience. In the future, you may seek out individuals of a similar level at the nearby Martial Soul Academy for practice. I shall grant you this privilege. With that, Bibi Dong gestured with her staff in a particular direction. Is it possible to decline? Su Xianyue ventured hesitantly. Bibi Dong's expression hardened, her brows knitting together in displeasure. Why? Su Xianyue was momentarily startled, yet candidly admitted, I struggled to control my strength when engaged in combat, which ultimately led to my expulsion from the academy. I fear I might inadvertently harm those whose soul power aligns closely with mine. This was a truthful confession. Although the Lord of Nodding had granted her a year of education, it was merely a stratagem to win her favor. Without her consent, that opportunity would have vanished. Bibi Dong regarded Su Xianyue, contemplating something profound. Well then, for those few, perhaps you could seek out anyone available to accompany you in your training? Bibi Dong gestured with her staff towards several titled Douluos nearby. Su Xianyue turned her expressionless face towards them, revealing a smile imbued with profound significance, which sent a wave of unease through them. Among them, 5 individuals shifted their gazes to Douluo, who merely nodded slightly before returning his attention to Su Xianyue. However, Qilong and Ci Shui remained unperturbed, knowing that in just a few days, they would accompany Rinxue back to the Heaven Do City, thus being away from the Spirit Hall for an extended period. Yet, the others began to panic. They were acutely aware of Su Xianyue's formidable capabilities. Should any misfortune befall them during their sparring, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Rest assured, I will find them. The prospect of training with the titled Douluo was exhilarating for anyone. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction before announcing the conclusion of the gathering. All right, everyone, return and rest. With that, she vanished in an instant. One by one, the others departed, leaving only Douluo and Rinxue behind. Child, let me see your martial soul once more, Douluo said as he approached Su Xianyue, his tone infused with warmth. Su Xianyue gazed at the old man with a tinge of anxiety, fearing he might swing his sword down at any moment. Nevertheless, she obediently drew her own sword, for mere observation could reveal little. Douluo bent down to examine the blade, stroking his chin in contemplation, yet after a prolonged scrutiny, he arrived at no definitive conclusion. This sword indeed possessed extraordinary qualities. Well, all is well now. I shall take my leave. Subsequently, Douluo departed, but Rinxue remained. You, come with me. Where are we going? Hey, don't pull me. Did you bring me here just to accompany you on a shopping spree? On the bustling streets of the Martial Soul City, Su Xianyue trailed dejectedly behind Rinxue. Was this truly a moment of leisure? Moreover, the scenery here was all but forgotten. What if she got lost? Su Xianyue couldn't help but murmur to herself, Are you still lost? With the martial soul shining, a group of people is flying towards you. No, something seems amiss. Su Xianyue's gaze sharpened as she sensed that the situation was far from simple. Observing the swaying form of Rinxue before her, Su Xianyue couldn't help but ponder the ulterior motives concealed within. No, what secrets lay hidden in the gourd? As Su Xianyue pondered, Rinxue had already entered a jewelry store. Your Grace, the Saintess. I. The shopkeeper's face was a mixture of excitement, disbelief, and elation. Having opened a store in Wuhuan City, she had certainly seen Rinxue's portrait, yet had never encountered the real person. Now, standing before her, it felt akin to a renowned celebrity unexpectedly stepping into her shop to make a purchase. Step aside, do not disturb me, Rinxue remarked with a glance at the shopkeeper, as she began to select various pieces of jewelry. Su Xianyue could not help but comment, Do you still need accessories? Come over and buy some. Rinxue retorted by tossing a chestnut at him, remaining silent otherwise. Su Xianyue, now subdued, stood quietly with her hands clasped over her head. She could not fathom why Rinxue chose to stroll through the streets. Silently, she observed her. After a short while, Rinxue completed her purchase and pulled Su Xianyue along. I must ask, she exclaimed, What exactly are your intentions? Surely you could enjoy shopping on your own. Why drag me along? Am I to be your bag carrier? Surely a storage soul guide could serve that purpose instead. Su Xianyue chattered incessantly. But Qianrenxue turned around and coldly uttered a single command: silence. Su Xianyue occasionally displays her loquacious nature, leaving one utterly speechless. They strolled quietly along the scarcely populated street, while Qianrenxue occasionally glanced around, seemingly observing something of interest. It had been a long time since she had witnessed this scene. The changes are indeed profound, Qianrenxue murmured to herself. Yet her words were overheard by the ever-attentive Su Xianyue. A long absence, indeed? Oh, that makes sense. She must still be undercover in the Tiando Imperial Palace. But wait. Why would she return if she were not fulfilling her role as an undercover agent? Chapter 35. This grudge, I shall remember. After accompanying Qianrenxue for a leisurely stroll through the streets for a while, Su Xianyue decided to return home. It had not taken long. Merely a brief circuit of the thoroughfare. Just as Su Xianyue believed she was on the verge of liberation, Qianrenxue unexpectedly uttered, "Have you rested? Let's go again." Su Xianyue, are you out of your mind? I'm still just a child. That evening, Su Xianyue returned to her room, her weary body dragging along. As she lay on her bed, she reflected on Qianrenxue's frenzied demeanor, secretly vowing to remember this grievance. This enmity, I shall not forget it. The following day, Su Xianyue awoke to find it was already noon, the table laden with an array of sumptuous dishes. Qianrenxue did not come to pester me today? That is a relief. As Su Xianyue savored the meal before him, memories of yesterday's encounter with Qianrenxue flooded his mind, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Goodness, she was so fierce. I did not provoke her, did I? Why does she treat me as if I were her nemesis? Just as he was lost in thought, a maid entered the room. Young Master Su, Her Holiness has instructed me to inform you that she wishes to see you at the Cathedral of the Pope upon your awakening. Su Xianyue had just felt a moment of relief when suddenly, a bucket of cold water was poured over her. All right, I understand, it's quite bothersome. Although she harbored a strong aversion towards Qianrenxue, she found herself powerless against her at the moment, thus she could only comply. Wait a moment. Why does Qianrenxue insist on having me call her sister? Lost in thought, she made her way towards the entrance of the papal palace. From a distance, she could see the dazzling holy light and hear the sounds of combat. Qianrenxue and Shilong were engaged in a fierce spar at the entrance of the papal palace. However, wasn't it a bit inappropriate for them to fight there? Would Bidong not mind? Though puzzled, Su Xianyue chose not to dwell on it. Their family matters were far too intricate. The spectacle of Qianrenxue and Shilong's training was indeed impressive, with an array of skills unleashed as if they were free to expend. Especially Qianrenxue, who appeared to be burning through her resources. Sixue stood nearby, observing the battle. And upon spotting him, Su Xianyue approached. Why did the Holy Maiden summon me? To have you cheer for her, Sixue replied flatly. Oh, really? What do you mean by that? Su Xianyue found it hard to believe her ears. Qianrenxue had called her to cheer her on? Sixue, with a hint of indifference, replied, I'm not quite sure, but that's her instruction. Just shout. Su Xianyue's face was adorned with a myriad of question marks. Cheer up, she exclaimed. Is there catnip for her? Does she still need encouragement? I remained silent. If anyone should shout, it ought to be you. Sixue cast him a sharp glance. Do as you wish. Regardless, my words have reached her, and when the time comes, she will hold you accountable. Su Xianyue. Sister. You can do it. You are the best. Upon hearing Su Xianyue's voice, Qianrenxue in front of her revealed a faint smile and then shouted back at her, Continue. Su Xianyue. What a lunatic. Why is Qianrenxue so outrageous? Fine, you forced my hand. I shall remember this grudge. Su Xianyue took a deep breath, then exclaimed, Sister, you are amazing. Go, sister. Keep it up, sister. In this lifetime, I am devoted to you, utterly infatuated. I would even throw myself against a wall for you. Oh dear, this is exhausting. Why are you looking at me like that? As Su Xianyue's words echoed, the nearby Sixue regarded him with a face full of questions. It's nothing, he replied, then turned away. Upon hearing Su Xianyue's flurry of flattery, Qianrenxue stifled her amusement and continued the battle. Opposite her, Shilong chuckled heartily at the exchange, remarking on the boy's swift wit. After their skirmish concluded, Qianrenxue once again pulled Su Xianyue away. Sister, could you please let me be? Where are you taking me now? He protested. Didn't you just call me sister with such delight? Why the sudden change? With a firm grip on Su Xianyue's hand, Qianrenxue led him to a grove outside the Soul Master City. A grove? What brings us here? He inquired. For a stroll, she replied, a hint of mischief in her tone. Are you bored after a hearty meal? Sister, I was mistaken. In the tranquil grove, the fragrance of the plants and the melodious chirping of birds soon enveloped them in relaxation. Xianyue, still holding Su Xianyue's hand, instinctively surveyed her surroundings. She had never taken the time to truly appreciate such beauty before. Su Xianyue gazed at her in confusion, momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Xianyue no longer exuded her usual haughty demeanor, nor did she possess the aloofness that kept others at bay. Instead, she appeared as approachable as a neighborly girl. What on earth is happening? However, Su Xianyue did not dwell on it for long and began to survey his surroundings as well. At that instant, he spotted a bird's nest atop a tree, and a mischievous urge to retrieve the eggs surged within him. He glanced over at Xianyue, who noticed his gaze and turned to look at him. What is the matter? Well, do you eat bird eggs? Did you bring a pot with you? Watching Su Xianyue produce a pot from his storage soul guide and begin to stoke a fire to fry the bird eggs, Xianyue's eyes twitched slightly. Just in case. I've used this pot for years. I'm accustomed to it. I took it with me when I set out. And what about the bird eggs? Are you hungry? Not at all, just a bit greedy. These bird eggs are delicious. Are you sure you don't want any? The tale is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page for more captivating content. Then I shall try one. Ultimately, though she claimed she would merely taste one, she devoured 6 out of the 8 eggs in total. What happened to just one? Cough, cough. These eggs possess a unique flavor. Observing Xianyue with egg yolk adorning the corners of her mouth, her cheeks slightly flushed. Su Xianyue's perception of the once cold goddess crumbled entirely. You are the holy maiden of the spirit hall. What has become of your image? Have you discarded your idol persona? In response, Xianyue playfully flicked his forehead and, with an air of nonchalance, grasped his hand, continuing on their path. This matter must not leave our lips. Regaining her usual dignified composure, she cautioned Su Xianyue. With a cheeky tongue protrusion, Su Xianyue soon spotted a lake, the very one where he had bathed last time. Hey, do you eat grilled fish? Hey, mind your image. Su Xianyue gazed at the disheveled figure of Xianyue before her, questioning whether she had inadvertently traversed into a fictitious realm of Douluo. Upon hearing Su Xianyue's remark, Xianyue finally realized that her appearance was indeed far from dignified. However, after a moment's hesitation, she resolutely continued to indulge in the roasted fish, seemingly oblivious to her state. Why do you look as if you've never tasted roasted fish before? A casual remark from Su Xianyue seemed to strike a chord with Xianyue, prompting her to pause her meal. Indeed, she had never tasted such fish before. What is wrong? Xianyue shook her head and gazed at the darkening sky. She had never felt so relaxed. The stars began to twinkle above, and under the flickering light, Xianyue appeared as if frozen, devoid of dreams. Su Xianyue, what is it? Do you understand why I have asked you to call me sister? Xianyue looked at Su Xianyue, her gentle gaze accompanied by a serene smile. Since childhood, I have been utterly alone. My mother despised me, the world feared me, and the only one who could accompany me, who listened to my sorrows, was my grandfather. However, since I was sent to the Tiando Imperial Palace, I have seldom enjoyed that solitary refuge. Observing those princes, I often fantasized that if I had siblings to accompany me, perhaps my plight would not be so dire. How tragic. Xianyue shook her head. It is not truly tragic, merely exhausting. Nevertheless, thank you. Su Xianyue. Chapter 36. The lonely path of cultivation. The following day, Xianyue was to depart. This farewell was uncertain. It might be a long time before they met again, so you must strive diligently. Oh, understood. Xianyue, embodying the role of an elder sister, bid farewell to Su Xianyue, who responded earnestly. The carriage was ready, poised for departure, and their farewell reached its conclusion. Well then, I shall take my leave. Remember, practice diligently, otherwise I shall look down upon you. Understood. As Xianyue departed, Su Xianyue watched the carriage fade into the distance, a hint of reluctance swelling within her. Despite her previous disdain for Xianyue, after the events of the previous evening, she felt primarily sympathy towards her. Alas, such is fate. With a resigned sigh, she turned and returned. Born into nobility yet unable to master her own destiny, it is lamentable that after achieving divinity, she would merely become a stepping stone for Tang Bizan. I too must devote myself to cultivation, otherwise, if I encounter trouble in the future, I shall be unable to cope, and that would spell disaster. Su Xianyue may adopt a laid-back attitude. Yet she is acutely aware of a profound truth. Possessing a sword and neglecting to wield it is fundamentally different from lacking a sword altogether. Su Xianyue raised his head to gaze at the sky when suddenly, a figure appeared before him, blocking his path. Oh, it's you, teacher. Bibi Dong stood before Su Xianyue, her cold eyes fixed upon him. How have you been these past few days? Not bad. After a brief and awkward exchange, Bibi Dong began admonishing him about his training progress. You've been idle long enough. It's time to focus on cultivation. Don't waste your innate talent. Yes. With a few more words, she departed, leaving Su Xianyue exhaling in relief. Phew. All right. Better get serious. Soul power levels are still crucial. For years later, sunlight streamed into Su Xianyue's room, illuminating the violet-haired youth seated at his desk. At 12 years old, he stood at a height of 165 meters, his long purple hair cascading softly, his delicate features almost devoid of sharp edges. If not for his slightly broad shoulders, he might still be mistaken for a girl. His slender frame appeared fragile, yet appearances were deceiving. Counting the days, Shrek Academy should be starting soon. Should I go? His androgynous voice murmured as he set down the book in his hand. His gaze remained distant, contemplating the serene sunlight outside. He could attend the Spirit Hall Academy at any time, but it held little value. Most theoretical knowledge was useless, and he could easily study on his own. As for spirit abilities, he had Bibi Dong as his mentor. The real issue was the sheer boredom that consumed his days. Though Su Xianyue was already aligned with the Spirit Hall, his curiosity about Shrek Academy lingered. Might as well go. Staying cooped up here is driving me mad with boredom. Su Xianyue sprang to her feet, preparing to report this matter to Bibi Dong. Her curiosity about Shrek Academy was one facet of her motivation. Moreover, she could also create some minor disturbances for Tang San and his companions to thwart their growth, which could pose a disadvantage to her. Su Xianyue held a rather indifferent sentiment towards the Spirit Hall. Although he had spent 4 years there, he had largely confined himself to solitude, avoiding interactions with others. His intention was to remain an outsider, observing their conflicts as long as they did not impede his own existence. Each skirmish they engaged in yielded an abundance of souls that could enhance his power. As long as they did not harm those he cherished, he felt little concern. You wish to venture out for training? What has prompted this sudden desire? Bibi Dong questioned, taken aback by his words, especially considering Su Xianyue had nearly isolated himself for 4 years. I feel as though I am growing moldy here. If I do not step out for some fresh air, I might sprout mushrooms. Bibi Dong said little further, readily acquiescing. Very well. I shall assign some individuals to accompany you. No need, teacher. I can manage on my own. Please refrain from sending anyone with me. If I must have company while visiting Shrek, what would be the point of going at all? Are you certain you do not require assistance? Absolutely. Having bodyguards would negate the essence of training. It would merely resemble a holiday. If you truly feel uneasy, simply provide me with some protective artifacts. Observing the conflicted expression on Bibi Dong's face, she ultimately relented. Very well, as you wish. Take this bracelet. It can withstand 2 attacks from a soul Douluo or lower. Bibi Dong tossed Su Xianyue a bracelet that appeared to be crafted from crystal, entirely transparent. Thank you, teacher. I shall take my leave now. As Su Xianyue was departing, she turned back to offer a playful admonition. Do not send anyone to follow me. It would anger me. Bibi Dong, observing the mischievous expression on Su Xianyue's face, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Ah, this little rascal. Su Xianyue preferred solitude, as she sought to absorb souls to enhance her strength. The years spent in seclusion were dedicated to concealing her fallen angel martial spirit, ensuring that others remained oblivious. Should her martial spirit be unleashed or her soul absorption activities be discovered, the consequences would be dire. Su Xianyue boarded the carriage, setting off towards Soto City. At that moment, a young girl in a white dress strolled down the street, her face illuminated by a radiant smile, playfully walking with her hands behind her back. Ah. Indeed, the outside world is far more interesting. Staying at home is utterly tedious. The girl glanced around with curiosity, seemingly captivated by her surroundings. Suddenly, amidst the crowd, a particularly striking figure caught her attention. Huh? That person looks so familiar. She murmured to herself as she made her way in that direction. Meanwhile, standing in front of a small stall, Su Xianyue found herself lost in thought as she gazed at a small wooden carving in her hand. Excuse me. How much is this? She inquired. The stall owner, beaming with delight, replied, You have a keen eye. I acquired this for 10 silver coins. So I will sell it to you for 15 silver coins. Although Su Xianyue was oblivious to why her wooden carving could fetch such a high price, Inquiries yielded no answers. Why is this wooden carving so expensive? She asked. It's evident that you lack expertise. This is an artwork, unique in style, cherished by the noble class, which explains its steep price. Alas, I wonder who the talented sculptor behind this piece is. Indeed, the world is filled with connoisseurs. Well, since I've come this far, asked my questions, I might as well make the purchase, she thought. Despite her reluctance, it felt rather impolite not to buy it. At that moment, a voice suddenly broke through. I shall take this item, declared a girl in a white dress, tossing a golden coin into the vendor's hand. Su Xianyue turned in confusion towards the source of the voice. The girl, hands on her hips, looked at Su Xianyue with an air of pride and extended her hand. This is now mine, hand it over. Su Xianyue glanced at her, then at the outstretched hand, before handing over the wooden carving. Here, it's for you. Please, do not return it. Initially reluctant to part with her money, she was pleasantly surprised to find a generous soul had come her way. After passing the sculpture to the young girl, Su Xianyue turned to leave, while the girl stood there, bewildered, gazing at the wooden piece in her hand before looking up at Su Xianyue's retreating figure. Is this the annoying person? Have I mistaken her for someone else? Hey, how did you remember that? Are you really holding a grudge? Chapter 37. Entangled Relationships. May I ask when Shrek Academy begins enrollment? In a modest village. Su Xianyue spotted the Shrek sign and inquired of an elderly man passing by. Oh, it starts tomorrow. Are you planning to enroll? Then just be patient. It will be here soon. Another day of waiting? How troublesome. Su Xianyue turned back to Soto City, intending to stay at an inn for the night. Upon her return, as she passed by the Rose Hotel, she brushed her fingers over her bracelet, a storage soul guide. In the past, she had been unable to afford such luxuries. And even now, perhaps it was best to refrain. Such a place was not suited for her. She had initially considered indulging herself, but upon reflection, it was wiser to abstain. This establishment would only evoke the forlorn sentiments of a solitary heart. Suddenly, she encountered the girl in the white dress approaching her. What brings you here? Aren't you going inside? Oh, I see. You're short on funds. Su Xianyue scrutinized her from head to toe, one eye larger than the other. Look at you. Ahem, there's no room left inside. Just as she was about to retort with a few sharp words, she reconsidered, after all. They bore no enmity towards each other, and such behavior would be impolite. What? No room? What shall we do then? Su Xianyue was indeed correct. Tomorrow marks the commencement of Shrek Academy. Logically, Tang Bizan should already be inside, leaving no vacant rooms. However, whether there exists a single room remains uncertain, as Su Xianyue had never resided there. Paying no heed to the girl who was entangled in her thoughts, Su Xianyue proceeded towards the inn where he had previously stayed. Observing Su Xianyue's departure, the girl followed suit. Where are you headed? Are you a local? She inquired. No, there is another inn over there. I am going there, he replied. Su Xianyue casually pointed ahead without glancing at her. The girl followed his gaze and indeed spotted an inn. Oh, is it here? It looks so run down. Su Xianyue paid no heed to her surroundings, venturing inside to request a room. After settling the payment and receiving the key, she ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, the young lady remained in a state of turmoil, her expression one of distaste. The room was both small and unkempt. Could anyone truly reside here? The environment was neither particularly appealing nor utterly deplorable, merely average. It was evident that this girl hailed from a wealthy family, as she expressed her disdain for the accommodations. At that moment, Su Xianyue entered her room, tidied her belongings with a casual efficiency, and glanced at the darkening sky. She pulled back the covers, preparing to rest. However, shortly after reclining, a knock echoed from the door. Excuse me, dear guest, are you resting? I apologize for the interruption, but might you kindly open the door? The voice of the attendant broke the silence. Reluctantly, Su Xianyue approached the door. What is it? Upon opening the door, she found the young lady and the attendant standing there, both wearing expressions of uncertainty. The situation is as follows. Your room is the last available one, and we were wondering if you might consider vacating it or perhaps sharing it with this young lady. Su Xianyue listened to the server's explanation and glanced at the girl, who was of a similar height to her own. Without hesitation, she replied, I do mind. With a resounding bang, she slammed the door shut. The server, feeling awkward, turned to look at the girl, and upon seeing her, his expression changed drastically. At that moment, the girl's face flushed with anger. How outrageous. At this age, no one has ever dared to refuse me. You, open the door. This room is to be reserved by me. But, Yes. The server retrieved a spare key, nervously unlocking the door. As the door swung open, Su Xianyue crossed her arms defiantly. Very well, you may leave for now. I am curious to see how she intends to reserve it. Yes, yes, I shall take my leave, but, ladies, please be gentle. Preparing these things is quite troublesome. The server closed the door behind him and departed. As soon as he left, the girl stormed up to Su Xianyue, shouting loudly, Do you know who I am? How dare you refuse me? Do you believe I will? What are you going to do? What do you think? Su Xianyue sat at the edge of the bed, gently laying the girl down and positioning her across her lap. Her palm poised to deliver a playful slap to the girl's backside. Smack. Ouch. You actually spanked me. My father has never done that. Huh, no wonder. Your father hasn't taught you properly, but I shall. Stop. Help me. In her childhood, whenever Wang Area misbehaved, Su Xianyue employed this very method to discipline her. Outside the window, two shadowy figures observed the unfolding scene with amusement. Should we intervene? The young lady has never endured such treatment before. Perhaps we should refrain. The leader instructed us to act only in the face of real danger. A little hardship is ultimately for her benefit. Let us watch. This was indeed the first instance where anyone dared to spank her. Meanwhile, inside, Su Xianyue continued her playful antics. Do you know who I am? I am the 7 treasures. Oh please. Who cares about 7 treasures? I could just as easily be Inuyasha. You think you can intimidate me? Stop. Please stop. Ultimately, the girl, clutching her backside, helplessly collapsed onto the floor, awkwardly scrambling back to her feet. Just you wait. Just you wait. Whoa. With tears streaming down her face, she dashed out, stumbling and falling but quickly rising to continue her escape. Finally, peace and quiet. Su Xianyue glanced at the hand that had struck her. The sensation was rather pleasant. Time to sleep. At this moment. The young lady. My dear, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It becomes even more captivating. How infuriating. Humph. Oh dear, my backside. In her anger, she kicked a small stone nearby, only to feel her strength waning. She leaned against the door as a server approached from behind. Miss, a guest has just checked out. Would you like to take the room? Yes. Of course. Very well. Please follow me. Do you need assistance? No need. Just lead the way. Yes. The young lady was taken to an empty room, finally securing a place to spend the night. In the shadows, few all done. This feels rather inappropriate, doesn't it? Didn't the sect master say? Are you suggesting we let the young lady sleep on the streets? If the sect master finds out, we would be in serious trouble, and even the sword Douluo and bone Douluo would not hesitate to strike us down. Indeed. Night. Su Xianyue was still in a deep slumber when suddenly, a commotion erupted at the door, causing his eyes to spring wide open. What a troublesome door. It's finally opened. A faint sound reached his ears, and Su Xianyue remained motionless, recognizing it as the voice of the girl from earlier that day. The girl approached him with a small porcelain jar and a brush, a beaming smile adorning her face. Ha. Let us see how you resist now. Specially crafted. Fade-resistant ink. I can't wait to see your expression when you look in the mirror tomorrow. Hehehe. The girl chattered as she dipped the brush into the ink, drawing closer to Su Xianyue, and then, fade-resistant ink, indeed. Of course, this is. Wait, you possess such a thing as fade-resistant ink? Beside the candle, Su Xianyue scrutinized the bottle of ink, while the bound girl sat nearby. Her mouth stuffed with a gag. The girl attempted to convey something, but her mouth was tightly sealed, allowing only muffled sounds to escape. Su Xianyue picked up the brush, glanced at the young girl, and revealed a smile. Under the flickering candlelight, that smile appeared particularly unsettling. Oh no, please, don't come any closer. Fear not, for I am no demon, he chuckled ominously. Chapter 38. Shrek. The following day, Su Xianyue departed early. The previous night, he had drawn a turtle on the girl's face, causing her to faint instantly, after which he paid her no mind. The ink could easily be washed away with saliva, a fact he had witnessed at the spirit hall. He untied her, left a note, and took his leave. That woman. Have I encountered her somewhere before? She looks oddly familiar. Su Xianyue made her way toward the small village where Shrek resided. Meanwhile, in the inn, the young girl lay on the floor, sunlight streaming through the window and illuminating her face. Slowly, she opened her eyes. Is it dawn already? Wait. Why am I on the floor? Rubbing her sleepy eyes and momentarily bewildered, she suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, my face. In an instant, she was fully awake, taking out a mirror to inspect her reflection. Sure enough, there was a large bruise on her forehead, grinning back at her. Just you wait. Waking early was a habit of Su Xianyue. With the sky still dim and the sun just beginning to rise, she encountered only a few farmers who were up at the crack of dawn. Shrek? It should be somewhat intriguing, right? Su Xianyue was still pondering whether Shrek was a suitable destination when she unwittingly arrived. Shrek, an academy that only admitted peculiar and extraordinary creatures, stood before her. The dilapidated entrance, or rather, the absence of a proper door, merely featured a wooden sign that read Shrek Academy, adorned with the iconic Shrek logo, a large-headed emblem. At the entrance, a wooden table hosted an elderly man seated before it, beside whom lounged a golden-haired youth stifling yawns. Mr. Lee, must you be here so early for admissions? I hardly slept last night, the golden-haired youth remarked languidly to the old man, who shot him a disapproving glance. Who told you to go out again last night, let alone twice? Young men should practice moderation, the elder chided. Enough of that. We have visitors, he continued. Who would arrive at this hour? Wow. Su Xianyue approached directly, producing 10 gold soul coins and tossing them onto the table, introducing himself succinctly. Su Xianyue, male, 12 years old, martial soul, black feather, soul power, level 27. His manner was crisp and efficient, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. While the old man scrutinized him from head to toe. Not bad. Give me your hand. The old man grasped Su Xianyue's arm to assess his bone age, though a look of perplexity crossed his face. Strange, your physique. Su Xianyue glanced at her captured hand and then at the elderly man, whose face was adorned with a myriad of questions, occasionally nodding in confusion. She felt an overwhelming urge to inquire, Doctor, what exactly is my ailment? However, this was not a medical consultation. The old man appeared to be particularly intrigued by Su Xianyue's physique. It is quite peculiar. Have you perhaps cultivated some secret technique? Your physical resilience is commendable, he remarked after a prolonged silence. Su Xianyue's lips twitched slightly in response. Is that so? Have I passed the assessment? Indeed, you have. However, you claim your soul power is 27, and your martial spirit is a black feather? Let us see it. Su Xianyue extended her hand, and several feathers materialized, formed from her soul power. This was a manifestation of her first soul skill, where she recalled the steps of condensation and shaped her energy into form. Although these feathers held no intrinsic value, they could effectively disguise themselves as a martial spirit. Were they not merely ordinary feathers? Their appearance was somewhat peculiar. Yet they could still be deemed monstrous. What about the soul ring? The old man was curious to see Su Xianyue's soul ring, but she declined. The soul ring was somewhat inconvenient to disclose. Could it be overlooked? This statement left the old man pondering briefly before he waved his hand dismissively. Very well, then proceed. Mubai, lead the way. The golden-haired youth approached. Follow me. Along the way, Su Xianyue scrutinized this Dai Mubai. He stood nearly 1.8 meters tall and exuded an imposing presence. I am Dai Mubai, with the martial spirit of the White Tiger, a rank 37 assault system soul master. Come, let us assess your soul power level. Dai Mubai retrieved a crystal ball for testing soul power from a nearby table and presented it to Su Xianyue. However, his gaze was rather unsettling. Such a pity for that face. How could he be male? What are you murmuring about? Dai Mubai inadvertently voiced his thoughts. Though his words were barely audible, Su Xianyue still caught them. Oh, nothing, just a test. Su Xianyue had grown quite accustomed to this apparatus. Upon placing his hand upon it, he began to channel his soul power within. In an instant, the crystal orb radiated brilliantly. Indeed, it confirmed his level was 27. Follow me. We shall proceed directly to the final test. After verifying Su Xianyue's soul power level, Dai Mubai set aside the orb and led him away. For years, Su Xianyue could not fathom why his soul power cultivation progressed so slowly, despite diligent training and utilizing numerous treasures provided by the Spirit Hall. His soul power advancement remained frustratingly sluggish. This perplexity weighed heavily upon him. Eventually, Bibi Dong conducted an examination and discovered that his soul power possessed a peculiar quality that significantly differentiated it from others. Yet she could not articulate the specifics and merely suggested to leave it be. Nonetheless, his combat prowess was by no means diminished. On the contrary, it far surpassed that of his peers at the same level. The mere fact that he could engage in a back-and-forth with Qianrenxue, who was using only 50% of her strength, spoke volumes. Accompanying Dai Mubai, they soon arrived at a clearing. In the center, a muscular man dozing off sat on a bench. Dai Mubai approached him, leaning in to whisper, Teacher Zhao, wake up, we have visitors. The burly man showed no signs of stirring. With a sigh of resignation, Dai Mubai stood up and cleared his throat. Ahem. Teacher Zhao, awaken. We have guests. Good heavens. What a fright. You nearly scared me to death. Oh, visitors, is it? Very well, you may begin. I shall observe. The startled man shook off his drowsiness, smacking his face and blinking wide-eyed at them. Seeing that he was now awake, Dai Mubai turned to Su Xianyue. The assessment involves sparring with me. Endure for the duration of a jaw stick, and upon completion, you shall be admitted immediately. This is teacher Zhao Wujie, responsible for supervision and judgment. However, with your feather martial soul, are you of the support type? If so, you may need to wait for another to join you for the assessment. Su Xianyue raised a hand in refusal. Is defeating you all that matters? Let us begin, but I must warn you, I do not hold back. You must be cautious. Observing his demeanor, Dai Mubai stepped back to create distance, yet he dismissed Su Xianyue's caution with indifference. What harm could a feather martial soul possibly bring? He mused. Very well, Teacher Zhao, we may commence. Teacher Zhao? Dai Mubai assumed his stance and addressed Zhao Wujin, only to find him unresponsive, having succumbed to slumber once more. Oh, this Teacher Zhao. He roused Zhao Wujin, lit the incense, and prepared to proceed. Do not worry, you may act boldly, for I shall intervene swiftly to prevent any injuries. Now then, ready, begin. At Zhao Wujin's command, Dai Mubai regarded the still motionless Su Xianyue with confidence. If you do not make a move, I shall strike first. Should anything unfortunate occur, I shall not be held accountable. Su Xianyue, feeling helpless, shook her head. Alas, it seems you still do not regard me highly. Very well, should you encounter trouble, I shall bear no responsibility. Chapter 39, The Sick Catum? This young lad possesses quite the audacity. Very well, prepare to receive my strike. White Tiger's radiant wave. Dai Mubai instantaneously manifested his martial soul, unleashing a barrage of bravado. Although the wave of light moved with great swiftness, to Su Xianyue, it appeared lethargically slow. With a gentle sidestep, she evaded it effortlessly, as if gliding through the air. Is that all? Let us continue. As Su Xianyue observed Dai Mubai seemingly taking her more seriously, she felt a sense of displeasure regarding his previous dismissal of her. I am quite unhappy, she expressed. Dai Mubai activated a protective shield and charged towards her. Don't get cocky. Prepare to face me. The fierce claws of his martial spirit lunged at Su Xianyue without mercy. Yet she effortlessly evaded the attack with a backward lean. Is that all you've got? She taunted, still maintaining her composure. Dai Mubai, now visibly irritated, unleashed a flurry of wild swipes, but alas, miss. Su Xianyue, without retaliating, simply retreated, skillfully dodging his claws while nonchalantly picking her nose. Oh, are you tired? She remarked, observing Dai Mubai's labored breaths with disdain. Don't get too proud. Dodging doesn't count as a victory. Face me head on. Before he could finish, Su Xianyue's straight punch landed squarely in Dai Mubai's abdomen. You are utterly pathetic. Perhaps you should concede now? This is just the beginning. Faced with Su Xianyue's provocation, Dai Mubai's anger began to boil. Don't mistake my silence for weakness. But his words were abruptly cut off as he met Su Xianyue's expressionless gaze, her raised fist directed at him, filled with a chilling aura that rendered his mind blank. Hello, sickly cat. Farewell, sickly cat. Bang, 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 bang. Su Xianyue forcefully pinned Dai Mubai to the ground, clutching his neck and landing blow after blow to his face. After an unknown number of strikes, Dai Mubai lay limp on the ground, motionless. He still breathes. Realizing he had merely lost consciousness, Su Xianyue hurried over to rouse the once again slumbering Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie. Who is it? How rude. Who are you? Startled awake, Zhao Wujie beheld the unfamiliar Su Xianyue, but following her gaze, he noticed Dai Mubai sprawled on the ground. What happened to Mubai? You. Zhao Wujie suddenly remembered that this was the new student assessment. Glancing between the injured Dai Mubai and Su Xianyue, he rushed over to examine Mubai's injuries. Oh my. His face is swollen like a pig. Wait here, I will take him for treatment. With a swift motion, Zhao Wujie lifted Dai Mubai and dashed off in a determined direction. Su Xianyue disdainfully gazed in the direction they had departed, before making her way to the bench where Zhao Wujie was seated to take a moment of respite. Dai Mubai, is he truly so pathetic? Well, I suppose I shall take a short break. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zhao Wujie returned, his expression rather grim. Accompanying him was a notably distinctive middle-aged man. Old Zhao, if you dare to deceive me, don't expect to receive your salary this month, the man warned. Alas, Brother Flinder, I am not fabricating anything. Although I did not witness it firsthand, I can assure you that there was no one else present at that time. It was undoubtedly the new student who did it. The two approached Su Xianyue, who was resting on the bench. Ahem, I am Flinder, the principal of Shrek Academy. Is this the student who has dealt such a blow to Mubai? Flinder's voice had a slight lisp, and he seemed to be making a concerted effort to articulate his words clearly. Su Xianyue rose from the bench, dusting off her trousers. What is the matter? She inquired. Flander and Zhao Wujixian exchanged glances. It's nothing. Just show me your martial soul. Su Xianyue gathered several black feathers using her soul power, while Flinder and the others widened their eyes in curiosity. There was nothing particularly remarkable about it. Where did such strength come from? Well, the realm of martial spirits is not my forte. Cough, cough, never mind that. I came merely to congratulate you. You have been accepted. Zhao Wujia, please escort him to his dormitory. After Flinder uttered these words, he turned and departed. Once Flinder had left, Zhao Wujia gestured for Su Xianyue to follow him. As they made their way, there was nothing particularly extraordinary, but if anything was unusual, it was the stark poverty of the place. The buildings were constructed from simple stone bricks and timber. Though sturdy, they were quite rudimentary, which felt somewhat jarring to Su Xianyue, who had spent 4 years in the martial spirit hall. Zhao Wujia seemed to notice her discomfort and explained, Shrek is a school for monsters, exclusively admitting those who are extraordinary, not ordinary individuals. Once you enter Shrek, regardless of your background or status, you must adhere to the rules here. Arrogance and capriciousness will not be tolerated. However, Su Xianyue paid little heed to this drivel. Before long, they arrived at Shrek's dormitory. Here we are, both rooms are unoccupied, so feel free to choose one. You might be assigned a roommate later, although the chances are slim, Zhao Wujia remarked before taking his leave. Su Xianyue gazed at the dilapidated house before her, feeling a sense of disdain, yet she stepped inside. To her surprise, the interior was quite tidy, featuring a dressing table, a writing desk, and 2 beds, all rather simple and unadorned. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Alas, since I am already here, I shall stay for a while. Approaching the bed by the window, she retrieved the bedding she had prepared in advance. Although the bed was already furnished with clean linens, they were rather worn, while the bedding she had brought from the Martial Soul Hall was luxurious, having been used by her for 4 years. Let us air this out a bit. Su Xianyue was still inspecting the dormitory equipment, while on the other side, Flander asked, Mubai, are you feeling better? Much better. Ouch. It hurts. Dai Mubai had awakened, but speaking strained his wounds. Beside him, a bearded man chuckled mischievously. Ha ha, Dai Lauda, you actually have a day like this. Dai Mubai said nothing but pulled the man into an embrace, rolling his head affectionately. Dai Lauda, I was wrong. Let go, let go. Flander interrupted them. All right, Oscar, enough of the antics. Let Mubai rest properly. Only then did they part ways. Alas, Mubai was injured. He needed to recuperate for the next few days, but the freshman assessment. Flander rested his chin on his hand, glancing at Oscar. No, 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 Dean, I can't do it. Let the fat one go. Oscar quickly waved his hands. However, Flander seemed resolute. You two will go together. You will assist him. Oscar shrank back like a startled creature, while Flander offered him a reassuring smile. Do not worry. Geniuses like you are quite rare. It's a rarity to find someone of your caliber among this group of freshmen. Oscar scoffed. I don't believe it. What if another one comes along who could injure Dai Laudo again? We would be finished. Flander appeared to grow slightly impatient. Oscar, yes. Are you ignoring the dean's words? Of course not. But, why not send that new student instead? Yes, that would work. Flander furrowed his brow, stroking his chin in contemplation. That does seem reasonable. Chapter 40, The Freshman Assessment Me? To substitute for Dai Mubai? Having just finished arranging her sheets, Su Xianyue sat on her bed, arms crossed and legs crossed, gazing at Flander before her. Indeed, since Dai Mubai, who is responsible for the assessment, has been injured by you, we could not find a suitable replacement. After much consideration, it has been decided that you will take on this role. Su Xianyue maintained an expression of surprise, devoid of any ripples. Seeing an opportunity, Flander prepared to have him wait outside. Thus, it was simply a matter of waiting for someone to arrive and engaging them in a brief contest, quite straightforward. Wouldn't you agree? Enough of the chatter, let us go. I refuse. Su Xianyue's abrupt rejection, though anticipated by Flander, was surprisingly resolute. What benefits do I possess? Su Xianyue's words appeared to perplex Flander, who, with a furrowed brow, rested his chin in contemplation. Su Xianyue discerned his inner turmoil. Rest assured, there is no monetary requirement. Upon hearing this assurance, Flanders ceased his inner conflict and resumed his characteristic posture, hands clasped behind his back, and spoke with a tone of earnest gravity. Ahem. Since there is no demand for money, the matter becomes far simpler. What benefits do you seek? Su Xianyue pondered for a moment and then raised a single finger. Just one, she asserted, in class. If I wish to attend, I shall. If I do not, I shall not be compelled. You cannot impose restrictions upon me. However, this assertion was met with strong opposition from Flanders. That is unacceptable. You cannot simply attend or abstain at your whim. Do you consider the academy your personal domain? Choose another option. Su Xianyue tilted her head nonchalantly and replied, Then you may resolve it on your own. After a moment of contemplation, Flanders spoke up. How about this? I will allow you to take leave at any time, but you may only take a maximum of 1 month in a year. How does that sound? I'm not going. You handle it yourselves. All right. I need to rest. Is there anything else? As Su Xianyue issued an implicit dismissal, Flanders, sensing the futility of further discussion, shook his head in resignation and departed. Very well. Enjoy your rest. Take care. After Flanders left, he hesitated for a while before reaching a decision. Alas, we must handle this ourselves. Wait, that's not right. Mubai is injured and we lack personnel. Suddenly, Flanders recalled something and turned back towards Su Xianyue's dormitory. Ultimately, Flanders persuaded Su Xianyue to take on Mubai's responsibilities by offering 2 months of leave per year, as he had recently undergone the process and was thus familiar with it. Accompanying him was a bearded fellow. Hey there, may I ask your name? The cheeky tone of this individual ignited an impulse within Su Xianyue to retaliate. Scram, she coldly retorted without hesitation. All right then. Oscar promptly conceded. Upon returning to the entrance, they were met with a long line of people. A multitude of parents stood in line, each submitting their registration fees for their children. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the murmurs, capturing their attention. You are merely here to swindle us. My child is a genius with a century-old soul ring. How can he possibly be deemed unqualified? If he is unqualified, return the registration fee. The elderly man overseeing the registration stood up, visibly irked, and addressed them. You should have done your homework before coming here. Do not assume that merely graduating grants you the title of Viscount and come here. Such actions only waste your registration fee and our time. I shall reiterate, if you are under 12 and do not possess a level 20, you may as well return. The crowd seemed unyielding, prompting the old man to unleash his 6 soul rings. Although the configuration was not particularly impressive, the mere sight of those 6 rings was sufficiently intimidating, causing the once arrogant individuals to deflate and hurriedly leave with their children. Those who remained exuded confidence in their eligibility, all being level 20 by the age of 12. Among them, Su Xianyue spotted a striking girl, clad in vibrant pink, who stood out in the throng, accompanied by an unremarkable boy. Were it not for the girl, Su Xianyue would hardly have noticed him. It was evident that these two were Tang San and Xiao Wu. Oscar approached the elderly registrar, and Su Xianyue noticed that the boy's gaze had also shifted towards him. How curious. Why does this person seem so familiar? Tang San squinted, pondering over Su Xianyue's presence, while Xiao Wu too became aware of his observation. Brother, what are you looking at? Huh? What are you staring at? No peeking. Eh? Xiao Wu, what's the matter? Xiao Wu quickly leaped in front of Tang San, shielding his line of sight, and Su Xianyue chose not to dwell on them further. Meanwhile, Oscar engaged in a hushed conversation with the old man, who suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, casting a glance at Su Xianyue. Oscar, you must not be deceiving me. Is this child truly the one who injured Mubai? Indeed. I am not lying. That's precisely why he isn't here to substitute for Dai. Though incredulous, there was little time for verification as they needed to continue processing the registrations for the individuals ahead. One after another, people successfully registered, forming a group that Oscar led inside. However, the individuals before Su Xianyue presented a slight dilemma for him. Zhu Shiqing, radiating an icy demeanor, stood beside him, her cold aura rivaling his own. Yet, Su Xianyue's air leaned more towards the delicate, while Zhu Shiqing embodied pure frost. Tang San and Xiao Wu had also successfully registered and approached. Su Xianyue? Little master, there is still more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The story becomes even more thrilling. Tang San ventured tentatively, prompting Su Xianyue to turn and scrutinize him. Tang San? Although Su Xianyue had recognized him from the outset, he chose to feign ignorance for the moment. Is it really you, Su Xianyue? What brings you here? Xiao Wu chimed in, also surveying Su Xianyue closely. Upon noticing a certain flatness about him, she appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. Su Xianyue silently gazed at her, Was there a misunderstanding? Well, there shouldn't be anyone else around. It was time to enter. Su Xianyue glanced behind her and, confirming the absence of others, spotted a huffing young girl in a white dress approaching from a distance. I am utterly exasperated. Do not let me catch you again. She muttered to herself as she strode towards the registration desk, slapping her palm down onto the table. I wish to register. The elderly man at the desk looked at her with surprise. Though puzzled, he refrained from further comment. Are your family members aware of your presence here? The girl, adopting a defiant posture with her arms crossed and chin held high, replied arrogantly, What business is it of yours? Just tell me, am I qualified or not? With that, she revealed 2-century-old spirit rings. The old man, unable to contend with her audacity, accepted 10 gold soul coins and permitted her entry. Upon entering, she finally noticed the crowd that had been waiting. Ah, it seems there is no one left. Everyone, follow me. As Su Xianyue ventured inside, Tang San and the others followed closely behind. However, upon seeing Su Xianyue, a young girl rushed up to him without hesitation. I knew I couldn't be mistaken. You are that detestable person from back then. Apologize to me at once, or I shall summon Grandfather Jian to sever your legs. Humph, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her frustration evident as she stamped her feet. Yet, Su Xianyue remained composed, calmly raising one hand. Upon witnessing this, Ning Rongrong instantly deflated. Have you calmed down? Then follow me. The elder behind them observed the entire exchange, shaking his head in dismay. Alas, this generation is truly filled with peculiarities. Chapter 41. The unexpected arrival of Zhao Wuji as Su Xianyue walked alongside them, and Ning Rongrong leaped to her side. Hey, you annoying brat, what is your name? Su Xianyue cast a fleeting glance at him. I am called Wang Dezhuang. When Su Xianyue was rescued by Wang Fugue, this name was bestowed upon her. Otherwise, Wang Area would have been compelled to address her as Wang Dinyo. Su Xianyue, with a serious expression, uttered such a cheesy name, which was met with evident disbelief from Ning Rongrong. Who would believe that? Quickly, tell me, Ning Rongrong demanded, her demeanor petulant. Su Xianyue silently raised her hand. However, she immediately faltered, recalling the lingering shadow from a previous encounter. When Su Xianyue first encountered Ning Rongrong, she introduced herself, however. It seems that time has dulled Ning Rongrong's memory. I recall your name has something to do with moon, but what is it exactly? Ning Rongrong incessantly chattered, pestering Su Xianyue, who, finding her incessant chatter unbearable, raised her hand in exasperation, causing Ning Rongrong to instantly retreat. Meanwhile, Tang San and the others maintained a serene silence as they swiftly made their way to the location of the second assessment. A group of 12-year-old youths lined up for their evaluations when the bearded Oscar approached with a crystal ball in hand. Step right up for a soul power test. And, ladies, would you care to sample my sausages? Oscar inquired, presenting not only the crystal ball but also several sausages. Su Xianyue wore a serious expression as she seized all the sausages from Oscar's hands. At this moment, what are you flirting for? Hurry up and conduct the test. Oscar proceeded to test the soul power of Tang San and the others one by one. At this point, Tang San inquired of Oscar, Excuse me, sir. Aside from testing our soul power, is there anything else we need to do? Sir, you're the one who's a sir. Your entire family is made up of sirs. I'm only 14. Is it wrong to have a bit of facial hair? My apologies. Oscar was taken aback, while Tang San silently expressed his regret. This was merely a minor episode. Although everyone was quite surprised by Oscar's facial hair, they did not react excessively. While there are indeed many formidable individuals this time, each surpassing level 25. Let us proceed directly to the fourth test. We can skip the previous ones. Directly to the fourth test? May I inquire what the fourth test entails? Tang San conversed with Oscar as they walked, a sausage that Oscar had handed him still in his mouth. As for the fourth test, well, it's simple yet not simple. I'm not entirely sure, but given your strengths are all above level 25, if you work together, you should be able to pass. You're not sure? Well, I suppose we shall adapt as necessary. This sausage is quite fragrant. Upon reaching a clearing, Zhao Wujin remained seated on a small bench, awaiting their arrival. You're all here. Why don't you discuss your strategy for a moment? My goodness, there are so many this year. If it weren't for Boss Fu's conditions, I would have considered stepping in myself. At this moment, Oscar, with a mischievous grin, addressed Tang San and the others. The fourth test involves battling the two of us. As long as you can withstand for the duration of an incense stick, even if just one of you remains standing, you all pass. Exciting, isn't it? Oscar leaned closer to Tang San, his demeanor cheeky, only to be pulled away by Su Xianyue by the collar. Hurry up and finish. I still need to take a nap later. All right, just let go. Zhao Wujing, acting as the referee, watched them with keen interest. Once they concluded their discussion, he nodded and lit the incense. Let the test begin. As soon as the incense was ignited, Oscar immediately tossed a sausage to Su Xianyue. I have a big sausage. As Su Xianyue took the stage, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. Don't tell me that those sausages you had earlier were sourced in such a manner. Tang San exclaimed, incredulity etched upon his features as he gazed at Oscar. A wave of nausea washed over him, albeit not too severe, and he quickly regained his composure. Brother, what's wrong? He heard the innocent voice of Xiaowu, her unblemished countenance causing him to grimace slightly, for she too had partaken in the meal. It's nothing, he replied, discreetly pulling out an assortment of concealed weapons, clenching them tightly in his grasp. Oscar, feeling discontented, interjected, do you think I desired this? It's merely how my soul skills manifest. Rest assured, aside from the soul incantation being less than satisfactory, my sausages bear no other flaws. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us commence, Tang San. You should know me well enough to be cautious. Su Xianyue curled her fingers, producing a series of crackling sounds. Tang San chose to disregard those distractions and began to focus earnestly. Everyone took note that Su Xianyue was not one to show mercy. She had, at the tender age of 6, severely injured several students at the Junior Soul Master Academy, resulting in her expulsion. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhiqing became more serious. While Ning Rongrong pondered over the name Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue? Ah, yes, that was indeed her name. Meanwhile, Su Xianyue, with a sausage clutched between her teeth, charged towards them. Thomas executed a spinning kick. Su Xianyue executed a graceful leap, delivering a swift kick akin to a whip. With the Xian Jade hand, she skillfully controlled the crane and captured the dragon. With the aid of these two skills, Su Xianyue barely managed to withstand the force of the ensuing strike. Yet the immense power still propelled him a considerable distance in that position. Simultaneously, Tang San launched a counterattack. Blue-silver binding. Act swiftly. Several strands of blue-silver grass ensnared Su Xianyue, and at that moment, under Ning Rongrong's buff, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhiqing immediately initiated their assault. Bang! Su Xianyue was sent flying and crashed to the ground, motionless. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling. Huh? Hey, are you okay? Oscar approached to check on Su Xianyue's injuries but was met with a disdainful glance. Go away. Can't you see I'm playing dead? Playing dead? What's that about? Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji, witnessing Su Xianyue on the ground, was utterly astonished. What happened? What is going on? Shiwu, glancing at her own legs, appeared bewildered. I haven't even kicked him yet. How did he fly away? Zhu Qing, did you hit him? Zhu Qing shook her head. It wasn't me. I didn't touch him. They all stared in astonishment at the prostrate Su Xianyue. At that moment, Zhao Wuji realized that Su Xianyue was indeed feigning unconsciousness. What are you doing? Trying to raise the stakes here? It's not my fault. They're just too formidable. I'm qualified, all qualified. I'm off for a nap now. With a serious expression, Su Xianyue rose from the ground and made his way back to his dormitory, leaving everyone else in a state of confusion. What on earth is he doing? Flander only said to let him substitute for Daimubai. He didn't insist on winning or anything, just putting on a show, since they will all join Shrek anyway, merely going through the motions. After watching Su Xianyue leave in a daze, they turned their attention to Zhao Wuji. Teacher Zhao this. Zhao Wuji paused for a moment before breaking into a smile, addressing them. Perfect timing, since the previous but doesn't count. Let us have you all spar with me. Oscar, go light another incense stick. Huh? Teacher Zhao, you're joining in personally? Is that all right? Zhao Wuji shot him a glare. What could possibly be wrong? Hurry up. Yes. Be careful, everyone. Teacher Zhao is the renowned immovable King Zhao Wuji, a soul sage. Chapter 42. Did you mistakenly enter my dormitory, or did I? Oh, that was a refreshing nap. What is that? Upon awakening, Su Xianyue stretched his slender waist, suddenly feeling something brushing against his leg beneath the covers. He swiftly threw back the blanket to reveal Ning Rongrong, drooling at the corner of her mouth, clad only in her sleepwear. Su Xianyue turned her head to glance at the bed adorned with platinum-colored bedding, confirming that it was indeed brought by her. She then looked at Ning Rongrong and exclaimed, What on earth? When did you crawl in here? Get up, get up. Su Xianyue tugged at Ning Rongrong's face, pulling her up. What are you doing? I was sleeping so soundly. What does it mean for you to climb into my bed? No, what is the purpose of you entering my dormitory? Ning Rongrong swatted Su Xianyue's hand away and lay back down. I've been assigned to this place too. Besides, your sheets and comforter are so cozy. Half asleep, Ning Rongrong mumbled, rubbing her face against Su Xianyue's sheets before pulling the blanket over her head and drifting off to sleep once more. Su Xianyue. He ran his fingers through his hair, suddenly recalling something. Could it be that she misunderstood something? Su Xianyue glanced at the meager bedding on the opposite bed and then at her own luxurious platinum sheets. What was initially intended for her comfort unexpectedly transformed into a trap for Ning Rongrong. Observing the small mound beside her, Su Xianyue let out a resigned sigh. Well, she presumably bore no filth, so it mattered little. She slipped on her shoes, made her way to the bedside, and then ventured out for a stroll. Perhaps a shower would be in order. What brand of perfume is this? The taste is truly lacking. Su Xianyue was overwhelmed by the scent of Ning Rongrong's perfume. Feeling quite disdainful, after much effort, he finally located a bathhouse, but he found himself in a dilemma. Should I really enter the men's bathhouse? No. What am I even fretting about? Without hesitation, he strode into the men's bathhouse, only to discover it was equipped with hot running water and divided into small rooms, which was rather considerate. Fortunately, he managed to wash himself without anyone intruding. He had brought his own bathing supplies. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong had also awakened, rubbing her bleary eyes and surveying her surroundings with confusion. The shabby walls contrasted starkly with the comfort of the bedding she lay upon, and she found it somewhat intriguing. This place is rather dilapidated, but that annoying person even brought his own bedding. It's surprisingly comfortable. With that thought, she happily nestled back down. Gurgle. Gurgle, I'm so hungry. At the Shrek cafeteria, Su Xianyue initially intended to grab a quick bite, but upon seeing Tang San and his companions, along with a rather portly individual already indulging, he suddenly felt a wave of distaste, especially that chubby fellow whose eating manners were abysmal. He awkwardly grabbed a bun with his hands and shoved it directly into his mouth. Hey, Su Xianyue, come join us, Xiao exclaimed, waving at him. And the others turned to look as well. Daimubai had nearly recovered, sporting only a slight bruise on his face, overall appearing quite well. The chubby guy, however, seemed utterly captivated upon seeing Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue waved her hand towards them. No, you all eat, she said, turning to leave. Observing her flustered demeanor as she hurried away, they exchanged glances. You scared her. Oscar bluntly critiqued Ma Hongjun. Is it my fault? What about you? They continued to exchange barbs. As the banter unfolded, Tang San voiced his curiosity. By the way, did Su Xianyue arrive early? No. He came this morning and has already beaten up Dai Lao Da like this. Xiao, you really deserve a beating. Ouch, that hurts. Dai Mubai attempted to warn Oscar, but inadvertently aggravated his wound. So he just arrived this morning? Tang San pondered for a moment before shaking his head, deciding not to dwell on it. Meanwhile, Su Xianyue was delightfully roasting chicken by the river, having purchased it from the villagers. Is it done yet? Hurry up, Ning Rongrong urged, wiping her mouth as she squatted nearby. Su Xianyue shot her a glance. I say, why not eat in the cafeteria? Why come over here with me? As Su Xianyue emerged, she coincidentally encountered Ning Rongrong, who, for reasons unknown, unexpectedly followed her out. Fortunately, my intuition is remarkably accurate. Upon seeing you head towards the academy's exit, I sensed that something splendid was afoot. Kiki, why would you assume that I would share with you? The proud Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback by Su Xianyue's sarcastic remark. As compensation for your bullying. If you refuse, I shall inform Grandfather Jian, and then we shall see how you fare. Oh, how fearful I am. And then what? Where is he now? Ning Rongrong fell silent once more. You, don't get too smug. When I return, I shall speak with him. So what am I afraid of now? I refuse to share. Ning Rongrong, slightly anxious, glanced at the chicken nearing perfection and then at the impassive Su Xianyue, deep in thought. What would you require for me to receive a share? You must plead with me. Ning Rongrong was taken aback, hesitating, while Su Xianyue paid her no mind and inspected the roasted chicken before her. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as the story becomes even more thrilling. All right. The roasted chicken. I beseech you. Ning Rongrong's voice was notably soft, clearly unaccustomed to begging. Where did that mosquito come from? Su Xianyue cast a mysterious glance around. His meaning quite evident. He found Ning Rongrong's voice too faint. Ning Rongrong, not foolish, quickly grasped the implication. I beg you, please give it to me. Oh, my shoulders ache terribly. Roasting chickens is so exhausting. Su Xianyue shifted her shoulders, and the meaning was unmistakable. You, don't go too far, she exclaimed. Oh, this chicken smells delightful. Ning Rongrong wiped her drool, clutching her rumbling stomach, ultimately conceding. I understand now. Is it not sufficient for me to massage you? The young lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had never attended to anyone before, and her technique was lacking. After a few attempts, Su Xianyue decided against allowing her to continue. Here you go. Su Xianyue tore off a chicken leg and handed it to Ningrong. Just a single leg. It felt akin to dismissing a beggar. You needn't return the favor, she insisted. Why on earth would I not want it? With that, she took a hearty bite. And in that instant, the delight was undeniable. Absolutely delicious. After devouring it in just a few bites, she gazed longingly at the chicken leg still in Su Xianyue's hand. Please, don't look at me like that, Su Xianyue remarked. All right, you can have it. I concede. Su Xianyue tore off half a chicken and handed it to her, which finally subdued her. Su Xianyue gazed disdainfully at Ningrong, who was squatting and devouring a roasted chicken as if she had never encountered such a delicacy before. Moreover, I demand an explanation as to why you were in my bed this morning. You need not elaborate. The sheets were tattered, which I found utterly distasteful. Upon noticing your bedding, I simply squeezed in beside you. Surely, you cannot be so petty? As the daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's sect master, I do not harbor disdain for you, yet you choose to be so ungracious. Su Xianyue, should I tell her? Never mind, it's troublesome. Hee. Just make sure you don't regret it. What? It's nothing. Chapter 43, Conflict. When Su Xianyue and her companion returned to the academy, others were already lined up waiting for them. You two, hurry over here, Flander called out from a distance, while Su Xianyue and her companion leisurely strolled to join the queue. The purpose of gathering you all today is to inform you of a few matters, which can also be considered an opening ceremony. Mubai, you will give them a thorough explanation of the Academy's rules and regulations shortly. After that, everyone should take a proper rest. It is essential to rest well, as the first class will commence in the evening. That will be all. Oscar, Ningrong, please follow me. He then led them away, but seemingly recalling something, he turned back and added, Su Xianyue, you come over too. Me? Su Xianyue pondered, understanding why Oscar and Ningrong were called away, yet uncertain about the reason for her summons. Oscar, tell me, what do you think is the most important aspect for a support soulmaster during battle? Flanders suddenly inquired. Oscar contemplated for a moment before earnestly responding, well, it should be to stay as hidden as possible behind teammates and utilize the terrain to avoid damage. Good. And what about you, Ningrong? Flander pressed further. With a haughty posture, Ningrong replied, isn't it just about buffing teammates and then running away? What else is there? While her statement was accurate, Flander and the others seemed less than satisfied. What you said is correct. Now, Su Xianyue, why don't you share your thoughts? I don't have any particular opinions, she replied. Su Xianyue displayed an air of indifference, while Flander merely shook his head once more. Very well. We have arrived at our destination. Let us commence. As auxiliary spirit masters, physical fitness is paramount. This is the key to your ability to run swiftly. Therefore, Oscar and Ningrong, you shall run 20 laps around the village, and do so immediately. Su Xianyue, you will oversee their efforts. Huh? Why should I? What benefit do I gain from this? Su Xianyue was exceedingly reluctant. However, upon hearing these words, Flander's forehead veins bulged with anger. Are you still asking for benefits? The school year has just begun, and despite promising you advantages, you continue to exert minimal effort. What more do you desire? This infuriates me. Su Xianyue, you should join in as well. Given your physical condition, it should be quite effortless for you. Su Xianyue clutched the back of her head, casting him a sidelong glance. Oh dear, I'm so frightened. Be careful, I might report you for corporal punishment. Report? I wonder where you would go to file such a complaint. Hurry and run. If you don't even think about having a meal. I refuse to do so. Why should I expend energy on something that bears no benefit? Oh really? So you dare to overstep your bounds, do you? Oscar and Ningrong watched Su Xianyue argue with Flander, stifling their laughter. Ultimately, Flander, with no other options left, promised her a favor. Very well, I shall restore your revoked holiday and add an extra month. Is that all? Are you trying to placate a beggar? Su Xianyue, are you here to learn or simply to provoke my ire? At last, Flander erupted, his formidable presence overwhelming. Oscar and Ningrong summoned all their soul power to resist. Yet Su Xianyue remained unwavering, her hair and clothes tousled but her stance resolute. Well then, I might as well drop out. Farewell, everyone. Su Xianyue strode decisively towards the outskirts of the village. Do you think Shrek is a place you can come and go as you please? Stand there. Flinder was evidently infuriated, his spirit rings visibly glowing, while Oscar hurriedly attempted to mediate. Dean, please calm down. Oscar, you two go about your own business. This does not concern you. Meanwhile, Su Xianyue remained undaunted, her vacant gaze fixed intently on Flinder. Is this what provokes anger? Is Flinder truly so irritable? In truth, it was not Flinder's temperament that was at fault. Rather, Shrek represented his bottom line, and Su Xianyue's blatant disregard for Shrek's values was what truly infuriated him. Oh dear. I am so frightened. Su Xianyue came to Shrek purely out of curiosity, harboring no intention of becoming a part of it. Thus, he felt no obligation to heed Flander's words. Having spent 4 years in the Spirit Hall, his mindset had become somewhat detached. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to confront you? Who do you think you are? In Shrek, you must adhere to the arrangements. I refuse to comply with the arrangements. Can I not simply leave? You. Very well. Then be gone. Do not let me lay eyes on you again. Su Xianyue departed from the village, casting a scornful remark as she left. 13 points. Observing her swagger away while clutching the back of her head, Flander compelled himself to regain his composure. Such audacity, could it be she possesses some formidable backing? He glanced at Ning Rongrong, who was lost in thought, and could not help but entertain this notion. As the headmaster, Flander had a commendable psychological fortitude. He had just been infuriated but swiftly calmed himself. Wait, Su Xianyue. I concede to your demands. From this day forth, as long as you do not disrupt discipline, affect others, or violate school regulations, you may act as you wish. Flander compromised, yet Su Xianyue showed no signs of halting her stride. I have my pride, farewell. Sighing, he thought, this young lady, could someone persuade her? He turned to Ning Rongrong and Oscar, not out of fear of Su Xianyue, but rather due to his keen awareness of her extraordinary talent, which he did not wish to squander. Huh? We're not even acquainted. How can we persuade her? Oscar replied, his face etched with concern. At that moment, Ning Rongrong volunteered, I will go. Meanwhile, Su Xianyue was already striding away. I suppose I shall head to the Stardow Forest. Hey, you annoying brat, wait a moment. Ning Rongrong called out from behind, prompting Su Xianyue to turn and face her. What is it? Do you really need to act this way? He told you to leave, and you just walk away? Don't you think that's rather humiliating? Just a moment ago, Su Xianyue hadn't considered it that way, but Ning Rongrong's words made her reflect. Indeed, if Flander commanded her to leave, then acquiescing without resistance would indeed tarnish her pride. You're right. Why should I submit like that? Very well then. Thus, Su Xianyue followed Ning Rongrong back. Along the way, a realization struck Su Xianyue. Wait a minute, if I just turn back when he tells me to, doesn't that make me even more humiliated? Why concern yourself with such trivialities? Do as you please. I will protect you, Ning Rongrong encouraged, gently nudging Su Xianyue forward. Eventually, they ambled leisurely back to Flander. Su Xianyue gazed at the still quivering Flander with a disdainful smile. So it's settled. Whatever I choose to do, you shall not interfere. Understood? Flander, observing the expression on Su Xianyue's face, felt his temper flaring once more, yet he managed to suppress it. Very well, then go about your business. With gritted teeth, Flander uttered these words, and Su Xianyue sauntered away with an air of confidence. Ning Rongrong initially intended to follow but was halted by Flander. You cannot. Su Xianyue possesses certain privileges, but you are not in the same position. Armed with the authority bestowed by Ning Fingji, that letter, Flander could be strict with Ning Rongrong's. Yet he remained cautious due to his ignorance of Su Xianyue's background. Chapter 44. Flander watched Su Xianyue's retreating figure, feeling a slight ache in his head. You too. Hurry along. Though reluctant, Ning Rongrong complied and began to run after Su Xianyue. Flander pressed his forehead, letting out a resigned sigh. I must investigate the origins of this Su Xianyue. Meanwhile, Su Xianyue had returned to lie down. This place is dreadfully dull. I should seize an opportunity to sneak away. Sitting on the bed, utterly bored, Su Xianyue retrieved a book from his storage bracelet titled Self-Cultivation for Soul Masters. After an indeterminate period, bang, the doors swung open abruptly, startling Su Xianyue. What the hell? Who is it? Oh, Ning Rongrong, what's wrong? He saw Ning Rongrong standing at the door, her eyes brimming with tears, as she rushed towards him. Without hesitation, she dove into Su Xianyue's blanket, pushing him further in. Hey, watch the tears and snot off my bed. Clean it up first. Su Xianyue swiftly pulled Ning Rongrong out from under the covers, her strength undeniable. She produced a handkerchief, gently holding Ning Rongrong's face and wiping away the tears and snot, only then releasing her. You may come to my bed, but first, you must clean yourself up. Ning Rongrong, already distressed, wept even harder as Su Xianyue tugged her up. Even you bully me. What? She cried, sitting there in a flood of tears. Cease. First, tell me what happened. Did Flinder bully you? Su Xianyue sat to the side, engrossed in a book, paying no heed to Ning. It was indeed him. Who else could it be? He declared that I was the most inferior of all. Humph. Sob. Truly, you are indeed the most inferior one. You are so bothersome. I shall ignore you. Ning remained curled up in her blanket, motionless, lost in her thoughts. Su Xianyue quietly immersed herself in a book, paying no mind to her companion. After an indeterminate period of silence, Ning suddenly spoke up. Hey, Su Xianyue. Why do you think Flinder's demeanor towards you is entirely different from his treatment of me? It feels as though he can hardly wait for me to leave. That is because he is aware that you have no intention of departing. Moreover, it is likely that your father has been in communication with Flinder, which grants him the confidence to act without fear of offending you. Oh, wait, how did you come to know that? Ning peered out from her cocoon, revealing a single eye as she gazed at Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue gestured towards the book in her hand. Reading more not only helps pass the time, but also enhances one's intelligence. Ning had run away from home in a fit of pique. Her pride would not allow her to return in such a disheartened manner. Su Xianyue's words held some truth. They fell into silence once more. Hey, Su Xianyue. Do you find me annoying? Su Xianyue replied without a moment's hesitation. I find it quite detestable, especially now, when you are competing with me for the bed. You are the one who is loathsome. Your entire family is insufferable. Ning rose and playfully thumped his flat chest with her small fists. You are as unyielding as a washboard, hee. It seemed that Ning had discovered an opportunity to mock Su Xianyue, and she did so without reservation. Su Xianyue displayed little reaction, merely glancing back at her. If I were to reveal the reason for my calmness, I fear it might be too much for you to bear. Ning intrigued, urged, then do enlighten me. Why would your tranquility overwhelm me? Su Xianyue closed the book, gazing at her with a smile. Are you certain? Ning felt a twinge of nervousness under that gaze, yet after swallowing hard, she resolutely replied, I am certain. Just say the word. Su Xianyue's smile lingered, causing Ning to feel increasingly anxious. Why are you looking at me like that? Speak up. Ultimately. Su Xianyue retracted her smile. Never mind, it's too bothersome. I won't say anything. Are you deliberately teasing me? Ning pouted, playfully tapping her chest. Oh. Let's not dwell on that for now. Tell me what you plan to do next. Will you adapt your demeanor to blend in with them? Or return home to continue living as the young lady you are? Su Xianyue changed the subject, causing Ning to pause in surprise. After a long while. Mind your own business. I'm going to sleep. With that, she burrowed into the covers, leaving Su Xianyue to shake her head in exasperation. Is it really that early for you to be sleeping? Are you a pig? Su Xianyue gently tapped Ning on her posterior, prompting her to rise and pouted him. Will you accompany me for some fun? She inquired. I shall not. Should you wish to go, do so alone, he replied. Then what do you mean by that? Ning turned her head away, distancing herself from him. Yet, after an indeterminate span of time, she suddenly spoke again. Su Xianyue, do you think we are considered friends? Although Su Xianyue felt somewhat perplexed, she helplessly replied. It depends on your definition of a friend. Perhaps you equate friendship with servitude. Not at all. I am not that foolish. I certainly understand the meaning of friendship. That's good. If that is the case, it should count as such. Really? Indeed. Not only me, but if you were to adjust your personality, you would find other friends as well. Is that so? Ning did not fully grasp Su Xianyue's meaning, yet in a vague sense, she seemed to comprehend something. In that case, I think I understand. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading. That's good. After chatting with Ning for a while, it was time for dinner. We should eat now. Let us go to Soto City. Would you like to join? Yes, today I am in a good mood, and I will treat you. Eat to your heart's content. Ning feeling suddenly enlightened, laughed joyfully as she pulled Su Xianyue along. The feeling of having a friend is quite delightful. In Soto City, Ning led Su Xianyue as they skipped along the street, exploring left and right. Grandpa Gu has told me that the best delicacies are found at the street stalls. Although the restaurants serve tasty dishes, they primarily fill the stomach. Nothing compares to the deliciousness found on the streets. Oh, the takoyaki over there is amazing. You promised to treat me. I know. Let us hurry over. The two approached a stall. Auntie, we would like 2 servings of takoyaki, please. The proprietress, upon seeing Ning appeared somewhat intrigued. Oh, little girl, you brought a friend with you. Auntie will give you a discount. Come by more often. Thank you, Auntie. Ning Rongrong had visited once while running laps, and the proprietress clearly remembered her. This takoyaki is quite delicious. I told you so. Where shall we go next? As they walked and ate, they soon arrived at an impressively large building. The battle arena? So this is where it is. Shall we go in and take a look? Su Xianyue inquired of Ning Rongrong, who merely curled her lips in disdain. I have no desire to go. The Soul Arena holds no appeal for me. Tang San and the others should be inside, shouldn't they? Wouldn't it be amusing to witness their embarrassment? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's interest was piqued. Well then, let us go and take a look. The hall of the Soul Arena exuded an unusual tranquility. A few individuals meandered about, but the numbers were sparse, as most had already entered to observe the soul battles. To watch a soul battle, one simply needed to select a battle area and pay the requisite fee to gain entry. Su Xianyue pondered. I recall that Tang San and the others seemed to be at the number 14 Soul Arena. Let us take a look. Chapter 45, The Initiative as Expected. At the number 14 Soul Arena, the masked Shao was engaged in a fierce battle with a robust man on stage. The audience was sparse, rendering the arena rather spacious, though this was to be anticipated, as the number 14 Soul Arena was merely a subsidiary venue. Not far off, Su Xianyue spotted Tang San in a small section below, yet his gaze remained fixated on the stage, oblivious to the spectators. By the time they arrived, the combat on stage was nearing its conclusion. The formidable man was thrown out by Shao, signifying the end of the match. As expected. It lacks excitement. Su Xianyue gazed for a moment, feeling a twinge of regret over the cost of the ticket. Hence, let us depart. For this place is utterly dull. Ning Rongrong was also voicing her complaints nearby. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Xianyue. Tell me, would you be interested in earning some pocket money? Su Xianyue suddenly looked at Ning Rongrong with a beaming smile, to which Ning Rongrong tilted her head in confusion. What is it? Could you please assist me in registering a soul fighting slot at the front desk? Su Xianyue addressed the front desk staff, presenting 10 gold soul coins as the registration fee. The staff, motivated by the transaction, treated Su Xianyue with respect and handed her a form. Please provide your name, age, martial soul, and place of birth, they instructed. There were no issues with this request, and Su Xianyue filled out the form accurately. Ning Rongrong blinked curiously at Su Xianyue. Is this truly your method for earning pocket money? She inquired. Indeed, it's as simple as me engaging in battles while you place the bets, Su Xianyue replied. Su Xianyue spoke as she handed over the completed form. A wager duel? Ning Rongrong had heard the term before but didn't grasp its full meaning. Merely following Su Xianyue in bewilderment toward a certain direction. Wager duels, regardless of rank or number of participants, were always held in the central main arena, an easily locatable venue. At the registration desk, the staff member eyed Su Xianyue with slight confusion. Are you certain about participating in a wager duel? Absolutely. However, could you refer to me by a codename when announcing me in the arena? Certainly. What codename should I note down for you? After a moment of contemplation, Su Xianyue slowly spoke. Let it be Lucifer. Lucifer, the most renowned fallen angel, was the name Su Xianyue chose to adopt. Is it written as Lucifer? She inquired. Yes, that's correct. By the way, how long will it take to find an opponent? After the staff confirmed the name she had written down, Su Xianyue sought an estimate of the waiting time. It won't be long. Please take a moment in the waiting area. Upon entering the waiting area, Su Xianyue was met with several fierce gazes directed at them. These individuals appeared rather peculiar. Participants in such gambling duels were typically either reckless for money, bloodthirsty, or mere pawns sent by influential forces to earn a profit. Their expressions were generally grim, making Su Xianyue and Ning Rongrong stand out as a refreshing anomaly. Why do I feel something is amiss? Su Xianyue, do you truly intend to partake in this gambling duel? Ning Rongrong, hiding behind Su Xianyue, cautiously ventured further inside, ignoring the onlookers. What is there to fear? The security here is quite decent. If anyone tries to take advantage of you, just raise your voice. The security at the Grand Soul Arena was relatively reliable. At least no one would engage in private fights before the competition. The number of competitors in the waiting area was not overwhelming, and there were others accompanying participants like Ning Rongrong. They merely cast a puzzled glance at Su Xianyue and continued with their own affairs. Su Yue sat in a vacant spot, suddenly recalling something. She retrieved a demon mask from her soul-guiding bracelet. Indeed, the mask must be worn. With codenames already assigned, it was imperative to conceal her face. Although it might prove futile, as her distinctive hair offered ample recognition. Nonetheless, a sense of ritual was essential. However, they had waited for an extended period. Yet no notification had been received. Why was it taking so long? Perhaps it was time to inquire. Approaching the front desk, Su Xianyue, masked, posed her question to the staff. Could you please tell me why there has been no opponent matched yet? The attendant replied, unfortunately. There seems to be an unusually low number of opponents at level 20 today. It may take some time to find a match. Would you care to wait a little longer? Su Xianyue rested her chin on her hand, pondering for a moment. Very well, then. Provide me with an opponent of level 30. Surely such a challenger exists? Are you certain? The staff member seemed incredulous, yet after repeated confirmations, they proceeded to match her with a level 30 opponent. There is indeed one available now, but I would advise against engaging with him just yet. Perhaps wait a while. What seems to be the issue? The staff member spoke enigmatically to Su Xianyue, revealing that individual is notorious for his lethal prowess. Known by the moniker Bloodblade, he has achieved an impressive streak of 8 consecutive victories in the betting arena, and the odds have plummeted to 3-1. I strongly suggest you bide your time. Su Xianyue observed his concerned demeanor. Though somewhat perplexed, she did not hesitate in her decision. It was he, indeed. Arrange it for me, please. You. Very well. Just ensure you do not regret it. The staff member did not elaborate further, as he held no significant connection with Su Xianyue. Out of goodwill, he offered a gentle reminder, but upon seeing her resolute determination, he chose to refrain from further intervention. Once the battle on stage concludes, it shall be your turn. Prepare yourselves well. Thank you. As Su Xianyue returned to her previous resting place, she found Ning Rongrong staring in horror at the battle unfolding on stage. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Su Xianyue, someone has died. There has been a death up there. The battle on stage had reached its grim conclusion, with the vanquished being decapitated. This gruesome spectacle was exceedingly difficult for Ning Rongrong to comprehend. So what if someone has died? Their demise has nothing to do with you. Yet, you never mentioned that killing was permitted here. We must leave swiftly. Ning Rongrong, shaken by the frightful scene, now felt a sense of unease. Su Xianyue was at a loss for words, unsure of how to comfort her. She contemplated speaking, yet remained silent. At that moment, a figure entered from outside, calling out loudly, Lucifer. Is Lucifer here? Your match is about to commence. Please follow me. Su Xianyue gently patted Ning Rongrong's head. I'm heading off now. Remember to bet on my victory and wager more. Let us split it 50-50. Sighing, he added, it's too dangerous. Can't you just refrain from going? Ning Rongrong attempted to grasp his arm, but Su Xianyue had already strayed far away. Remember to bet on my win and increase the stakes. He waved his hand, reiterating his advice before departing with that individual. Ning Rongrong stood there, dazed, her face etched with concern. Bets are being placed. Bloodblade pays 3-1. Lucifer pays 30-1. The odds of 30-1 right from the outset were indeed rare in this grand arena of soul battles. The crowd surged forward to place their bets, but without a moment's hesitation, none of them wagered on Su Xianyue. All bets were directed toward Bloodblade. At that moment, a youthful voice pierced through the throng. I bet 100,000 on Lucifer. This seemingly modest declaration resonated like thunder in the ears of all present, prompting incredulous glances toward its origin, and the crowd instinctively parted to make way for her. Are you certain? Betting on Lucifer? 100,000? The overseer squinted as he scrutinized Ning Rongrong. I am certain, she replied, placing several gold soul cards upon the table. Chapter 46. The renown of Lucifer. Su Xianyue followed that individual, traversing the passageway leading to the stage. Your opponent is a soul master of level 38. Wielding the flame blade as their martial spirit, they have achieved 8 consecutive victories, resulting in the demise of 6 adversaries, while 2 others were left severely maimed. Prior to this encounter, they had fought 12 battles, suffering defeat only 4 times. It is not too late for you to withdraw now. Thank you for the reminder. But having come this far, I shall certainly engage in the battle. Su Xianyue nonchalantly brushed him off, while the guide offered little more in response. Very well. Please wait here for a moment. Once the main gate opens, you may enter. The arena required time to promote itself. The longer the wait, the greater the attendance, and consequently, the more lucrative the profits from ticket sales. After all, the odds for that blood blade were not particularly high. The ticket revenue would suffice to break even, with a potential for additional earnings. Su Xianyue stood at the entrance, awaiting her turn while casually warming up. With her level at 30, she pondered whether she could possibly emerge victorious. If not, she would simply reveal her martial spirit to ensure her survival. Even within the confines of this corridor, she could hear the fervent shouts from outside. The odds for Lucifer had soared to 40-1. Would anyone dare to place a bet on him? Those who did were deemed foolish. After all, a level 27 novice facing off against a level 38, not to mention the infamous Bloodblade. What good were high odds if the outcome was so predictable? Yet, she had just heard that a young girl had wagered a staggering 100,000. What? How much? 100,000? Golden soul coins? Indeed. One couldn't help but wonder if Lucifer was merely a pawn in the arena. Such thoughts were entertained by only a select few. The majority remained skeptical, for if it were true, the deception would be glaringly obvious. On the stage, Ning Rongrong anxiously surveyed the lively crowd and the alarming odds. Her heart filled with trepidation. This annoying brat. Why did he have to resort to gambling? I hope nothing goes awry unlike strategic games. Gambling battles were predicated on life and death, meaning fatalities were a grim possibility. Ning Rongrong had staked her entire savings of 100,000, hoping that such a bold move would grant her some semblance of peace. At that moment, the referee had taken to the stage. "Good evening, audience," he boomed. "I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration, for you are all aware of the unprecedented duel here at the Soto Great Soul Arena, a level 27 novice against a level 38. His voice stirred the crowd's primal enthusiasm, igniting an electrifying fervor among them. First, let us welcome the illustrious Bloodblade, who has triumphed in 8 consecutive matches. As the audience erupted in cheers, the door on one side of the arena swung open, revealing a gaunt figure stepping forth. His body was swathed in bandages, remnants of past injuries, and his lean muscles were taut beneath the wrappings. With a long, pointed face reminiscent of a serpent, he emerged with a sinister grin, exuding an aura of lethal intent. And now, let us welcome our courageous newcomer, Lucifer. The opposing door slowly opened to reveal Su Xianyue, adorned with a fearsome mask, gliding forward with an elegant gait. In stark contrast to Bloodblade, she wielded a long sword in her grasp. Upon seeing Su Xianyue, Bloodblade's confidence blossomed into a mocking smile. "I expected a formidable opponent, yet here stands a Navi little girl. Does your family know what you're up to?" His derisive laughter echoed, further inciting the audience's fervor. The realization that she was but a child led them to believe Bloodblade's victory was a foregone conclusion, especially considering the substantial sums they had wagered. In response to the taunts, Su Xianyue remained silent, her grip firm on her sword as she ascended the platform. Standing resolutely still. Scared stiff? Well, let us end this swiftly. I have better things to do. Bloodblade summoned his martial spirit, a crimson broadsword, flames licking its surface. "I shall show no mercy. Even if you are merely a child, your misfortune is sealed. Perish." With the referee's signal, the match commenced, and Bloodblade lunged forward, wielding his flaming broadsword with his slender arms, creating a gust of wind. He executed a spinning leap, aiming directly at Su Xianyue, who remained unmoving at her position. Could she truly be paralyzed by fear? His mind raced with this thought until, in the next heartbeat, panic engulfed him entirely. In a fleeting moment, Su Xianyue vanished from sight. What? The broad blade struck the ground, creating a significant crater in the floor. Where did she go? Clang. Just as the blood blade was enveloped in confusion, a sword was suddenly poised at his back, Su Xianyue's blade piercing directly against him, producing a resounding chime. Ah! The blood blade let out a furious roar, abruptly spinning the broad blade, unleashing a circle of flames that repelled Su Xianyue. "I truly underestimated you. You are indeed a swift attacker." With such remarkable speed, Su Xianyue was naturally regarded as an agile combatant. Su Xianyue remained unperturbed, her gaze chillingly fierce. "Do you wish to kill me?" Such a simple inquiry sent a shiver down Xuedao's spine. Was this not redundant? As my adversary, how could you not either perish or leave me with some semblance of dignity? Enough of the trivialities. Meet your end. The second soul skill, Blazing Slash, Xueda bellowed, as flames erupted from his broad blade, charging fiercely towards Su Xianyue once more. Yet, she vanished in an instant. With yet another attack thwarted, Xueda's irritation began to mount. "Hey, why don't you just stand still and allow me to finish you off? Is it amusing to evade me like this? You are wasting my precious time." The audience's fervor also began to wane. Just then, Xuedao suddenly sensed an ominous chill, causing him to tense up, as he frantically searched for Su Xianyue's whereabouts. This chapter is not yet at its conclusion. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling narrative. Su Xianyue darted back and forth across the arena, leaving behind mere afterimages. Was this ceaseless motion truly of any significance? Bloodknife raised his weapon, poised for another assault, but his voice faltered abruptly. A crimson line appeared on his neck, gradually oozing blood. Moments later, his gaze turned vacant, and his head tumbled downwards. His body remained upright, still clutching the knife. Yet the neat incision on his neck plunged the surroundings into an eerie silence, a deathly hush. The referee was prompted to announce the outcome. Su Xianyue, standing off to the side, nonchalantly flicked his sword, gently nudging the referee with a few simple words. The dazed referee, maintaining his composure, swiftly regained his wits. I declare, the victor of this match is Lucifer. Ning Rongrong, eyes tightly shut in trepidation, heard the verdict and opened her eyes in disbelief. She beheld Su Xianyue standing triumphantly alongside a pixelated figure and joyously leapt into the air. Hooray! We won! Ah ha ha ha. Her laughter stirred those around her, but their thoughts were consumed by a singular concern, my money. In the resting area, Su Xianyue sat with a beaming smile, while Ning Rongrong bounded back, leaping into his embrace. You cheeky rascal. You truly are remarkable for having one. Su Xianyue was momentarily taken aback, but then recalled something. Have you placed your bet? I have. Your odds have just risen to 50 to 1. Let me calculate how much that would yield. Observing Ning Rongrong as she diligently computed the figures, Su Xianyue remarked, it has escalated to 50? That was swift. How much did you wager? 100,000. I've staked all the money I brought with me. Let me see. 100,000 multiplied by 50 equals 5 million. Chapter 47. In a lavish chamber, a middle-aged man clad in a robe sat comfortably in a grand chair, savoring tea while massaging his back. His eyes closed as he absent-mindedly caressed his leg. Two elegantly attired women attended to him, when suddenly, a flustered voice broke the tranquility. Sir, something dreadful has transpired. What has caused such alarm? Came the languid response, yet the messenger hesitated to speak. Spit it out. Don't waste my time. After much hesitation, the individual handed a document to one of the women beside him. She presented the document to the middle-aged man, and a cacophony akin to a pig's squeal erupted in the room. What? 5 million? How are you handling this matter? Where is my money? Surely, this grand soul arena would not default. At the reception desk, Ning Rongrong was demanding her 5 million. I apologize, miss. 5 million is no small sum. You will need to wait a few days. Who would believe that? With the daily profits your grand soul arena generates, you cannot possibly be unable to produce 5 million? The staff at the betting counter wore expressions of distress and helplessness, while Ning Rongrong's temper flared. Do you know who I am? Fetch your boss. What is all this commotion about? The middle-aged man ambled over leisurely, flanked by several associates. Sir, this. The counter staff stepped aside at his glance, as he strolled towards Su Xianyue and Ning Rongrong. Ah, if it isn't Miss Ning, what has incited your ire? It was evident that the man recognized Ning Rongrong, yet he displayed no hint of trepidation. Are you the boss? Very well, hand over my 5 million at once. Otherwise, you know what will happen. Despite Ning Rongrong's assertive declaration, the man remained unfazed. Ah, please do not be angry, Miss Ning. Rest assured, the money will not be shortchanged. It is merely that the sum is too substantial to manage at present. So, alas, it is a bit complicated. I assure you. I will deliver it to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School soon. Deliver it to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School? I demand it now. Hand it over. Yet, even as Ning Rongrong insisted, the man continued to exhibit his nonchalant demeanor. Ah, Miss Ning, please do not be upset. How about this, if you do not mind? Stay for a meal. It would allow me to extend my hospitality. He began to divert the conversation, causing Ning Rongrong to stomp her foot in frustration. However, Su Xianyue shook his head helplessly, having anticipated this turn of events. Come here. Su Xianyue unceremoniously pulled the man aside. His subordinates attempted to intervene, but were halted by the middle-aged man. What do you intend to do? After being drawn into the corner, Su Xianyue revealed an object that caused the man's eyes to widen in astonishment, nearly popping out of their sockets. You. Sure. I prefer that no one else becomes aware of this. Do you understand? The subordinate comprehends. My lord, I shall present the funds at once. Then do so swiftly. Wait, did you just refer to yourself as a subordinate? Su Xianyue discovered a blind spot. Indeed, I am the purple-clad bishop of the Spirit Hall, Palo. Here to welcome you, esteemed one. Enough of the pleasantries, swiftly provide the payment. You are from the Spirit Hall. If anyone inquires, simply mention my name. Understood? Understood. Understood. That's good. On the way back, Ning Rongrong was overjoyed. 250. 250. Hiki. I can earn money too now. Su Xianyue, what did you say to him? Why do I feel like his attitude has changed entirely? Su Xianyue and Ning Rongrong divided the 5 million equally, and Ning Rongrong curiously inquired about Su Xianyue. He simply stated that if he did not comply, he would have the sword Douluo personally come to demand it the next day, which made him relent. Oh, wait, that doesn't make sense. Why was he so arrogant before? Whatever, as long as he pays, that's all that matters. Well, it's getting late. Let us head back. Oh. Upon returning to the Shrek dormitory, they found no one else around, but Su Xianyue paid it no mind. Huh, I'm so tired. Hurry up. I want to sleep. First, a shower. Otherwise, don't even think about getting into my bed. Who cares? I was wrong. I'll go wash up now. Ning Rongrong instinctively felt disdain, yet the thought of her shabby bedding compared to Su Xianyue's luxurious platinum sheets quickly subdued her. At that moment, Su Xianyue suddenly had a realization. Wait, why should I have to sleep with her? She should buy her own sheets. Girls, bathhouse Su Xianyue. You're in the wrong place. It's over here. Huh? Did I go the wrong way? The bathhouse consisted of small rooms separated by wooden boards. However, it was different in that each room contained a wooden tub and a faucet that provided hot water when turned on. The hot water was prepared daily by hired villagers. A bathtub? That's great. After filling a tub with warm water, Su Xianyue stripped off his clothes and immersed himself. From the adjacent room, Ning Rongrong's voice of disdain and the sound of splashing water could be heard. This place is so shabby. By the way, Su Xianyue, have you ever killed anyone before? Ning Rongrong's voice came from next door as Su Xianyue leaned against the tub, gazing at the illuminated crystals on the ceiling. I have. Why do you ask that all of a sudden? Oh, dear master, there's more in the following chapters. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Ning Rongrong acknowledged with a sound, then fell silent. However, after a long while, her voice returned. What does it feel like to kill someone? It feels like nothing at all, just like slaughtering a soul beast. It's a swift process, in and out, blink your eyes and it's over. Why not try it someday? Absolutely not. Silence fell once more. Su Xianyue uncorked a small jade vial and let a single drop of its contents fall into the water she was soaking in. Oh, what a delightful fragrance. Su Xianyue, what are you doing? It's a potion. I'm not quite sure what it's called. My teacher instructed me to add a drop while bathing, claiming it could enhance my cultivation efficiency, and it seems to have skin whitening effects as well. Skin whitening. Do share some with me. Ah, never mind. Just hold on. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from Ning Rongrong next door, followed by a cacophony of sounds. Bang. Clad only in a towel, Ning Rongrong burst through the door and leaped into Su Xianyue's bathtub. What a wonderful scent. I must have more. Su Xianyue was taken aback. Is this content available for free? Su Xianyue remained in a daze, while Ning Rongrong gently patted him. Come on, don't be stingy. Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue could hardly fathom the troubles he would encounter if Ning Rongrong were to witness that moment. Thus, he concealed himself impeccably. On the path back to the dormitory, Su Xianyue rested his chin in contemplation. How peculiar. Why do I feel none of that sensation at all? Oh, it's evident that there are times when I am still quite firm. Su Xianyue and Ning Rongrong shared a bath, yet the atmosphere lacked a certain tension, prompting him to ponder deeply. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong occasionally inhaled the fragrance wafting from her own arm, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. How delightful. Oh, Su Xianyue, you often use this, so why is there no scent emanating from you? Huh? Oh, I don't know. Well, it doesn't matter. Why are you concerned about such things? Go back to sleep. Chapter 48. Indulge in sausages early the next morning. Su Xianyue, having cultivated a habit, awoke promptly, donned his clothes, and gently nudged Ning Rongrong. Is it morning already? Ning Rongrong replied, still rubbing her eyes, while Su Xianyue had already laced his shoes. What else could it be? Oh, wait, breakfast is an issue. Although he could manage the offerings at the Shrek cafeteria, the plain steamed buns, congee, and pickled vegetables were far too bland for his palate. After 4 years in the spirit hall, he had grown unaccustomed to such simplicity. Never mind. I'll prepare some fried rice instead. At least it would be more palatable than the buns. In the Shrek cafeteria, Tang San and the others were already engaged in their meals. Early in the day, they were lively and boisterous, filled with energy. When Su Xianyue and Ning Rongrong arrived, they successfully captured everyone's attention. Ning Rongrong sat at the table, gazing at the steamed buns, plain porridge, eggs, and pickles, a frown adorning her brow. Is this all for breakfast? Not even a morsel of meat. Though she found it unsatisfactory, she obediently picked up a bun and took a slow bite to satiate her hunger. It was then that she noticed everyone was staring at her. What are you all looking at? Is there something on my face? They exchanged glances, and eventually, Xiaowu moved closer. Rongrong, did you know Su Xianyue before? I heard you were in the same dormitory. Does it bother you? Ning Rongrong was quite puzzled. Huh? Why would it bother me? He can be rather annoying. But after spending some time together, he's not so bad. At least the roasted chicken is delicious. Hiki. As long as you don't mind. However, They also noticed a change in Ning Rongrong, as she seemed less aloof, gradually opening up in conversation. At that moment, a burst of flames from the cooking area caught their attention. Is someone still cooking? It smells so good. All eyes turned towards the stove, where Su Xianyue stood, skillfully stir-frying rice. Before long, he approached the table with a plate of fried rice. The others stared intently at the seemingly radiant dish before him. Su Xianyue can cook? Ning Rongrong's mouth watered as she looked at the fried rice. Su Xianyue, is there more? There's a little left in the pot. You'll have to serve it yourself. All right. The remaining portion was minimal, just one bowl, which Ning Rongrong finished in 2 or 3 bites. Then she found herself staring blankly at Su Xianyue as he continued to eat. I want more. Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue, feeling the pressure of being scrutinized, promptly passed the responsibility to Ning Rongrong. All right, here you go. You act like a starved ghost. The others looked on in silence. Xiaowu, clinging to Tang San's arm, exclaimed, Brother, I want some too. Although Tang San possessed culinary skills, he was not particularly adept at cooking, which left him in a bit of a quandary. However, the ringing of the assembly bell provided him with a timely reprieve. It's time to gather, Xiaowu. Perhaps next time. The group hastily concluded their breakfast and rushed to the playground. They formed a line in a hurry, yet found the area devoid of anyone else, no teachers in sight. Despite the absence of others, Dai Mubai and the rest stood at attention. Meanwhile, the audacious Ning Rongrong began to drift off. Su Xianyue, will there be fried rice tomorrow? Huh? Do you think I'm the cafeteria lady? There won't be any. So stingy. To the others, their playful banter was utterly unbearable. Brother, I also want fried rice. Xiaowu protested, clinging to Tang San and pouting. Xiaowu, stop causing a ruckus. I won't. Dai Mubai interjected. Shut it. Zhu Zhuqing added. I haven't even said anything, damn it. Beside them, a certain rotund individual displayed a resentful expression. I despise you all. Finally, their bickering ceased as Flinder leisurely strolled over. Cough. What is going on? Are you all eager to run laps? Flinder scanned the group and noticed the absence of Oscar. Where's Oscar? Overslept? Tang San, go fetch him. This lesson can't proceed without him. Tang San replied. Well, Dean, I saw Oscar cultivating this morning. He must be at a crucial juncture. Just as Tang San was about to leave, Oscar approached with a radiant smile. Oscar, unless you have a valid explanation, you're running laps. Flinder bent down, his gaze fixed intently on Oscar. Dean, don't be like that. I'm telling you, I've broken through to level 30. Is that a reasonable explanation? What? Level 30? Ha, splendid. Very well. Oscar, you have indeed exceeded my expectations. You are the second student to achieve level 30. I extend my congratulations on behalf of the Academy. Oscar scratched the back of his head, grinning foolishly. In a bit, we'll help you hunt for spirit rings, for now. Return to class. Yes. Oscar rejoined the line, standing beside Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai draped an arm around Oscar's shoulders. Well done, little Oscar, level 30. Though it doesn't surpass me, it's impressive nonetheless. You've transformed sorrow into strength, haha. Dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue. It only gets more thrilling. Let us not discuss this matter. My love story has ended before it even began. So why didn't you tell me sooner? You never asked. Oscar retorted, casting a glance at Ning Rongrong, who was chatting with Su Xianyue. The others also conveyed their congratulations to Oscar, including Su Xianyue, for Oscar's sausages were indeed quite delectable. Congratulations. Haha. Oscar felt slightly awkward in response to Su Xianyue's praise. At that moment, Flinder's voice brought everyone back to focus. Cough. All right, enough of that. Let us commence the lesson. Today's task is quite simple. Everyone shall sample one sausage made by Oscar. What? Upon hearing this, various complex expressions emerged on the faces of the others. Dean, I adore you. You all should eat my brother's sausages, ha. Oscar's cheeky laughter abruptly halted under the disdainful gazes of the others. Flinder maintained his usual rhetoric, which made everyone feel queasy, particularly Ning Rongrong, who looked as if she might be sick. With a mischievous expression, Oscar proclaimed the rather unsavory spirit incantation. I've got a big sausage. And a small sausage, too. Who wants to go first? The group wore grim faces, yet none stepped forward. Although Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai had experienced this before and found it distasteful, they obediently approached. Just then, another figure had already stepped forward ahead of them. Perfect. Since someone snatched my breakfast, I'll take a few more. All right then. Su Xianyue held several sausages, with one dangling from her mouth, as she returned amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Oh, Su Xianyue, don't you find that disgusting? Ning Rongrong expressed her distaste, stepping back a few paces, while the others regarded Su Xianyue with expressions of admiration, as if to say, "What a bold individual, I salute you." Su Xianyue, however, appeared entirely unconcerned. Although her voice was not loud, it resonated with clarity. Eh? What does that mean? The innocent young women were perplexed, yet the more experienced individuals like Dai Mubai and Oscar understood perfectly. Suddenly, I found myself feeling not nauseated anymore. Chapter 49. The Furious Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Brother, what does Su Xianyue mean by that? What is egg? Xiaowu blinked innocently, directing her question at Tang San, who, despairing, looked at her with her pure demeanor and gently ruffled her hair. Xiaowu, promise your brother to forget that phrase. Oscar and Dai Mubai gave Su Xianyue a thumbs up in approval. Old brother, you're quite composed. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong remained bewildered. What on earth does that mean? Please clarify. Do you really want to know? Absolutely. Please, enlighten me. Su Xianyue leaned in close to Ning Rongrong's ear, whispering softly. Following this, Ning Rongrong's expression is left to your imagination. Flender, covering his head, shook it helplessly. Enough, enough. Let's move on to the next. With Su Xianyue's assistance, everyone efficiently and successfully completed the course. Excellent. All tasks are accomplished. Now, everyone should return and rest well. Tomorrow we shall set off to the Stardow Forest to assist Oscar in obtaining his soul ring. It is imperative that you all rejuvenate yourselves. As the group dispersed, only Ning Rongrong lingered, still clinging to Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue, how do you understand everything so well? You wouldn't. Ning Rongrong scrutinized Su Xianyue, her thoughts veering off in an unexpected direction, prompting Su Xianyue to deliver a playful slap on her head. What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? Then how do you know all this? Share your insights with me. Scram. Su Xianyue and Ning Rongrong were frolicking together, but from the shadows, a sense of unease crept over me. The more I observed that individual, the more I felt something was amiss, though I could not articulate precisely what it was. You know, I have had the same feeling. Perhaps we should observe a little longer. It seemed that Ning Rongrong's two Soul Emperor bodyguards sensed something was off as well, yet they too struggled to pinpoint the source of their discomfort. At that moment, Flandra also sensed that something was not quite right. Su Xianyue and Ning Rongrong appeared to share a pleasant rapport, both exhibiting rather haughty demeanors, which was understandable given their shared interests. But wait, why were they heading towards the same dormitory? Shrek Academy was compact, with all buildings surrounding a central courtyard, making it easy to discern the layout. Upon their entry into the dormitory, Flandra was left in a state of disbelief. Wait, that is Su Xianyue's dormitory. Why is Ning Rongrong? What is the meaning of this? Unable to contain himself, Flandra approached their dormitory. The door swung open to reveal Su Xianyue and Ning Rongrong seated on the bed, engrossed in their books. You too? Oh dear. What is the meaning of this? And Ning Rongrong, why are you in Su Xianyue's dormitory, sharing the same bed? While I have no issue with your friendship, I must intervene. Internally, I thought, if the members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were to discover this, they would surely dismantle my Shrek Academy. No, they might very well dismantle me alongside it. Flandra, what are you doing? Ning Rongrong asked, clearly displeased by Flandra's intrusion. I was about to inquire the same. This is Su Xianyue's dormitory. What brings you here? Ning Rongrong expressed her confusion. What is wrong with me? Was this arranged by you? That Zhaowuji. Why shouldn't I be here? Flandra's expression was now a complex mix of emotions. After a prolonged moment of silence, he turned and left. Su Xianyue and Ning Rongrong watched as Flandra departed, waving their hands dismissively. At that moment, Zhao Wudria, who had been in a deep slumber, was abruptly awakened by a chilling sensation. What is happening? He wondered aloud. Flinder, with a grim expression, kicked open Zhao Wudria's door. Recognizing Flinder's anger, Zhao Wudria immediately sensed trouble. Oh, Flinder, what is wrong? I haven't offended you, have I? Could it be I accidentally flattened that potted plant you care for? I apologize. Zhao Wudria suddenly bowed deeply to Flinder. What? Flinder exclaimed. I knew it was you. But let's set that aside for now. You must explain why Su Xianyue and Ning Rongrong are sharing a dormitory. Zhao Wudria looked up in surprise. What? You didn't realize I was behind it? But wait. What is the problem with them sharing a room? Did they get into a fight? Flinder's frustration boiled over as he stepped forward, gripping Zhao Wudria's ear and shouting. How can you not see? You, a soul sage, cannot distinguish between male and female. You play such a large man as Su Xianyue with Ning Rongrong. What will the seven treasures glazed tile school think? Prepare to face the wrath of two titled Douluos together. My ears are going deaf. Wait. Su Xianyue is a man? Zhao Wujie exclaimed in disbelief. What? A man? Quickly informed the sect leader. From a distance, two figures appeared outside the window. They were Ning Rongrong's bodyguards, having overheard Flinder's shout. In a flash, one of them vanished, while Flinder, still holding Zhao Wujie's ear, was momentarily stunned before regaining his composure. Wait, I can explain, he pleaded. Alas, it's too late. Shrek, you have crossed the line, and as for Su Xianyue, I will keep a close watch on him. Awaiting the sect leader's decision, the remaining bodyguard glared at Flinder and Zhao Wujie, while Flinder finally released Zhao Wujie's ear. Oh, don't misunderstand. It was all his doing. Not mine, Flinder deflected blame. Damn it, Flinder, you would betray me again, exclaimed Zhao Wujie. The bodyguard from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, however, ignored their bickering. This matter does not concern us. You may quietly await the sect leader's judgment. Despite wearing a mask, the coldness in their tone was palpable. The chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Flinder and Zhao Wujie exchanged glances, sighing in resignation. That night, at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Chen Xian was strolling outside the main hall when a frantic figure rushed up to him. What brings you in such a hurry? Chen Xian asked, maintaining an air of calmness. The man stammered, Sir Jian, please, do not get agitated. Hearing this, Chen Xian couldn't help but chuckle. Having lived this long, is there truly anything that could provoke me so easily? Speak freely. Well, I shall say it, the subordinate began. Inside the main hall, Ning Fingji was savoring a cup of tea when a sudden surge of soul power outside caused him to spill it. My tea. Sigh. What is Jian Shu throwing a fit about now? Outside the hall, voices raised in turmoil. What did you say? Repeat that. The young lady is with a man. You dare say that? Get out now. Yes, yes. The enraged Chen Xian hurriedly dismissed the man, fearing he might lose his temper. Just then, Ning Fingji emerged from within. Jian Shu, what has you so incensed? What else could it be? It's about Rong, Ning Fingji replied with exasperation. I understand your concern for her safety. This is not the first time you've expressed such worries, but there is no need for such a furious outburst. One cannot weather the storm without. Don't say another word. Rong has been sullied by a man, and you dare speak of trivialities. Ning Fingji's composure shattered. What did you say? Can you repeat that? Rong, who did this? I will tear him apart. The usually genteel Ning Fengji had lost his temper. Chapter 50. Ning Fengji comes knocking the next day. Wake up, wake up. Su Xianyue gently nudged Ning Rongrong beside her, who, as ever, was preparing to dress. Oh, is it already dawn? I feel so drowsy. Su Xianyue, could you possibly request a day off for me? Go on your own, and don't forget that you are to venture into the Star Dough Forest today. Su Xianyue was tending to her hair at the vanity, casually brushing it a couple of times before preparing to leave. Oh, are you not coming? Why should I go? What is the point of joining you? Besides, Flandra has promised me that he will not interfere. Su Xianyue ventured into the starry forest, and if not for the pursuit of souls, it would hold no significance. Thus, accompanying them seemed overly restrictive. It would be better to seek an opportunity to go alone. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong felt a sense of imbalance. Had I known, I would have also contended for a chance with Flandra. Ugh, how vexing. Su Xianyue disregarded Ning Rongrong and proceeded towards the cafeteria. Hey, wait for me, came Ning Rongrong's voice from behind. Upon entering the cafeteria, Su Xianyue found Tang San busily engaged at the stove. I must warn you in advance. My culinary skills are not particularly exceptional, so do not harbor overly high expectations, he stated. The others turned their attention towards Tang San, offering him encouraging glances. Rest assured, little San, we will not mock you if the food does not turn out well. Indeed, we will not be picky as long as there is something to eat. With renewed confidence, Tang San surveyed the ingredients he had prepared and began to heat the oil in the pan. Come on, brother, you can do it. As Su Xianyue entered, she overheard Xiao Wu encouraging Tang San, who was skillfully stir-frying rice. She sat quietly on a stool, observing him. Is Tang San cooking? What is he up to? At that moment, Ning Rongrong rushed in, supporting herself on her knees and panting heavily. Su Xianyue, wait for me. I feel like I'm going to die. She playfully punched Su Xianyue and then noticed Tang San at the stove. Tang San is making dinner? Perfect. May I have a taste? Tang San glanced at Ning Rongrong, nodded, and continued his culinary endeavor. Before long, the dish was ready. All right, I have succeeded. Everyone, come and taste. Tang San wiped the sweat from his forehead while the others eagerly approached to serve themselves. Ning Rongrong was no exception. Although it might not be as delicious as Su Xianyue's cooking, having something to eat was certainly better than nothing. Su Xianyue, would you like a bowl? Tang San extended an invitation to her, noticing she had yet to make a move. Su Xianyue cast a glance at them, closed her eyes, and shook her head in refusal. No, you all eat. Oh, what a pity. After finishing breakfast, they gathered on the playground. Su Xianyue, next time. It's your turn to cook for me. Tang San's is decent, but yours is far superior. What isn't it for me? Why are you always thinking about such things? Does cooking for this young lady not benefit you at all? As they waited, they chattered noisily until finally Flander and Zhao Wujie approached. Ahem, I won't waste words. You will follow Zhao Wujie to the Stardow Forest. Su Xianyue and Ning Rongrong, you two stay behind. Although Su Xianyue had no intention of going to the Stardow Forest, she was taken aback that Flander had chosen to keep her and Ning Rongrong behind. Huh? I don't have to go? Ning Rongrong exclaimed gleefully, bouncing a couple of times. What? Why do you two get to stay? Despite their grievances, the others complied obediently. Su Xianyue sensed something amiss. While her own presence could be justified, Ning Rongrong's situation was perplexing. If the intention was to cultivate Ning Rongrong's team spirit, bringing her along to the Stardow Great Forest would have been most appropriate. Yet she too was left behind, an undeniably peculiar arrangement. Su Xianyue gazed at Flanders, discerning a hint of concern within the depths of his thick brows. There was something peculiar, yet the nature of it eluded her understanding, compelling her to proceed with caution. At that moment, Zhao Wujie bellowed towards them, Come on, you little rascals. Why not call them Little Bear Blind? This drew a playful retort from Xiao Wu. Huh? Ignoring their banter, Flanders approached Su Xianyue and Ning Rongrong. Do you know why I summoned you? He inquired. There are matters to discuss and truths to unveil. Su Xianyue's words caught Flander off guard. Hey, you. Never mind, soon. Someone from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will likely come looking for you. Considering the time, they should arrive by morning, which is why I specifically asked you to stay. Is someone coming to my house? Surely they are not here to take me back. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but think along those lines. However, recalling Flinder's earlier statement regarding you instead of specifically referring to herself, she posed another question. Wait, are they looking for Su Xianyue? What could that possibly entail? Flinder gazed at Su Xianyue, his expression intricate and uncertain, unsure of what to articulate. He merely patted Su Xianyue's shoulder and said, Su Xianyue, may you find your own fortune. With that, he turned and departed. Su Xianyue glanced at Flander, who had patted his shoulder, and disdainfully brushed it off, feeling a wave of inexplicable confusion. What on earth? Why would the people from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect seek me out? Ning Rongrong, however, seemed unfazed, confidently holding Su Xianyue's hand as they strolled along. What is there to fear? They are most likely here to see me, and since they know of our good relationship, they probably wish to meet you as well. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. There is even more excitement ahead. It appeared that Ning Rongrong had guessed the presence of bodyguards nearby, although their faces remained concealed, leaving her uncertain. Your words are filled with suspicion, never mind that for now. Also, let go of my hand. Have you washed your hands after your meal? They're all greasy. Are you truly criticizing me? I haven't complained about you. Besides, it's not as if I'm eating with my hands, causing such greasiness. Your obsession with cleanliness is rather excessive, isn't it? Just as they continued their playful banter, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. Rongrong. Oh, Grandfather Jian. Why are you here? As Qinshin landed, he immediately checked on Ning Rongrong, who, upon seeing him, dashed into his embrace. Rongrong. I heard that you Grandfather Jian arrived just in time. Look, do you remember him? Qinshin attempted to speak but was interrupted by Ning Rongrong, who pointed at Su Xianyue and inquired. Let us not dwell on that weight. Aren't you that child from the Stardow Forest a few years ago? What brings you here? Qinshin recognized Su Xianyue at once, noting the distinctive crystal on his forehead and the unique eyeshadow. Long time no see, Senior Jian. Qinshin exchanged brief pleasantries with Su Xianyue before turning his attention back to Ning Rongrong. Let us set aside everything else for now, Rongrong. I heard that you're involved with a rogue named Su Xianyue. Wait a moment, isn't that your name? Su Xianyue squinted her eyes in bewilderment as she gazed at Qinshin. What is wrong with me? Qinshin looked at Su Xianyue, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, a figure descended from the sky. Rongrong, Daddy is here. As Ning Fingji landed, he embraced Ning Rongrong, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. Huh? Daddy? What happened to you? Ning Rongrong was utterly confused. Rong, quickly tell me which rascal did this. I'll tear him apart. Huh? Which rascal? At this moment, Qinxi nudged Ning Fingji from behind. Fingji, mind your demeanor. There are others present. Chapter 51. Master Bibi Dong Ah. This tea is quite unpretentious. In the Shrek hospitality room, Qinxin, Ning Fingji, Su Xianyue, and Ning Rong, alongside the ever-smiling Flander, sat together sipping tea. I did not expect the esteemed Master Ning and Lord Qinxin to visit us personally. Such an honor is beyond our humble welcome, Flander remarked, offering polite pleasantries. After a brief exchange of courtesies, they delved into the main topic. Uncle Jian, did you not say that Rong was involved with that person? Why does it seem so different from what you described? Qinxin cast him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, I'm not sure what you were thinking. But that was indeed my intent. Who could have known you interpreted it differently? If it were truly that situation. Do you think I would be sitting here calmly sipping tea? Then please clarify. How was I to know what you meant by that? You startled me. That one. Which one else? Su Xianyue and Ning Rong stared at them in bewilderment, unsure of what to say. Eventually, Chen Xin shifted the conversation towards them. Now, let us have an earnest discussion, Su Xianyue. Please elucidate the circumstances of your recent days spent dining, shopping, resting, and bathing with my dear Rong, particularly the bathing aspect. You certainly know how to indulge in merriment. P.S. Ning Rong's 2 bodyguards are female. The ethereal Chen Xin, when broaching the subject of Ning Rong, appeared to transform into a jovial figure. Su Xianyue scratched her face in silence. What does it have to do with me? Your Ning Rong has taken my food, my sleep, my possessions, and my leisure. I haven't even asked you for compensation yet. Beside her, Ning Rong couldn't help but shout at Su Xianyue, Hey, do you really despise me this much? Ning Fingji interjected, Let us not discuss anything further. Although I trust you have done nothing wrong, Rong's reputation is paramount. First, tell us how you intend to compensate her. Ning Fingji had inspected Ning Rong's condition with his mental power. Ning Rong exclaimed, Reputation? What about my reputation? At that moment, all 3 present turned their gazes towards Ning Rong, while Su Xianyue averted her eyes from them. Rong, you still do not know? Ning Fingji inquired cautiously. To which Ning Rong blinked in confusion. No what? With a swift motion, Qinxin drew his sword, pointing it directly at Su Xianyue. I never expected you to be such a person, Su Xianyue. You have truly disappointed me. Ning Rong was taken aback. Grandfather's sword, what are you doing? She exclaimed. Sitting up straight. This does not concern you. Meanwhile, Su Xianyue remained expressionless, her vacant eyes fixated on the blade. What kind of person am I? It was not I who deceived her. She crawled into my bed while I was unaware. How can I be blamed for that? She crawled in. Ning Fingji frowned and called out towards the door. Someone, please come in and clarify this. At that moment, Ning Rong's bodyguard entered, while another had yet to return. Master. Lord Sword, please explain why you did not prevent Rong from doing such a thing. The bodyguard hesitated, but ultimately spoke up. It was our oversight. We did not observe closely enough, and thus, always assumed Su Xianyue was a woman. A silence enveloped the room, only to be shattered by Ning Rong's incredulous exclamation. What? Su Xianyue, you are a man. Su Xianyue turned her head away. It has always been this way. Then why haven't you spoken up? You never asked either. Ning Rong, covering her flushed face, squatted to one side, her expression teeming with complexity. Ning Fingji pondered for a long while, intending to speak, yet hesitated. Ultimately, it was Chen Xin who broke the silence. Su Xianyue, I hold your talent in high regard. Yet it does not grant you the right to tarnish Rong's purity. You must provide us with a reasonable explanation. Su Xianyue tapped her ear. What explanation do you desire from me? Chen Xin raised the sword in his hand towards her. 3 choices. First, death. Ning Fingji interjected. Second, severance. However, you are unlikely to select either of these 2 options. Severance. What more needs to be said? Naturally, Su Xianyue would not opt for these 2. Then what is the third? Chen Xin sheathed his sword and exchanged a glance with Ning Fingji. The third option is to first fulfill our requirements and then marry her. If we fail to achieve that, we shall first implement the second option, followed by the first. Su Xianyue glanced at Ning Rong, who was still squatting with her face covered, before turning back to them. Is there a fourth option? With a swift motion, the 7 killing sword once again pointed menacingly at Su Xianyue's brow. Are you challenging my limits? Su Xianyue, let me make myself clear. Had it not been for the value I place on your talent, you would have already become a soul beneath my sword. Su Xianyue cast a glance at the 7 killing sword, which exuded a faint aura of sword energy, then turned her gaze to the indifferent Chen Xin. who was silently rummaging through something in her soul guide device. This matter requires a discussion with my teacher. Ning Fengji, Chen Xian. And Flender looked at the item in Su Xianyue's hand with incredulity. The Pope's Order. Who is your teacher in the Spirit Hall? The Pope's Order. The highest-ranking token of the Spirit Hall is exceedingly rare. This particular piece was an additional gift from Qingdao Lu. No, this one is my own. Do you understand what that signifies? Although Su Xianyue found it peculiar that Qingdao Lu would bestow upon him the papal decree, he could not deny its remarkable utility. Ning Fengji was compelled to regard Su Xianyue with newfound seriousness. Your own? He inquired. My master is Bibi Dong. Young master, there is still more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. A mere 5 words left them utterly astonished. They were aware of Bibi Dong taking on a disciple, yet the specifics remained shrouded in secrecy, as the Spirit Hall would naturally keep such matters confidential. They could hardly fathom that Su Xianyue was that very disciple, yet the papal decree before them forced them to accept the veracity of Su Xianyue's claims. Very well. I shall not press you further. I will discuss these matters with His Holiness the Pope, Ning Fengji declared, rising to his feet with a cold gaze fixed upon him. Oh, take your time with that discussion. Su Xianyue entrusted these matters to Bibi Dong, confident that she would manage them adeptly, regardless of the outcome. It was certainly preferable to being troubled by them here. Ning Fengji approached Ning Rongrong from behind and gently patted her head. Rongrong, since we are already here, let us venture out for a stroll. Ning Rongrong, startled like Xiaowu, promptly tugged Ning Fengji out. Let us go to Soto City. Before departing, Qinshin's gaze lingered on Su Xianyue. However, after a brief moment of eye contact, he turned away. Su Xianyue, you have rejected me. Yet you have joined the Spirit Hall Sai. It is what it is. Once they had left, Su Xianyue sighed and slumped into the chair. Ah, they have finally departed. Flander, please pour me a glass of water. You, don't think that just because you are the Pope's disciple, I am afraid of you. Su Xianyue rose from her seat. Oh, when I return, I shall tell my teacher that Shrek has bullied me. Oh, good. You've got some guts. I respect you as a man. Reluctantly, Flander poured a cup of water for Su Xianyue. Despite his unpleasant demeanor, she paid it no mind and took the cup. Sipping thoughtfully, let me marry Ning Rongrong. Never mind, forget it. The mere thought of the original Ning Rongrong failed to pique Su Xianyue's interest. Being friends was acceptable, but the idea of marrying her was rather unsettling. Flander, remember to keep this a secret. With that, Su Xianyue stood up and departed, leaving Flander muttering to himself. Chapter 52, Su Xianyue under surveillance on the streets of Soto City. Qinshin and Ning Fengji strolled with Ning Rongrong. Although Soto City was not particularly large, it was quite bustling. Oh, there's a battle arena. Shall we take a look? After meandering for a while, Ning Fengji's interest was piqued by the sight of the arena. Ning Rongrong suddenly had a thought and looked at Ning Fengji with pride. Father, I also earn money. I placed bets at the battle arena and made quite a fortune. Oh, haha, Rongrong is impressive. Ning Fengji chuckled as he patted Ning Rongrong's head, though she seemed a bit dissatisfied. Father, why don't you ask how much I won? How much did you win, Rongrong? Earning money through betting at the battle arena, no matter how much, seemed trivial in Ning Fengji's eyes, so he was not particularly interested. Hee, a total of 5 million. Su Xianyue and I split it. 5 million was no small sum, and Ning Rongrong was indeed remarkable. Wait, did you win 5 million in a single match? How much did you wager? 100,000, father. I tell you, the odds were 50 to 1. Su Xianyue, at level 27, defeated someone at level 38. Which is why the winnings were so substantial. Ning Fengji furrowed his brows and exchanged glances with Qinshin. Su Xianyue, at level 27, defeated someone at level 38. This was far beyond what either Ning Fengji or Qinshin had imagined. While there were instances of overcoming level gaps, defeating an opponent with such a significant disparity in levels, and appearing unscathed, forced them to reassess their views on Su Xianyue. Let us put that aside for now. Rongrong, it seems you've seen a bit of the world. Let us head to the betting area. It won't hurt to broaden your horizons. Ning Fengji had initially intended to visit the gambling area, where matches were generally low-key and uninspiring. Oh, Ning Rongrong found the idea of witnessing bloodshed rather unsettling, though she was somewhat accustomed to it after seeing it twice. The betting area was vibrant, with the crowd around it buzzing with excitement. The matches concluded quickly, and although the spectators cheered, they seemed dissatisfied. Another loss. Sigh. All the money I won yesterday is gone. Really? The day before, You bet 10 gold soul coins on Lucifer at odds of 50 to 1. And now you've lost all your winnings? If I had known, I would have wagered more. This money disappears too quickly. Their conversation reached Ning Fengji's ears, piquing his curiosity. Excuse me, my friends, could you tell me about this Lucifer you mentioned? They scrutinized Ning Fengji for a moment. You don't know? You must be new in town. Let me tell you, that Lucifer, at level 27, defeated the Bloodblade, who had won 8 consecutive matches in just a few moves. The odds were 50 to 1. It's all over the city. And guess what? A little girl placed a bet of 100,000 gold soul coins on Lucifer. I suspect they are shills for the battle arena. I bet a little too, and now I regret not betting more. As the chatter continued, Ning Fengji contemplated. So, that Lucifer is Su Xianyue, defeating a level 38 soul master in just a few moves. Such talent. A bold thought crossed Ning Fengji's mind, but he quickly shook it off. No, the spirit hall is a troublesome entity. Noticing her father's peculiar demeanor, Ning Rongrong abandoned her focus on the match. Father. What's wrong? Ning Fengji snapped back to reality at her call. Oh, it's nothing. Just pondering a few matters. By the way, Rongrong, what do you think Su Xianyue is like? Ning Rongrong suddenly blushed, lowering her head and stammering. Why do you suddenly ask me that, father? Ning Fengji chuckled. If you don't want to answer, that's fine. Consider it a father-s rambling. He turned his attention back to the match. Su Xianyue, I hope you are a reliable ally. After watching the battles for a while, it was nearly lunchtime. Are you hungry, Rongrong? It's time to eat. Let us go, let us hurry. Ning Rongrong urged, seemingly eager to leave. Ning Fengji allowed her to witness the bloody matches as a form of training, but now, feeling bored and nauseated, she was keen to depart. Let us go. It's a good opportunity to try the local specialties. As they prepared to leave, they sensed something was amiss. Huh, why does it feel like there are suddenly a lot more people? Ning Fengji noticed that while there had been a crowd, it was not yet overwhelming, but now it was nearly impossible to move through the throng. As Qinshin contemplated using his soul power to clear a path, the referee's voice captured their attention. Dear audience, I believe everyone is still reminiscing about the thrilling battle from the other day. Now, the exciting moment has arrived. Let us welcome our genius contender, Lucifer. With a mask covering his face and a sword in hand, Su Xianyue emerged slowly from the grand entrance, making his way toward the center of the arena. As Su Xianyue made her entrance, the audience erupted into a frenzy, and the excitement spread to the betting counters as well. I wager on Lucifer. 500. 500? What nonsense. I wager 1,000. 1,003. Lucifer. You've all lost your minds. That day, Lucifer was merely fortunate. I bet on the beast team. Amidst the fervor, many eagerly scrambled to place their bets. Yet there remained those who were inclined to wager against Su Xianyue. It was understandable. Given the extraordinary nature of the circumstances, skepticism was only natural. Moreover, Su Xianyue was challenging an entire team, the beast team, a formidable 20-level squad composed entirely of martial spirits that were ferocious beasts. Such teams were relatively common, and their name was well known within the soul battle arena. Su Xianyue initially intended to engage in the spirited realm of combat, as he was on the verge of leveling up. However, after an extended period of fruitless matchmaking, he reluctantly resorted to leveraging connections to assemble a team of 20-level fighters. Despite the daunting prospect of confronting an entire team alone, Su Xianyue felt reassured by the option to concede if necessary. A voluntary defeat would entail no loss on his part. Upon encountering his opponents, he sensed a newfound confidence. The individuals before him exuded a lack of menace, and he held firm belief in his instincts. Nevertheless, as they stood together, Su Xianyue knew he must summon his focus. So, you call yourself Lucifer? You certainly possess a brazen demeanor. The captain of the beast squad, a corpulent man with a greasy appearance and a mouth full of decaying teeth, bellowed at Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue instinctively covered her mouth and stepped back, not for any other reason, but purely out of disgust. May I take your life? She exclaimed, fool. Su Xianyue could not resist letting out a curse, only to find that the stout man was even more emboldened. Hey, go ahead, strike here if you dare. Let me see how you wield that. He taunted, stretching his neck and beating his chest, pushing Su Xianyue to her limits. Referee, begin. As the referee continued to drone on with a plethora of irrelevant commentary to heighten the atmosphere, Su Xianyue's commanding shout rendered him momentarily dumbfounded. Yes, yes, yes. The match commences. The referee, sensing Su Xianyue's impatience, hastily declared the start of the competition. Su Xianyue stood resolutely before her, her sword held upright, her vacant eyes fixed intently ahead. Misfortune had arrived at your doorstep. Chapter 53. Absurdity. The ferocious beast squad activated their martial souls in unison. Tigers, leopards, bears, and other formidable creatures emerged, accompanied by a simultaneous display of soul rings, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. Well, aren't you all quite confident, my brothers? Let us finish him off. Boomed. The corpulent figure transformed into a wild boar, inciting his comrades to charge at Su Xianyue. A leopard and a wolf flanked her, while a wild boar, tiger, bear, and lion charged head-on, with an eagle martial soul soaring above. Ordinarily, one might succumb to fear at such a sight, as a horde of frenzied beasts bore down upon them. Yet, the sword in Su Xianyue's grasp emitted a faint glow, and behind her, a black soul ring gradually illuminated. Her second soul skill, Fallen Body, a 50% enhancement across all attributes. Over the past few years, Su Xianyue had occasionally ventured into the wilderness to hunt, successfully elevating her second soul ring to a 10,000-year level after vanquishing several 10,000-year soul beasts, alongside numerous 1,000 and 100-year soul beasts. However, her first soul ring remained at approximately 1,000 years, with little advancement. The horde of beasts before her had become frenzied, their eyes glinting with madness. The few agile attackers retained their composure, bolstered by the presence of their teammates, showing no signs of panic. All of them activated their soul rings, each unleashing their respective soul skills. In the blink of an eye, Su Xianyue vanished, only to reappear behind them. A throng of individuals surged forward, only to realize belatedly that Su Xianyue had evaded them. What is happening? How can she move so swiftly? Boss, where is your head? By the time they comprehended the situation, the head of the greasy, corpulent man had already rolled onto the ground, followed by the thud of his hefty body collapsing. Su Xianyue flicked his sword and shrugged his shoulders, adopting an air of indifference. He was merely fulfilling the request of his adversaries. You, meet your demise. A few enraged individuals charged towards Su Xianyue once more. Ning Fengji and his companions were rendered speechless as they beheld the battle unfold. Absurd, utterly absurd. Uncle Jian, is that a soul skill that enhances all attributes? And it's a 10,000-year one at that. Is he truly only at the 20th level? The 20th level, with a 10,000-year soul ring. His speed indicates that he possesses the prowess of an agile attack-type soul master, which is simply preposterous. The Spirit Hall has nurtured a prodigy. They were left in a daze, while Ning Rongrong, who had initially been eager to leave, suddenly became animated. Lucifer, charge. Ning Fengji sighed. A girl of great talent cannot be retained. As the audience witnessed Su Xianyue's 10,000-year soul ring, their fervor intensified. Standing amidst the pool of blood, Su Xianyue was flanked by two lifeless bodies, facing for trembling foes. They're dead, truly dead. Let us concede. This individual is no mere human. The one with the eagle spirit was visibly shaken, prompting the tiger spirit wielder to slap him. Quit speaking such morbid words. Get up. Avenge us. In a fit of rage, he was hurled towards Su Xianyue. The individual with the avian spirit, generally light of frame, was easily thrown by the tiger spirit wielder. However, the eagle spirit user remained paralyzed by fear, unable to regain composure as he was sent forth. Betraying one's comrades? Su Xianyue effortlessly dealt with the situation with a single strike. Now, before him stood only the tiger, the leopard, and the bear. It is not too late to concede. I was not born to hold back. With her sword pointed at them, Su Xianyue exuded an overwhelming aura of intimidation. We concede. We concede, cried the individual with the leopard spirit, unable to endure the pressure. However, he was silenced by the one with the tiger spirit. Concede? Charge forth. Then, he was abruptly silenced by the bear spirit's hand over his mouth. Judge, we concede. With this declaration, the referee announced the outcome. The winner of this soul battle is Lucifer. Su Xianyue sheathed her long sword and proceeded towards the entrance from which she had originally appeared. Due to their earlier switch in positions, she would brush past them. They too were making their way to their respective entrance. But just as they were about to pass each other, the individual wielding the tiger martial soul abruptly launched an attack. I shall perish with you. The action was so sudden that the referee had no time to intervene, and many onlookers were caught off guard, unable to react in time. Although Su Xianyue had come to realize the situation, the proximity and abruptness left him no choice but to brace himself with his arm against the impending blow. He had maintained his martial spirit manifestation from the very beginning, and a colossal tiger claw descended heavily upon him. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. A spray of blood fell onto Su Xianyue's head, as the fearsome claws were severed and flung far away, amidst the agonizing screams of the assailant. Su Xianyue turned his gaze towards a certain direction. In the audience, he spotted Ning Rongrong, who was covering her mouth in astonishment, Ning Fengxi, who nodded at him, and Chen Xian, who sat nearby with his eyes closed, seemingly unaffected by the chaos. It was clear to Su Xianyue that Chen Xian had intervened to aid him. How fortuitous, Su Xianyue, Ning Fengxi remarked with a smile as he sipped his tea in a private room of a restaurant. However, Ning Rongrong sat demurely beside him, her head lowered, too shy to meet anyone's gaze. Su Xianyue furrowed her brow and pouted, feeling utterly perplexed. What an incredible coincidence to run into you all. What do you want from me? This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Ning Fengxi set down his teacup, gazing at Su Xianyue with a smile. You are quite the forthright individual, so I will not beat around the bush. Your second soul ring. It is of 10,000 years, is it not? I merely wish to inquire if you might be willing to share. Clearly, Ning Fengxi was intrigued by how Su Xianyue had managed to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. Well, it's simply due to my superior constitution, the better one's physique. The higher the age of the soul rings one can absorb. You must be aware of this, right? Ning Fengxi stroked his chin thoughtfully. We are indeed aware of that. But absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring subjects one's mind to attacks, necessitating formidable mental strength to dispel them, which typically requires at least the realm of a soul king. And you are merely at the 20th level. Su Xianyue waved her hand dismissively. I only know this much. There are no secret methods involved, just sheer luck. Seeing that Su Xianyue had no intention of elaborating, Ning Fengxi chose not to press further, as he had not expected her to divulge much anyway. Well then, let us not dwell on that. In fact, I have another matter to inquire about. What are your feelings regarding Rongrong? Dad, why are you suddenly bringing this up? Ning Rongrong said shyly, playfully hitting Ning Fengxi twice. Rongrong, dear, your father is discussing something of great importance. Ning Fengxi gently reassured her before turning back to Su Xianyue. So, what are your thoughts? Su Xianyue glanced at Ning Rongrong, who was blushing with her head bowed, before turning her gaze back to Ning Fengxi. Very well. But she is too mischievous. She does not listen without a good spanking. Does she? What? Ning Fengxi suddenly stood up. I cannot bear to discipline my own daughter. How dare you? Su Xianyue. Chapter 54. After a hard-won tranquility, Ning Fengxi and Chenxin continued their discourse. Is there anything other than disobedience? Aside from disobedience. A waist too slender, legs too stout, arms too thin, and a belly with excess flesh. Everything else is quite acceptable. Hey, I do not. Ning Rongrong protested. By my standards, that is indeed the case. In truth, Ning Rongrong possesses a commendable figure, perhaps due to Su Xianyue's differing aesthetic sensibilities. Hey, your taste is rather unique, remarked Ning Fengxi as he appraised Ning Rongrong from head to toe. Overall, it's passable, but why do you ask? You wouldn't genuinely desire for her to wed me, would you? I certainly do not. My affections lie elsewhere. What? Who is it? The sudden exclamation captured the attention of the trio. It's nothing, please continue. Ning Rongrong retreated, lowering her head again, and they redirected their focus. Since your heart is already claimed, then. Uncle Jian. In a swift motion, Chenxin drew his sword towards Su Xianyue. What are you planning to do? You have already chosen a beloved, thus the third option is off the table. However, your life cannot be forfeited, so the second option must be chosen. I trust that His Holiness the Pope will understand. Ning Fengxi, sipping his tea, spoke nonchalantly, while Ning Rongrong anxiously inquired. What are you all discussing? Grandfather Jian. What are you going to do? Chenxin glanced at Ning Rongrong, but made no move, turning his gaze away once more. Su Xianyue, unwilling to concede, drew her sword and pointed it at them. Do you think I fear you? Your sword may be grand, but does that make you remarkable? Dare to make a move against me, and we shall see if the Pope will show any leniency. As the tension escalated, Ning Rongrong erupted in anger. Father, sword grandpa, if you continue this way, I shall ignore you both. Her voice shattered the stalemate, prompting Chen Xian to hastily sheath his sword, while Ning Fengxi approached her with soothing words. Rongrong, do not be upset. It is your father's fault. Meanwhile, Chen Xian stood coldly to the side, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue sheathed her sword and silently regarded them. After a long while, Ning Rongrong was comforted. Jian Shu, why don't you take Rongrong out for a stroll? Ning Fengxi said to Chenxin. Ning Rongrong, not foolish. recognized that Ning Fengji wished to converse privately with Su Xianyue, so she obediently followed Qinxin outside. "Daddy, please don't bully him," Ning Rongrong called out as she departed. Still lingering on her thoughts. After watching them leave, Ning Fengji shook his head. "Indeed, a daughter grows up too quickly. I wonder what you have done to her. In just a few days, she speaks of you constantly." The elder, Ning Fengji, felt rather troubled. Yet, it was understandable, initially. Ning Rongrong had mistaken Su Xianyue for a woman, thus approaching him without any guard. Moreover, Su Xianyue had always treated her with indifference, which, combined with her youth and curiosity, naturally led to a sense of dependency. As the only friend she could confide in here, that reliance was particularly profound. "How would I know? So what exactly do you wish to convey?" Ning Fengji took a sip of tea, his expression suddenly turning grave. "I hope you keep your distance from her." "Huh, just a moment ago, you seemed eager to introduce her to me. Why the sudden change?" Ning Fengji smiled faintly. "If you were a suitable match, I would not object, but judging by your current demeanor, I cannot place my trust in you. Furthermore, Rongrong is my only daughter and will inevitably inherit the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Should the two of you marry, it would entail your entering her family. And as a disciple of the Pope, I seriously doubt she would agree to such an arrangement. Well then, it's best to part ways amicably. Also, may we have the dishes served?" Su Xianyue wore an expression of indifference, while Ning Fengji resumed his demeanor of effortless grace. "That would be splendid. Waiter, may we place our order?" The attendant, who had been waiting outside the door, stepped in and presented a menu. Su Xianyue took the menu and glanced at it. Ning Fengji spoke again. "Feel free to order whatever you desire. It's my treat." Su Xianyue cast a cursory glance at him, indicating the dishes. This one, and these 3. Ning Fengji observed her choice of inexpensive items and frowned slightly. "There's no need to be so reserved. Do order some for me as well." To his surprise, Su Xianyue replied, "Reserved? My intention is to have everything except these few." "Ning Fengji, you truly are quite unreserved. With an entire afternoon ahead." He inquired, "What are your plans?" After satisfying his appetite, Ning Fengji wiped his mouth and turned to Su Xianyue, who was enthusiastically devouring a chicken leg. "What plans could there be? Just eat and drink. This chicken leg is quite delightful. Waiter, bring me 3 more chicken legs. You certainly have a hearty appetite." "Well, after the recent scuffle, I've expended quite a bit of energy. I must indulge a little more." Haha. "So, do you have any free time this afternoon?" After Su Xianyue finished chewing the meat in her mouth and swallowed it, she found herself pressed for time. This was anticipated by Ning Fengji, who chose not to elaborate further. "Well then, we shall take our leave for now. You may savor your meal at your own pace," he said. Are we leaving now?" Ning Rongrong glanced reluctantly at Su Xianyue, but ultimately followed Ning Fengji out. Su Xianyue gazed at their retreating figures, lost in contemplation. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. After a moment of reflection, she mused. Perhaps a bath would be refreshing. Or perhaps sleep would be more suitable. Yes, a bath followed by slumber. "Rongrong, will you remain here or return home with your father?" In the twilight, Ning Fengji inquired of Ning Rongrong. Her expression was one of inner conflict, unsure of how to respond. After much deliberation, Ning Rongrong ultimately chose to stay. "I wish to remain." Ning Fengji maintained his gentle smile. "That's splendid. Enduring some hardships here can be beneficial. However, this is not the 7-treasure glazed tile school. While you are here, you must temper your temperament and engage harmoniously with your classmates. Understood?" "I understand." After escorting Ning Rongrong to Shrek Academy, Ning Fengji bid her farewell. "Remember, do not put on airs. It would be wonderful to invite friends over to our home someday. Jian Shu, do you have any words of wisdom?" Ning Fengji turned to the elder beside him, Chen Xian. "As for me, I have little to impart. However, Rongrong, should anyone bully you, do not yield. As long as you stand on firm ground, you need not fear them." "I understand, father. Goodbye, grandfather Jian." After bidding farewell, the figures of Chen Xian and Ning Fengji gradually faded from view. Upon returning to her dormitory, Ning Rongrong found herself at a loss regarding how to face Su Xianyue. Staring at the pristine white sheets, her gaze fell upon the slumbering Su Xianyue, and with a resigned sigh, she stepped outside for a stroll. What should I do? Initially, she had hoped for Ning Fengji to procure luxurious bedding for her, but his true intention was for her to endure some hardships, and she felt too embarrassed to make the purchase herself. At that moment, she encountered Flender. "Ning Rongrong?" "Perfect timing. I've arranged a new dormitory for you. Follow me. Flinder led her to a vacant dormitory, freshly cleaned, with the bedding neatly arranged on the bed. This will be your room. Take your time to adjust. I must take my leave now. Ning Rongrong stood in the empty room, lost in thought. Chapter 55, A Performance in the City. The mountain folks' laughter pierced the heart the following day, in the early morning. The sun has yet to rise. Su Xianyue rose and rubbed her bleary eyes, smoothing out the disheveled sleepwear and tousled hair caused by her restless slumber. Gazing at the faint glimmer of dawn barely illuminating the window, she sank back into the bedding. Having retired too early the previous night, with daylight yet to break, she decided to indulge in more sleep. Just as she was drifting into slumber, something abruptly struck her head. Good heavens! Ning Rongrong, must your sleeping posture be so atrocious? Even worse than mine. Ning Rongrong turned over in her sleep, her arm carelessly flopping onto Su Xianyue's face. Roast chicken. Hee. Still immersed in her dreams, Ning Rongrong murmured unconsciously, undisturbed by the commotion. Su Xianyue had grown accustomed to the unexpected. She pulled the blanket up and lay back down, only to suddenly spring up again. She's still here? Su Xianyue pondered for a moment. Ultimately deciding to relinquish her thoughts, she returned to slumber. As dawn broke, she inquired, So, could you elucidate why you remain here with me? Su Xianyue sat cross-legged, gazing at the drowsy Ning Rongrong before her. What's the matter? I'm indifferent, after all. We've shared this slumber for quite a while without any issues. Moreover, these sheets are simply too comfortable to sleep on. Su Xianyue. Why do I feel as though you look down upon me? Not at all. Sigh. Never mind that. It's time for breakfast. Ning Rongrong laughed playfully, diverting the topic as she donned her clothes and stepped outside. Su Xianyue remained seated, lost in thought. Am I truly being looked down upon? Surely I must be. The fact that Ning Rongrong harbored no reservations towards me made Su Xianyue feel as though his pride had been trampled upon. Thus, he felt an urgent need to assert his masculinity. However, he ultimately resolved to abandon that notion. Well, forget it. It seems too troublesome after all. In the cafeteria, as the others had yet to return from the Stardow Forest, only Su Xianyue and Ning Rongrong remained. As Su Xianyue gazed at the untouched steamed buns on the table, she resolved to consume a couple merely to satisfy her hunger. The meals were prepared by hired villagers, who left once they had completed their tasks. They arrived early, and the breakfast remained piping hot. Hey, Su Xianyue, aren't you making fried rice? Ning Rongrong inquired, observing Su Xianyue eating the buns with curiosity. Do you really think I'm the cafeteria lady? If you want to eat, you should make it yourself. Su Xianyue retorted lightly, quickly finishing 2 buns before wiping her mouth and departing. Where are you going? Take me with you. Su Xianyue did not look back. In the arena of soul battles, I am on the verge of leveling up. Upon hearing that it was the soul battle arena, Ning Rongrong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow. I shall also join. Su Xianyue glanced at her before turning away without uttering a word. Just as they were about to depart from Shrek, Flinder approached. Ning Rongrong, you stay behind. Just because they are off to obtain soul rings does not mean you are excused, he stated. What? Why? She exclaimed. Your father entrusted me with this duty. At Shrek, I possess this authority. Now, hurry and run laps. You. Ning Rongrong turned to Su Xianyue, hoping he would come to her aid, but he had already vanished. Su Xianyue. Her cries echoed throughout Shrek for an extended period. Die, you scoundrel. With a fierce roar, Su Xianyue swiftly dispatched his opponent, his soul power surging within him, resulting in an elevation of his level. Few level 28 now. Why is it so arduous to advance another level? He nonchalantly seized the soul of his fallen adversary and departed with grace. The fervent cheers of the audience heralded his exit, thereby amplifying his burgeoning reputation. As Su Xianyue was preparing for the next event, the purple-robed bishop in charge approached with a smiling face, blocking her path. My lord, I have a humble request. Speak plainly. After a moment's hesitation, the purple-robed bishop finally voiced his concern. Could you possibly spend a couple of days in the gaming area? The losses in the Battle Soul Arena have been quite severe lately, and I find it difficult to provide an explanation. Su Xianyue let out a soft murmur of doubt, causing the purple-robed bishop to instinctively recoil. Loss. Su Xianyue seemed to comprehend, for he was immensely popular, attracting a multitude of wagers. The previous 2 instances were manageable, aside from the 5 million. However, in the most recent event, nearly all bets were placed on him. with substantial sums being wagered. Despite the miserably low odds, the Seoul arena still incurred losses. Is it difficult to explain? Is my reputation truly so ineffectual? The purple-robed bishop quickly shook his head. No, 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 it is simply, while this amount may be inconsequential to the spirit hall, it nonetheless pertains to its interests, and a loss would be rather inappropriate. Su Xianyue glanced at him, surprised by his loyalty. Very well. I shall proceed to the gaming district, but should an unfortunate demise occur, I shall not be held accountable. The purple-robed bishop quickly responded with a smile. Rest assured, my lord, we will arrange for the protection of your opponent. Your words sound rather peculiar, she remarked. Su Xianyue cast a disdainful glance back at him before striding towards the gaming area. It was yet another day of arduous effort, yet everything unfolded smoothly. Aside from the unbearable stench emanating from her opponent, the day could indeed be regarded as pleasant. Upon returning to Shrek, it was already afternoon. The chapter was not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Upon her return, she was met with the furious visage of Ning Rongrong. Su Xianyue, how dare you come back? You actually left me to play alone. I am nearly exhausted from running laps here. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, hands on her hips, directing her ire at Su Xianyue, who merely responded with a casual dismissal. If you're tired, just wash up and rest. And if you're exhausted, where do you find the strength to shout? If I'm weary, then so be it. Go on. Get out of my way. Su Xianyue pushed aside Ning Rongrong, who was blocking the way, and proceeded towards the bathing area, with her cheeks puffed out in annoyance. Ning Rongrong quickly ran back to obstruct his path once more. After a long day, can't you offer a few kind words? Su Xianyue observed Ning Rongrong's demeanor, feeling a sense of familiarity. Are you seeking my consolation? Upon hearing these words, Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson, realizing the bluntness of the remark. A playful smile crept onto her lips, and she began to fidget awkwardly, causing Su Xianyue to shudder with discomfort. Me console you? What are you? My sister or my wife? Go away. With that, he pushed past Ning Rongrong and entered the bathhouse. Ning Rongrong, left bewildered, took a moment to collect her thoughts, then began to tug at her hair in frustration. Su Xianyue, just you wait. Inside the bathhouse, Su Xianyue heard Ning Rongrong shout. What a lunatic, he muttered, pouring a whitening, body-strengthening potion into the bathwater. Suddenly, faint noises emerged from outside, but Su Xianyue paid no heed. Then, out of the blue, Ning Rongrong barged in, wrapped in a towel, leaping into the tub, her face mere inches from his. Apologize to me at once, or I shall cry foul. Su Xianyue, why are you here again? Shouting about impropriety? Go ahead, scream until your throat is hoarse. Let us see if anyone responds. Su Xianyue pushed her away with a hand on her face. This is inappropriate. Someone come. In the shadows, a voice murmured, Hey, young lady. What should we do about this? I'm not sure, but the sect leader seemed unfazed when he learned they had bathed together. It should be fine, right? Well, let us just keep an eye on things. If anything happens, we'll intervene immediately. But I must say, they do seem like a good match. Don't they? You're not wrong. I think so too. Hehehe. Chapter 56, Have I Been Looked Down Upon Again? A few minutes later, Su Xianyue had finished her bath, while Ning Rongrong was still making a fuss. You can shout all you want. I'm going to sleep now. As she wrapped a towel around her essential parts and attempted to leave, she suddenly felt something tugging at her towel. You can't leave. Su Xianyue. Ning Rongrong. Su Xianyue turned her head stiffly with a smile that was both gentle and enigmatic. What do you intend to do? Su Xianyue grasped her face with one hand, locking eyes with her. Do you regard me with esteem or disdain? Do you not perceive me as a man? Is it that you revel in your own capriciousness? Ning Rongrong was taken aback by Su Xianyue's demeanor, shrinking back in uncertainty, her entire body trembling. Su Xianyue chose to disregard her and departed without a second thought. Foolishness. After donning her clothes, Su Xianyue glanced back and uttered a remark before continuing on her way. Does this not evoke a sense of someone pulling up their trousers and feigning ignorance? Regardless, it matters not. Left in the bathtub, Ning Rongrong sank down, her lower face submerged in the water. Through the veil of mist, her melancholic gaze lingered upon the tranquil surface. Why did I act that way? A wave of regret washed over her as she recalled her impulsive decision to leap into Su Xianyue's bathing tub. What has become of me? I am utterly mortified. As Su Xianyue walked along, she reflected on Ning Rongrong's demeanor. Surely, I must have been looked down upon again, without a doubt. Damn it. Lost in thought, she gazed at the myriad of stars filling the night sky. Shrek Academy is not as captivating as I had imagined. Perhaps I should leave another day. No, I should depart at once. Recalling her earlier troubles, Su Xianyue quickened her pace. First, she returned to her dormitory to gather her belongings, swiftly stuffing everything into her soul guide device, and then made her way towards Flinder's office. Su Xianyue knocked on the door, and a voice from within responded, "Come in." With a creak, the dilapidated wooden door swung open, revealing Flandre seated at his desk. "Flandre, I have come to inform you that I have decided to withdraw from school. Farewell." With that, she turned to leave, but was halted by Flandre's call. "Wait, Su Xianyue. I have something to discuss with you." Su Xianyue turned back in confusion to glance at him, only to see Flandre slowly rise, standing tall and resolute, exuding an air of solemnity. "What is this? I had anticipated a day when you would voluntarily propose to withdraw from school. But I never imagined it would come so swiftly. Since that is the case, I shall not attempt to retain you." "And then what? Is that all?" Su Xianyue looked at him in confusion, on the verge of uttering a curse at his insanity, when Flandre suddenly spoke again. "I ask you, what is your impression of Shrek? What do you think of me?" Flandre's expression remained impassive, and Su Xianyue sensed a hint of peculiarity. Yet she did not dwell on it. "It's quite good, though rather dull. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Then, do you wish for my demise?" As Su Xianyue was about to depart, Flandre uttered a perplexing remark that left her momentarily stunned. "Huh? If you wish to perish? What concern is it of mine? So, you do not desire my demise? Well then, go ahead." What a lunatic! After muttering this in exasperation, Su Xianyue turned on her heel and walked away. A flicker of relief crossed Flandre's face at that moment. "Your Highness, did you hear that?" Flandre stood at the doorway, hesitant, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. A faint voice drifted from behind him. "I shall spare you this time, but remember, should you dare to show him disrespect again, I will not hesitate to end your life. Were it not for the necessity of remaining undetected, you would have met your end long ago." Subsequently, a shadow flitted past Flandre, as ethereal as a wisp of black mist. "I bid farewell to your Highness." Once the shadow had vanished, Flandre shook his head, as if awakening from a dream, and patted his face with both hands. How terrifying! This young man, Su Xianyue, truly possesses a bodyguard, and what a formidable one at that. Su Xianyue arrived at Soto City, took a leisurely stroll around, and planned to rest for a night at an inn before returning to that village to take a look. However, suddenly, a figure appeared before him. Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue was startled by the shadow, but upon recognizing the visitor, her brows furrowed in concern. "Elder Gue, what brings you here? Could it be? I suspected there couldn't possibly be no one following me." The arrival was none other than the elusive Gue, yet the reason for his sudden appearance remained a mystery. "There is no time for explanations. Please return with me to the spirit hall for a debriefing." Su Xianyue felt herself enveloped by a force of soul energy, lifting her into the air. "Wait, why am I suddenly returning to the spirit hall? I have a matter of great significance to report. Yet I am also tasked with your protection, thus I must proceed in this manner." "A matter of great significance? What is it?" "I cannot divulge much more. Only that a troublesome adversary has emerged, and I must return to report this immediately." "A troublesome adversary?" Su Xianyue fell into contemplation. What enemies could there be for Shrek in the spirit hall? Wait, Tang Hao? He had appeared once when confronting Zhao Wujia, but his whereabouts at other times remain unknown. The urgency displayed by Gue Mei could only pertain to this matter. If this is indeed the case, then Tang-san, may fortune favor you. Gue Mei had already detected Tang Hao, yet Tang Hao appeared oblivious to his presence, otherwise, conflict would have ensued by now. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. But why did he not reveal himself sooner? Perhaps he is uncertain whether Tang Hao is still around, and must wait until Su Xianyue departs from Shrek, just in case. So, I am to be carried along by you for an entire night? It is inevitable. The Spirit City is not particularly far from Soto City. Given Gue Mei's speed as an entire night is more than sufficient. At Shrek, in Su Xianyue's dormitory. Su Xianyue, you actually put away the sheets. Do you despise me so much? Ah, humph. Ning Rongrong shouted in a fit of rage. Fortunately, the surroundings were not residential, and there was no one nearby, so her outburst did not disturb anyone. Stop shouting. He is withdrawn from school. Flandre interjected as he heard Ning Rongrong's cries and rushed over. I just wanted to see if he left anything behind. You do as you wish. Flandre entered the dormitory to check for any items Su Xianyue might have overlooked. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong stood there, seemingly lost in a daze. Withdrawn? Just a moment ago. A sudden thought struck her, and she shook her head vigorously, as if unable to accept the reality. It cannot be. How is this possible? The sudden departure of Su Xianyue left Ning Rongrong lost in thought. Flinder conducted a brief inspection before emerging. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong squatting on the ground, dejected and sorrowful, he couldn't help but shake his head. Do not be too disheartened. You two were indeed incompatible. Parting sooner is better, allowing you to move on. Mind your own business. Go away, Ning Rongrong retorted, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Flinder shook his head again and walked away. Rest early. Ning Rongrong continued to gaze at the ground, idly toying with the blades of grass beneath her. Sigh. Have I become someone to be disliked? That night, another girl lay awake in her bed, troubled by insomnia. Chapter 57. The grand and resplendent Platinum Hall was bathed in the morning light. However, a rather unsightly shadow appeared above the sacred sanctuary. The shadow moved swiftly, silently infiltrating the hall, unnoticed by the armored knight stationed at the entrance. It glided purposefully toward a particular area, seemingly well acquainted with the surroundings, soon arriving before a chamber. Your Holiness, I have urgent matters to report. The shadow descended and transformed into a person, kneeling before the door. Guimei, why have you returned? Were you not assigned to protect Su Xianyue? The crisp and authoritative voice of Bibi Dong resonated, accompanied by the sound of rustling garments. The door swung open to reveal Bibi Dong, dressed in casual palace attire. Stepping out, Your Holiness, my subordinate has crucial matters to convey, and I had no choice but to bring him back. Crucial matters? What matters? At that moment, Su Xianyue was still in her room, attempting to catch up on sleep after a night of tumult, clutching a pillow and drooling. She suddenly felt someone shaking her awake and swatted away the hand that disturbed her. Go away, Ning Rongrong. She turned over to resume her slumber, only to abruptly open her eyes and sit up, staring at the person before her. Ah, Sister Xue, what brings you back? Qianren stood before Su Xianyue, her more mature visage strikingly beautiful, though her demeanor seemed less than cheerful. I have acquired the 6th spirit ring and returned to see you while I still had time. I coincidentally heard that you had come back, and it seems you've learned of something quite significant. Su Xianyue turned her head away, feeling guilty and unable to meet her gaze. Qianren took a deep breath, seemingly suppressing her anger. Ning Rongrong, the one from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect? Su Xianyue scratched her face and nodded. The scene once again fell into silence, only to be broken by Qian Ringshu's soft chuckle. Su's younger brother is quite impressive. He managed to win over the young lady of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, and their relationship seems to be rather pleasant. Su Xianyue forced a smile, haha. Not at all. I find her quite distasteful. Why not ask her yourself when the opportunity arises? Haha. So, how about you accompany me for some practice? Dear brother, I would love to see your progress. Can I refuse? What do you think? Tang Hao, regarding this matter. Please discuss it with the grand offering. The less we involve ourselves, the better. Understood. Bibi Dong stood before her room, gazing up at the sky, seemingly indifferent to Tang Hao. It is no wonder, as Bibi Dong bore no grudge against him, and in fact, he had aided her in incapacitating Qiang Sunji. She was grateful to him. Not inclined to confront him. Suddenly, Bibi Dong recalled something and turned around. That rascal Su Xianyue has returned as well. Perhaps I should check on him. At that moment, Su Xianyue found himself in a state of utter despair. Stop. If you continue, the child will be ruined. Su Xianyue let out a cry. Yet the formidable Qian Ruxue before her persisted in her relentless assault, entirely disregarding Su Xianyue's pleas for mercy. It is not over yet. Angelic assault. Clang boom, the clash of 2 swords resonated fiercely, and the shockwave of their unleashed soul power sent them both reeling apart. Again, sister, cease your divine powers. After a brutal skirmish, Qian Ruxue took a hearty gulp from her water flask, wiping her mouth with a flourish before casting her gaze upon Su Xianyue, who lay on the ground, questioning her very existence. Why are you lying there? Are you pondering the meaning of life? Do not disturb me. Su Xianyue found herself somewhat perplexed by Qian Ringshu's furious demeanor. She pondered whether it was due to some indignity suffered within the palace or perhaps a tinge of jealousy. Though the latter seemed unlikely, it was more probable that she had encountered some form of grievance. In truth, Su Xianyue had entirely underestimated her own significance. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong observed them from a distance, patiently awaiting the conclusion of their confrontation before approaching them. Upon laying eyes on her, Qian Ringshu quivered momentarily and then bowed respectfully. Your Holiness. Su Xianyue also got up and ran to Bibi Dong's side, pointing at Qian Ringshu. Teacher, my sister is bullying me. Qian Ringshu responded. Is it useful to tell on her? She won't pay me any mind. Bibi Dong gently patted Su Xianyue's head, then turned her gaze towards Qian Rengshu. You may go and rest now. With that simple phrase, she dismissed Qian Rengshu. Once Qian Rengshu left, filled with reluctance, Bibi Dong turned her attention back to Su Xianyue. Show me your soul rings. Su Xianyue, is it possible not to shine? What do you think? It's over. I'm finished, utterly finished. It seems that Su Xianyue's second soul ring, a millennium in age, was witnessed by the ghostly charm in the soul arena, who has already reported it to Bibi Dong. Now, all Su Xianyue can do is pray that she will not delve deeper into the matter. Reluctantly, Su Xianyue drew his sword, revealing the soul rings. As expected, a purple and a black soul ring hovered behind him. Bibi Dong's gaze narrowed at the sight of the black soul ring. What is the meaning of this soul ring? Could it be? In the realm of Douluo, the only known means to extend the age of a soul ring was through divine trials. Bibi Dong comprehended the implications of this, yet Su Xianyue could provide no better explanation than the truth. I can absorb the white mist that appears in a body after death to enhance my physical condition and prolong the lifespan of my soul rings. Though I have been hesitant to speak of it, Bibi Dong closed her eyes, fully aware of what the white mist was, and playfully tapped Su Xianyue on the forehead. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The following content is even more thrilling. What is there to fear? Are you wary of me? As her eyes reopened, they brimmed with displeasure and indifference, sending a shiver down Su Xianyue's spine, though he quickly regained his composure. Bibi Dong sighed and spoke with resignation. Remember, I am your teacher and will not harm you. While it is wise to be cautious, you need not be so with me. At the very least, such significant matters must be disclosed. Otherwise, we may encounter troublesome issues. Su Xianyue gazed at Bibi Dong's fleeting gentle gaze. Although the moment was brief, he undeniably witnessed it. Ah, I see. Bibi Dong affectionately ruffled his hair, yet her expression remained stern. By the way, how did you find that place called Shrek during your recent visit? It was fine. Though I felt particularly bored, everyone there was quite eccentric. Tang Hao? He has appeared again. Beneath the angel statue, Qian Daolu listened to his subordinate's reports, finding it hard to believe. A middle-aged man approached him and clasped his hands in greeting. Brother, allow me to take on this task. Qian Daolu regarded him thoughtfully for a moment before advising him. Go ahead, but if you encounter him, do your utmost to capture him alive. After the man departed, Qian Daolu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the towering angel statue, his eyes filled with melancholy. Tang Shen, you have a remarkable descendant. The volunteer was naturally the second elder, Golden Crocodile Douluo, uncertain if Tang Hao and the others could evade this calamity. At that moment, a visibly aggrieved Qian Renshue entered. Grandfather, Little Snow, who has wronged you? Qian Renshue, always strong-willed, was not made of stone. Being human, she too could feel hurt. Bottling up grievances could lead to distress, and naturally, she sought solace in her grandfather. What ill intentions could Qian Renshue harbor? She merely wished to play with her brother. Chapter 58. Search. After conversing with Bibi Dong for a while, Su Xianyue returned to catch up on his sleep. I am so tired. I shall rest a bit longer. After a few murmurs, Su Xianyue, utterly fatigued, collapsed onto the bed. His thoughts wandered aimlessly before sleep. If Tang Hao's presence at Shrek becomes known, then Tang San's identity must soon be uncovered as well. Sigh. Whatever, it doesn't concern me. Suddenly, he jolted upright, a realization striking him. Oh no, the main storyline has been altered. What am I to do? Without a system, I might be in grave danger. Su Xianyue certainly does not have a system to assist him. He cannot afford to indulge carelessly. His only two advantages lie in his own martial spirit and his profound knowledge of the main storyline, which enables him to anticipate and evade dangers. If the Spirit Hall were to discover Tang San's existence, wouldn't that alter the narrative entirely? How could Tang San possibly remain in Shrek? The subsequent plot would undoubtedly descend into chaos. The Spirit Hall is hardly a boon. It looms overhead like a sword, poised to strike at any moment. Alas, it seems this time he is truly in dire straits. Su Xianyue lay on the bed, cradling his head, occasionally rolling about in distress. A profound sense of crisis and unease permeated his heart and mind, leaving him utterly bewildered. At that moment, Qian Rengshu entered the room. Su Xianyue, stay with me. What troubles you? She approached the bed, observing the near-tearful Su Xianyue, and inquired with concern, what is the matter? Are you hurt? With tear-filled eyes, Su Xianyue turned her gaze towards Qian Renshue. Sister Shui, if someone bullies me, will you help me? An overwhelming sense of unease, coupled with her exhaustion, left Su Xianyue in a state of confusion, rendering her utterly disoriented. It wasn't merely a single restless night that had brought her to this state. Rather, it was the ferocity with which Qian Ruxue had just struck her that had thoroughly drained her. The sudden wave of crisis and anxiety had hit her like a fist, leaving her bewildered. Qian Ruxue looked at Su Xianyue, slightly stunned. Why are you suddenly saying such things? Su Xianyue remained silent, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Qian Ruxue, rendering the latter somewhat uneasy. Of course, you're unwell? Have you fallen ill? Or have I rendered you dazed? Qian Ruxue reached out to touch Su Xianyue's forehead, only for Su Xianyue to suddenly collapse and drift into slumber. Huh? Qian Ruxue grasped her face, examining it from side to side, and upon confirming there was no anomaly, she sighed in relief. Yes, merely asleep. Yet, despite being a boy, your visage is quite intriguing, Su Xianyue. Gently touching Su Xianyue's forehead and tucking her under a blanket, Qian Ruxue departed. In the presence of the Shrek Academy, all the students had gathered. The humble Flander wore a forced smile as he addressed the individual before him, while Tang San and others, who had recently returned from the Stardow Forest, stood behind him. Jin Ao scanned the crowd with disdain and commanded, "State your identities, names, and places of origin." As several were about to speak, Flander abruptly stepped forward. "Ah, I see, Your Excellency wishes to inquire about my students. As the Academy Estine, it falls upon me to introduce them. This blonde-haired youth is Daimubai, hailing from the Starluo Empire." Flander reported truthfully, though Jin Ao exhibited little reaction, as that was not the purpose of his inquiry. However, when Flander introduced Tang San, the atmosphere shifted slightly. "This is Zhang San, a disciple of an old acquaintance of mine from a nameless little village." Tang San, perplexed by the introduction, recognized Flander's subservience and chose not to comment further. "Disciple of an acquaintance? What was the name of your acquaintance? You may have heard of him. It is Yu Xiaogang." Jin Ao pondered for a moment, but dismissed it, while Flander felt a wave of relief and proceeded to introduce the others. Yet, upon seeing Xiao Wu, Jin Ao's gaze sharpened, fixated on her. Xiao Wu felt a surge of anxiety, her body trembling. "You, come with me," he commanded, enveloping Xiao Wu in overwhelming soul power, rendering her utterly powerless to resist. "Xiao Wu," Tang San shouted, attempting to rush forward, but Flanders swiftly restrained him. "Your Excellency, what is the meaning of this? My student has not offended you in any way, I assure you." Jin Ao released a powerful surge of soul energy that swept through the surroundings, threatening to topple nearby structures. "Humph, such audacity from Shrek, conspiring with soul beasts. Do you not know your crimes?" 9 soul rings illuminated, the most prominent crimson ring causing a shiver to run through the crowd. "Soul beasts? What do you mean, Your Excellency?" Flander, barely stabilizing himself, still possessed the strength to speak, while others were already blown away by the force. At that moment, trapped Xiao Wu gritted her teeth and declared, "This has nothing to do with them. I concealed my identity. If there is an issue, let it be directed at me." Jin Ao retracted his oppressive soul energy. "Very well, I shall not touch them, but you shall bear the consequences. You will become a soul ring and a soul bone. Once you chose to step into the human world, you should have been prepared for this outcome." Regret filled her heart as she glanced back at Tang San, who struggled to rise from the ground, tears streaming down her face. She had much to say, yet the opportunity had slipped away. "Xiao Wu." Tang San extended his hand, but alas, he lacked the strength to move, and as darkness enveloped him, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Jin Ao's robust soul power surged with Xiao Wu and himself into the heavens, disregarding his initial purpose. For the value of 100,000-year soul beast surpassed the elusive whereabouts of Tang Hao. Unexpectedly, this outing had yielded an unforeseen gain. Jin Ao smirked coldly at Xiao Wu, who appeared resigned, closing her eyes. After Xiao Wu was taken, Flander immediately examined the injuries of the others. Fortunately, they were merely stunned. However, Flander turned to the direction in which Jin Ao had vanished. "I never anticipated that Xiao Wu was a soul beast. Old Zhao, he has left. Hurry and assist." Qian Daolu remained with his hands clasped behind his back before the statue when Jin Ao appeared behind him. "Brother, I have not discovered Tang Hao's trail, but there has been an unexpected gain." Xiao Wu lay unconscious nearby, and Qian Daolu gazed at her with a momentary surprise, soon replaced by delight. "Excellent. Your fortune is commendable. Secure her and keep a close watch." "Understood." After Jin Ao departed with Xiao Wu, he pondered with his head raised. 100,000-year soul beast. Such fortuitous circumstances. The soul ring for Xiao Shui. But as for the soul bone, Qian Daolu seemed to have a candidate in mind, yet he hesitated, eventually shaking his head. Let us wait for that day to come, Su Xianyue. I hope you will not disappoint me. Achuhum. Su Xianyue let out a sneeze, her sleepy eyes fluttering open as she sat up. Oh. Is it already afternoon? She murmured, stifling a yawn. Rubbing her head, she rose to put on her clothes. What should I do now? The plot has changed. Never mind, I won't think about it. I'll take it one step at a time. Su Xianyue gazed at the sky, lost in contemplation. Perhaps a visit to the library would be prudent. Idleness breeds idleness. Reading and cultivating had become her means of passing time within the Spirit Hall. The collection housed not only theoretical texts but also numerous first-hand adventure accounts and cultivation experiences, akin to tales of exploration, which piqued Su Xianyue's interest. Chapter 59, The Pursuit of Love by Yin as dusk settled over the horizon. Su Xianyue made her way toward a secluded room that served as the repository for books. Still enveloped in the remnants of sleep, she was suddenly aware of a broad hand resting upon her shoulder, prompting her to halt and glance at the hand, instantly recognizing its owner. Ah, Su Xianyue. What a coincidence. A cheerful voice rang out. Su Xianyue, however, exhibited little reaction, merely responding with a dismissive tone. Stop, stop, stop. I get it. I get it. My hands are clean. See for yourself. The boy before her, with fiery red hair and a robust physique, appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age. Just because he looked clean did not necessarily imply he was. What do you want from me? If you're looking for a fight, seek someone else. Su Xianyue gently patted the shoulder of Yin, who was beside her, and continued to walk ahead. Are you going to read again? What is so fascinating about that? Wait. You must listen to me first. I have something to say. Su Xianyue did not turn her head, nor did she pause her steps, completely disregarding Yin. Meanwhile, Yin trailed behind. It was an opportunity for the three of us to embark on an excursion for a month. Would you care to join us? No. I have just returned from the outside. Do not be so hasty in your refusal. Ostensibly, it is an expedition, yet in reality, it is merely an outing. We could casually visit the Soul Arena or the Soul Beast Forest to pass the time. Are you truly not interested? I shall not go. If there are no other matters, do not delay me. Upon arriving at the library, the walls were adorned with an array of books of various kinds. Su Xianyue walked straight to the side, her hands and gaze gliding over the bookshelf. After selecting a book, she settled at a nearby desk. Meanwhile, Yan's expression was troubled, as if he had something to say but felt too shy to voice it. What are you still holding back? Speak up without delay. Su Xianyue perused the book in her hands, not bothering to glance at Yan. I shall speak frankly. I have failed once more. I had anticipated this, Yan remarked, referring, of course, to his pursuit of Huliana. Each attempt ended either in rejection or the impending dread of it. While he incessantly sought advice from Su Xianyue on the art of wooing women. Have you truly made up your mind? Su Xianyue inquired, turning a page. I have indeed. My body shall be at your mercy. Very well. Su Xianyue closed the book and approached Yan, thoughtfully stroking her chin as she regarded him. You ought to consider altering that hairstyle of yours. It makes you resemble a member of the Shamate subculture. Furthermore, it would be wise to refresh your wardrobe. Perhaps take inspiration from the fashion of Xianyue. Donning such a garish shade of red only serves to highlight your lack of appeal. Su Xianyue continuously pointed out numerous shortcomings in Yan, pushing his mental state to the brink of collapse. Wow, I never noticed before, but now that you mention it, there isn't a single aspect of you that a girl would find appealing. No wonder no one is interested in you. What? I refuse to believe it. I can't possibly be as unworthy as you say. Yan retorted stubbornly. Su Xianyue curled her lips in disdain and chuckled softly. Putting aside your appearance. Just the expression you wear that suggests everyone owes you something is enough to warrant a score of 0. Furthermore, your attitude of perceiving everyone as inferior is equally troubling. It's one thing to exhibit this towards strangers, but even when speaking to your own, though somewhat restrained, that condescension is still palpable, another 0. Additionally, at that moment, Yan's typically confident demeanor began to solidify into a look of despondency, gradually fading away. In the end, after a prolonged silence of sparring with words, Su Xianyue relished the moment, her face alight with satisfaction. It has been quite a while since I've spoken so much. Hey, what are you doing squatting there? Hurry up and come over. Su Xianyue called out to Yin, who was crouched in the corner, consumed by sorrow. At that moment, Yin was plagued by existential doubts. What is the purpose of this talent? What is the value of this martial soul? What significance does this identity hold? Woe is me. Su Xianyue. I never realized how fragile this fellow's heart was. Hey, rise and shine. Ahem, let's revise what I just said. Never mind. Follow me. Su Xianyue waved at Yin and walked outside. In Su Xianyue's room. You brought me here for what purpose? You can't possibly be inclined that way, can you? Oh, bang. Su Xianyue swiftly slapped Yin on the head. What are you thinking? Go sit over there. I shall style your hair for you. Su Xianyue gestured towards the dressing table beside her, and Yin, somewhat skeptical, took a seat. Style my hair? I think it looks fine as it is, doesn't it? You can actually style hair? Su Xianyue approached him with a pair of small scissors and a comb. Of course, during my school days, I was affectionately known as Teacher Tony at the institution. Rest assured, I am quite proficient in my craft. Su Xianyue winked playfully with one eye, a smile gracing her lips as she raised the scissors and comb in her hand. What is this? It seems rather impressive. I shall trust you this once. Here I stand, ready for whatever comes next. Yin struck a pose of fearless determination. Very well, here I come. Snip, snip, snip. Su Xianyue styled Yin's hair into a charming slick-back look, demonstrating remarkable skill. The hairstyle suited him perfectly. In my opinion, Sister Na seems to favor the domineering CEO archetype, so you should pursue that direction. Domineering CEO? What? Yin reached up to touch his hair, only to have Su Xianyue swat his hand away. Don't mess with it. It's easily disturbed. Also, adjust your boisterous demeanor. Try to appear more stoic. Stoic? Like this? Yes. Even in your gestures and posture. In a clearing within the woods, two figures darted about, their movements punctuated by the sounds of their playful sparring. The chapter is yet unfinished. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. At last, a figure approached from the edge of the forest, prompting them to cease their playful duel and approach him. Yin, why did you take so long to arrive? What happened to your hair? Xianyue and Hu Liina stood astonished at Yan's transformation. Oh, it's nothing. Just tidied it up a bit. What do you think? Not bad, right? His tone was both refined and authoritative, a striking contrast to the carefree persona they were accustomed to. What is this? Never mind. Did Su Xianyue agree to it? Yin beamed with a smile. Of course. Wait, why does it feel somewhat off? Are you finished? Usually, when you complete a task, you would boast a little. But this time, did you catch a fever? Yan's transformation left them utterly astonished, their disbelief palpable as they gazed at him. Yin placed a hand on his forehead, revealing a confident smile. I am who I am, still the unique flame, and I am perfectly fine. You need not worry. By the way, it's time to eat. Let us go. As Yin departed, Hu Liina and Xianyue exchanged incredulous glances. Nana. Shouldn't he be trailing behind you like usual? Why is he walking off alone? I don't know, but perhaps this is a good thing. However, I must admit, it feels a bit strange not having him be bothersome. Let's not dwell on it. Let's go. Later that evening, as Yin walked alone on the path back to their lodgings, Su Xianyue suddenly appeared before him. What do you think? Not bad, right? Yin's face lit up with excitement. It truly worked. You won't believe it. She actually initiated a conversation with me. Ah ha ha ha. Su Xianyue observed Yin, who suddenly erupted into boisterous laughter, her eyes twitching slightly. Had you not listened to me earlier? The effect is rather impressive, isn't it? Remember, when pursuing a girl, employing the tactic of feigned indifference is a common stratagem. Much like fishing, one must know when to loosen the line. Otherwise, it would be miraculous if she didn't turn her back on you, given your previous approach of relentless force. Chapter 60 the next day. Hu Liina and Xianyue arrived early at the gates of Spirit City, with several carriages behind them. Has Yin overslept? Why is he still not here? Su Xianyue pondered the same, questioning the delay. Hu Liina glanced up at the sun peeking through the clouds, crossing her arms as she gazed at Xianyue. Don't look at me. I have no idea. Let us wait a bit longer. At that moment, a tall figure emerged from the city. Sorry to keep you waiting. Yin's voice trailed off as he approached. Hu Liina rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Something feels off. They exchanged glances. Taken aback by Yan's transformed appearance, clad in a striking black and red suit, with a neatly styled hairdo, exuding confidence and sharpness in his gaze, and a subtle smile. He was a far cry from his previous boisterous persona. All right, let's go, Su Xianyue said, stepping out from behind Yin with a calm demeanor. They regarded him with incredulous eyes as they boarded the carriage, slowly following suit. So where exactly are we headed? Su Xianyue leaned against the window, observing the scenery outside. Xianyue replied, the plan is to venture into the Stardow Forest for about 10 days of training. Then find a few nearby cities to engage in some casual battles at the Spirit Arena. The remaining time will be a rare opportunity for rest. The Stardew Forest, it's quite perilous, you know. Su Xianyue had previously contemplated venturing into the Stardew Forest, but the peril of traversing it alone deterred him. Had he been aware of the malevolent spirits trailing him, he would have proceeded with greater confidence, unencumbered by the need for a martial soul, as the absorption of souls would likely remain undetected by those phantoms. Yet, with Elder Ju's presence, he felt a measure of security. Although the Elder would not intervene unless absolutely necessary, at least safety was somewhat assured. Suddenly, a voice with an unmistakable tone echoed. "Did someone call for me?" The peculiar sound of Yu Xiaogang materialized as he appeared in an adjacent seat. "See, with Elder Ju here, there is nothing to fear. Having a titled Douluo as a bodyguard means a journey to the Stardew Forest is nothing to dread. Do not rejoice too soon," Yu Xiaogang cautioned, "as you just mentioned. I will not intervene unless there is a threat to life." Understood. Yin remained silent within the carriage, his eyes closed in meditation, enveloping the interior in a profound stillness. "Hey, Su Xianyue, did you give Yin some sort of drug? Ever since he sought you out yesterday, he has been like this." Xianyue leaned closer to Su Xianyue, gesturing towards Yin. Su Xianyue, engrossed in his book, did not glance at him. "Indeed, I intended it this way. You are aware of his affections for your sister. Yin is quite determined in his pursuit." "What? He truly is quite relentless, isn't he?" Suddenly, Su Xianyue lifted his head, sensing a chill in the air. He glanced around and finally noticed Xianyue, whose face was dark with an ominous glare directed at Yin. The murderous aura emanating from him was no ordinary menace. It was the wrathful intent of a brother. "Hey, is this really necessary? Even a rabbit wouldn't eat the grass beside its burrow, and yet he has given up?" Xianyue brandished the moonblade, aimed menacingly at Yin. "Hey, why has the weather suddenly turned cold?" Yin exclaimed, startled as he caught sight of the gleaming moon blade beside him. "Xianyue, what are you doing? What do you think I'm doing? You should just die." "Hyena, enough. You too." After a bumpy journey, they finally arrived at the Stardew Forest. "Now that we are here, let us all keep a low profile," Hyena said, casting a glance back at Yin and Xianyue as she walked ahead. Yin maintained a calm demeanor, striding steadily forward, while Su Xianyue walked alongside him. "Hey, Su Xianyue, do I really have to keep walking like this? I'm so tired." Su Xianyue cast him a sidelong glance. "If you wish to walk normally, that is acceptable, but does your wife still desire it?" "Very well. I shall endure." After walking for a short while without encountering any soul beasts, Yin found himself unable to resist the urge to engage in conversation with Hyena. Upon witnessing this, Su Xianyue swiftly intervened. "Hey, you've endured this far? Can't you hold on a bit longer? You know I've been patient all along. It's just a few words. It shouldn't cause much trouble, right? As soon as you start speaking, you adopt that eager demeanor, which makes me uneasy about you." Noticing Yan's conflicted expression, Su Xianyue extended a hand before him. "How about you settle my reward now, and I'll leave you be?" All right. I'll keep enduring. Is that acceptable?" With no other option left, Yin shook his head and continued walking. "Hey, what are you two discussing?" Xianyue's voice drifted over, ethereal yet piercing. Nothing much. It's just that we've been walking for so long without encountering any soul beasts. It's rather peculiar." "Really?" Xianyue's gaze, laden with suspicion and menace, bore down on Yin, who averted his eyes, unwilling to meet the intensity. "Truly. Please, don't look at me like that. Wait, something's off." They sensed a trace of killing intent, their expressions instantly transforming into seriousness as they remained vigilant of their surroundings. "Did you all feel that? It must not be an illusion. There is a soul beast nearby, and it must be at least 10,000 years old." From the thicket, a long, robust creature approached them slowly. The group assumed defensive stances, alert to their surroundings. The atmosphere was eerily silent, as if the very air had solidified. Suddenly, from the nearby underbrush, a gigantic serpent's head lunged forth, its gaping maw aimed directly at them. Reacting swiftly, the group leapt aside to evade. As the serpent's head crashed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust and debris, creating a deep crater in its wake. 10,000-year white ice python, Yin. You take the lead." Su Xianyue recognized the species of the serpent at a glance, determining that deploying the fire attribute master, Yin, would be the most prudent choice. In the Stardew Forest, ice attribute soul beasts are rare, and those possessing ice attributes often do not have it as their primary trait. Take, for instance, the massive python before them, which primarily relies on its physical strength to attack, with ice serving merely as a supplementary element. The white giant python, with its gaping maw, surveyed its surroundings. Suddenly, a torrent of scalding magma struck its body. The enormous serpent writhed in agony, emitting a deafening roar. As a white mist of ice enveloped it to fend off the searing heat, the magma cascaded to the ground, revealing nearly imperceptible scales beneath. This white ice python was somewhat peculiar. Even as a 10,000-year soul beast, Yan's attack should not have been entirely ineffective. At that moment, Su Xianyue noticed faint, unusual patterns etched upon the scales of the white python. Although subtle, his instincts warned him that these markings were suspicious. This serpent is problematic. It may have undergone a mutation, so everyone should exercise caution. The python did not act rashly. Having failed its earlier ambush, it regarded the group with trepidation. Meanwhile, the others refrained from launching another assault, standing their ground in a tense standoff, each wary of making a hasty move. Su Xianyue turned her head to glance at Yin and the others, all of whom appeared poised and ready for action. Although their combat abilities were relatively comparable, engaging in battle would yield no advantages. It was best to flee at the earliest opportunity. Su Xianyue spoke softly, her voice gentle enough not to provoke the white ice python, yet audible to Yin and the others. The three nodded in agreement, then cautiously adjusted their stances. Run. The four of them bolted backwards simultaneously, with the serpent immediately giving chase. Chapter 61. Soulbone. The trio, realizing the relentless pursuit of the giant python, found themselves compelled to devise an alternative strategy. Should they split up or confront it? Splitting up was not an option. They needed to wait for the right moment to counterattack. As Yin shouted this, he was abruptly silenced by a sharp reprimand from Yu Xiaogang. The inherent dangers of the Star Doe forest were well known. If they separated and encountered a soul beast alone, it could spell disaster. Yu Xiaogang might not even have the opportunity to assist them. Meanwhile, the python continued its relentless chase, prompting them to prepare for retaliation. We must not linger in battle. We must strive to repel it swiftly. Brother, use that technique. Are you certain? It's still unstable, and the risks are too. Enough with the hesitation. If we don't act, we may have to rely on Elder Ju's intervention. Very well. Yu Xiaogang and Xianyue embraced, and Su Xianyue and Yin quickly understood their intent. Let us buy them some time. A radiant beam of light burst forth from Su Xianyue's forehead, transforming into a long sword in her hand as she charged towards the colossal serpent. I realized. Fiery crimson stripes emerged across Yan's body, gradually expanding and enveloping him entirely. A conflagration erupted, propelling him forward alongside Su Xianyue. After Su Xianyue struck the giant python twice, she pulled it in another direction, while Yin, that reckless fool, charged directly into it. Alas, that simpleton, encased in lava and flames. Yan's collision was indeed formidable, causing the giant python to let out a roar and writhe uncontrollably. You imbecile, do not ram into it directly. Pull it. Do you understand the concept of pulling? Su Xianyue shouted at him, and Yin suffered a setback as a result. Struck by the tail of the colossal python, imbued with an icy chill, he was flung far away. Fortunately, the protective layer of lava on his body mitigated the severity of his injuries, leaving him merely with some internal trauma from the impact. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yin revealed a bold smile as he gazed upon the white serpent, which had begun to seethe with rage. I certainly understand, but how can one know their strength without a collision? Su Xianyue cast him a sidelong glance. Even if you don't collide with me, I know you are no match for him. The giant python had already engaged in a fierce battle with Yin, who, it must be said, demonstrated remarkable resilience. Stop spectating and lend a hand, Yin shouted, while Su Xianyue silently observed Yin enduring the blows. It's unnecessary. They have already fulfilled their purpose. Su Xianyue cast her gaze to the other side, where the fusion technique of Xianyue and Yu Xiaogang had reached its culmination, radiating brilliance. A figure emerged from within the luminous spectacle. However, it appeared androgynous, resembling a visage that seamlessly fused the faces of Yu Xiaogang and Xianyue. Clad in resplendent crimson armor, wielding twin crescent blades, the figure charged towards the colossal serpent, descending the moon blades with a swift motion that resonated with a sharp clang. Yet, the scales remained unscathed. Realizing that a mere physical strike was futile, the enchanting entity began to employ its soul skill. A vast cloud of violet-red mist began to envelop the giant python, shrouding it in an ethereal embrace. Su Xianyue and Yin swiftly dodged to avoid being enveloped by the ominous mist. Are they all right? This crimson fog renders us powerless to assist. Yin, clutching his chest, landed beside Su Xianyue and gazed at the vast swirling mass of fog, expressing his thoughts. If a martial soul fusion technique cannot even vanquish a 10,000-year soul beast, can it truly be deemed a martial soul fusion technique? Su Xianyue harbored considerable confidence in them, as they were employing a martial soul fusion technique. and the serpent was not particularly advanced. Surely, they could bang. A figure soared past Su Xianyue, colliding forcefully with the massive tree behind them. Immediately, it regained its footing, poised to charge forward once more. However, ahead of them, the colossal python roared, its formidable soul power generating a wave that dissipated the red mist, which had lost its enchanting hold. What on earth? How did you manage to fly? Su Xianyue gazed at the towering demon serpent beside her, exclaiming in astonishment. This snake possesses some peculiarities. We have indeed been discovered. The voice, imbued with a magnetic quality, was indistinguishable in gender, yet the tone unmistakably belonged to Yu Xiaogang. Meanwhile, the colossal python had begun to thrash violently. Its scales shimmered with dark golden stripes, and its already fearsome head appeared even more terrifying. The immense dark golden vertical pupils glinted with fury as it roared, lunging directly at them with its gaping maw. This serpent seems to possess a frenzy skill. What shall we do? Shall we call upon Elder Ju for assistance? Let us try once more. The demoness shouted, charging once again at the giant python. The reckless bravery displayed was somewhat moving to Su Xianyue. Very well, then I shall too. The demoness was abruptly swallowed whole by the gigantic serpent. Nana, do not fear. I am coming. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Yin unleashed his potential and surged forward as well. Su Xianyue contemplated seizing him by the neck and pulling him back. Yet the flames above made him hesitate for a moment. In that brief interval of indecision, Yin had already charged forward. Oh, don't go sending yourself to your doom. Cursed. Elder Ju, if you don't intervene soon, we'll face total annihilation. This group of youngsters truly left one in a state of unease. Very well then. Yu Xiaogang materialized before Su Xianyue, a resplendent golden chrysanthemum blossoming in his hand. With the third soul skill, he conjured a barrier of breath. And with the eighth soul skill, he unleashed a torrent of light. A series of relentless strikes ensued, as a colossal golden beam erupted from the chrysanthemum, forcefully slamming into the enormous python. This scene felt somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, the attack proved effective, as a massive gash was torn open atop the serpent's head. It should be dead by now. Yin stared at the tremendous explosion before him, momentarily stunned, before dashing forward. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. As he approached, a wound had been carved into the python's neck, and from within, a demonic figure emerged, tearing apart the snake's skin and scales. Subsequently, the figure radiated brilliance, reverting to its true form, both individuals now coated in the serpent's saliva. Yin rushed forward, while Su Xianyue examined the motionless python closely. Was this serpent truly a 10,000-year-old beast? How could it possess such strength? However, the black soul rings shimmering on its body confirmed its status as a 10,000-year soul beast. You lot are truly disappointing. How could you not even defeat a mere 10,000-year white-ice python? TSK, TSK, TSK. The mocking tone of Yu Xiaogang only intensified their frustration, save for Su Xianyue, who was still contemplating whether the serpent was edible. Suddenly, he sensed a faint fluctuation of soul power emanating from the serpent's corpse, leading him to leap back, fearing it was still alive. Yu Xiaogang noticed his reaction, glanced at him, then at the giant python, his eyes widening with unmistakable delight. He leapt onto the python's back and, with his soul power-enhanced hands, tore open the creature's back, revealing a glimmer of light emanating from within. A soul bone? Yu Xiaogang extracted the small piece of soul bone, elevating it to the sunlight for a closer inspection. What exquisite fortune to have uncovered a soul bone. I shall take it back to present to His Holiness for judgment. Casting a glance at the others below, Yu Xiaogang feigned calmness as he concealed the soul bone. It was evident that they desired it, yet they pretended otherwise. Who wouldn't covet a soul bone? However, Yu Xiaogang was adept at discerning what was worth coveting and what was not. Ahem, enough of this nonsense. Let us proceed. There's a river nearby. You all should wash up. With his hands clasped behind his back, Yu Xiaogang vanished, leaving Yu Xiaogang behind, her fists clenched, teeth gritted, her gaze sharp. She felt a deep-seated resentment over their inability to conquer the python. Chapter 62, The Tenacious Soul Beast. In the babbling stream, several figures immersed themselves in the water. This water feels rather pleasant. Aren't you a fire attribute? Why do you enjoy soaking in water? Just because one possesses a fire attribute doesn't preclude them from enjoying water. Is that a contradiction? And what brings you here? I was heading to Sister Na. She wooed T-Mind. As Su Xianyue attempted to rise and depart, Yin abruptly seized him. Hey, I was merely jesting. If you go, I swear I'll gouge your eyeballs out. Come at me, I'm not afraid of you. The two half-clad men engaged in a playful tussle, while the aloof Xianyue observed them in silence. Keep your voices down. Are you not concerned about attracting soul beasts? Meanwhile, upstream, the water cascaded from Hu Laiina's hands. Her melancholic gaze fixed upon the crystal-clear stream, lost in quiet contemplation. Suddenly, her bewildered expression transformed into one of determination, as if she had resolved upon something significant. However, the raucous commotion from afar disrupted her silent vow. Could those rascals not be quiet for a moment? It's maddening. Wait, should I summon Su Xianyue? What if those two do something peculiar to him? And downstream you're as loathsome as a fire demon gorilla. It's no wonder people dislike you. Oh, you are the true fire demon gorilla. Your entire family is. No, you effeminate fool, have the audacity to criticize others. Your methods are utterly ineffective. You're trash, don't blame me. If it were someone else, they'd be a mere child by now. Su Xianyue and Yin were locked in a fierce exchange, their faces mere inches apart, while Xianyue silently enjoyed the spectacle from the sidelines. Ah, what a dramatic scene. Suddenly, Su Xianyue spoke with a grave tone, addressing Yin. Do you know? Sister Na is bathing upstream. Yin replied. And then? What do you mean by that? Su Xianyue continued. Oh, of course, I don't mean for you to spy on her. Just think about it. The water from upstream flows downwards. Do you realize what that implies? Yin interjected. What? Wait, are you suggesting? How vulgar. Utterly vulgar. Yin turned his head away, feigning indifference. But Su Xianyue nudged him playfully with her elbow. Don't be shy. I know exactly what you're thinking. This is Sister Na's bathing water. After all, don't you wish to? Haha, indulge? Yan's face blushed even deeper than when he was possessed by his martial spirit, a picture of proud defiance. After a moment of hesitation, he quietly crouched into the water, the temperature around him beginning to rise noticeably. Su Xianyue's lips curled into a faint smile. Evil moon. Yin wishes to drink your sister's bathwater. Hey, I don't. I did not. Stop spouting nonsense. The chilling intent of the elder brother loomed ominously. Su Xianyue. This melon is quite good. Hiss. Xianyue, are you really that ruthless? Your strikes are truly fierce. If you weren't so perverse, I wouldn't have ended up like this. A few individuals strolled along the path, Yin rubbing his face where he had been struck, while Xianyue stood with an air of elegance, arms crossed. Su Xianyue stifled a laugh on the side. Hu Laiina turned her head and looked at them. What mischief have you been up to again? What oddity is this? Su Xianyue immediately raised her hand. I know. Yin he. MMM. Yin swiftly covered Su Xianyue's mouth. It's nothing. Absolutely nothing, right? Xianyue turned away, choosing not to gaze at them. He would engage in play and revelry. Yet he would never betray a brother. Hu Laiina cast a disdainful glance in his direction before returning her attention elsewhere. Hey, you've gone too far. I never intended to drink, you know? Yin continued to cover Su Xianyue's mouth, speaking softly. Who would believe that? Double the reward. And I'll keep silent. With her mouth covered, Su Xianyue raised 2 fingers, and Yin understood her meaning without hesitation. Hey, this is really excessive. I can't produce that. Su Xianyue, with a dismissive wave of her hand, held up 2 fingers. It's just double after all. We can always substitute with something else. Fine. I'll give it to you. Is that satisfactory, you unscrupulous merchant? Now that's more like it. At that moment, Xianyue approached, extending a hand towards Yin. Shouldn't I also be entitled to a share of the hush money? That's excessive. During their unremarkable days, the soul beasts they encountered were rather ordinary. With the exception of a 50,000-year-old tortoise, everything else went rather smoothly. This should be around 5,000 years, I suppose. Su Xianyue felt the energy of the first soul ring, estimating it to be approximately 5,000 years old. However, aside from the reduction in mana consumption and cooldown time, the abilities of the soul skill did not exhibit any enhancement, which was rather frustrating. Alas, it is likely that the effects would only improve after the color transformation. Nevertheless, the decrease in mana expenditure and cooldown is still commendable. It was now nightfall, and Su Xianyue was on watch. He gazed up at the crescent moon and the myriad stars adorning the sky, feeling the gentle breeze caress his temples and cheeks. While the chirping of insects serenaded his ears, he let out a long sigh. Suddenly, an inexplicable sensation arose from the depths of his heart, interrupting his previously tranquil state. Something feels amiss. The once pleasant mood vanished abruptly, and this was certainly not a good omen. Su Xianyue cautiously approached the tent of Yin and Xianyue, gently tapping on its surface. Living amidst the forest, they dared not fall into a deep slumber, and her light knock roused them from their rest. What is it? Xianyue inquired, emerging from the tent, sensing an unusual atmosphere. As Su Xianyue was about to call Hu Liana, she had already emerged. Nearby, there were formidable soul beasts with significant cultivation levels, and my instincts warned me of their presence. Beast-type martial spirits possess an inherent wildness, enabling them to detect danger with remarkable acuity. The group formed a protective circle, with Xianyue and Su Xianyue manifesting their martial spirits, while Hu Liana and Yin refrained from doing so, as the manifestation of their beast martial spirits would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. The once gentle breeze morphed into an eerie gust, creating a suffocating atmosphere. It must be a soul beast of considerable bloodline strength, for such an oppressive sensation would not arise otherwise. Hu Liana whispered, a fleeting thought of flight crossing her mind. But she quickly shook her head to dispel it. At that moment, Yu Guan appeared before them. You should hide behind me. This soul beast is beyond your capabilities. His solemn demeanor indicated the gravity of the situation. What sort of soul beast could it be? There was no time for explanations. It was upon them. With a swift whoosh, an imperceptible shadow darted past, prompting Yu Guan to immediately unleash his soul skills. The third soul skill, Breath Barrier, formed a vast barrier of chrysanthemum petals. However, it was too late. The shadow made a sharp turn and fled, although they managed to fend off its attack. It only confirmed the extraordinary nature of this soul beast. What could possess such speed? In the distance, a bird alighted slowly on a branch, though it was night. Yu Guan's soul skill continued to emit a faint glow, illuminating the path ahead. An owl came into view, appearing rather ordinary, not significantly larger than a typical owl. Yet it tilted its head curiously at them. What set it apart were its eyes, red, blood red. This is bad. How could it be the soul beast? I may not even be able to protect you all. This is the blood-eyed night owl? Given the intensity of its coloration, it must be over 70,000 years old. The blood-eyed night owl, rumored to be among the highest tier of avian soul beasts. Second only to the phoenix in legend, though perhaps not quite so exaggerated, it was still formidable. Chapter 63. The annoying soul beast. The atmosphere grew tense as the night owl perched on the branch, its blood-red eyes fixated on them, combining with its owl visage to create an unsettling presence in the darkness. The night owl seemed wary of Yu Guan, delaying any action while it rotated its head a full 180 degrees, occasionally peering upside down at them. Yu Guan's expression grew grim, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Be cautious. This bird possesses a mental confusion ability. Do not gaze into its eyes. The blood-eyed night owl excels in attack speed and mental prowess, with speed being its most notable trait, though its other attributes are not to be underestimated. The others remained silent, and Yu Guan dared not divert his attention from them, fearing that any lapse could enable the night owl to launch a swift attack, leaving even him, a titled Douluo, unable to react in time. At that moment, the four of them found themselves in a dazed state. What just happened to me? Su Xianyue suddenly shivered, and then immediately realized her surroundings. Before her stood the silhouette of Yu Guan and the night owl perched upon the tree, while beside her, three individuals with vacant expressions stood dazedly. What on earth is happening? Su Xianyue gently patted the face of the person beside her, Yin, and then glanced at the others. Could it be that they have fallen victim to some kind of mental soul technique? Ah dear. Su Xianyue delivered a sharp slap to Yan's face, causing him to emit a cry of anguish as he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Who struck me? As he regained his composure, Yin quickly assumed a combat stance once more. This bird possesses mental-type soul skills. What have Xianyue and the others done? At that moment, Su Xianyue had already slapped Xianyue awake. Just as she was about to rouse Hu Liana, she realized her own predicament, standing before her with an outstretched hand. Feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ahem, as long as you're awake, what shall we do now? This bird is quite bothersome. Let us maintain our current position. It will likely leave once it realizes it cannot contend with us. We must not act rashly. A profound silence enveloped the scene once more. The red-eyed night owl turned its disoriented face back and flapped its wings as it took to the skies. Once they confirmed that the night owl had departed, they collectively exhaled in relief. Phew, that bird has finally left. The red-eyed night owl, though lacking a massive physique or terrifying pressure, instilled an immense psychological burden while it perched upon the tree. At last, it's gone. I wonder where such an ancient red-eyed night owl, over 70,000 years old, came from. We should hasten our departure. Yu Guan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh. There is no choice. The talent level of the red-eyed night owl is not on par with the Titan giant ape, but rather akin to that of the human-faced demon spider. While I can manage it alone, I must also protect Su Xianyue and the others. Any mishap with them could spell disaster. The burden is too great. The group hastily packed their tent, disregarding any semblance of organization, cramming everything into their storage soul guides, and hurriedly made their exit. Stay within 3 meters of me. I fear that beast may return, Yu Guan cautioned, ensuring that none strayed too far as they set off. I must say, how did a red-eyed night owl materialize in this outer region? We nearly lost our lives. Xianyue exclaimed, relief washing over him as he patted his chest. It must have been foraging and inadvertently wandered too far. Such soul beasts move with unimaginable speed. A red-eyed night owl of 70 to 80,000 years would typically inhabit the second ring of the Star Doe forest, rarely venturing out. However, Su Xianyue and her companions found themselves situated between the third and fourth rings, where soul beasts over 50,000 years old are generally absent, though occasional appearances cannot be entirely ruled out. Regardless, we must distance ourselves from it. Goodness! As Su Xianyue's lamentations lingered unspoken, a sudden shadow assailed him. Fortunately, Yu Guan thwarted the attack. That beast has returned. Everyone, be on guard. Yu Guan, upon noticing the scratches marring his arms, muttered a curse under his breath and unleashed his soul skill. Martial Soul Manifestation. Aura Barrier. Yu Guan swiftly activated his Martial Soul Manifestation, enveloping the group within an aura barrier. The air around them seemed to solidify, entrapping Su Xianyue and the others. Subsequently, Yu Guan infused his soul power into several individuals, restoring their ability to move. Since we are all confined within this barrier, I refuse to believe it will dare to enter. The soul skills released after the martial soul manifestation are significantly enhanced. This aura barrier can undoubtedly restrain a red-eyed night owl, a creature of 70 to 80,000 years. I find it peculiar. Does it truly believe it can overpower us? There is little choice now. We must wait until dawn. Thankfully, Yu Guan's soul power is sufficient, and the break of day is not far off. He should be able to endure until then. Yet, Yu Guan is feeling quite frustrated. Cornered by a spirit beast to the confines of the barrier, tarnishing his reputation as a tidal Douluo. The speed of the red-eyed night owl is unimaginably swift, rendering Yu Guan's various soul skills ineffective, effectively countering him. At last, after 2 hours, dawn broke, and to err on the side of caution, they chose to remain hidden until nearly noon before departing. Hey, Su Xianyue, wake up. It's time to set off. Hulayina gently prodded the slumbering Su Xianyue, who gradually roused. Ah, is it morning already? After only 4 hours of sleep, exhaustion had claimed Su Xianyue, drawing him into slumber. The weary Yu Guan descended before them, appearing utterly drained. Alas, that beast should have departed. Let us continue our journey. Oh, what a taxing ordeal. Yu Guan rubbed his shoulders and ambled ahead. Master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The ensuing events are even more thrilling. I suggest we hasten our departure. Encountering another spirit beast like that would be disastrous. Su Xianyue's words garnered unanimous agreement, prompting a swift departure from the starry forest. They found themselves in a secluded village, as the roads leading from the town surrounding the forest were rather inconvenient and misaligned with their direction. Thus, they chose this place as a transit station, where the carriage came to a halt. Where to next? The Soul Arena. There is a Soto City nearby, but is that the destination? Soto City? Such a small town has a Soul Arena? If we are to go anywhere, it should be to Heaven Do City, where the soul battles are truly captivating. Heaven Do City? That's quite far. My delicate posterior would rather not endure such a journey. What if I develop hemorrhoids? Initially, they intended to visit the capital's Soul Arena in Heaven Do City, but Su Xianyue was reluctant, deeming the distance far too great and unfriendly to one's backside. You could simply lie down, couldn't you? Is that really the issue? In Soto City, the bustling streets were lively even at midday. After enjoying their lunch, the group made their way to the Soul Arena. I wonder if the battles here are genuinely engaging? If we can't even find someone at level 40, it would be utterly absurd. Yin crossed her arms, strutting with an air of disdain as she surveyed the arena. There are indeed level 40 fighters, though they likely lack strength. Regardless, you all mentioned this was merely a formality, so it matters little. While that may be the case, we must still hold ourselves accountable. No, Xianyue interjected, prompting them to cast sidelong glances at Su Xianyue, who stood a head shorter. Please, don't look at me like that. Let's have one match. If it proves unsatisfactory, we can always head to Heaven Do City afterwards. Only then did they retract their gazes. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, a pair of crimson eyes fixated intently on them. Chapter 64. The Battle with Tang Sen after completing their registration. A question arose. Shall we engage in a one-on-one or a two-on-two? If it is indeed two-on-two, how shall we pair our opponents? Perhaps this. Yin and I will go for a one-on-one, while the two of you take on a two-on-two. After deliberation, they reached an agreement. Xianyue and Yu Xiaogang would participate in the two-on-two team battle, while Yin and Su Xianyue would engage in the one-on-one. Given their differing levels, they could not be matched together. Let it be settled then. Let us proceed to register. In the resting area, a concerned voice broke the silence. Xiao-san, your condition is quite dire. You ought to take a proper rest. It's nothing, teacher. I can still push through. I must be able to, Tang-san replied. His expression one of obsession, his disheveled hair reminiscent of Tang Hao's, his bloodshot eyes framed by dark circles, revealing his poor state. Yu Xiaogang shook his head in resignation. Alas, what a pity. Ever since Xiaowu was taken, Tang-san had subjected himself to a self-destructive regimen of training. In addition to Yu Xiaogang's brutal exercises, he consistently engaged in soul battles beyond his level. At that moment, a staff member approached. Mr. Xianxiu, I have a matter that requires your consent. Speak. In accordance with your request, we have identified a suitable opponent for you, a Grand Soul Master, though he stipulates that his opponents must be Soul Masters of level 30. Thus, we intend to present him as your adversary. The revelation caused Yu Xiaogang and Tang-san to frown in concern. A level 20 Grand Soul Master as an opponent? The staff member quickly reassured them. Rest assured, he has fought 8 matches in the Soul Arena without a single defeat, and has even challenged a team of level 20 solo, completely overwhelming them. Their hearts trembled at the implication. They understood well the significance of one individual challenging a 7-member team of the same level. Tang-san, too, relied on hidden weapons to attain such combat prowess. Xiao-san, if what he claims is true, this opponent is exceedingly perilous. Yet Tang-san extended his hand, refusing. No, teacher, what I need now is precisely such an opponent. If you agree, we can arrange the battle immediately. Yu Xiaogang regarded Tang-san with a mix of concern and resignation. Very well, but do exercise caution to avoid injury. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, I trust you have been eagerly anticipating this moment. Please welcome our dark horse, Xianxiu and the undefeated genius, Lucifer. The host's fervent voice and tone quickly heightened the atmosphere, drawing a crowd eager to witness the renowned names. A newfound determination surged within Tang-san. Though his movements mirrored his previous style of evasion and manipulation, every strike was now lethal, nearly resulting in fatalities on several occasions. This intensity began to earn him a modest reputation. Su Xianyue needs no introduction. As the reigning champion of the gambling arena, his reputation precedes him, and many have heard of his exploits. Lucifer? That ruthless fighter who leaves opponents either dead or crippled. Damn it, with a record of 1 against 7. I should have realized it was him. Down in the stands, Yu Xiaogang paled at the mention of Lucifer's name, his heart uneasy. Ah, Xiao-san, I can only pray you make it out unharmed. Meanwhile, on the stage, Tang-san had also heard of Lucifer's infamy. Staring at the masked figure before him, adorned with a demonic visage, realization dawned. You, Su Xianyue? Tang-san voiced his suspicion, but Su Xianyue remained silent. Su Xianyue polished the sword in her hand, choosing not to look at him, before pointing the blade forward. Tang-san, I hope you do not disappoint me. Tang-san gazed at the glimmering blade, a smile creeping beneath his mask. I knew it. My teacher's theory must be correct. You are indeed not a twin martial soul. Yet neither are you that so-called black feather. Su Xianyue, I hope you prove to be a fine whetstone. He summoned his blue silver grass, his bloodshot eyes radiating determination. After the referee delivered a lengthy, motivational preamble, he finally declared the match to commence. Both sides, take your positions. Ready. Begin. Bang. Su Xianyue unleashed his imposing aura, brandishing his sword in a relentless assault. He knew Tang-san well. By maintaining close-quarters pressure, he could deny any opportunity for evasion, forcing him into pure defense. The tactic proved effective as Tang-san's hidden weapon served merely to disrupt Su Xianyue's offensive while he retreated using phantom steps. Blue-silver entanglement. Countless strands of blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, surging towards Su Xianyue, yet he effortlessly evaded them with a spinning leap. Seizing the moment, he descended from midair, his blade descending with crushing force upon Tang-san. The sword struck the earth, its soul power detonating upon impact, sending shockwaves rippling outward and hurling Tang-san backward. As their exchange concluded, Su Xianyue stood composed, gazing at the panting Tang-san with detached amusement. You're not as formidable as I imagined, he remarked coolly. If I recall correctly, you possess something else. Dragon beard needles, was it? Go ahead, show me what you've got. Su Xianyue understood that Tang-san primarily relied on hidden weapons for his offensive capabilities, while the rest depended on his ability to command his teammates. Thus, if she could effectively counter those concealed weapons, Tang San would pose little threat. However, this was far from an easy task. Even Zhao Wujia had suffered losses. Yet, Su Xianyue was certainly not the kind of simpleton who would merely stand and take hits like a clumsy meat shield. With his hands clasped behind his back, Tang San retrieved an array of hidden weapons from the belt at his waist. "You shall pay for your underestimation," he declared. Closing his eyes momentarily, he reopened them to reveal a striking violet hue. Subsequently, he swiftly flung his hands outward, creating a chaotic flurry reminiscent of a frenzied dance, even producing afterimages in the process. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling narrative. Countless hidden weapons surged towards Su Xianyue like a torrential downpour, moving so swiftly that they became nearly indistinguishable. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Xianyue's otherwise expressionless face. In his line of sight, although the concealed weapons followed a discernible trajectory, their speed remained formidable, rendering him hard-pressed to defend himself. With a sudden burst of energy, he dashed along the edge of the arena to evade the onslaught, then leaped skyward, striking down fiercely towards Tang San once more. Employing the technique of ghost shadow mistracing, Tang San retreated a step to avoid the blow, while his hands remained unceasing in their motion, unleashing a barrage of cross-shaped darts and bone-penetrating needles like a torrential storm. The impact of the concealed weapons clashing against Su Xianyue's sword produced a cacophony of sounds, resonant and powerful, akin to the rhythmic clang of metal being forged. Noticing that Su Xianyue could not only evade but also deflect his attacks, Tang San ceased his offensive and withdrew to create distance. A realization struck him. The concealed weapons were depleting too rapidly, and a swift resolution was imperative. With his arsenal running low, Tang San found himself at an impasse, pondering an alternative course of action. Must I resort to this? Or should I wait a while longer? After a moment of contemplation with his eyes closed, he retrieved another object. This item held tremendous power. I had initially hesitated to employ it, but your actions have compelled me to do so. The Zhuge Divine Crossbow, though not yet perfected, possessed sufficient strength in its current state to potentially vanquish a soul sect member. Upon seeing the ominous crossbow, Su Xianyue began to heighten her vigilance. The Zhuge Divine Crossbow? Being struck by such a weapon would be quite perilous. Su Xianyue fixed her gaze on the crossbow, sword held aloft in vigilance, while Tang San refrained from firing. This was a psychological duel, both parties locked in a standoff, neither daring to strike first. Chapter 65. The abnormality of Su Xianyue below the stage. A few individuals made their way toward the resting room. "I'm so exhausted. Zhu Qing. Are you all right?" "I'm fine." "Then may I lean on you for a moment?" Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing concluded their duet in the arena and approached Yu Xiaogang. "Master, has Tang San already engaged in combat?" Yu Xiaogang peered through the window before him, observing Tang San's battle, and nodded with a slight lift of his chin. "Indeed, they are currently in combat. You may take a look." Ning Rongrong raised her head and caught sight of a familiar figure. "Wait, Su Xianyue. Why is he here?" Su Xianyue? The one with the martial spirit black feather? Are you certain you're not mistaken? He is clearly wielding a sword." Yu Xiaogang had heard from Tang San that Su Xianyue had once been at Shrek, but regrettably, Su Xianyue had departed before Yu Xiaogan's arrival. Thus he had never paid him much heed. Ning Rongrong looked at Yu Xiaogang with curiosity. "Hey, master, do you know Su Xianyue?" "That's him, no doubt about it." Yu Xiaogang observed Ning Rongrong's animated demeanor. Although she had always been lively, her current excitement was markedly greater. "It seems you share a good rapport with him. Do you know what his soul skills are?" This question struck a blind spot for Ning Rongrong. She truly had no knowledge of Su Xianyue's specific soul skills. "I only remember. His first soul skill produces numerous feathers that explode, but the power is minimal. It's a rather useless soul skill. As for his second soul skill, I'm not certain." Yu Xiaogang pondered thoughtfully. A useless soul skill. It shouldn't be that simplistic. He might conceal his martial spirit and perhaps even his soul skills as well. Nevertheless, let us just observe for now. On stage, Su Xianyue and Tang San remained locked in a tense standoff, neither willing to make a move. This was a test of psychological resilience. Whoever faltered first would meet their demise. Cold sweat trickled down Tang San's face, the sharp glint of the sword creating immense pressure upon him. Su Xianyue, too, was not in a more advantageous position. Outwardly calm and composed, he felt an inner turmoil. Inner monologue. "Goodness, that thing looks utterly terrifying. And are you going to shoot or not? How long has it been?" Seeing Tang San maintain his stance, Su Xianyue could no longer contain himself. "For heaven's sake, If this continues, the audience will protest. Let us settle this swiftly. The fallen body. Su Xianyue unleashed her second soul skill, and the 10,000-year soul ring behind her flashed by. A 10,000-year soul ring? Tang San, upon witnessing Su Xianyue's movement, was either startled or compelled to act, and in an instant, he launched an assault. Several beams of icy light shot towards Su Xianyue with such velocity that they were almost imperceptible to the naked eye. However, the fully empowered Su Xianyue was not so easily subdued. She deftly evaded to the side, yet the arrows continued to pursue her, though she managed to evade them once more. Nevertheless, amidst such a flurry of relentless attacks, a slip was inevitable. An arrow pierced Su Xianyue's left arm. The shaft lodged within, yet fortunately, it had not penetrated deeply. The other abrasions were negligible. Damn, that hurt so much. She extracted the arrow, her wound beginning to heal, while seizing the opportunity as Tang San reloaded his quiver to launch another assault. Xinyi. In Tang San's eyes, the sword's edge loomed larger, and despite his lightning-fast reflexes, he barely managed to evade it. The tip grazed his chest, leaving a long, shallow gash. Though the wound was not deep, it measured half a centimeter, and blood dripped steadily from the injury as he supported himself with one hand on the ground. Yet, the onslaught was not over. Su Xianyue's second strike was aimed at Tang San's neck. As Su Xianyue believed that the dust had settled, a sharp sound drew his attention. Behind Tang San, 8 slender spider legs thwarted Su Xianyue's assault, while another pair retaliated against him. Reeling from the blow, Su Xianyue glanced at the 8 spider legs and then at the sword in his hand. That was close. He nearly struck down Tang San. Who knows what chaos would ensue if he were to perish? Wait, can my sword absorb already consumed soul bones? The wound before Tang San had ceased to bleed, and he wiped away the trickle of blood seeping from his internal injuries, grasping a concealed weapon once more with his right hand. Enough, Xiao San. You can return now, shouted Yu Xiaogang, urging Tang San. For it was hardly worth risking one's life over a trivial contest. The external soul bone of Tang San had attracted the envy of many present, fortunately. Yuguan had not turned his attention to Su Xianyue's match, or else Tang San would likely be in dire straits. No, Tang Hao could very well be lurking in some corner. If Yuguan were to spot him, he would likely flee in terror. Wait, something is amiss. Why is Tang San still in Shrek? Shouldn't he be on the run? Su Xianyue observed Yu Xiaogang, who was shouting at Tang San, and suddenly recalled the matter. Tang San smiled at Yu Xiaogang, then turned to face Su Xianyue. You are a worthy opponent. Come, let us conclude this with one final move to determine the victor. Su Xianyue raised her sword once more, charging towards Tang San. Unyielding, Tang San swiftly maneuvered with his 4 spider legs, positioning them to launch an assault. With a whoosh, he attempted to disrupt her with hidden weapons before engaging in close combat, but his efforts proved futile as Su Xianyue deftly evaded the attack. Tang San, allow me to demonstrate my ultimate technique. Ah, Su Xianyue raised her sword, emanating a profound wave of soul power, clearly representing the most formidable strike gathered from the entirety of her being. Let it commence. This chapter is not yet complete. Kindly turn to the next page to continue indulging in the captivating narrative. Tang San secured his body to the ground with his 2 legs and 4 spider limbs, firmly anchoring himself, while the 4 spider legs and his hands were employed for defense. As Su Xianyue approached, her sword poised to strike, she suddenly cried out, severing offspring and grandchildren kick. Tang San was taken aback. With a swift kick, it seemed as though the world fell into silence. Tang San, feeling a mix of emotions, could only mutter, I despise you. Before he could collect himself, he collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed, preoccupied with defending against Su Xianyue's blade. He had completely neglected his lower defenses, resulting in her decisive strike landing squarely. He found himself immobilized, having taken the full brunt of the blow. Ah! The sensation was agonizingly painful. Su Xianyue kicked Tang Shan, who lay on the ground. Well, I already called out, so if you're slow to react, that's on you, she said. The referee, silently covering a certain area of his body, announced the outcome. I declare, in this match, Lucifer emerges victorious. Oh dear. What a torment it has been. Yu Xiaogang gazed at Tang San, who was lying in the hospital bed, lost in thought. Su Xianyue, a millennium soul ring. He is indeed a pervert. Humph. Doctor, what is his condition? Minor injuries. Just some medication and plenty of rest will suffice. However, he must avoid any strenuous activities, as they could exacerbate his injuries. The protagonist's halo proves quite useful. Such a solid blow resulted in merely a minor injury. It must be the influence of his child's protagonist aura, for after all, Tang San has been rendered useless, and subsequent tales bear no significance for him. After the doctor departed, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing entered the room. Master, what has happened to Tang San? Nothing serious, just a minor injury. He needs to rest a bit, Yu Xiaogang reassured them. Minor injury? Then why is he unconscious? Oh, he must have been overly fatigued. Yu Xiaogang mused. Women lack an understanding of pain. Even a minor injury can be more excruciating than carrying a sack of rice up 3 flights of stairs. Chapter 66. It comes again with an air of ease. Su Xianyue awaited in the lounge, and soon after, the others returned, though their spirits seemed less than buoyant. What is wrong with you all? Yin pouted. We encountered a pervert. He was as vile as they come, with 2 martial souls. How grotesque. She shuddered visibly, clearly disgusted. Xiaoyu and Hu Liina bore slightly better expressions, but not by much. We had a similar experience, although the opponent's martial soul was more conventional. The individual was equally repugnant. Nonetheless, we took some satisfaction in defeating those ruffians. What now? Shall we leave or linger a bit longer? Yin interjected. Why stay? Let us leave immediately. I can't bear to remain in this wretched place for another moment. Seeing Yan's aversion to the locale, they deliberated briefly and ultimately reached a consensus to depart. Let us go then. The sun is still shining. As they rose to exit, an urgent figure rushed towards them. Ning Rongrong, slightly out of breath, dashed straight to Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue. Ning Rongrong? What brings you here? Ning Rongrong leaned on her knees, catching her breath, and looked up at Su Xianyue. Why did you drop out? Is it? Suddenly, Ning Rongrong adopted a bashful demeanor, leaving the 3 bystanders in stunned silence. You all chat. We'll wait outside, Xiaoyu suggested, pushing the others out. After watching them depart, Su Xianyue turned to Ning Rongrong. What do you wish to convey? Speak quickly, for I am pressed for time. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong raised her head, seemingly mustering her courage, and asked Su Xianyue, Is it because you dislike me that you chose to withdraw from school? Su Xianyue, this is not the case. If you dislike me, just say it directly. I can change, can't I? No. Listen to me. I'm not unreasonable. I will correct any mistakes I make, so there's no need for you to walk away. Just hear me out. We are already in school. I have ceased to indulge my home habits, so why are you? Just listen to me. A single shout was effective in silencing the incessant chatter of Ning Rongrong. Once Ning Rongrong fell silent, Su Xianyue slowly continued. My decision to withdraw from school has nothing to do with you, truly. If you intend to persuade me to return, then spare your breath. I will not go back. Shrek holds no value for me. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Ning Rongrong, somewhat dazed by the outburst, finally responded after Su Xianyue finished. There is nothing else. Farewell then. Su Xianyue hurriedly rushed outside, leaving Ning Rongrong standing in place, clutching her chest, utterly bewildered. Outside the Soul Arena, Yin teased Su Xianyue, inquiring when she had become acquainted with such a lovely young lady. However, the name Ning Rongrong struck a familiar chord in her mind. Xiaoyu interjected, Of course it sounds familiar. It belongs to the one from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Yet, it is unlikely for someone from such a prestigious sect to visit a humble place like this. It must be a case of shared name and surname. Su Xianyue rubbed her previously injured arm and replied nonchalantly, It's the one from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I came to Shrek out of curiosity and happened to hit it off with her. The 3 of them responded with surprise. Who would have thought, Su Xianyue, that you could connect with someone of such a temperament from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? How did you manage that? Yin attempted to engage Su Xianyue, only to receive a disdainful glance in return, prompting him to step back quickly. How did I do it? It's simply what I taught you. If one cannot cope, they should not blame the uneven path. Yin remained silent. The group wandered through Soto City for a while, casually purchasing a few souvenirs. Hey, Nana, doesn't this wooden carving resemble the Pope? Yin inquired, having discovered a small wooden sculpture from a vendor. However, Hu Liina appeared troubled, scanning the surroundings intently, and did not respond to him. Su Xianyue also felt a sense of foreboding, an ominous intuition that felt strangely familiar. It was akin to the sensation of being targeted by that bird. As dusk approached, around 3 in the afternoon, the sun still shone brightly. Yet they undeniably sensed that unsettling feeling. At that moment, Yueguan unexpectedly leaped into view. Be cautious. I just noticed that bird has followed us. What? No need to worry. It won't attack before nightfall, but we must find a favorable terrain to confront it. With that, they hastily retreated. The night owl, true to its name, possessed its greatest power at night, a natural advantage. It had likely been eager to strike and had inadvertently revealed a trace of its presence. Generally, soul beasts seldom stray far from the forest. Although there have been instances of them entering cities, the most recent occurrence was decades ago. People had grown complacent, utterly lacking in vigilance. Moreover, this was a soul beast of around 70 or 80,000 years. And a small city like Soto lacked sufficiently powerful soul masters to contend with it. They arrived at a stretch of open land beside a wheat field, where the terrain proved disadvantageous for the night owl, making it the optimal location for them to counter it. In the city, the role of those soul masters was nearly equivalent to that of cannon fodder. It was better to resolve the matter in an open space. I find it strange. We haven't provoked that bird, have we? We haven't even harmed any avian soul beasts, nor do we know anyone who has. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading, as it gets even more thrilling. Perhaps we possess something that attracts it. Let us see what you have on you. Yet, they had nothing on them aside from their clothes and accessories, with everything else contained within their storage soul guides. How peculiar. Is that bird truly so dim-witted? I recall that night owls do not fixate on a single prey. Su Xianyue had perused the account of the red-eyed night owl, the details fresh in her mind and confirmed without doubt. No, it must be that one of us possesses something that attracts it. Otherwise, it would not have pursued so far from the starry forest. As dusk descended, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, for they understood that the red-eyed night owl was ready to strike. Moon Guan, compelled by necessity to ensure the safety of the four, had no choice but to attempt a dialogue. You ought to comprehend my words. Speak, what is it that you desire? A confrontation would serve no purpose for any of us. In this era, humanity regarded soul beasts with disdain, perceiving them merely as tools for power enhancement. Under normal circumstances, one would not deign to negotiate, but now the stakes were too high. Should any harm befall even one of the four behind him, he would face dire consequences. A gentle breeze began to stir, and from a nearby scarecrow, the red-eyed night owl fixed its penetrating gaze upon them with its large, unsettling eyes. Hoo-hoo, it uttered, a sound that instilled terror. It unfurled one wing, pointing directly at them. The group followed the direction of the owl's indication. Wait? Me? As they shifted aside, they realized that the red-eyed night owl was indeed pointing at Su Xianyue. Chapter 67. The final battle until dawn. Su Xianyue, what do you have on you? Quickly. Reveal it, Moon Guan urged, while Su Xianyue frantically searched her person. What could I possibly have? A storage soul guide. My clothing, nothing else. I don't even have a hair tie or a clip. What more could I possess? Aside from her clothing and 2 bracelets, Su Xianyue possessed nothing else. While the crimson-eyed owl pointed at her and called out once more, an unsettling thought surged within Yu Xiaogang. Su Xianyue need not search any further. It likely desires you as its target. It covets your very being, which complicates matters significantly. The crimson-eyed owl called out again, affirming Yu Xiaogang's apprehensions. And they found themselves in an awkward predicament. It seemed a confrontation was unavoidable. Xiao Nana, you 3 should flee quickly. Its objective is Su Xianyue, and your presence here only hinders her. Though Yu Xiaogan's words were difficult to hear, they bore the truth, and Hulaina and the others had to concede their own frailty. Elder Ju, please remain vigilant for Su Xianyue. The group hurried towards a nearby village. While the owl chose not to pursue them, its focus unwaveringly set on Su Xianyue. After their departure, Yu Xiaogang gazed at his hands and addressed the crimson-eyed owl with a sardonic tone. I cannot hand her over to you. Take heed and depart swiftly, lest you compel me to act. The owl screeched in response, spreading its wings as it shrieked at them. A tremendous surge of soul power erupted from Yu Xiaogang, a tidal Douluo's might. Yet the owl remained undeterred, displaying no signs of fear. Was it prepared to gamble its life? Just how much does it favor you? Su Xianyue? Yu Xiaogang mused aloud, and Su Xianyue heard every word clearly. How would I know? Just be cautious. It can bypass me and target you at any moment. With a chrysanthemum in hand, Yu Xiaogang fixed his gaze on the crimson-eyed owl, poised to strike. Suddenly, the owl vanished in an instant, leaving behind a blurred afterimage, and the next moment, a clang echoed from behind Yu Xiaogang, where Su Xianyue had deflected an attack with her sword. This was dire. Such rapid speed. As Yu Xiaogang cursed inwardly, his soul skill was already unleashed. A barrier of breath materialized, encircling Su Xianyue with chrysanthemum petals, forming a protective shield. Meanwhile, the owl had already retreated, and Su Xianyue stood, slightly breathless, with a few drops of blood on the ground, as if nothing had transpired, for events had unfolded too swiftly. Su Xianyue gazed at the few drops of blood on the ground, a wave of trepidation washing over her. Fortunately, her instincts proved to be remarkably accurate. As she parried an attack with her sword, the night owl, having grasped her weapon, was inevitably wounded by its edge, leaving traces of blood behind. Enclosed by the barrier, Su Xianyue found herself momentarily safe, the onslaught of the crimson-eyed night owl having temporarily ceased. Its speed seemed to have increased beyond what it was before, and it had become so elusive that she could scarcely discern its movements. If only the old ghost were here. Yu Xiaogang struggled against this agile opponent, especially considering it was a creature almost entirely composed of agility and possessing psychic attributes. Nonetheless, the night owl's combat style was rather straightforward, relying on ambush tactics. Should an ambush fail, it would employ mental confusion before attacking again. As long as Yu Xiaogang remained vigilant against its sneak attacks, he would be fine. Thus, they found themselves in a rather awkward stalemate, with neither able to gain the upper hand. After an extended psychological duel, Yu Xiaogang began to grow impatient. This beast is forcing my hand. Ninth soul skill. The chrysanthemum withers, leaving sorrow strewn across the ground, petals fall, and hearts are severed. Wait, why does that phrase feel so peculiar? Su Xianyue gazed at the moon guardian, who leapt into the air, radiating a brilliant light. Countless chrysanthemum petals emerged in the sky, each one sharp as a blade, cascading relentlessly towards the ground. Oh, come on, don't joke around. As Su Xianyue gazed at the falling chrysanthemum petals that cascaded towards him, a sense of panic enveloped him. Suddenly, he felt himself being lifted by someone and swiftly transported away. Turning his head, he saw Yu Xiaogang with a stern expression. We must leave quickly. This soul skill should be able to hold that beast at bay for a while. However, the unpredictable nature of life soon revealed itself. A shrill cry echoed, and a gust of wind brushed past Su Xianyue's face, prompting Yu Xiaogang to dodge just in time. Has it caught up? Humph. If I still had my martial soul's true form, I wouldn't fear it. The cooldown for the martial soul's true form is quite lengthy, generally around 7 days for most individuals. Although a tidal Douluo might experience a shorter duration, it would not be significantly reduced. What now? I can't even defeat it. How rude. Who says I cannot vanquish it? I shall prove you wrong. Just watch. Ah, I merely spoke in jest. If you can run, then do so quickly. There is no need to rush. I have devised a strategy to confront that beast. It was unclear whether Su Xianyue's words had spurred Yu Xiaogang into action or if he had genuinely devised a plan himself. But Su Xianyue suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Su Xianyue, may I borrow your blood? Huh. A petal grazed Su Xianyue's arm, drawing forth a drop of blood. Yu Xiaogang cast the droplet away, and an indistinct shadow flickered past, causing the drop to vanish. Ha, indeed. Your blood is quite alluring to it. With that, Yu Xiaogang threw another droplet of Su Xianyue's blood, his gaze fixated intensely upon it. Just before the shadow reappeared, Yu Xiaogang unleashed his soul skill. A barrier of breath materialized, and several petals flew forth. At the moment the blood droplet vanished, the soul skill was activated. Little Master. There is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. The night owl emitted a piercing screech. Its form suspended in midair, perilously close to breaking free from the barrier. A radiant beam of golden light surged forth, striking the crimson-eyed night owl directly. Phew. It is finally over. Let us go see if it is truly dead. Hold on. Fire another shot at it first. What if that creature feigns death? Su Xianyue dreaded the moment when she might unexpectedly spring into action during the final strike, and Yu Xiaogang found her trepidation quite reasonable. Indeed, the sixth soul skill, Golden Petals of Radiance, transformed the petals of chrysanthemums in the air into shimmering trails that gracefully descended towards the ground. Following a tempestuous bombardment akin to a bomber laying eggs, the surrounding forest was reduced to mere rubble, and the battered body of the night owl lay sprawled on the ground. Still alive? Such is the fragility of life. Su Xianyue gazed at Yu Xiaogang, who was raising his hand to unleash another attack, her eyelids twitching. Why didn't he use it earlier? Oh, it requires a cooldown. The damage of area skills isn't particularly high. Even if it hits, it may not necessarily result in death. Just as Yu Xiaogang was about to unleash his shot, that nocturnal owl rose once more. Its already crimson eyes began to shift, darkening to an abyssal hue. The ordinary owl visage underwent a dramatic transformation. Its wings began to grow uncontrollably, and the tufts of feathers atop its head twisted with tendrils of dark energy. How bothersome. It still has tricks up its sleeve. Die. A radiant beam erupted forth, yet the severely injured owl appeared unaffected, gently flapping its wings and vanishing from sight. An oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings. mingled with a heavy aura of death that weighed down on Su Xianyue. What is happening? How can it still move? Yu Xiaogang cried out in despair. Chapter 68. The end with its fearsome countenance and teleportation-like speed. This blood-red owl had transcended the threshold of what Yu Xiaogang could contend with. What? That terrifying visage loomed before Yu Xiaogang, its size having increased dramatically, and its claws grew larger, effortlessly breaching his defensive spirit technique. It tore a chunk of flesh from the arms Yu Xiaogang had crossed defensively. My hand. This beast, I shall not spare you. Awakening the true spirit, desperation surged within Yu Xiaogang as he recklessly invoked his true spirit, risking backlash. Beast. Perish. The breath of the barrier gathering the cold blossom. Golden stamen shimmering in the dawn, chrysanthemum withers. A flurry of resplendent skills erupted from the enraged Yu Xiaogang, leaving Su Xianyue somewhat bewildered in his grasp. Elder Ju. Calm down, please. Though Su Xianyue's attempts at reassurance were futile, she felt compelled to speak. The surrounding hillocks in the nearby wheat fields suffered greatly, plowed under Yu Xiaogang's relentless bombardment. In the distance, shadowy figures seemed hesitant to approach, likely intimidated by Yu Xiaogan's fury. The air was filled with a tempest of chrysanthemum petals, illuminating the night sky with its brilliance, an enchanting sight. Yet Yu Xiaogan's furious cries belied any beauty. Die, perish. Yu Xiaogang continued to unleash his skills, yet the dark figure weaved through the chaos, occasionally striking at Yu Xiaogang. Were it not for the protective spirit technique, he would have been severely injured by now. Su Xianyue gazed at the nearby petals, observing the nearly imperceptible figure among them, and couldn't help but express her disdain inwardly. This chrysanthemum gate seems rather feeble, she mused. And the variety of soul skills is quite disarrayed. To make matters worse, there isn't even a single enhancement-type soul skill. What were they thinking? The soul skills of the Moon Gate are predominantly offensive and defensive, with the soul enhancement skill being the true embodiment of the martial soul. It is no wonder that without the ghostly presence, their achievements are lackluster. Now, being toyed with by a swift attacking soul beast is utterly humiliating. However, does the red-eyed night owl possess a berserk skill? This was never mentioned in the texts. Ancient records from the Spirit Hall state that the red-eyed night owl is innately agile, awakening a mental attribute after a millennium and upon reaching 10,000 years. It will acquire the elusive power of spatial attributes. This is why it is often compared to the level of the phoenix. Yet there is no mention of a berserk-type soul skill. Elder Chrysanthemum. In a moment, Elder Chrysanthemum. Su Xianyue called out Yu Xiaogang. But he seemed to have succumbed to madness, continuously unleashing his soul skills without any response. Damn it. Chrysanthemum Guan. Do not refer to me as Chrysanthemum Guan. Yu Xiaogang abruptly turned his head to glare at Su Xianyue. Well, let's not dwell on that for now. In a moment, lure it with my blood, feign a vulnerability, and then strike. You. As Yu Xiaogang continued to unleash his soul skills, he listened to Su Xianyue's words. All right, I wonder if we can do it again. Yu Xiaogang collected a drop of Su Xianyue's blood, intentionally creating an opening amidst the tempest of petals, and then cast that drop into the storm. However, the blood was swallowed by the floral tempest, and the crimson-eyed night owl did not pursue it. It seems it has learned its lesson, then. Su Xianyue glanced at the bracelet adorning her wrist, her fist clenched tightly. It seemed there was no alternative. Elder Ju, cast me out directly. What? Have you lost your mind? If something happens to you, I will bear the consequences. Yu Xiaogang shouted vehemently, utterly opposed to the idea. Look, do you see? I possess a soul-guiding device bestowed by my teacher, capable of withstanding the attacks of a soul Douluo. I refuse to believe that this wretched bird possesses the power of a soul Douluo. Yu Xiaogang scrutinized the bracelet, his heart still in turmoil, yet after much deliberation. He resolved to proceed with the plan. There was no other option. It was time to gamble everything. Prepared, Yu Xiaogang forcefully hurled Su Xianyue into the fray, and as anticipated, the night owl could not resist the temptation, charging towards Su Xianyue. Activate. At the moment Su Xianyue was cast aside, she instinctively activated the bracelet in her hand, summoning an invisible shield that enveloped her. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang seized the opportunity as the nearby petals converged towards Su Xianyue's direction. Some petals cradled her, while countless others formed an impenetrable barrier, encasing the night owl within. A breath boundary, Yu Xiaogang successfully ensnared the night owl, allowing Su Xianyue to behold its terrifying visage. Its feathers appeared as though they had been corroded, disheveled, and tattered, while its eyes had turned a pitch black and lifeless, yet flickered with a faint crimson glow. Dark streaks resembling blood marred the corners of its mouth, presenting an appearance akin to that of a zombie. What on earth happened to it? It looks utterly grotesque. Su Xianyue was still in a state of perplexity when the assault from Yu Xiaogang commenced. It concluded. The body of the crimson-eyed night owl was torn to shreds by countless petals, ultimately vanishing in a burst of radiance. It was over. Phew. It was truly a daunting task. The weakened Yu Xiaogang gently descended to the ground, sitting cross-legged while gasping for breath. Suddenly, his visage contorted in agony as he clutched his chest, his entire being convulsing. This was the backlash from forcibly utilizing the true form of his martial soul, compounded by the immense toll it had taken on him, leaving him exceedingly frail. Su Xianyue also fell to the ground. Ouch, my bottom. Wow. Elder Ju, what happened to you? Yu Xiaogang clutched her chest, the pain rendering her speechless. Su Xianyue felt somewhat disoriented. However, it was fortunate that after a period of recuperation, Yu Xiaogang was no longer in such torment, though still quite weakened, seemingly destined to remain in this feeble state for an extended duration. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Su Xianyue, are you all right? Me? I'm perfectly fine. Yu Xiaogang let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Go seek them out. Yu Xiaogang struggled to rise, adopting an air of haughty defiance, while Su Xianyue intended to assist him but was promptly declined. Others have arrived. Do take heed. Su Xianyue followed the gaze of Yu Xiaogang and beheld several figures standing in the distance. May I inquire if it is His Excellency the Chrysanthemum Douluo? Flender, accompanied by Zhao Wujia, stood before him. What brings you here? If there is nothing of importance, you should leave at once. Flender surveyed the surroundings, noticing the leveled ground that Yu Xiaogang had cleared, before turning back. Were you just engaged in battle with a soul beast? Would you require a moment's respite at my humble abode? No need. Depart immediately, Yu Xiaogang exclaimed, his face twitching slightly, causing Flender and the others to be startled and hastily retreat. Once they had left, Yu Xiaogang's body slumped, and Su Xianyue supported him. Cough, cough. It's been quite some time since I've been in such a disheveled state. Let us seek out Xiaonana and the others. We must leave this wretched place at once, for it is quite distressing to behold. Su Xianyue could deeply perceive the current plight of Yu Xiaogang. However, when Hulaina and the others saw that the battle had concluded, they hurried over, which saved them considerable effort. Elder Ju, should be all right? They gazed at the disheveled Yu Xiaogang, unable to shake off their worry. But Yu Xiaogang merely felt embarrassed. What could possibly happen to me? Let us hurry and leave. Saying this, he shook off Su Xianyue's support and walked on his own. Elder Ju is fine, ISMT. The others looked at Yu Xiaogan's retreating figure, concern etched on their faces. Why are you all standing there in a daze? Don't you hurry up and leave. Wait, is there something over there? Before departing, Yu Xiaogang seemed to sense something, turning his head towards the direction of the fallen crimson-eyed night owl. Beneath the black soul ring, the soil appeared to glimmer with something bright. Chapter 69. Blood with poison. Due to Yu Xiaogan's injuries, the group's leisure time was abruptly cut short, and they had only been out for 7 or 8 days. Sigh. I had intended to enjoy a play and listen to some music, but now that it's all gone. Yin grumbled from the side. While the others were lost in contemplation, Su Xianyue, that beast targeted your blood. Are you concealing something from us? Yu Xiaogang, seated in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes to question Su Xianyue, who was also filled with doubt. Could my blood really attract soul beasts? If I think about it, those soul beasts chasing after me for no reason must be related to this. Reflecting on the soul beasts encountered in the past, who reacted as if they had been invigorated upon seeing him. Su Xianyue initially thought it was a normal reaction for soul beasts upon encountering humans and paid it no mind. However, now considering that soul beasts aged 70 to 80,000 years had pursued him all the way to Soto City, it indeed seemed suspicious. I don't know. Let us discuss it further upon our return. Su Xianyue raised her head, locking gazes with several individuals. Su Xianyue wore an expression of uncertainty. Yet none of the others pursued the matter further. Let us return and discuss this later. It may very well be connected to the reason for your slow cultivation speed. With that, Yu closed her eyes and resumed her meditative breathing, while the others also settled into silence, adopting a cross-legged position to cultivate. After several days of diligent travel, the coachman brought them back to the spirit hall. Before Bibi Dong's chamber, the attendant announced, Your Holiness, Yu Guan has something to report. What is it? Speak plainly. She replied. Yu Guan proceeded to recount the incident involving Su Xianyue's blood, which evidently piqued Bibi Dong's curiosity. Su Xianyue's blood attracts spirit beasts? And a red-eyed night owl over 70,000 years old pursued you all the way out of the Stardow forest? Indeed. Moreover, this red-eyed night owl appears to be more formidable than other night owls, possessing a soul skill of desperate frenzy. My subordinate managed to fend it off with great difficulty. Summon him and procure a few spirit beasts. I wish to conduct an experiment. Understood. Meanwhile, the recently returned Su Xianyue contentedly examined the storage soul guide in her hand, which now contained several new items acquired from her work for Yin. Flammable grass. Have I perhaps shortchanged myself? Su Xianyue pondered deeply when, all of a sudden, Yu Guan appeared before him. Su Xianyue, the Pope seeks your presence. Come with me, Yu Guan said, swiftly grasping Su Xianyue and dashing off in a particular direction. What is it? Why the haste? Su Xianyue gazed at him in silence, while Yu Guan replied casually, there are matters at hand. Shortly after, Yu Guan led him to an open area where Bai Dong stood, holding a staff. Teacher, what do you need me for? Bai Dong greeted him nonchalantly, yet showed no reaction. Just a moment, came the reply. A few minutes later, several servants approached, dragging cages behind them. Inside the cages were soul beasts. Some aged 10 years, others a century, all appearing feeble and lifeless. These, surely they weren't taken from the kitchen? What is the purpose? Su Xianyue speculated, recognizing that these soul beasts often graced his dining table, making him quite familiar with them. Teacher, perhaps we could choose another location for the outdoor barbecue? The scenery here is rather unsuitable. Yu Guan chuckled mischievously. Su Xianyue gazed at him in confusion before turning her head toward Bibi Dong. According to Yu Guan, they had encountered a red-eyed owl that had pursued them beyond the Star-Doe forest, and he suspected that her blood had lured it. Hence the deliberate experiment. With that, Yu Guan swiftly sliced open Su Xianyue's palm, collecting several drops of her blood. Could you not at least give a warning before you cut? Su Xianyue remarked, but Yu Guan paid no heed to her complaint. He employed his soul power to carry the blood over to the soul beasts. In an astonishing turn of events, those seemingly ailing beasts perked up upon sensing the scent of blood, unleashing frenzied cries and relentlessly battering against their iron cages. The nearby subordinates, alarmed, hastily drew their weapons to intervene, yet were halted by Bibi Dong. Stand down, she commanded. Subsequently, she gestured to Yu Guan, who nodded and divided the blood into portions, tossing them into the mouths of the soul beasts. The creatures exhibited a covetous demeanor, fixating intensely on the blood, and once it touched their tongues, they reveled in the taste. Why do I find this so terrifying? Su Xianyue gazed upon the soul beasts, a chill creeping down her spine. After consuming her blood, the group of soul beasts appeared invigorated, shedding their previous lethargy. It seems your blood indeed possesses an allure for these creatures. However, this alone cannot lead to any definitive conclusions. The peculiarities surrounding Su Xianyue are beyond the reach of even the extensive resources of the Spirit Hall, leaving them with yet another enigma. The only entities capable of attracting soul beasts, aside from formidable beast martial spirits, are scarce, yet your martial spirit is that of a sword. While Bibi Dong was deep in contemplation, her thoughts were abruptly disrupted by a piercing, anguished scream. What is happening? Bibi Dong exclaimed, her irritation evident as she turned towards the source of the noise. Before them, the captive soul beasts were in a frenzy, thrashing about in their confinement with grotesque expressions. It was evident that the beasts' eyes began to darken, spreading from the periphery inward, while their fur appeared corroded, clumps falling away or becoming tangled and matted. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The subsequent events are even more thrilling. A servant nearby struggled to subdue the rampaging soul beasts, but Bibi Dong waved them aside. Do not intervene. I wish to observe their behavior. The agitated soul beasts began to undergo transformations, expanding in size while becoming increasingly grotesque. Their fangs and claws elongated and darkened, and thick saliva dripped uncontrollably. Among them, a century-old mouse soul beast let out a roar and crashed through its iron cage, charging towards Su Xianyue. With a swift motion, several sharp petals, akin to those of a meat grinder, enveloped the mouse, shredding it to pieces and leaving behind a pool of dark flesh and thick blood, alongside a soul ring. What has transpired? Su Xianyue concealed herself behind Bibi Dong, peering ahead at the frenzied soul beasts contained within their cages. This was strikingly reminiscent of the chaotic abilities exhibited by that bird. Could it be that Su Xianyue's blood had induced such a transformation in these creatures? They all stared fixedly at her. Would you believe me if I said I have no idea what's going on? Faced with Su Xianyue's innocent expression, they found themselves at a loss for words. Bibi Dong extracted a small vial of Su Xianyue's blood and sent her on her way. You may return and rest for now. Feeling perplexed, Su Xianyue departed, while Bibi Dong contemplated the blood, and at that moment, Yu Xiaogang was embroiled in his own inner turmoil. Ultimately, he appeared to have made a decision, retrieving 2 items from his storage soul guide. Your Holiness, this is the bounty from our expedition. Soul bones. 2 pieces? What extraordinary fortune have you encountered? In addition to the colossal python's torso bone, we also acquired the skull of the red-eyed night owl. Soul bones remain exceedingly rare, with torso and skull bones being the most prized, excluding the external soul bones. Chapter 70. Seeking the path to advancement. Soul bones. Bibi Dong regarded the 2 small soul bones in her hand, and then glanced at Yu Xiaogang. These are your spoils. They are to be contributed to the Spirit Hall. Do you harbor any grievances? I would not dare. It is my duty to serve the Spirit Hall faithfully. Though he spoke thus, it was inconceivable that Yu Xiaogang had no grievances whatsoever. Bibi Dong was well aware of this, and she presented the ancient torso bone to Yu Xiaogang. Such a precious soul bone, and yet you submit it without complaint. It would be remiss of me not to bestow upon you some merit. Yu Xiaogang tentatively extended his hand, unable to fully grasp the reality before him. Upon seeing Bibi Dong slowly nod in affirmation, he accepted the torso bone with gratitude. Thank you, Your Holiness. I shall dedicate myself entirely to your service. They both understood the value of soul bones, and lacking the protagonist's fortune. The acquisition of a millennium-old soul bone was indeed a stroke of luck, especially for someone like Yu Xiaogang, who had yet to possess even a single soul bone. The Spirit Hall reserved its scant rare soul bones for the youth, and opportunities to vie for them were increasingly scarce in the current world. Thus, it goes without saying how elated Yu Xiaogang was to obtain a soul bone. However, the previously agitated soul beasts now lay silent, and upon turning, they discovered that all the soul beasts had bled from their orifices and lay lifeless, their faces contorted in horror. At this moment, within Su Xianyue's chamber, she sat cross-legged upon her bed, engaging in her cultivation, surrounded by scattered boxes containing various herbs, though only a few remained. As the soul energy within Su Xianyue began to wane, he opened his eyes, took the last pinch of herbs from the box before him, and consumed it. Resuming his cultivation, after several minutes, he once again opened his eyes. Yet, it was futile. Why was it so arduous to level up? In one moment he was immersed in practice, and in the next, he found himself sprawled on the bed, pounding the wooden boards in frustration. The disheartening pace of his cultivation drove Su Xianyue to the brink of despair. Just as the bed was about to yield beneath his distress, he seemed to resolve within himself. Once I reach level 30, I shall solely focus on enhancing my physical form. Let the levels come or go as they please. With a determined leap from his bed, he released his soul rings to inspect them. 2 black soul rings gradually materialized behind him, and Su Xianyue guided the first soul ring to hover before him. The spirit of the bird appeared to be quite nourishing, having swiftly ascended to the 10,000-year mark, and significantly enhancing his physical capabilities. Su Xianyue clenched his fist, feeling the power coursing through his body. As he elevated his first spirit ring to 10,000 years, the remaining spirit energy was entirely absorbed by his physique, resulting in a surge of strength that became somewhat uncontrollable. Su Xianyue extended her hand to retrieve the box from the bed. After bringing it before her, she exerted a slight force. With a crisp crack, the wooden box shattered into pieces. Su Xianyue gazed at the fragments of the box, her eyelids twitching slightly. Perhaps it is time to return to my old profession. Su Xianyue was still in the process of honing his strength and control. At this moment, Tang San from Shrek was laboriously performing push-ups, a large stone pressing down on his back. His body was drenched in sweat, and his face was flushed from the exertion. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Yu Xiaogang observed him from the side, hesitating to voice his thoughts. This rudimentary physical training had become an obsession for Tang San, as he found it impossible to calm his mind for meditation. This was more about venting his frustration. Eventually, he could no longer hold on, nearly toppling over. But Yu Xiaogang promptly pushed the stone off his back. "Xiao-san, that's enough. Take a break," he urged, gasping for breath. Tang San grabbed a water bottle to quench his thirst. After drinking, he wiped his mouth and looked at the worried expression on Yu Xiaogang's face. "I'm sorry, teacher, for worrying you, but I can't help it. Xiaowu is still waiting for me." Yu Xiaogang shook his head. "Is it worth it? You're in this state. And the one who took Xiaowu is, never mind." "Teacher, who exactly took Xiaowu? Who was that person that day?" Flinder and Yu Xiaogang refrained from revealing that it was the spirit hall that had abducted Xiaowu, fearing Tang San might act recklessly. "You don't need to know that now. Just understand that, at least for the next few years, she is safe. Diligent training is commendable. but you must also take care of your health. Go rest quickly. Yu Xiaogang quickly changed the subject and left, leaving Tang San in a state of confusion and worry, staring blankly into space. Suddenly, a tall figure draped in a cloak appeared behind him, a broad hand resting on his shoulder. Xiao-san. Dad? Hearing the familiar voice, Tang San quickly turned around. It was Tang Hao, who removed his hood to reveal a weathered face. Before Tang San could ask any questions, Tang Hao spoke first. I know about your situation. Although these matters may be too premature for you, I hope they can serve as motivation for your progress. Furthermore, I will remain here for a while to teach you proper training methods. Faced with his long-absent father, Tang San was overwhelmed with emotions, unsure how to express himself. Dad, will you help me? You are my son. Who else would I help? I also have a fondness for your future wife, so of course, I will assist you. Are you ready to accept my guidance? Tang Hao's piercing gaze met Tang San's, and at that moment, Tang San felt a profound sense of confidence and security emanating from the man before him, so different from the jovial father he once knew. A smile spread across Tang San's face, dispelling his previous confusion, leaving only determination in his eyes. I have been preparing for this. As time swiftly passed, 13-year-old Su Xianyue gazed dreamily at the verdant landscape outside, basking in the warm sunlight. I'm so bored. His daily routine consisted solely of eating, drinking, and training, devoid of any entertainment. Over the course of a few months, Su Xianyue had finally leveled up, reaching the 29th level, on the brink of 30. Yet, he suspected that the final stretch to 30 would be a prolonged challenge. Is there a quick way to level up? The soul could only enhance the lifespan of soul rings and physical attributes, not elevate cultivation. The herbs he had obtained from Yan were exhausted, and the resources at his disposal were of little use. Could it be? Should I seek out Douluo for some celestial herbs? But what reason could I give? The spirit hall was unaware that Douluo possessed such herbs, and he was at a loss for how to even broach the subject. Perhaps I could accidentally stumble upon Douluo's territory while wandering in the Sunset Forest? But that poison formation would be a formidable obstacle with its all-encompassing defenses. Once again engulfed in confusion, Su Xianyue despondently rested his head on the desk. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Forget it. I might as well give it a try. He hurriedly sought permission from Bibidong. Going to the Sunset Forest? What is the purpose of that? I want to train alone, and the Stardow Forest is too perilous. I fear it would worry my teacher. Thus, I plan to venture into the relatively safer Sunset Forest. Although having Gue Mei accompany him provided a semblance of safety, his intentions would be transparent. The soul beasts in the Sunset Forest were only a few thousand years old, far less dangerous than the red-eyed night owls, rendering it a much safer choice. Su Xianyue could cautiously unleash his martial spirit within. After contemplating for a moment, Bibidong finally acquiesced, albeit with Gue Mei still in tow. Hey, kid, do you seem to have a disdain for me? No, absolutely not. With that expression, dare you repeat that? On the carriage, Su Xianyue gazed at the pouting Gue Mei, feeling utterly exasperated. Really, there is no disdain. Still denying it? You think I relish being a babysitter for you? After a bout of bickering, they fell silent once more. Initially, with Gue Mei's presence, Bibidong intended for them to head to the Stardow Forest, as the Sunset Forest was quite distant. However, Su Xianyue resolutely insisted on going to the Sunset Forest, citing a fear of encountering soul beasts like the red-eyed night owls, and preferred to level up a bit more before venturing into the Stardow Forest. Thus, Su Xianyue embarked on his quest for celestial herbs. I need to devise a plan to locate Douluo's mountain. The Sunset Forest was expansive, making it quite challenging to pinpoint Douluo's location. Meanwhile, Gue Mei observed Su Xianyue, who was lost in thought. Are you really that afraid of the soul beasts in the Stardow Forest? You actually went all the way to the Sunset Forest, where there is an annoying old poison master lurking around. Su Xianyue lifted her gaze, observing the specter before her. A sudden thought seemed to cross her mind, as a charming smile graced her lips. Why are you looking at me like that? Oh, it's nothing. Just reminiscing about a delightful moment. I can't shake off this unsettling premonition. The Sunset Forest, a realm wholly distinct from the Starry Forest, pulsated with vibrant life, yet it felt as though something essential was amiss. Let it be known, I shall not intervene unless you face peril. I understand. You're all the same, incessantly chattering. Su Xianyue, feeling rather impatient, waved her hand dismissively and continued on her way. The Sunset Forest is one of the 3 primary gathering places for soul beasts, albeit the smallest in area and the least populated. While it cannot be said that soul beasts are completely invisible, at least one would encounter them after traversing a certain distance. Nevertheless, they did not launch any attacks on Su Xianyue, perhaps due to their lower levels rendering them oblivious to the allure emanating from her. As she walked, Su Xianyue turned to inquire of the specter beside her, "By the way, what is the old toxin you mentioned earlier?" It refers to a titled Douluo who specializes in poison. He possesses a peculiar disposition, and it would be prudent to avoid any association with him, for I cannot predict when one might meet their demise. Only he and Tang San can counteract the poison concocted by Douluo, should Su Xianyue fall victim to it. There would be no one in the spirit hall capable of providing an antidote. Of course, whether he dares to provoke the spirit hall is another matter altogether. In which direction is he located? We should steer clear of him. To the north. Su Xianyue's lips curled into a smile imbued with profound significance. The elusive figure cast a fleeting glance in his direction, but he swiftly reverted to his usual demeanor. Had he just smiled? Why did it feel so peculiar? Su Xianyue conjured a conceptual map in her mind, strategizing their approach from the southeast. When the time came, they would merely meander about and feign being lost, thus arriving unobserved. Cough, cough. Meandering, the spirit beasts they encountered along the way were not particularly formidable, predominantly around 1,000 years in age, and Su Xianyue effortlessly dispatched them with a few swift strokes of her sword. Ah, the day is growing late. It would be prudent to find a place to rest for the night. After vanquishing a spirit beast, Su Xianyue sheathed her sword and gazed up at the crimson sunset. Exhaling softly, Gu Mei, perched on a nearby tree, also glanced at the sky. Indeed, it was getting late, and there was a cave nearby that appeared quite suitable for their overnight stay. Gu Mei raised a finger, pointing in a direction, and they approached the cave, where a strong, unpleasant odor wafted out. What on earth is that smell? Su Xianyue vowed that this was the most intoxicating scent he had ever encountered. It appeared to be the lair of a soul beast. The aroma was overwhelming, yet it was relatively safe, as there were no soul beasts inside. Presumably, they had ventured out. "Let us enter," he suggested. "What? I absolutely refuse. What if I suffocate in this place filled with such a potent stench at midnight?" As Gu Mei prepared to step inside, Su Xianyue stood his ground in protest. "Are you certain you do not wish to enter?" Gu Mei glanced back at him. "I, Su Xianyue, would rather freeze to death. I would rather be devoured by a soul beast outside than step foot in such a foul cave." A minute later, "Goodness, it's rather warm in here. Why didn't you bring that item out sooner?" Inside the cave, a fire crackled as Su Xianyue sat beside it, extending his hands to bask in its warmth, a look of contentment on his face. Gu Mei held a small vial, sprinkling some powder around the vicinity. "This is the special odor-eliminating powder given by old Gio. I thought he would have provided you with some as well. That miserly fellow would never share such a thing with me. The last time I asked him for a bit of honey for tea, he begrudgingly gave me only a tiny bottle." The fire before them crackled merrily as it consumed the wood. "You should rest. I will keep watch." After scattering the powder around, Gu Mei settled in front of the fire. "It's still early evening. How could I possibly sleep?" It was around 6 or 7 in the evening. Who goes to bed this early? Gu Mei examined a tuft of hair closely. This cave likely belongs to a millennia-old tiger soul beast. It poses no threat. Gurgle, gurgle. Elder Gu, do you have anything to eat?" Gu Mei replied. "So I've truly become your caretaker, Haven Ti? Young master." The following morning, a hefty portion of tiger meat became their breakfast. Although it had a sour taste and was particularly tough to chew, everything else was acceptable. Poor tiger, its den was taken, and it became breakfast. "So, are you planning to stay here for a few days?" The two continued to wander through the forest as Gu Mei inquired of Su Xianyue, who was still gnawing on a piece of meat. "Once we've had our fill of fun, we'll head back." Internally, he mused, "I need to think of a reason to visit Douluo and obtain a root of a mortal herb." As Su Xianyue contemplated how to procure celestial herbs from the ice and fire in Yag, a soul beast suddenly sprang forth before her. The beast roared menacingly, startling Su Xianyue considerably. "What the hell? You nearly scared me to death." She leaped back in alarm, her mind racing as she processed the information about the soul beast before her. A face-devouring demon spider? It appears to be around 6,000 years old. "Hey, can you handle this?" she called out, noticing that the ghostly figure had floated nearby, while the intention of the face-devouring demon spider was unmistakably directed at Su Xianyue. "If I can't, will you lend a hand?" Su Xianyue turned to shout at the specter, who sat perched upon a tree, appearing to watch the scene unfold with amusement. "Not unless you are on the brink of death," the specter replied. "Then why don't you say something?" As Su Xianyue deftly evaded the attacks of the face spider, She pondered how to confront this formidable foe. The face spider, with its potential as a soul ring, would indeed be a worthy prize, but regrettably, she had yet to attain the necessary level, nor did she feel any compelling allure towards it. It seemed prudent to flee while she still could. This 6,000-year-old creature, though lacking skills such as invisibility, boasted an exceptionally tough exoskeleton, along with a speed and venom that were notably troublesome. Engaging it in combat would yield little reward for the effort expended. Su Xianyue had no intention of fighting, yet the human-faced demon spider was resolute in its attack. Suddenly, it lunged forward, its massive body crashing heavily before Su Xianyue. Had she not evaded in time, she would have been reduced to a mere pulp. Subsequently, the creature unleashed a seamless, instantaneous web. Outrageously, a colossal spiderweb appeared without warning, ensnaring Su Xianyue before she could react. As she beheld the monstrous maw of the human-faced demon spider charging towards her, she raised her sword and thrust it through the web, aiming for its eyes. However, she was also wounded by the creature's sharp fangs on either side. Unable to watch any longer, the specter unleashed several black energy spheres that sent the human-faced demon spider flying. The severely injured creature collapsed, 2 of its 8 legs broken, its carapace shattered by the earlier assault. How pathetic you are, almost getting bitten to death. Why don't you give it a try? At level 29, I bet you would be obliterated by this beast. As the specter and Su Xianyue exchanged barbs, it simultaneously helped her to sit cross-legged on the ground, channeling energy to expel the toxins from her body. What are you doing? I am expelling the poison. The human-faced demon spider is laden with toxins. You cannot be unaware of this. Are you certain this will be effective? The poison spreads rapidly, yet you can still speak, which indicates that the poison has not fully spread. It can still be expelled. I have read enough to know that you cannot force the poison from the human-faced demon spider with soul energy. And why could you not have acted sooner? Now I am poisoned, and only then did you intervene. If I were to perish, you would not fare well either. Why not seek out that old poison master you mentioned? Silence. All right then. Su Xianyue felt a surge of panic. The venom of the human-faced demon spider was exceptionally potent. The toxicity from Tang San, which had endured for 2 millennia, was already alarming, not to mention this one that had existed for 6,000 years. However, at that moment, Guamei's mind was filled with questions. Odd, where is the poison? The venom of the human-faced demon spider? It seems to have vanished. Guamei had kept his hands behind Su Xianyue for quite some time, and she was beginning to feel bored. She turned her head to inquire, "Hey, are you done yet?" If this continues, what else with that expression? Guamei frowned, gritting his teeth with an anxious demeanor, which sent Su Xianyue into a complete state of dread. This is it, isn't it? There is no hope. I told you long ago that this poison could never be forced out. It's over. Oh, grandfather, I'm sorry, and to you, Arya, I apologize as well. Who says you're beyond saving? Get up, get up. I'll take you to see that old poison master. Guamei kicked the seated Su Xianyue, who was clutching his head in terror, and proceeded in a particular direction. Su Xianyue looked at his back with disdain, but soon followed at a brisk pace. What is going on? Am I still salvageable? I'm uncertain about your condition. I didn't find the human-faced demon spider's venom in your body. I don't know what this means, so I can only take you to see that old poison master. Frankly speaking, I really don't want to get involved with that fellow. Why not? That person is exceedingly cold and ruthless. Not just me, but practically no one in the title Douluo circle enjoys dealing with him. Su Xianyue. Oh, you also enjoy playing tricks, don't you? Isn't that just like a turtle mocking a green bean? What kind of expression is that? Oh dear, I feel dizzy. I don't know what's wrong with me. Upon being discovered by the specter, Su Xianyue feigned ignorance. The specter, recognizing her pretense, was nonetheless wary of the potential sudden onset of the faceless demon spider's venom. He grasped the back of her collar and hastened his pace. Meanwhile, the overlooked faceless demon spider, with its dark, venomous eyes, fixated intently on the direction they had departed, beside a small pool of blood left by the injured Su Xianyue. How shall we proceed? The specter and Su Xianyue halted before a certain location. Observing the murky green mist ahead, Su Xianyue discerned that they were approaching Douluo's lair. Step aside a bit, the specter instructed. Confused, Su Xianyue took a few steps back. Once she had distanced herself, the specter unleashed his martial spirit, generating a powerful wave of soul energy. Old Toxic, I have matters to discuss with you. His hoarse voice resonated loudly, carrying forth with the might of his soul power. Upon hearing this, a voice echoed from all directions. Isn't that the renowned ghost Douluo? What brings you to my humble abode, accompanied by a little child? Douluo's voice, tinged with amusement, rang out. Quit your theatrics and step forth. I wish to discuss something with you. The spectre, with a stern countenance, fixated his gaze on a particular spot, from which a figure emerged. I am not afraid of a confrontation. What about the chrysanthemum pass? You cannot contend with me alone. Douluo appeared before them, clad in a shade of forgiveness, his slender frame complemented by his faintly glowing green eyes, which sent a chill down Su Xianyue's spine. Who said I came to fight? Rather, he here has been afflicted by the faceless demon spider's poison and seeks your assistance in assessing the situation. Douluo turned his gaze towards Su Xianyue, his eyes locking onto hers, intensifying her discomfort. After a moment, he shifted his attention back. Ghost, are you jesting with me? This lad appears lively enough. How could he possibly be poisoned? And why would you think I would be inclined to cure him? A dismissive huff escaped him. Very well. Perhaps I could offer you something in return. Douluo scrutinized Su Xianyue once more, noting the fresh scabs on her wounds, and nodded slightly. I see. However, if you are indeed poisoned yet remain unaffected, logically you should be in a state of unconsciousness. Tell me, how many fingers do I hold up? This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue reading. Douluo raised 2 fingers, and Su Xianyue rolled her eyes in exasperation. It appears your faculties are still quite intact. Now, if you require my intervention, we still have time. Let us discuss the matter of compensation. And as for the grudge from before, it shall not be so easily dismissed. What followed was a casual dialogue. Su Xianyue remained oblivious to the promises made by the spectre, yet they reached a swift consensus. It's settled. Young one, come inside with me. As for you, he directed at Su Xianyue, you shall remain outside. I cannot trust you to behave within. I must keep an eye on him. If need be, you can poison him. Should he attempt anything, you may eliminate him. Indeed, that's a splendid idea. Su Xianyue immediately protested. Hey, was my consent sought? However, her objections proved futile, as Douluo still proceeded to sprinkle a handful of powder upon her face. Su Xianyue, both the ghostly figure and Su Xianyue held the pills given by Douluo, traversing through the toxic formation. Before long, they arrived at Douluo's residence. A quaint wooden cottage. The antidote for the human-faced demon spider. Let me search. Douluo rummaged through a wall adorned entirely with drawers. Alas, the white scorpion grass is depleted. Please wait. I shall gather some more. Gather some? Are we to venture into the eye of ice and fire then? Without a word, Su Xianyue followed suit. Douluo turned to look at him and exclaimed, Why have you come along, boy? Su Xianyue replied, I am quite curious about your medicinal herb gathering grounds. May I not take a look? Douluo scrutinized the spectre that had trailed behind him and barked, No. Return at once. Otherwise, I shall refuse to treat you. Chapter 73. The enigmatic purple flower. Douluo sent Su Xianyue back, then leapt into a valley. Left alone, Su Xianyue twitched his lips in annoyance. How stingy. Reluctantly, he returned to the small wooden cabin, where he sat idly, consumed by boredom. Before long, Douluo returned, brandishing a handful of herbs. Wait a moment, the antidote shall be ready shortly. As he spoke, Douluo tossed a collection of peculiar herbs into a cauldron, alongside an assortment of dried serpents, insects, and rodents. You are not intending to counter poison with poison, are you? Of course. I am the esteemed poison Douluo. Naturally, I shall employ poison to combat poison. If you object, you may leave at once. Su Xianyue gazed at the large furnace boiling with oil, the vibrant hues of the concoction, and the pungent aroma that wafted through the air. It was evident that this was not a beverage fit for human consumption. Looking at Su Xianyue, who pinched her nose, torn between curiosity and trepidation, Douluo chuckled. Do not be deceived by its appearance. In truth, its flavor is somewhat better. Rather, it is even less palatable soon. The thick mixture was ready, and Douluo ladled a bowl, presenting it to Su Xianyue. Drink it quickly and be gone. You spectre, do not forget your promise to me. The spectre disdainfully clicked her tongue and turned her head away, saying nothing. Su Xianyue still held the bowl of dark, viscous paste, wearing an expression of wanting to retch but unable to do so. This is sesame paste. This is sesame paste. This is sesame paste. Su Xianyue continually hypnotized herself. Trembling hands lifted to her lips as she took a sip. A wave of the foul odor of aged socks erupted from her mouth, leaving her feeling as though her lips no longer belonged to her. Could you not make it tasteless and odorless? She lamented. Su Xianyue retched, while Douluo busied himself with his alchemical furnace. It would require several types of herbs to create a colorless and tasteless potion. Are you willing to pay? Douluo asked, revealing a smug smile. No. You are capable of making it yourself. Su Xianyue retorted. Then why? You get what you pay for. Enough of this chatter. Drink the potion and leave quickly. Do not bother me. Diggybo began ushering them out, while the enigmatic Gueme pulled Su Xianyue along, intending to depart. Drink the potion and let us be off. Su Xianyue, however, cradled the potion in her hands, her dull, lifeless eyes fixated on the viscous substance within, lost in thought. Su Xianyue? Su Xianyue. Gueme called her twice, prompting her to spring to her feet. What have you realized? Finish the potion and hurry outside. Yet, Su Xianyue disregarded him and approached Diggybo. Excuse me, esteemed senior, do you possess any herbs that aid in cultivation? I am willing to purchase them. Diggybo continued to tidy the various bottles and jars from his recent concoction. Herbs for cultivation? How would I know about such things? Be off with you. Do not disturb me. Please, it does not matter if you are unaware. I can find them myself. Just take me to your herb garden to select a few. They may hold a grudge against you, but I do not. I can simply refrain from opposing you in the future. At this, Diggybo raised his head and scrutinized her. Very well, but you may only choose one. What? Just one? Do not even think about asking for more? Under the persuasive words of Su Xianyue, I finally obtained the privilege to select a single celestial herb. Fortunately, Diggybo was unaware of the true value of the herbs in his garden. Otherwise, he would not have so readily acquiesced. Regrettably, our lack of familiarity and my ignorance of medicinal herbs prevented me from following in Tang San's footsteps to acquire the herb through treatment. The spirit hall maintained an indifferent stance towards Diggybo. Otherwise, they would have simply seized the herbs. The thought that so many celestial herbs would ultimately benefit Tang San while I could only choose one was quite disheartening. It is perplexing that one would seek to procure herbs here when the spirit hall possesses an abundance. You simply do not comprehend. Gueme and Su Xianyue accompanied Diggybo into the herb garden, surrounded by numerous exquisite herbs, yet Gueme, too, was oblivious to their identities. Alas, all are unfamiliar to me. If only old Zhu were present, he would have a better understanding of these matters. Su Xianyue paid no heed to the specters, wandering amidst the flora and foliage. This, unfamiliar, that, also unknown. The herbs were entirely beyond her comprehension, many of which she had never even encountered. Soon, they arrived at a hot spring where pale blue and fiery orange converged. The eye of ice and fire. No wonder she had caught a whiff of the foul scent of rotten eggs. It was the odor of sulfur. Su Xianyue gazed with wide eyes at the two streams of water converging before her, forming a mesmerizing Tai Chi pattern. The most striking feature was the two opposing plants flanking either side. So, have you made your choice? Diggybo urged, yet Su Xianyue remained undecided. Please don't rush me. I am still contemplating. As Su Xianyue pondered, an inexplicable sensation suddenly enveloped him, prompting him to lift his head abruptly. There it was again. That peculiar feeling. This intense sensation of being irresistibly drawn had grazed Su Xianyue twice before, each time leading him to delightful discoveries. Its resurgence now indicated that something truly remarkable awaited him in close proximity. Su Xianyue continued her forward journey, ultimately halting before the entrance of a nearby cave. Oh, there's a cave here? She mused, having never noticed it before. The cave, though modest in size, evoked a sense of wonder in Diggybo, who remarked upon its secluded nature, having never visited this place before. The cave stood a meter high, necessitating a crawl to enter. And within lay the very treasures that captivated Su Xianyue's interest. Without a word, Su Xianyue dove inside. The cave was exceedingly narrow and damp, yet not repulsive. Devoid of mud. After crawling for a distance, darkness enveloped her, rendering the path invisible. However, after some time, a faint purple glow illuminated her surroundings. Finally, Su Xianyue emerged into an open space where an enchanting purple flower stood silently, emanating a soft violet luminescence. Was it a purple higanbana? Meanwhile, the specter and Diggybo, who waited outside, suddenly heard a faint roar from afar, imperceptible to the average ear, yet unmistakable to their titled Douluo senses. Trouble was brewing. A soul beast had invaded. You go ahead. Let us go together. A soul beast capable of breaching my poison formation is formidable, Diggybo urged. Typically, even Soul Douluo would hesitate to confront his poison formation. A soul beast brave enough to challenge it likely possessed considerable strength, causing Diggybo great concern. If he engaged the soul beast alone, he risked being ambushed by the other two. The specter, however, declined. My mission is to ensure Su Xianyue's safety. I could forego the reward for that herb. Hurry, follow me. That lad is safer in the cave than we are, Diggybo insisted impatiently, grabbing the specter's collar and pulling him along. The specter broke free from Diggybo's grasp, pondered briefly, then decided to accompany him. just as they departed. Su Xianyue emerged from the cave. I found her? Where did everyone go? I just heard voices. Hello? Sawasti Ka the specter and Diggybo soon arrived at the location where the soul beast had intruded. There it is, Diggybo indicated, and they beheld a colossal spider. Enveloped in dark mist, rampaging with abandon. Chapter 74. Tang San, here as some extra spice. A jet black spider disregarded Diggybo's poison formation, wreaking havoc. Upon noticing the two, it let out a roar and lunged towards them. Its massive form hurtled through the air like a missile. They evaded the attack and caught a clearer glimpse of the creature. Was this a human-faced demon spider? Had it mutated? How had it come to be like this? Diggybo recognized the creature at once. It was indeed the human-faced demon spider. The human visage and those wounded eyes, unmistakable, it was the very one they had encountered before. Yet how had it transformed so drastically? Suddenly, the specter recalled that Su Xianyue had been injured, leaving traces of blood at the scene. This human-faced demon spider must have gone into a frenzy after tasting her blood. Oh no, how careless, the specter murmured. Regardless, a 6,000-year-old beast should be comparable to a 10,000-year-old soul beast at most. As the specter contemplated, Diggybo had already engaged the human-faced demon spider in battle. And soon the specter joined in to assist. Meanwhile, Su Xianyue sat in front of the purple flower she had collected, lost in thought. Su Xianyue unearthed the soil along with the luminous flower. The question of how to absorb it perplexed her. Should she consume it directly? Lacking even a modicum of medical knowledge, Su Xianyue was troubled by how to utilize this flower. Yet, her attention was inadvertently drawn to the other celestial herbs surrounding her. So many exquisite herbs, how fortunate for Tang San. Alas, what a pity. Just as she intended to ponder further on how to absorb the flower, a sudden thought struck her, and she turned her gaze towards those celestial herbs. An audacious idea suddenly emerged in her mind. Su Xianyue unsheathed her sword and approached the nearest celestial herb. With her first soul skill, Cursed Feather, a single feather descended upon the plant. As Su Xianyue willed it, the feather transformed into an energy entity, seamlessly entering the celestial herb. Well, it remains uncertain whether this curse will transfer. Nevertheless, storing it for a few years should pose no problem. If necessary, I shall address it later. Su Xianyue had long since devised a plan to oppose Shrek Academy. Although he preferred to observe Tang San and the Spirit Hall from an outsider's perspective, he understood the necessity of being adequately prepared. His first soul skill could transform into an energy entity, allowing it to inhabit the target's body and be activated when needed. This innovative application was a product of Su Xianyue's own ingenuity. As a modern individual, his imagination far surpassed that of the rustic inhabitants of Douluo continent. There was no soul skill he could not develop. He could even fashion down jackets from feathers, albeit at the cost of substantial soul power. As he gazed at the abundant celestial herbs scattered around him, Su Xianyue leapt into action. In an instant, countless black feathers cascaded down like snowflakes, enveloping the surroundings. Each herb was adorned with no fewer than 4 or 5 feathers, with a gesture of his index and middle fingers forming a seal. The feathers seamlessly merged with the herbs. As for those on the ground, with a wave of his hand, they all dissipated into nothingness. Well, this should prove useful, otherwise engaging in a battle with Tang San in the future could be quite arduous. Su Xianyue's conception was to embed the curse within the celestial herb, allowing it to be absorbed together by Tang San and his companions. Thus, they would find themselves at a loss when attempting to dispel the curse. However, this remained merely a theoretical notion, as Su Xianyue had never put it into practice. One could only hope it would prove useful. Oh, and how could I almost forget about those 2 plants in the Eye of Ice and Fire? After confirming that nothing was amiss, Su Xianyue pondered. What will happen if my blood touches the celestial herb? Without further ado, Su Xianyue bit into her finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the nearest plant. The vivid crimson fluid merged into the leaves of the herb at the moment of contact. Initially, the herb appeared unaltered, but within seconds, it withered instantaneously. Oh dear. How reckless of me. Although this outcome was within Su Xianyue's expectations, she had not anticipated such a swift decline. In a flurry of panic, she yanked the withered celestial herb and tossed it into the fiery spring of the Eye of Ice and Fire, where it was promptly consumed by flames. After dealing with the incident, Su Xianyue wiped her brow and whistled nonchalantly as she departed. Unbeknownst to her, the incinerated herb left behind a small droplet of blood, which lingered in the fiery spring, refusing to dissipate. Meanwhile, Diggybo and his companions had successfully dealt with the man-faced demon spider. It should be dead for good now. Gue may observe the mutilated body of the spider, while Diggybo maintained a stern expression. This man-faced demon spider was impervious to my poison. How could this be? I must conduct a thorough study. After collecting several fragments of the spider's remains, Douluo departed with Gu Mei. I say, you ought to leave now. How much longer do you intend to overstay your welcome? He scoffed. Humph, as if I wished to linger. The two exchanged little more. And once their task was concluded, they traversed the poison formation back to their original location. Douluo strode directly to the eye of ice and fire, yanking Su Xianyue from her spot and tossing her to Gu Mei before beginning to usher them out. You two should leave promptly. I am quite busy. Gu Mei was eager to leave, taking Su Xianyue away with her. As Douluo watched their receding figures, he called out, remember to send the reward my way. You want to be shortchanged. The silhouettes of Gu Mei and Su Xianyue gradually faded into the forest, while Douluo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, seemingly pleased by some private thought. After a considerable time, his brow furrowed as he examined a severed limb of the man-faced demon spider closely. I must conduct thorough research, otherwise. Douluo appeared to have recalled something dreadful, shaking his head as he retreated into his humble wooden cabin. Wait, that lad wouldn't he have taken several herbs, would he? How could I have forgotten to check? Alas. Let's prioritize the urgent matters first. Su Xianyue held a small cloth pouch containing a bit of soil, within which a purple spider lily was delicately cradled in her hands. Being a living entity, it could not be stored in a soul-guiding instrument, thus she held it tenderly. This is what you've chosen? Although it appears quite beautiful, are you aware of its properties? The specter gazed at the palm-sized blossom, an unsettling sensation creeping over him, causing him to instinctively retreat. Su Xianyue was also startled by the sudden appearance of the ghostly figure. Ah, you scared me. I thought there was a soul beast. The ghostly figure, with a vigilant expression, fixated on the flower. I sense a perilous aura emanating from this thing. Are you certain you wish to consume it? Su Xianyue glanced at the flower in her hand. However, apart from a profound sense of yearning, she felt nothing else. Of course, she was uncertain about how to absorb its essence. Otherwise, she would have done so already. Eating it directly seemed unwise. Perhaps brewing it into tea would be more prudent. Spiritual herbs possess unique methods of utilization, and Su Xianyue was utterly ignorant of them. What if she wasted it through reckless use? She decided to consult old Ju when she returned. Surely he would possess the knowledge. Meanwhile, the specter gazed at the flower, pondering. This bloom is indeed terrifying. Likely not of mundane origin. I never anticipated that Douluo would possess such a remarkable treasure. The violet flower continued to emit a soft, eerie glow, rendering it extraordinarily enchanting in the darkness of the night. Su Xianyue occasionally glanced at it, her heart filled with perplexity as she pondered why she felt such an irresistible attraction towards this flower, reminiscent of the allure she experienced when obtaining her soul ring from a soul beast. Could it be a soul ring? Chapter 75, The Haunting Purple Miyu Flower. They did not linger for long, resolutely advancing in the direction they had come from, with the carriage halting at the city of Tiando. The city was not far from their location, and there were no small towns in the vicinity of the Sunset Forest, necessitating their stop at Tiando. Qian Rushue must be here. Wouldn't it be worth a visit? Never mind, it's probably of no consequence. Su Xianyue and Qian Rushue shared a pleasant rapport, yet their time together was limited to merely a few fleeting days, leaving her with a lingering sense of longing. Stop wandering aimlessly. It's time to return, she urged. Upon locating the carriage and coachman at the inn, the two hastened back without delay. After several arduous days of travel, goodness, we have finally arrived. I nearly suffocated in that carriage. Upon returning to the spirit hall, Su Xianyue intended to rest for a while, but was immediately pulled along by Gu Mei. Let us first clarify the matter of that flower in your hand. Could you not allow me a moment to recuperate? Perhaps you could inquire about it yourself while I catch up on some sleep? Gu Mei turned back, forcing a smile. Don't even think about it. You can carry that yourself. It seemed Gu Mei harbored a disdain for the flower, while Su Xianyue, with a resigned demeanor, followed her to Yu Guan's residence. Within a lavish estate adorned with a myriad of blossoms, the gentle spring breeze stirred a cascade of petals. Yu Guan was humming a tune while watering the plants. Upon sensing their presence, he turned to greet them. Oh, little Mei Mei, what brings you to my abode today? And Su Xianyue is here as well, accompanied by... Huh? Yu Guan playfully acknowledged them, but his expression shifted to one of shock upon noticing the flower in Su Xianyue's grasp. Surely, this cannot be. Stop. Do not bring it in. What is the matter? Su Xianyue placed the flower she held at the doorstep and then entered. Do you recognize that flower? Gu Mei pointed towards the flower at the entrance, glancing at the visibly alarmed Yu Guan. If I am not mistaken, that is the legendary and most terrifying flower. The Zimiyofu flower. Where did you acquire it? Yu Guan appeared thoroughly distressed, while Gue Mei and Su Xianyue exchanged bewildered looks. Observing their expressions, Yu Guan's furrowed brow remained unrelaxed. I have encountered it in ancient texts. It is said to possess the ability to strip away life and soul. Should one linger near it for too long, the soul of any living being would be directly siphoned away, transforming into nourishment for the flower. Shouldn't this flower have been eradicated? Where did you obtain it? Su Xianyue wore an expression of newfound enlightenment, her mouth agape. Oh, it truly is akin to a knife grazing one's posterior. So this flower may indeed suit me well. Hey, Su Xianyue, you don't intend to ingest it, do you? I strongly advise against it. If something goes awry, the consequences could be dire, Yu Xiaogang urged, observing Su Xianyue's demeanor and discerning her intentions. There's nothing to worry about. How could anything happen? I shall return now. As Su Xianyue prepared to depart, Gue Mei and Yu Xiaogang swiftly grasped her by each arm. This substance is perilous. You cannot be seriously contemplating its consumption. If you wish to proceed, you must first consult the Pope. She is your mentor, and her approval is essential. In front of Bibi Dong's chamber, Su Xianyue called out anxiously, "Teacher, are you there?" Suddenly, Bibi Dong emerged abruptly from behind Su Xianyue, casting a shadow that obscured the radiant sunlight shining upon him. Su Xianyue turned her head and gazed at Bibi Dong bathed in the sunlight, raising the flower in her hand. "Teacher, may I absorb this flower? Do you consent?" Su Xianyue spoke directly, while Bibi Dong gazed at the flower in her hand, her previously icy demeanor momentarily faltering. "Is this the Zimiyoku flower? Where did you acquire it?" "Oh, I obtained it while visiting Douluo for detoxification. I casually asked for it. However, that Douluo failed to recognize its value, mistaking it for an ordinary herb." Su Xianyue wore a cunning merchant's expression, while Bibi Dong maintained a serious demeanor with her brows furrowed. "Xianyue, you would do well to dispose of that. It is exceedingly perilous." "Ah, I am aware. Yet my intuition suggests that this is particularly suited for me. You know my instincts have always been remarkably accurate, master." Bibi Dong regarded the impassive Su Xianyue and then glanced at the flower in his hand, closing her eyes in contemplation. Very well, I shall remain nearby. I will intervene should any danger arise." "All right then." As for the method of absorption, Su Xianyue had a plan in mind. Since this flower evoked the sensation akin to those of soul rings, he would attempt to utilize his mental energy to absorb it as if it were a soul ring. In Su Xianyue's room, he sat cross-legged on the bed, preparing to absorb the energy, while Bibi Dong stood before him, with ghostly moonlight standing behind her. "Your Holiness, must we truly allow Su Xianyue to absorb this?" Moonlight could not help but voice her concern, yet Bibi Dong remained silent, merely shaking her head. Meanwhile, Su Xianyue closed his eyes, using his mental energy to perceive the gently swaying purple flower of the other shore before him. In Su Xianyue's perception, the radiance emanating from the flower continually converged towards him, enveloping him in a luminous aura. It was indeed beneficial. Elated, Su Xianyue promptly commenced the formal process of absorption. Within the line of sight of Bibi Dong and her companions, the flower's glow gradually dimmed, and subsequently, a white soul ring emerged from its core, floating towards Su Xianyue. Surrounding him, a soul ring? Has this flower transformed into a soul beast? For a plant to evolve into a soul beast, it must first awaken its spiritual intelligence and possess a fundamental level of wisdom to actively absorb soul power. However, most plants lack this innate ability. Merely growing from a sapling into a towering tree does not guarantee it will become a soul beast. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue the captivating content. Moreover, the higher the plant's grade, the more challenging it is to awaken its spiritual intelligence, yet under normal circumstances, it is merely a matter of time. At this moment, Su Xianyue's soul power aura was steadily ascending, continually rising. After a few minutes, with a resounding boom, a powerful wave of soul energy erupted, scattering the clutter within the room, as Su Xianyue successfully broke through to level 30. The soul ring began to resonate with Su Xianyue, emitting a humming sound and trembling incessantly. A 10-year soul ring. The Pope, Yu Xiaogang, and the others were still unaware that Su Xianyue possessed the ability to absorb souls, thereby extending the age of his soul ring, which prompted their inquiries. Naturally, Bibi Dong intervened. "No need, just watch." Subsequently, Yu Xiaogang and the others fell silent, merely observing Su Xianyue before them. The air flowed continuously around them, stirred by the humming vibrations of soul power. Witnessing this spectacle, Bibi Dong instinctively felt a premonition rise within her. This soul skill should be formidable. In the city of Tiando, A group of individuals, comprising men, women, the young, and the old, gathered. Hey, Xiaogang, where exactly is the Tiando Royal Academy? Why is there no indication on the map? Flander scrutinized the map in his hands, searching for the location of the Tiando Royal Academy, but the map bore no signs. Yu Xiaogang shot him a glance. How would I know? You still consider yourself a dean, yet you lack any leadership qualities. Hey, I can't let that go unchallenged. What do you mean consider myself a dean? I am one, Lao Zhao. Do you all understand? Zhao Wudre and the other Shrek teachers shook their heads. At this moment, Ning Rongrong sprang forth. I know. I visited the Tiando Royal Academy before. Follow me. Chapter 76, Before Long. The group arrived at the foot of the Tiando Royal Academy's mountain. This is quite a mountain, Flander remarked in awe. A few buildings were vaguely visible atop the mountain, though mostly obscured by trees. The entire mountain belongs to the Tiando Royal Academy, including the forest behind and the lake over there. Ning Rongrong's explanation caused Flander to twitch his eyelid in embarrassment. Nestled between mountains and waters, what a fine place. Yet, despite being an academy, the disparity is evident. A quip from Yu Xiaogang. Ahem, what are we discussing? Let's head in. The food inside should be delightful, and it's nearly mealtime quickly now. Flander hastily changed the subject and strode forward. However, trouble soon approached. What are you doing standing there? A group of arrogant youths, approximately 17 or 18 years old, approached them, shouting boisterously. It was none other than the Avalanche group. Flander stepped forward to greet them politely. We are from Shrek Academy. Here at your Tiando Royal Academy's invitation for an exchange of learning. Kindly lead the way. Though his words were courteous, their haughty shouts left him somewhat unsettled. The Avalanche members regarded the weary travelers with disdainful smiles. You country bumpkins wish to exchange knowledge? I see you must have run here from some back alley. Hurry up and scram, or we won't hesitate to take action. Just as the words fell, a lightning-fast figure suddenly shot forth, sending Avalanche sprawling backward. If you're not here to lead, then don't obstruct our way. Tang San withdrew his fist, his purple eyes locking onto the others. The startled lackeys glanced between Avalanche and Tang San. Do you know who we are? Do you know who he is? How dare you? Before the lackey could finish, Tang San delivered another punch, sending him flying. The others, momentarily stunned, quickly regained their composure. You dare to strike? Brothers, take him down. Just as Tang San prepared to retaliate, a hand landed on his shoulder. He turned to find Yu Xiaogang shaking his head. Meanwhile, the other members swiftly subdued Avalanche and his companions. Tang San attempted to act again, but Yu Xiaogang and Flander firmly restrained him. Xiao San, breathe and maintain your composure. Tang San's eyes brimmed with ferocity, yet after Yu Xiaogan's persuasion, he gradually calmed. Phew, I'm all right now, teacher. Only then did Yu Xiaogang and Flander release their grip. Xiao San, control yourself. Your father is not here, and causing trouble could lead to complications. Tang Hao had departed before Tang San and the others set out for Tiando City, leaving his whereabouts unknown. Following the defeat of the arrogant noble youths, a robust voice rang out. Stop! What are you doing? Upon hearing this voice, several noble youths scurried toward him, crying out for help. Teacher son, you must stand up for us. These individuals attempted to breach the academy, and when we tried to stop them, they assaulted us. Just look at how they have treated Prince Avalanche. However, the man approached, examined the unconscious Avalanche, administered some medicine, and then turned to them. Who are you? And why did you resort to violence? Flander stepped forward. Your students were the aggressors. We from Shrek Academy merely wished to converse amicably, yet they resorted to verbal abuse. What do you expect us to do? Upon hearing the term Shrek, the man's initially displeased expression softened into one of deference. You are from Shrek Academy in Soto City, Balak Kingdom? Please, follow me. He gestured for them to proceed and instructed the other students, take Avalanche away to rest. He then led the group away. After taking the healing medicine, Avalanche's lackeys planned to escort him for treatment, but he regained consciousness shortly thereafter. Phew, that scared me. Thankfully, I used a defensive soul guide. Boss, were you just pretending to be dead? You scared me to death. Avalanche slapped him in annoyance. What do you mean pretending? That's called tactics. I was planning to launch a surprise attack, but I didn't expect Teacher Sun to arrive so quickly. Avalanche rose, brushing himself off, and gazed in the direction they had departed. Those individuals are exceptionally formidable, but I cannot let this grievance go unpunished. I must seek out my royal uncle. Let us see how they will remain here. One of the lackeys seemed to hesitate. Your Highness, this might not be wise. Not wise? What do you mean? If I do not avenge this, how can I still be considered a wayward prince? Ah, it seems I have let something slip. The members of Shrek Academy were admiring the surrounding scenery. The air in this place is quite pleasant, although the quality of the students leaves much to be desired. It serves as a splendid retirement locale. They chatted amiably, listening to Qin Ming's introduction as they unwittingly approached the Academy's committee, where three elderly gentlemen stood quietly. After a brief self-introduction, the main event commenced. "This boy must be Tang San. I have heard of you. Truly a remarkable talent," one of the elders remarked. Tang San politely replied, "I do not consider myself a genius." However, he soon sensed the atmosphere around him becoming oppressive, as an overwhelming pressure of soul power enveloped him. "Is this a test? Then let it come." Rather than resisting with his soul power, Tang San chose to rely on his physical strength, eager to discover his limits. The pressure, initially at level 30, seemed underestimated. Gradually, it escalated to level 40, at which point Tang San could no longer refrain from unleashing his martial soul for defense. Although it was evident that he was struggling, as the pressure began to subside, Tang San shouted, "I can take more. Please continue." Jilin observed Tang San with a mix of surprise and admiration. "Then let us proceed." The soul power pressure gradually climbed to level 45. Suddenly, the 8 spider lances erupted forth, startling the 3 soul Douluos from their seats. "Is that an external soul bone?" Yu Xiaogang expressed his gratitude to Jilin, acknowledging that the boy's soul bone had now fully integrated with him. "I can still endure. Please continue," Tang San interrupted, his body strained but resolute. It was evident that his previous training had been exceptionally arduous. "Continue? Young man, are you certain?" Jilin questioned, his gaze filled with concern. Yet Tang San's unwavering determination revealed a hint of ferocity. "Well, you possess a fighting spirit, but, Sai, let us carry on." Jilin seemed moved by his resolve and increased the pressure once more. "Be cautious. This is level 50 pressure." At present, Tang San's soul power stood at level 34, and the pressure had far surpassed his capacity. Nevertheless, he persevered, his muscles taut under the strain, as the blue silvergrass he used for defense began to falter. "Enough. This boy has remarkably withstood level 55 pressure." Jilin and the others marveled at Tang San, who was now gasping for breath, supported by his companions. Chapter 77. The third soul skill of Su Xianyue. Having endured the pressure of level 55, Tang San had opened his meridians, enhancing his physical prowess. Jilin and the others engaged in light conversation with him until a voice interrupted from behind. "The chief of the dream machine is present." Without a doubt. It was Shuexing, accompanied by Douluo, coming to defend Shuebang. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Shuexing swiftly brushed past them, addressing the dream machine. How could the Academy allow this group of unknown individuals to enter freely? As the argument ensued, Tang San felt the weight of a cold gaze upon him. Turning, he met Douluo's piercing green eyes. "Are you Tang San?" Douluo approached Tang San directly, displaying a peculiar interest in him. "Yes, may I inquire your name?" "My surname is Douluo. I have heard that you have cured my granddaughter's poison and fought recklessly. Upon seeing you today, I can discern the ferocity in your eyes. You are indeed extraordinary." With Xiao Wu's capture weighing heavily on him, Tang San's emotions were taut, bordering on volatility, his dark circles rivaling those of Su Xianyue. "Your granddaughter. Douluo Yin? The Xiongwang poison has been vanquished. Tang San, I find you quite intriguing." Just then, Shuexing shouted at them. "If you can withstand 5 minutes under this esteemed Douluo's pressure, I will allow you to join the Tiando Royal Academy." At that moment, Douluo unleashed his soul power. 9 soul rings floating around him. A tidal Douluo. As Tang San and the others braced themselves, they could not help but express their astonishment. "No need for that. If we are unwelcome here, we shall take our leave." Yu Xiaogang shouted at Douluo, who retracted his soul power pressure. "Then be gone." The 3 committee members attempted to intervene, but Shuexing denied them the opportunity, issuing an expulsion order. Douluo then departed. Meanwhile, Su Xianyue successfully absorbed the flower and slowly opened her eyes. Has night fallen? Upon opening her eyes, she beheld the darkened sky outside the window and suddenly sensed something beside her. "How do you feel?" "Ah, teacher, you startled me." Bibiong sat beside Su Xianyue, having suddenly spoken, causing her to jump. Bibiong remained silent, simply observing Su Xianyue, who was attuning himself to his own level. This sensation? 32? Wait, why only 32? Where did my soul rings go?" Su Xianyue hastily unleashed his spirit rings, revealing 3 rings, 2 black and 1 white, floating behind him. As he directed the rings to hover before him, Su Xianyue gazed at the unexpectedly manifested 3rd spirit ring. This spirit ring belongs to that flower, which is now transformed into a spirit beast. It has fortuitously become yours. After all, the age of the spirit ring is inconsequential to you. Let me witness your spirit abilities, Bibi Dong remarked, observing Su Xianyue's spirit rings. Su Xianyue craned her neck to observe Bibi Dong, absorbing the information transmitted by the soul ring. Soul skills. Oh. Impressive. Bibi Dong. What is it? Su Xianyue beamed with a smile as she gazed at Bibi Dong. Teacher, allow me to demonstrate outside for you. After a moment's hesitation, Bibi Dong decided to follow the mysteriously enigmatic Su Xianyue out, then do so swiftly. In the courtyard beyond, Su Xianyue wielded a long sword, a radiant white spirit ring shimmering behind her. At that moment, surrounding her sword, a circle of black barriers materialized, forming a sphere with a diameter of 10 meters, enveloping Su Xianyue entirely. Is this really it? I felt a twinge of disappointment, having anticipated something far more splendid. Su Xianyue retracted her soul skill, her expression tinged with disappointment. No, deeply disheartened. My soul skill allows me to absorb souls. Any entity with a lower rank within a certain radius will have their soul drawn away within 3 minutes. Indeed, it is as formidable as it sounds, which is why Su Xianyue perceives it to be adorned with splendid effects. Furthermore, it is a conceptual soul skill, regardless of the target's abilities. As long as their rank is inferior to Su Xianyue's and they remain within the area for 3 minutes, it results in instant death, utterly inescapable. The only drawback is the 3-minute wait before death. Somewhat cumbersome, but as the age of the soul ring increases, the duration should diminish. Soul deprivation? You. Bibi Dong exclaimed in astonishment, but after a moment of contemplation, she regained her composure. Regardless, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Oh, what is it? Su Xianyue inquired with curiosity at Bibi Dong's sudden change of subject. Bibi Dong took a deep breath and slowly articulated. In 2 years, the elite competition of advanced soul masters from across the continent will take place, with all advanced soul master academies participating, including our own team. I would like to ask if you would be willing to join us. The elite competition is a prestigious event, and winning the championship is regarded as the highest honor. For instance, Shrek Academy soared to prominence after their victory, especially since Lu Erlong had nearly disbanded the academy prior to that. The number of participants is overwhelming. Well, I suppose I could participate, treating it as a form of amusement. However, do you truly have such confidence in me, teacher, to allow me to partake in such a competition? Su Xianyue felt a twinge of curiosity regarding why Bibi Dong had chosen to let herself compete. However, spurred by this intrigue, Su Xianyue acquiesced. I have great faith in you. Merely managing to hold your ground against Yen is commendable. Not to mention, you possess these remarkable skills. When the time comes, give it your all and do not disappoint the expectations I have placed upon you. With that, Bibi Dong vanished in a flicker. Su Xianyue stood still, lost in thought. The competition, does that mean I will have to face Tang San and his companions? Should I strive to win? It seems that the outcome may not significantly alter the narrative, so I shall endeavor to triumph. The soul bone obtained from the tournament may hold little value for Tang San and his group. After all, the protagonist's halo still resides with them. Without this soul bone, they might very well acquire others. Alas, I shall not dwell on it. I will address it when the time comes. For now, there is nothing else to occupy my time, so I shall engage in some cultivation. Su Xianyue entered the room and began her cultivation. Meanwhile, Tang San had already been captured by Douluo. Awakening, there was no need for pretense. At merely 13 years of age, his mindset was remarkably mature. As he roused the feigning Tang San, Douluo crossed his arms and leaned against a tree, observing Tang San, who was seated on the ground. The medicinal wine of Realgar could counteract poison, but surely it was not sufficient to neutralize the venom of the azure-scaled serpent. Tang San scoffed, his bloodshot eyes framed by slightly faded dark circles, mocking Douluo. Realgar counters serpent venom. Potent liquor amplifies the medicinal properties, and with the aid of intense flames, it can indeed neutralize the serpent's poison. Tang San spoke with an air of confidence, piquing Douluo's curiosity. Young lad, you seem unafraid of me. Do you perhaps hold my poison in contempt? Tang San retorted with a cold laugh. Your poison? Merely garbage. What is there to fear? You seek death, Douluo exclaimed, seizing Tang San by the throat and lifting him off the ground. Over the years, those who have questioned me have met their demise. Do you wish to be the next? Were it not for my admiration of your ingenious method of counteracting poison, you would have perished long ago. Chapter 78. The curious red pearl. Choked by Douluo, Tang San gritted his teeth and managed to utter a few words. My father, Tang Hao. With a thud, Tang San was tossed to the ground. Tang Hao, young man, you may eat indiscriminately, but do not speak recklessly. You claim to be Tang Hao's son. What proof have you? Dugyubo's demeanor changed, clearly wary of Tang Hao. Tang San revealed his small hammer. Is this sufficient? The Haoyan hammer. If that madman Tang Hao discovers I have killed his son, well, I would have no choice but to flee with Yan Yan. However, as long as I remain undetected, thus, I cannot allow you to live. As he spoke, Dugyubo conjured a green mist, which he hurled toward Tang San. Unfazed, Tang San smiled. I may perish, but your prideful poison will soon accompany me. The poison mist abruptly halted, almost reaching him. What nonsense are you spouting? My poison could never harm me. I have lived 78 years, always poisoning others. Never have I been poisoned myself, not even by my own hand. Observing Dugyubo's unstable emotions, Tang San's smile grew more sardonic. He is agitated. He is agitated. Let me ask you, on rainy days, do you not feel an itch in your ribs that intensifies, striking twice at noon and midnight, lasting a full hour? Furthermore, at the witching hour, do you not suffer from a prickling pain atop your head, yet deny being poisoned? Tang San's words darkened Dugyubo's expression as they struck true. You, to speak plainly, only I can cure your poison. Now, do you still wish to kill me? With a powerful surge of soul power, an overwhelming pressure enveloped Tang San, but it did not last long. In a fit of rage, Dugyubo vented his frustration while maintaining an arrogant demeanor. What do you desire? Tang San, regaining his composure, glared at Dugyubo. What of your attitude? Is this how one beseeches another? But alas, your demeanor reveals your lack of refinement. I am curious how you have survived this long, when your level of poisoning is beyond mere soul power to suppress. As he spoke, Dugyubo's face darkened with rage. Youngster, persist in your arrogance, and I shall ensure our demise together. Oh, then come forth. Your beloved granddaughter shall soon join us. I would not mind additional company on the road to the underworld. Tang San's words struck a nerve with Dugyubo. Very well, you possess courage. I admire that. Follow me. Dugyubo, utilizing his soul power, led Tang San toward the Eye of Ice and Fire. Upon arrival, Tang San's eyes sparkled with wonder as he beheld the surroundings. I now understand why you, old monster, have lived so long. You occupy such a treasure. A treasure? Let that be set aside. I do not believe you can cure my poison. First, you must prove it. Prove it? Very well. Use this treasure as you wish. I may not produce an antidote immediately, but I can concoct remedies to alleviate the symptoms. Dugyubo, observing Tang San's confident demeanor, closed his eyes in contemplation. Very well. If you are indeed Tang Hao's son, I will trust you for now. You may utilize my medicinal garden, but if you fail to produce an antidote within a day, I shall take my family and ensure your demise. With that, Dugyubo departed, leaving Tang San to admire the abundant array of exquisite herbs and the prominent celestial treasures. His smile broadened as he realized the old monster possessed an Eye of Ice and Fire. No wonder he clung to life so stubbornly. Ah, to have free reign. Haha. Elated, Tang San eagerly began harvesting the herbs, stuffing the precious plants into his storage soul guide. As he gathered, he reached the springs where the two streams converged. Upon witnessing two herbs growing at either end of the springs, he trembled with excitement. Octagonal ice grass, fiery apricot blossom. Two celestial herbs with opposing attributes, both highly toxic. Yet, when consumed together, they counterbalanced each other perfectly. Heaven has aided me. Employing a special technique, he harvested the herbs and devoured them eagerly. Tang San's body was overwhelmed by the conflicting energies, weaving together yet resisting one another. This is untenable. I shall not endure for long. With that thought, Tang San leaped into the convergence of the Eye of Ice and Fire. In that moment, the trajectory of his future was irrevocably altered. Body tempering with ice and fire, my physique can be vastly enhanced, and I shall attain immunity to both attributes, impervious to all poisons. Wait, what is happening? Tang San sensed something unprecedented within him, as if a new entity had materialized out of thin air. My consciousness is fading. What is transpiring? As his consciousness wavered, the protective soul power faltered, and his garments dissolved in the spring's waters. His muscles twitched, and his body contorted, seemingly undergoing immense agony. What is this? Using his spiritual power to sense within, he discovered a small red pearl, no larger than 5 millimeters in diameter, had inexplicably appeared within him. The energy emanating from this red pearl was unsettling, causing Tang San's mind to spiral. In addition to the torment of body tempering, the greater hindrance stemmed from this peculiar object. I seem to sense power within this thing. An insatiable craving suddenly surged within him, compelling Tang San to absorb its energy. His soul power turned wild, and his mind felt increasingly overwhelmed. His consciousness pushed aside. I must stop. This entity is far too perilous. But could he truly halt its influence? Tang San also realized that this entity was gradually encroaching upon his consciousness. If he did not devise a strategy soon, he would lose his sanity, either dissolving into the spring water or becoming a mere shell of a person. A solution, a solution, a solution. Eureka! The 8 spider lances surged forth, while Tang San exerted himself to channel the ferocious energy into the lances. Since my body cannot withstand it, this is the only way. The 8 spider lances, now tainted crimson, began to morph and twist as they grew. Simultaneously, Tang San absorbed a significant amount of this violent energy. Though his closed eyes showed no change in his pupils, the whites of his eyes gradually turned black. As dawn broke, sunlight filtered through the dense canopy of trees. Dazed, Tang San emerged from the ice and fire yin-yang well, shaking his head. What has happened to me? Upon inspecting his body, he discovered something remarkable. His physical abilities had significantly enhanced, the magnitude of the improvement far exceeding his expectations. Could this be a result of that peculiar entity? What exactly is it? While Tang San pondered, Douluo suddenly appeared. Kid, where's my antidote? Antidote? How could I have forgotten about that? Tang San mumbled as Douluo, visibly frustrated, shouted. What? Forgotten? You. And no, how could I forget? It's just that you didn't even provide me with a cauldron to concoct the medicine. A rather grandiloquent excuse. Douluo's eyelid twitched as he tossed a large cauldron at him. Hurry up and refine it. Chapter 79. The troubled Douluo, just waking up, Su Xianyue stifled a long yawn, groggily sitting up in bed. She looked around in bewilderment before lying back down. Ultimately, however, she grew impatient and got up again. How boring this is without a phone, a computer, or novels to read. The only means to pass the time were the books in the library. This simple life, though unadorned, was exceedingly dull. Each morning, it had become a habit for Su Xianyue to exclaim her boredom. Should I take a trip to the Stardew Forest? After all, having a white soul ring on my head doesn't look good. Although she felt a bit puzzled by the sudden appearance of this white soul ring. It did not seem problematic, so she chose to ignore it. What? You're going to the Stardew Forest again? You just returned from the Sunset Forest. Shouldn't you rest a few more days? Bibi Dong looked at Su Xianyue, speaking slowly. Indeed, but it's just so boring, and there is nothing entertaining to do. So I can only go to the Stardew Forest for some amusement. You won't object, will you? Bibi Dong contemplated for a moment before responding. It's not that I object, but Yu Xiaogang and Guimei both have pressing matters, and no one can guarantee your safety. So, HM? They have urgent matters? Where has Elder Gui gone? Yu Xiaogang is responsible for protecting Hulaina, who has recently gone out, but Guimei's whereabouts are rather strange. He went to deliver a reward to Douluo. Didn't he promise that for you? I had forgotten about that. Wait, does that mean no one is overseeing me? Su Xianyue felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Finally, he was free from scrutiny and could roam freely. However, after some contemplation, he decided against it. After all, encountering a soul beast like the crimson-eyed night owl would be disastrous. It was best to refrain. He would take his leave instead. Without a bodyguard in tow, Bibi Dong would never permit Su Xianyue to venture out, a fact he was well aware of. So he chose not to press the matter further. Alas, the library would have to suffice. How dull, how utterly tedious. In the Sunset Forest, a phantom soared through the air, carrying the reward destined for Douluo. This Douluo was indeed insatiable to demand such a thing. Muttering to himself, he finally arrived before the poisonous formation. Old poisoner, here is your reward. Douluo descended slowly from the sky. Oh, you've arrived so swiftly? The phantom retrieved a small pouch from his storage soul tool and tossed it to Douluo, who opened the bag to inspect its contents. Indeed, it appears to be excellent quality. You haven't tampered with it, have you? The phantom retorted with a cold smirk. Don't flatter yourself. It has already reached your hands. Here's the antidote. Su Xianyue still bore the poison administered by Douluo, a fact that ghostly charm was well aware of. Otherwise, the spirit hall would not have been so compliant in offering a reward. Moreover, the spirit hall was unable to neutralize Douluo's poison. While a titled Douluo could resist it, Su Xianyue was not so fortunate. Once afflicted, there was no remedy. All right, here you go. Douluo tossed him a pill before turning to leave, his lips curving into an unceasing smile. Ghostly Charm glanced at the pill in his hand, feeling apprehensive about its authenticity as an antidote, yet he had no choice but to place his trust in Douluo for the moment. Douluo, I warn you, if you dare to play tricks, the spirit hall will not spare you. Douluo, hearing ghostly charms shout, merely smiled and shook his head, amused by the intensity of his anger. Returning to the vicinity of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Tang Xin sat cross-legged in meditation. Little monster, take a look at what this is. Douluo waved a small pouch in front of him before tossing it over. What? Are these seeds of the ten-leaf? You don't even have these in your herbal garden. Where did you procure them? Tang Xin marveled at the pouch of seeds in his hand, astonished. Hee. I swindled them from the spirit hall. Impressive, right? Douluo boasted. How on earth did you manage to do that? Douluo, brimming with pride, slowly explained. I cured that little sissy of the poison from the man-faced demon spider and exchanged it for a purple herb. That little sissy looked about your age. And while I'm not familiar with that herb, it surely can't be more precious than these 10-leaf. Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes widened. What? You exchanged ice and fire in yagai herbs? Hey, why are you so excited? Tang San was naturally thrilled. For part of the ice and fire yin-yang, I contained celestial herbs. While the 10-leaf was certainly valuable, it paled in comparison to some celestial varieties. If Douluo had traded for something particularly rare, it would be a significant loss. Quickly, tell me what the herb you exchanged looked like. Tang San grasped Douluo's collar, despite their height difference, his 1.7-meter stature exuding an aura that felt much taller. Douluo pushed him away, exasperated. All right. Why the fuss? I remember it was a purple flower, resembling the red spirit flower. Tang San's mind began to race. The purple red spirit flower? Is it about this tall, glowing, and does it evoke a sense of unease if you stare at it too long? Douluo pondered for a moment and nodded. I don't know about the unease, but it looked just like you described. It was quite beautiful, but what use could the red spirit flower have? The purple variety must be a mutation. Don't you think I struck gold? This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading. In addition to the 10-leaf seeds, the spirit hall also promised not to pursue him any further, unless he was dishonest. With this thought, Douluo felt an overwhelming sense of pride, his smile radiating. Meanwhile, Tang San stood with his mouth agape in astonishment, then facepalmed in disbelief. Old monster. You've made a grave mistake. That was the purple mysterious fright flower, a flower exceedingly rare even among celestial specimens. What? Purple what flower? The purple mysterious fright flower. It is said that the red spirit flower can connect with the realm of the deceased, but that is merely a legend. The purple mysterious fright flower, however, truly possesses such abilities. You haven't just made a loss. You've lost everything but your trousers. Douluo stood frozen, his lips trembling in disbelief, and then, my flower. He buried his face in his hands, tears of regret streaming down. Tang San seized the moment to deliver a final blow. The 10-leaf is indeed precious, but most of what you have in your herbal garden surpasses it in value. Alas, you've suffered the consequences of ignorance. Frustrated, Douluo let out a long wail. Achoo, huh? Am I catching a cold? Su Xianyue sneezed, wiped her nose, and touched her forehead. It was already noon, time to indulge in a meal. As she gazed at the dishes before her on the dining table, she pondered the intricacies of life. Where should she go to pass the time? The city of carnage? No, it was still too early for that. Venturing there would likely lead to demise. The far north? That too would be a perilous endeavor. So where should she venture? The Douluo continent offered little in terms of assistance, with most areas fraught with danger. And it was still too premature for her to engage in such pursuits. Chapter 80. Revelry and toast. A few days later, the ghostly figure returned, accompanied by Yin and others. Upon hearing of their return, Su Xianyue immediately sought them out, for they were among his few cherished friends. However, it appeared that Yin was not in a good state. In a tavern within the Soul Master City, Yin was gulping down his drink fervently, while Su Xianyue sat beside him at a loss for words. What on earth transpired? Why do you insist on drowning your sorrows and drink upon your return? Meanwhile, Yin lamented. Woo-woo. Hick. I feel utterly desolate. Woo-woo. Su Xianyue. So what exactly happened, pray tell? The usually arrogant and unrestrained Yin now appeared as though he were a long-suffering boyfriend betrayed, drowning his sorrows in drink, utterly devoid of his former demeanor. Due to his recklessness, Xiaonana and the others sustained some injuries. Although they are not serious, he is still loathed for it. Yu Xiaogang unexpectedly materialized beside them, sipping his drink lightly. At his utterance, Yin wept even more sorrowfully. Su Xianyue sighed, reflecting on the fact that this was not the first time such behavior had occurred. Consequently, Nana and the others could no longer tolerate it and urged him to engage in some introspection. The Pope, concerned, had sent her to check on him. Finding everything seemingly fine, she decided to take her leave. After sipping a cup of clear sake, Yu Xiaogang departed, leaving Su Xianyue in a state of bewilderment. Unsure of what to say. Indeed, it seemed he was in need of change. With a soft whimper, he raised his glass, and the sound of drinking echoed. Tun 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 tun. Meanwhile, Yin picked up a jar of liquor and continued to drink, while Su Xianyue maintained his speechless demeanor. May you drink yourself to oblivion, he thought, glancing at the jars of alcohol beside him, his lips curling as he considered the temptation. It had been over a decade since he last indulged. Unable to resist any longer, Su Xianyue poured himself a small cup and savored it. Delightful liquor. Such a little amount is hardly sufficient. Drink more. The inebriated Yin tossed a large jar of wine into Su Xianyue's arms. Su Xianyue. The specter returning from the sunset forest was reporting to Bibi Dong. Indeed, he only requested such seeds, and he appeared quite pleased. With the presence of the purple Miyu horror flower in Douluo's possession, it is possible that other rare herbs might be found. Did you encounter any of those herbs during your visit? Your Holiness, I lack knowledge regarding herbs, but those herbs seemed exceedingly rare. I had not seen them elsewhere, perhaps. They are all precious medicinal materials. As he spoke, a hint of malice flickered in the specter's eyes. Bibi Dong could not help but chuckle. Ah, you promised not to act against him again? Have you forgotten so quickly? I am incompetent. The specter replied. Bibi Dong closed her eyes in contemplation for a moment. While seizing by force is not out of the question, do you possess the confidence for it? I fear he would rather shatter than yield, and it is not yet time to turn against him. Once my plan is realized. I wonder who will come to Douluo's aid then. Your wisdom is unparalleled. Bibi Dong looked upward, her eyes filled with melancholy and a touch of gentleness. Do not let me down, she murmured to herself, exuding a peculiar beauty in her sorrow. Ah, gulp, gulp, gulp. Drink, drink, drink. Yin directly drank from the jar, consuming 5 jars in total, while Su Xianyue managed 3. Yet, Yin was intoxicated, while Su Xianyue remained completely sober. The advantages of possessing soul power are undeniable. In the past, 3 cups would have rendered me inebriated, and now, even after 3 jars, I feel nothing. Finally experiencing the sensation of being impervious to intoxication, Su Xianyue felt an unparalleled sense of relief. Glancing at the 3 empty jars before her, she pondered whether she might have overindulged. Drink. Yin slumped onto the table, mumbling. How did I get this drunk? Stop drinking, or there'll be nothing left. I'm not drunk. Su Xianyue nudged Yin's arm, who merely swatted her away, insisting, I am not drunk. Yin sat there in a daze, while Su Xianyue found herself at a loss for what to do. Just as she contemplated dragging Yin back, he suddenly spoke. Su Xianyue. Why doesn't Nana like me? Why do you ask? Just look at yourself. How can you even question that? The situation resembled comforting a heartbroken roommate in college, helpless yet necessary. What do you mean by that? I have high talent and decent looks. Why wouldn't she find me appealing? The drunken Yin exclaimed loudly, only for a voice to emerge behind him. You wonder why? You've only been told a couple of things, and now you're drowning in a barrel of alcohol. Oh, Sister Na. Hu Laina suddenly appeared, and Su Xianyue greeted her. Huh? Nana. Yin struggled to rise, swaying toward Hu Laina, but stumbled into her embrace. I really want to punch you. Do you know that? See, you pushed Yin away from her arms, taking out a handkerchief to wipe the drool on her chest. I was worried you'd run off to drink yourself senseless without inviting me. See, you said, receiving a glare from Hu Laina, prompting her to quickly amend her words. Yin, look at this ridiculous state. With that, she slapped the drowsy Yin sitting on the stool, jolting him awake. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Why are you all here? Yin, regaining some awareness, utilized his soul power to sober up while hastily arranging his appearance. I'm fine now. The restored Yin still looked somewhat dazed, while Xianyue sat nearby, opening another jar of wine. Hey, you come to drink osmanthus wine without inviting me, yet expect me to forgive you? Yin awkwardly scratched his head. Then drink as you please. It's on me. That is more like it. Hu Laina took a seat on the opposite side, her expression serious. Yin, this is your final warning. Do not act recklessly. You must change your ways. The competition is in 2 years, and this pertains to the honor of the Spirit Hall. Yes. Yin nodded vigorously, resembling a quail in front of Hu Laina, while Xianyue and Su Xianyue struggled to suppress their laughter. All right, Yin. Since you're treating us to drinks today, we shall forgive you. Xianyue quickly diverted the topic, and Yin eagerly replied, then it settled. I'll treat you all to drinks. Haha. Osmanthus wine, my friends, brings an involuntary smile to Su Xianyue's face. Haha. Cheers. After a brief reunion, Bibi Dong commenced their special training. You are the pride of the Spirit Hall, and I believe you will achieve victory in the upcoming competition. However, before that, Elder Ju and Elder Gue will take turns conducting your special training. For the next 2 years, you shall follow their lead. Su Xianyue and her companions were given special attention, as they were to be the main forces in their endeavors, while the other teammates lagged somewhat behind. Thus they did not practice together. They would occasionally engage in team competitions to enhance their synergy, but generally, each would hone their individual skills. Well then. For the next 2 years, I shall take good care of you. Yu Guan's previously delicate voice carried a newfound seriousness. Chapter 81. The Terrifying Poison, did you know? The rewards for the competition have been finalized. What are they? The rewards for the grand tournament had remained uncertain for some time, and they were all curious about what such a large-scale event would bestow. Naturally, Su Xianyue had always been in the know. Isn't it just those 3 soul bones? What else could it be? Yu Guan chuckled mischievously. Actually, it's 4 soul bones. Aren't you thrilled? Oh. Excitement filled the eyes of the 3, especially Yin, who was bouncing around like an exuberant gorilla. Su Xianyue furrowed her brow. For soul bones? Such a grand gesture? As soon as she voiced her question, she immediately grasped the implication. For soul bones meant that the extra one was intended for her. Originally, there were only 3 soul bones, but now there was inexplicably an additional one, clearly prepared for Su Xianyue. Well, they are all for you, the voice continued. Originally, the Pope intended to give them directly to you, but they cannot be given without reason. Such precious items naturally require a suitable justification. Hence they became the rewards for the grand competition. So, if you desire them, you must put in the effort. Although Su Xianyue coveted these soul bones, she couldn't help but think of Tang San, who was endowed with a protagonist aura. She questioned whether she could match his capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head. Forget it. I'll deal with it later. It is still too early. Moon Quan smiled briefly before addressing them. Next, I will train you diligently. Upon hearing this, the group quickly suppressed their excitement and listened attentively. Primarily, we will focus on enhancing your teamwork skills. After all, during the competition, it will largely depend on the 4 of you. Now, let us begin. Thus, they commenced their preparations for the grand contest. Several months later, at the Ice and Fire Tuinai, Tang San was, as usual, refining medicine with the herbs provided by Douluo when he heard Douluo's voice behind him. So, little monster, have you found a way to study that substance? Old monster, look, I have extracted it, Tang San said, presenting a small jade vial to Douluo. Though his expression was grave, this substance, I would dare to call it the most domineering poison. Any other toxins that come into contact with it are dissolved. Douluo frowned and opened the vial, revealing a dark red liquid that emitted no discernible odor. Could this be what neutralized my poison? He pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Tang San continued, I have never encountered anything like it. It can detoxify, yet it is poisonous in itself. Unfortunately, I lack the means to test its toxicity. Otherwise, I might have been able to study it further. By the way, old monster, could you assist me in capturing a few soul beasts? I could conduct a thorough investigation. With a haughty snort, Douluo returned the vial but nonetheless complied, heading off to catch some soul beasts. Tang San, unfazed, stared at the small jade vial, lost in thought. Such a formidable poison could not possibly be a mere product of a 6,000-year-old faceless spider. According to the old monster, the faceless spider he had slain was in a frenzied state, likely due to this substance. Tang San touched his eyelid and took out a mirror to examine his entirely black scara. It felt strangely familiar, and he was struck by an impulse to consume it. He began to suspect that this poison might be the cause of his current condition. At that moment, Douluo returned, tossing down a few 100-year-old soul beasts. These are a few soul beasts I have raised. You may have them. As a poisoned Douluo, Douluo naturally kept some experimental subjects, which was entirely normal. Tang San observed the soul beasts on the ground, all of which had succumbed to the poison, lying limp with only their mouths twitching. Your soul beasts are rather. The poisoning response is most evident in rodent-type soul beasts. Don't mind their appearance. Hurry and test it. Just then, something unusual occurred. The moment Tang San opened the vial, the incapacitated rodent soul beast suddenly stood up, their murky eyes fixated on the vial in Tang San's hand, revealing an unmistakable glint of greed. Had it not been for Douluo's poison still being effective, they might have pounced. Tang San stepped back in fright, realizing their trembling legs posed no threat. He extracted a drop of the liquid from the jade vial and flicked it onto the closest soul beast's mouth. Instantly, its eyes bulged, gradually becoming engulfed in darkness, until they were entirely black. Simultaneously, its skin appeared to corrode, with patches of fur falling away. revealing skin that looked as if it had been splashed with acid. Douluo's poison also seemed to be eroded. The beast began to struggle and roar. This transformation occurred in an instant. The next second, Douluo's immense soul power suppressed the frenzied soul beast. Indeed, this poison can drive soul beasts into madness, and it possesses considerable strength. Even under the pressure of a tidal Douluo's soul power, the frenzied 100-year-old soul beast still writhed. The other soul beasts had already succumbed, but this one continued to fight back. After about 10 minutes, the soul beast finally lay still, a 100-year soul ring rising from its body. It's dead. Tang San squatted down, using a small knife to dissect the soul beast and examine its internal condition. What lay before him was utterly shocking. As he was confronted with a grotesque sight, all muscle tissue had been corroded into something resembling a wasp nest, soft and sticky, with pitifully little blood, tainted blood trickling sluggishly onto the ground. The creature's demise was so tragic it defied description. Old monster, is your poison capable of this level of destruction? Do you underestimate me? Of course it is capable, though it's a pity. However, to drive it to moreover. I have not observed him for quite some time. Could it be? Tang San fell into contemplation. Unaware of the intricate enmity between his family and the spirit hall, Tang Hao had merely informed him that the spirit hall was his adversary. Could it be that they indeed placed such a poison within the eye of ice and fire? But why would they do such a thing? Could it be that they anticipated someone would engage in body refinement within? No, surely not. Tang San would never realize that this was merely an embarrassing accident. The strength is commendable, showing improvement. Continue. Yu Guan, while fending off Yan's onslaught, spoke and praised him simultaneously. Behold the sword. Behold the sword. Behold the sword. Behold the sword. Once more, behold the sword. Holding her sword, Su Xianyue unleashed a series of her own chaotic yet effective sword techniques towards Yu Guan. Although her movements were disordered, they were far from superfluous, captivating in their flamboyance. Yu Guan, not one to be foolish enough to engage directly, deftly evaded her strikes. Su Xianyue possessed an astonishing strength. A single blow from her would be utterly devastating. Yu Guan observed the numerous craters left in the ground by Su Xianyue's sword. Mere displays of brute force executed with a slender blade. Despite its delicate appearance, she wielded it with the might of a broadsword, causing Yu Guan's heart to race. Could it truly be that she was only level 30? This question had crossed his mind more than once. Her strength seemed utterly disproportionate to her level. As Yu Guan pondered this, the pair of crescent blades wielded by Xianyue suddenly appeared, aimed at his neck. Startled, he narrowly dodged the attack while countering, sending Xianyue sprawling. However, Yu Guan soon sensed something amiss. Su Xianyue had vanished. Where is she? Above, he exclaimed, glancing skyward. Indeed, beneath the blinding sunlight. Su Xianyue was plummeting from the heights, her sword pointed menacingly towards him. Behold my descent from the heavens, she cried. Watch out, shouted Yin and the others as they scrambled to safety. With a resounding crash, a mushroom cloud of dust and debris began to rise from the impact. Cough, cough. Su Xianyue, could you not? Oh dear. Serves you right, Yin said, brushing away the dust to reveal Su Xianyue. Lying at the bottom of a deep crater, gasping. Calculation, she managed to utter. Su Xianyue struggled to utter these few words, signifying that she was still alive. Hey, Su Xianyue, are you all right? If you are fine, quickly get up. Yu Guan suddenly appeared beside her, prodding her with his foot. Su Xianyue sprang to his feet, shaking his head and patting his body. Paw, paw, paw. I'm fine. He spat out the sand from his mouth and examined himself. Yu Guan glanced at him, confirming that he was unscathed, and sighed. I've told you countless times. Refrain from employing techniques you lack confidence in. Look at you. You nearly got yourself into trouble again. Am I not fine? Has today's training concluded? Su Xianyue dabbed her face with the handkerchief handed to her by Hulaina and inquired about Yu Guan. Yu Guan lifted her gaze to the sky, where the sun was positioned in the southern expanse, marking the zenith of noon. Indeed, it was also time for a meal. You are always so punctual when it comes to dining. Let us disperse. Oh, I almost forgot. This afternoon, make sure to rest well. Tomorrow morning, you shall accompany me for training. Nana, as I mentioned before, prepare yourselves accordingly. With that, Yu Guan sauntered away leisurely. Out again? How delightful. Su Xianyue let out a joyful cheer and departed with a few companions. I inquired, Sister Na, where are we headed this time? This time, we are set to deal with several wanted criminals, approximately 3 in number. Among them is a Soul Emperor, accompanied by 2 Soul Kings. I suspect they are affiliated with the group we confronted previously. Yin nodded in agreement. Indeed, ordinarily, handling fugitives is not a task that requires our spirit hall's intervention, However, this serves as a practical combat exercise for us. Initially, I intended to bring you along last time, but you hadn't yet reached level 30, so I didn't tea. During our last encounter when they were drinking, Yan's recklessness nearly led to disaster, but fortunately, Yu Xiaogang was present. Growth through real combat is far more effective than in the battle arena, if the intelligence is accurate. My brother and I should have no trouble utilizing our martial soul fusion skill against the Soul Emperor. And you two should be able to manage one of the Soul Kings each. As they engaged in casual conversation, strategizing their approach, Su Xianyue learned about their adversaries. The Soul Emperor possessed a blood-sucking bat martial soul, while the two Soul Kings wielded a bell and a blade respectively, their martial souls exhibiting peculiar characteristics, particularly the bat, which could enhance its power through blood. Hu Laina explained with enthusiasm, and Su Xianyue understood. Was this indicative of an evil soul master? After listening for a while, Su Xianyue excused herself, for she was covered in grime. With no time to prepare a bath, she made her way to a nearby lake outside the spirit city to cleanse herself. Leaning against the shore, her head resting on the grass, she gazed up at the azure sky, her eyes still devoid of expression. It had been a while since she last saw her, and she felt a pang of longing. Memories of gathering bird eggs and catching small fish with Qianren here stirred a bittersweet nostalgia. Amidst the tranquil forest lake, her figure appeared notably solitary. The following day, everyone had gathered, ready to set off. Yu Xiaogang stepped onto the carriage with an elegant stride. This journey had been thoroughly prepared on the carriage. Hu Laina was checking her supplies. Detoxification, hemostasis, hydration. Yes, all accounted for. I can understand the rest, but why hydration? The others looked at Hu Laina, accustomed to her bringing various skincare products on trips, yet puzzled by her need for hydration this time. Hey, we are heading southeast, near the frozen forest, where the climate is arid. Of course, it's essential to bring this. The frozen forest, a vast expanse located to the north of the Tiando Empire, lies on the outskirts of the extreme north, rarely trodden by human feet, making it a favored refuge for fugitives. They were destined for the eastern part of the frozen forest, an even more secluded area. As the tedious journey progressed, Yan, unable to contain his impatience, initiated a conversation. Why don't we establish a place specifically to harbor these individuals? Let those who delight in causing chaos reside there. Wouldn't he that spare the civilians and save us the trouble of capturing them? The others responded with silence. You think they would willingly go there? They would still need to be apprehended, and isn't that merely a prison? The city of slaughter, defamation. He is slandering me. After several days of travel, they distinctly felt a sudden drop in temperature. Why does it feel so cold all of a sudden? The frail Xianyue shivered, while Su Xianyue remained largely unfazed. And Yin showed no reaction at all. Hu Laina had come well prepared, bringing warm clothing, even for Xianyue. You foolish older brother, I told you to be prepared. How was I to know we would end up here? You only mentioned the northeast. I had no idea it would be this far north. Achoo. The temperature around them plummeted unusually fast, catching the drowsy group off guard, resulting in Xianyue's predicament. Wrapped in thick clothing, Xianyue channeled her soul power, feeling slightly better. Common ailments like colds rarely afflicted soul masters, and even if they did, a brief rest would suffice for recovery. After a while, they began to see thick layers of snow. Wow, I haven't seen snow in ages. The Tiando Empire's unique geographical location meant it rarely experienced snowfall, which intrigued Su Xianyue. The trees outside transformed into needle-leaved evergreens, burdened with heavy snow. As she leaned out the window to admire the wintry landscape, she heard Yu Xiaogang's voice behind her. Everyone, pay attention. According to our intelligence, those individuals were last sighted in this vicinity, so stay vigilant. Based on their information, these soul masters were indeed evil soul masters. However, in this era, the concept of evil soul masters had yet to emerge, if one were to categorize Bibi Dong, Su Xianyue, and the like could all be considered as such. Thus, they were merely labeled as wanted criminals, having committed acts against others. The carriage was halted in a safe cave, with the driver, a soul king of level 50, remaining behind to guard it. The group began to walk, searching the surroundings. The Soul Emperor, Li Ziming, wielded a blood-sucking bat martial soul, while the two soul kings were named El Liang and Hatila, with martial souls of purple crystal bell and strange blade, respectively. As they scoured for clues, they pondered their fundamental details, seeking leads. Bats. They likely seek refuge in dark caves. Let us search the nearby caves. If that fails, we can set some bait to lure them out. As Su Xianyue uttered those words, all eyes turned towards him in unison. Why are you all staring at me? Surely, you do not expect me to go? You are the lowest ranked among us. If you do not venture forth, who will? In the snow-laden pine forest, a solitary figure advanced slowly, shrouded in a cloak, leaving deliberate footprints in the fresh snow. What is this? You want me to act as bait all alone? Yu Xiaogang and others concealed themselves in the shadows, observing him quietly. Can he truly manage this? I feel that waiting for the prey to take the bait is less effective than Elder Zhu using his mental abilities to locate them. Yu Guan cast an irritated glance at Yan. I do not possess any reconnaissance soul skills. Relying solely on mental power is far too inefficient. It would be better to let them take the initiative. If they have managed to hide for so long, they likely possess detection soul skills to foresee danger. We shall see. If all else fails, I shall employ my mental power to search. They remained 100 meters from Su Xianyue, meticulously maintaining their distance as they moved along. Soon, the snow began to fall, rendering Su Xianyue's small figure even more desolate amidst the snowy expanse. The north wind blows, and the snowflakes dance. Bored as he walked, Su Xianyue began to sing, his voice pleasant enough, though the pitch not a single note was accurate. At last, as they penetrated deeper into the forest, a figure approached from a distance. Someone. Is there truly another soul in this forsaken place? He spotted Su Xianyue, his brow furrowing slightly. Could it be that they are here to capture us? Though, judging by the sound, that does not seem likely. Let us investigate further. As the figure drew nearer, Su Xianyue became aware of him, yet remained uncertain whether this individual was one of the formidable foes, and thus did not react overtly. Su Xianyue made a concerted effort to avoid looking at him, lowering her hood as she continued on her way. The man, his face shrouded in thick cotton fabric that revealed only his eyes, initially held little interest in her. However, just as they were about to pass each other, he suddenly called out to her. Young one, are you alone? His voice was resonant, yet tinged with a hint of hoarseness. Su Xianyue turned her head and looked up at him, yet the hood still obscured his eyes. Excuse me, sir, is there something you need? She inquired. Oh, I merely wish to ask, in this icy realm with naught but snow, what brings you here all alone? The man smiled and spoke in a friendly tone. Oh, wait. That's not right. Then, sir, what brings you to this place? Su Xianyue deliberately spoke only halfway, posing a question to him that left him somewhat bewildered. Uncle, I have matters to attend to here. What about you? Have you lost your way with your family? Well, that could be said. But are you free, uncle? I find myself a bit lost as well. Is this the road leading south? Su Xianyue pointed in the direction she originally intended to go, and the man glanced over, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his concealed mouth. That way is not advisable. How about this? I plan to head south as well. Perhaps we could accompany each other for mutual support. It is rather suspicious to deliberately flirt with a minor. Su Xianyue pondered for a moment before acquiescing. Very well, let us introduce ourselves. I am called Xiaoya, and what do you go by, uncle? I am Hartla, a woodcutter. Hartla. Indeed, he is one of the wanted criminals. Hartla looked at Su Xianyue, intending to say more, but she suddenly pointed toward the sky ahead. Uncle, do you see something strange up there? Hartla glanced upwards in the direction Su Xianyue indicated, then turned back. There's nothing there. Look more closely, just over there. There's something peculiar. At this moment, Su Xianyue quietly took a half step back, a glimmer of light flashing from her forehead. With a swift clang, an attack aimed at the heart was thwarted by a gleaming blade. Due to the speed of the surprise assault, Su Xianyue could not muster her strength in time, and her ordinary thrust was firmly blocked. With a whoosh, the stranger's knife swept through the air in a white arc, forcing Su Xianyue back. I told you there would be no falling pies in this wretched place. It turns out to be a frozen pie resembling stone, though it could still be edible when warmed. Su Xianyue sensed something from behind him and charged forward once more. Behind him, Yu Xiaogang and her companions had already launched their attacks, encircling him, each strike perilously close. Hatra let out a grunt, his towering, robust figure brandishing the unfamiliar blade with formidable force. With his fourth soul skill, wind-breaking spin, he spun rapidly, the surrounding snow swirling in a tempest of blade energy, deflecting all incoming assaults. However, Su Xianyue steadfastly parried his blade with his sword. In terms of strength, I have never been bested by anyone below level 60. Chapter 84. A tenacious adversary. What? As the attacks from behind approached, Hatra hastily dodged. With his first soul skill, Hell Lava Surge, he unleashed a burst of magma towards the front, only for it to be deftly evaded. As Hatra sidestepped the molten attack, a peculiar fragrance wafted into his senses. momentarily entrancing him before he quickly regained his composure. Charm soul skill? Unfortunately, it holds no power over one who has clawed his way out of a grave. He unleashed a powerful wave of soul energy, attempting to repel the two moons flanking him. What? The dark moon was forcefully pushed back, yet Su Xianyue remained undeterred, gritting his teeth as he delivered a fierce strike against the soul energy wave. Just when he believed he had succeeded, he found his sword halting mid-swing, as if cleaving through a slab of frozen butter. Before him, Hatra was enveloped in a halo of white soul energy. With his fifth soul skill, Protective Chi, a black soul ring behind him radiated light, and the white energy surged forth, driving Su Xianyue back. What is this? Are you truly a Soul King? After fending off several waves of attacks, Hatra too was beginning to breathe heavily. Humph, these four little brats are indeed impressive. Gripping his unfamiliar blade, he leaned on it, surveying them. You've been given a chance. Su Xianyue let out a curse, raising two fingers before her to form a soul seal. The second soul skill, Fallen Body, activated, and a black soul ring shimmered behind her, enhancing all attributes by 50%. What? A 10,000-year soul ring? How could you possess such a ring at merely level 30? Hatra's eyes widened in disbelief, but at that moment, Su Xianyue took a step forward, causing the surrounding snow to scatter as her body surged forward like a cannonball, charging directly at Hatra. Su Xianyue disregarded his inquiry and directly swung her sword. A confident smile illuminated her face as the long sword, propelled by immense force, emitted waves of air, while Hatra struggled to parry with his dagger. Where did such strength come from? There was no time for him to ponder this. He knew that if this continued, he would be finished. Facing the relentless assault of Su Xianyue, Hatra felt as though his feet were being anchored to the ground. How can you be so relentless, like a rabid dog? Once more, he unleashed a surge of energy in an attempt to repel Su Xianyue, but it proved futile. She remained steadfastly glued to him, her attacks unceasing. The three onlookers exchanged glances. Should we intervene? It seems that Su Xianyue can handle this alone. Perhaps we should refrain from getting involved. Yes, we might inadvertently become collateral damage. Thus, under the relentless onslaught from Su Xianyue, Hatra finally reached his limit. His martial spirit began to show signs of fracture. Her unyielding assault persisted for approximately 10 minutes, yet she appeared invigorated, displaying little sign of fatigue, and it was evident that she was far from finished. Hatra, on the other hand, was utterly frustrated. Each time he attempted to escape, Su Xianyue immediately closed the distance, and he could barely mount a counterattack, forced instead to defend, and defend. Then, with a gasp, he spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the cloth that covered his mouth. The prolonged shock damage had inflicted significant internal injuries, compounded by the backlash from his wounded martial spirit, leaving him gravely harmed. Meanwhile, Helena and the others were not merely spectators. They continuously adjusted their positions to block Hatra's escape routes, leaving him with no chance to flee. Stop. I concede. Please, no more. Hatra pleaded. But conceding was of no consequence. They had come specifically to eliminate you. Wait, where are your companions? Speak the truth. Su Xianyue initially intended to slay him outright. Yet upon reflection, she recognized that their objective involved 3 individuals, and it would be rather self-indulgent to relish in combat while the others merely spectated. As she finally caught her breath, the others swiftly surrounded her, swiftly pinning her to the ground and binding her tightly. Confess willingly and receive leniency. Resist and face severe consequences. Honestly disclose the location of your lair. Su Xianyue gestured with his fists before him, and he, lacking resolve, surrendered. I will speak. I will divulge everything. Our lair is located in a subterranean cave just over there. Should you require it, I can guide you. The others exchanged glances, retreating to huddle together in deliberation. What should we do? Should we proceed? What if there lies an ambush? After a brief discussion, they recognized the absence of better alternatives and resigned themselves to the course. Very well, lead the way. Petrala, bound at the upper body, trudged slowly ahead. His injuries justified his sluggish pace, yet as he continued, he suddenly collapsed with a thud. What happened? The group encircled him, cautiously prodding, and upon realizing he was unresponsive, they turned him over. It must be due to severe injuries. What should we do? Should we assist him or leave him be? They still relied on him for navigation, and while they pondered their next move, an eerie sound of bells echoed around them. Ding, 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 ding. Initially, the sound was faint, but soon it escalated into a bizarre rhythm. This is a mental manipulation attack. Everyone, cover your ears. Hu Xianyue quickly discerned the nature of the sound and immediately sealed her ears with soul power, turning to shout at them. However, it was too late. The mentally weaker Xianyue and Yin had already succumbed to unconsciousness, while Su Xianyue was striking their faces. This chapter does not conclude here. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. After a prolonged series of slaps, their faces turned crimson, yet they remained unresponsive. Alas, this is futile. What should we do now? At this moment, Hu Xianyue had already blocked her ears, unable to hear Su Xianyue's voice, and with her martial soul awakened. She closed her eyes to sense her surroundings. Hu Xianyue specialized in mental power. Although she lacked sensing skills, relying solely on her mental prowess to search was still feasible. However, it appeared that the opponent's mental strength surpassed her own, rendering her incapable of detecting their presence. What is happening? Never mind. I shall focus on defense. She turned back to signal to Su Xianyue, who, puzzled by her gestures, soon comprehended the situation. Ah, yes, cover your ears. Su Xianyue also blocked his ears. Although such a degree of hypnosis seemed ineffective against him, it was better to be cautious. The two stood back to back, encircling the unconscious figures in the middle. What should they do? They had no idea where they were. After a while, the sound of the bells ceased, indicating that blocking their ears was futile. However, mere seconds later, the ringing resumed, albeit with a slightly different tone, which they could not perceive. They remained vigilant, while Yinja and Xianyue, lying on the ground, slowly rose to their feet. Sensing something amiss, the two hastily distanced themselves, gazing at the still unconscious figures that now moved like automatons. Mind control? Corpse guiding from Xiangxi? Both were struck by their respective thoughts, realizing the predicament. They were being compelled to turn against Su Xianyue and the others. Chapter 85. A fierce confrontation. These controlled beings truly resembled zombies. Observing the stilted movements of the two attacking with clumsy lunges, Su Xianyue hesitated, contemplating whether to strike. Fortunately, their speed was not particularly swift, allowing him to evade while remaining aware of his surroundings. The blanket of white snow and the sturdy trees provided excellent cover. Su Xianyue could not discern the whereabouts of the person hiding in the shadows, ringing the bells. Damn it, wake up already. At last, unable to endure any longer, Su Xianyue delivered a sharp slap to Yinja's face, sending him flying 5 meters away. Yinja landed in the snow, dazedly raising his head after a moment. Why am I on the ground? Hiss, what happened to my face? Huh, am I awake? As Su Xianyue observed the sluggishly rising Yin, her gaze shifted towards the side where Xianyue was pursuing Hu Xianyue. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, and Xianyue was sent flying. Achoo! She exclaimed, bewildered to find herself lying in the snow. Shaken by the cold, Xianyue hastily got up to assess the situation. As the two regained their composure, two figures emerged from the shadows. Ah, it seems we have encountered some tough opponents, yet none possess the strength of a soul king. What gives you such confidence? Hu Xianyue scoffed derisively. Huh, you are merely a soul emperor, accompanied by 2 soul kings who have already been dealt with. Do you truly believe that the 4 of us cannot handle just the 2 of you? 3 high-ranking soul masters, each wielding top-tier martial spirits, felt assured against 1 soul emperor and 1 soul king. With the addition of Su Xianyue and the unseen presence of Yueguan observing, they harbored no fear. But unbeknownst to them, their adversaries were equally unafraid. Humph, a soul emperor? How outdated is that information? Open your eyes and witness the truth. One of the figures immediately unleashed his martial spirit, revealing 7 soul rings, 3 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, hovering behind him. I am now a soul sage. What do you have to challenge me? He laughed boisterously. Beside him stood a slender, delicate-looking man, clutching a purple bell. Boss, shall we follow the usual protocol? Indeed, the usual protocol. Their long-standing rule, to eliminate the males while sparing the females. Hee. Let me take a look. As his greedy gaze swept over everyone, a voice emerged from behind him. A soul sage is beyond what these children can contend with, so it seems. Before he could finish, a brilliant golden beam shot from behind, propelling them far away. The man with the bell was instantly obliterated, while the soul sage managed to survive, albeit with injuries. A title Douluo, his back was severely damaged, blood spewing forth as he made his escape, dragging along his fallen companion's body. His flight was not out of loyalty, but rather to use the corpse as a blood bag. Upon tearing the fabric from the body, he revealed numerous bite marks, indicating this was not the first time he had resorted to such measures. No, companion was too noble a term. Subordinate was more fitting. He sunk his teeth into the neck of the body, feeling his wounds slowly mend. Just as he was on the verge of full recovery, Yu Xiaogang appeared at his side. You ran quite swiftly. I almost lost track of you. To prevent any retaliation, I must bid you farewell. With the incantation breath of the golden flower, a series of attacks struck him, radiating golden light. The glorious chrysanthemum, imbued with light attributes, proved particularly effective against bat-like martial spirits. After several strikes, the soul sage was left severely weakened. You have forced my hand. Martial spirit manifestation. Concentrating his soul power, a humanoid bat towering 3 to 4 meters appeared. It unfurled its massive wings, mouth agape, unleashing visible shockwaves. Foolish rodent, would it not be better to meet your demise sooner? Yu Xiaogang, having regained his energy, unleashed another energy cannon. Radiant flow. The soul sage realized that this luminous attack was insurmountable. He could only shout in a panic, "Master, save me." Master? Yu Xiaogang's curiosity was piqued, and his attack was momentarily halted. The blinding light dissipated, leaving the surrounding trees and snow in ruins, revealing a gaunt old man standing amidst the devastation. Jiuhua Elder, it has been quite some time. A deep, chilling voice resonated, indicating recognition of Yu Xiaogang. Who were you again? I seem to recall something, the elder remarked disdainfully. Over 20 years ago, you pursued me when you were merely a soul Douluo. I never imagined you would ascend to title Douluo. Yu Xiaogang pondered for a moment, unable to recall the elder's identity. Never mind, it matters not. Let us conclude this. As Yu Xiaogang's martial spirit whirled, emanating waves of energy, the elder's temper flared. Do not assume I fear you merely because you are a title Douluo. New grievances and old will be settled today. He unleashed his martial spirit, revealing 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings, accompanied by a massive skeleton engulfed in green flames. Meanwhile, Su Xianyue and the others observed the unconscious Hatra on the ground, uncertain of their next move. What should we do? Kill him or spare him? Let us keep him for now. He poses no real threat. In the distance, a powerful wave of soul energy erupted, drawing their attention. Is Elder Jiuhua all right? A soul sage should not be battling with such intensity. It must be a challenging opponent. We should simply wait and see. Unbeknownst to them, however, Hatra was being dragged away by a slender, clawed figure. Once I regain my strength, I shall eradicate these little brats, The bat-like soul sage lurked in the shadows of the forest, savoring his blood feast. Suddenly, Su Xianyue felt an eerie presence lurking in the shadowy woods behind him. Turning around, he gazed curiously in that direction. What could it be? He nudged Yin beside him and gestured towards the source of his unease. Yin understood his unspoken question, nodded affirmatively, and together they cautiously approached the mysterious spot. Just as they were on the verge of uncovering the secret, a tremendous shockwave propelled them far away. In the midst of the chaos, Su Xianyue felt his arms seized, his feet lifted off the ground, and then the sound of howling wind filled his ears. When he finally opened his eyes, he found himself soaring away from the earth at an astonishing speed, and upon glancing upward, he was met with the sight of an enormous bat's rear. Su Xianyue. Suddenly, a peculiar sound emanated from the mouth of the bat. I never anticipated being discovered. I advise you to behave yourself and not do anything rash. Before he could finish his sentence, an immense force yanked at his feet, and he felt a dizzying whirlwind of motion. You think you can capture me? Perish. Su Xianyue grasped his foot and spun around, then forcefully hurled him towards the ground. They were not far from the earth, and at such a height, the bat was unable to regain its balance. Although the fall was somewhat cushioned by the leaves, it still landed heavily on the ground. I never expected you to be so troublesome. I had underestimated you. Chapter 86. The fallen strike of the old man. Su Xianyue gazed at the large bat rising from the ground and drew her sword. What are you doing? Attempting a sneak attack? Have you lost your mind? The enormous bat paid no heed to Su Xianyue's peculiar remarks, flapping its wings and vanishing into the woods behind her. It fled? The swift disappearance of the bat lulled Su Xianyue into a false sense of security, but soon, the large bat lunged out from the forest behind her. By the heavens! Thank goodness my instincts are sharp. The bat's massive claws clashed with Su Xianyue's sword, resulting in a stalemate, until finally, the bat's claws were grazed by the blade, prompting it to withdraw. The bat emitted a cold snort and once again vanished into the thicket. The forest was dense and layered, which should hinder flying-type martial souls, yet the bat navigated effortlessly within the trees. It twisted its body to evade the trunks, launching attacks from all angles while taunting her. How does it feel? Despairing, perhaps? Do not delude yourself into thinking your companions will come to your aid. The distance is vast, separated by a deep canyon. Do not count on that tidal Douluo either. So enjoy your time until I finish you off, ha ha ha. Strange voices echoed from all directions, leaving Su Xianyue feeling somewhat isolated and helpless with her sword raised. Yet, a smile crept upon her lips. Are you suggesting they cannot come? They remain oblivious to our actions here? Huh? The peculiar words of Su Xianyue left the bat somewhat perplexed. However, in the next moment, he was so startled that his eyes nearly popped out. The martial soul manifested. A violet luminescence coalesced into a radiant orb, enveloping Su Xianyue within its embrace. And an overwhelming pressure surged forth. What? What is this? The emanating aura exuded a profound sense of oppression, rendering the bat breathless as he reluctantly descended. Moments later, the orb dissipated, revealing a creature he had never encountered before. It had been so long since anyone had manifested a martial soul that he had nearly forgotten the sensation. A chilling voice, seemingly imbued with an intangible suffocation, echoed in the air. You. Beholding Su Xianyue, suspended above with 6 wings radiating a purple glow and long hair billowing majestically, exuding an unparalleled authority. The bat stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. Oh, have you been frightened into silence? Then, to hell you shall go, you insignificant wretch. Su Xianyue soared into the sky, a dark soul ring flashing behind her. The fallen body, this is the true embodiment of a devastating strike. The sword was enveloped in cataclysmic energy, plummeting like a comet. The bats on the ground were paralyzed with fear, and in their terror, they cried out helplessly, "Please, don't come any closer." With a thunderous roar, a colossal pillar of violet energy surged skyward. As the light dispersed, Su Xianyue surveyed the shattered remnants below, stretching her waist and unfurling her wings in delight. Ah, what a refreshing sensation. It had been far too long since she had released her wings, and now it felt as invigorating as a morning stretch. A soul sage fell to my single strike? Huh. Allow me a moment to relish this victory. Ha ha. Su Xianyue's carefree laughter resonated in the air. Beneath his feet lay a large crater, surrounded by a cleared space, with sunlight streaming down from above. After finishing his laughter, Su Xianyue raised his head to gaze at the gentle, warm sun, retracted his wings, and then surveyed his surroundings. Which way leads back home? As Su Xianyue leaped out of the pit, he suddenly sensed a faint fluctuation of soul power, so subtle that it was nearly imperceptible. Just outside the pit behind him, a rounded black object protruded slightly from the earth. Could this be a soul bone? This object appeared smooth and rounded, yet its texture and material suggested it was indeed a soul bone. Typically, soul bones possess numerous sharp edges, even those that have been absorbed. However, this one seemed. Might it have been rounded by my recent attack? Unexpectedly, this fellow possesses a soul bone, a delightful surprise, indeed. Soul bones are so rare that Su Xianyue could not possibly obtain them through solo efforts. Consequently, his sword had only absorbed a couple of rather low-grade soul bones thus far. Although this soul bone showed signs of wear, it should still be functional. Time to absorb it. Of course, the absorption would not be directly by him, but rather through his sword. He plunged the sword several inches into the soul bone, and moments later, the bone began to soften, gradually transforming into a fluid that spread along the blade before being completely absorbed. Upon completion, the sword appeared to have gained a slight edge and sharpness, imparting an altogether different sensation, though this transformation was not visibly discernible. In the midst of such chaos, Su Xianyue had no inclination to check for any dropped equipment, as it was unlikely to surpass the value of what the spirit hall had gifted him. Well, that as settled, time to return. Playfully tapping the sword, he sheathed it and prepared to depart. Oh wait, my clothes have torn again. Thankfully, I have a spare. Meanwhile, the battle involving Yu Guan was nearing its conclusion. Oh, I recall now, your name is Wu Hu, correct? It is Wu Gu. The severely injured elder glared at the composed Yu Guan, unleashing a furious strike. A massive green fire skull, with a gaping maw, charged at Yu Guan, only to be deftly evaded. The skull collided with a nearby tree, instantly causing several branches to wither. The surroundings were similarly cleared, the ground resembling a freshly plowed field. The chapter does not end here. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Observing the dire situation, the elder contemplated a retreat. Planning to flee? Huh. Yu Guan discerned his intentions and acted promptly. However, the man let out a cold laugh, throwing his head back in mirth. Huh, I managed to escape from you once before, and I shall do so again. You cannot hinder my departure. Suddenly, green flames ignited across his body, leaving behind a skeletal decoy. TSK, not this trick again. Back then, Wu Gu had successfully escaped using this very ruse, leaving a skeletal replica while his true self teleported to a designated location. The skeletal decoy was not particularly powerful, yet it was troublesome, capable of flying and fighting. And it would only vanish upon being completely shattered. The true body could be anywhere, perhaps fleeing or, as before, preparing for a surprise attack. However, this time, it was likely a true escape, given the disparity in attributes and levels. Allowing him to flee once more, Yu Guan shrugged it off, reasoning that he posed no real threat. With that thought, he turned and departed. At this moment, the three who had just regained their composure remained anxiously in place. Upon seeing Yu Guan return, they hurried forward to seek his assistance. This is terrible, Elder Ju. Su Xianyue has been captured. What? Wait, that bat from earlier. Oh no, this is disastrous. Which direction did they take? Yu Guan was still inquiring when, suddenly, a loud noise echoed from afar. They turned to behold a brilliant beam of light. Over there, Yu Guan exclaimed, dashing toward it, with Hu Liena and the others following closely behind. After traversing mountains and valleys, Yu Guan finally located Su Xianyue, who was still searching for a way out. Su Xianyue, are you unharmed? Su Xianyue gazed at Yu Guan. It's nothing. I'm perfectly fine. Then what about the explosion just now? Yu Guan observed Su Xianyue's foolish grin. I have no idea. That bat seemed to have seen something terrifying and bolted. Then there was an explosion over there. Although Su Xianyue's feigned ignorance aroused Yu Guan's suspicion at that moment, Yu Guan chose not to dwell on it. Seeing that Su Xianyue was unharmed, he felt relieved that his own skin was safe. Chapter 87. The walls of the world have no secrets. Yu Guan had also gone to inspect the large pit, but found nothing of significance. He merely sensed an unusual residual spiritual energy at the scene. Not wanting to ponder it further, he hurriedly led the group away, lest they encounter more unforeseen troubles. On the journey back, the group lamented their misfortunes. This outing was utterly unproductive. Alas, I am the most unfortunate. Not only did I fail to accomplish anything, but, achoo, I caught a cold. Yin and Shiyue engaged in a lamentation contest, while Hu Liena gnawed at her fingernails, her expression one of deep resentment. It was evident that none of them were satisfied with this training expedition. Seeing their discontent, Yu Guan attempted to console them. Do not be disheartened. The information was flawed. I didn't anticipate that fellow would ascend to Soul Saint status so swiftly. It is not your fault. The original plan had been for the four of them to confront a Soul Emperor and 2 Soul Kings, a task they were fully capable of handling. However, the Soul Emperor had unexpectedly become a Soul Saint, along with an additional Soul Douluo. By the way, Su Xianyue, when you were taken, did you encounter that so-called terrifying entity? Yu Guan suddenly inquired. Su Xianyue merely shook her head. No, but that thing must be exceptionally fearsome. I saw that bat in a panic, running without direction. Gazing at Su Xianyue, whose expression was as inscrutable as a bottomless abyss. Yu Guan refrained from further comments and instead produced a fragment of a soul-guiding device. Let's take this back to show the Pope. Su Xianyue gazed curiously at the object in Yu Guan's hand, pondering its significance, yet chose not to inquire further. Yu Guan, examining the fragment of the soul guide, glanced at Su Xianyue and mused inwardly. How curious! The residual soul power emanating from this fragment bears a striking resemblance to Su Xianyue's, albeit with a subtle difference. In Yu Guan's grasp lay the fragment of a soul guide belonging to a soul saint, imbued with the remnants of Su Xianyue's soul energy. After days of arduous travel, Su Xianyue felt utterly exhausted, finally returning to the spirit hall. At last, I am home. I must procure some medicine. Upon his return, Shiyue hurried to the medical facility in Spirit City. Although soul masters seldom fall ill, they are not immune, and as an instrument soul master, Shiyue's constitution is not as robust as that of a beast soul master, making him more susceptible to ailments. However, they paid little heed to Shiyue's plight, retreating to their own quarters for rest. Once in his room, Su Xianyue collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to sleep. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong scrutinized the shard in her possession, confirming its resemblance to Su Xianyue's soul power. According to your account, the residual soul energy emitted a wave that evoked a sense of trepidation, did it not? Bibi Dong remarked to Yu Xiaogang as she observed the fragment. Indeed, the trace of soul energy left upon this fragment is minimal, rendering it nearly indecipherable. However, my subordinate is certain that the ominous entity Su Xianyue spoke of is somehow linked to him, perhaps a manifestation of his intense emotions. Considering the implications of Su Xianyue's blood, they were convinced that he harbored secrets yet undisclosed. Bibi Dong was aware of this. Having discarded Su Xianyue's blood for Qian Daoliu's examination, his reaction was significant, yet he refrained from taking action, uncertain of the ramifications. Bibi Dong tossed the fragment back to Yu Xiaogang, resting her chin upon her hand, her eyes slightly widened. Su Xianyue, what else do you conceal from me? Come, let us seek him out. In the subsequent scene, Bibi Dong found herself in Su Xianyue's chamber, where he lay sprawled on the bed, drooling. She attempted to rouse him with gentle shakes, but he instinctively swatted her away. Do not disturb me, he mumbled, turning over to resume his slumber. After several more attempts, witnessing his continued dismissal of her presence, Bibi Dong ultimately relented. Perhaps he was simply too fatigued from his journey. She would return another time. Bibi Dong, burdened with myriad responsibilities, could not always afford the luxury of visiting Su Xianyue. This time, however, her hurried visit concluded with her departure upon finding him asleep. Yet, after their exit, a figure suddenly emerged. Qian Daolu, lost in contemplation, after a brief moment, seized the slumbering Su Xianyue and departed. In his hazy state, Su Xianyue felt his collar being grasped, his body lifted into the air. As he opened his still drowsy eyes, the brightness before him was blinding, compelling him to shield his gaze. Gradually, he adjusted and beheld his surroundings. A grand hall crafted from crystal sparkled brilliantly under the golden light, emanating from a towering six-winged angel statue at its center. Where am I? You are awake, Qian Daolu stated, standing with hands clasped behind his back. Gazing down at Su Xianyue, who sat on the floor rubbing his eyes. In his state of confusion, Su Xianyue recognized Qian Daoliu's visage and instinctively replied, Old biting. What are you doing here? In an instant, clarity washed over him. Old biting? What does this mean? Su Xianyue remained unresponsive, while Qian Daolu pondered the meaning of his words, stroking his chin. No. It bears no significance, merely the sentiments of an elder. Your reaction. Never mind. The purpose of my invitation today is to ascertain a particular matter. Recently, I have conducted an examination of your blood and discovered something quite peculiar. There is undoubtedly a secret within you, especially concerning your martial soul, which cannot possibly be as simple as merely a sword. Ever since Su Xianyue's display of power against Qian Rinxue, Qian Daolu had developed an interest in him, though he had refrained from taking any action until now. The recent discovery of the bizarre nature of his blood has compelled Qian Daolu to pay heed. What is it that you intend to do? Su Xianyue sat cross-legged on the ground, her hands resting on her legs, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed at Qian Daolu before her. Qian Daolu let out a cold sneer and slowly approached her. What I intend to do, you shall soon discover. Su Xianyue watched him approach with a smile, an unsettling premonition suddenly washing over her. What are you planning to do? If you come any closer, I shall call for help. Su Xianyue promptly rose and retreated, while Qian Daolu remained steadfast in his original position, prepared. A tremendous pressure suddenly enveloped Su Xianyue. This intensity was the culmination of his full power. In that fleeting moment, he sensed not only the air solidifying around him, but also felt as though he had plunged into the depths of a 10,000-meter abyss. The overwhelming force expelling the air from his lungs. He hastily channeled his soul energy to resist, while his martial soul instinctively yearned to burst forth and join the struggle. Yet he forcibly restrained it. However, akin to a warm current trapped at the threshold of release, this was something that could not be endured. Ultimately, a violet orb of light materialized with a resonating hum, causing Qian Daolu to instinctively retreat, as though faced with a formidable adversary. What is this oppressive sensation? What is this entity? Qian Daolu fixated intently on the luminous sphere before him, its radiant tendrils eclipsing the golden light emitted by the angelic statue, simultaneously unleashing waves of energy. As the brilliance dissipated, Su Xianyue, embodying his martial soul, stood bewildered, appearing as though he had just risen from the ground. What kind of martial soul is this? Qian Daolu exclaimed, while a jolt of realization struck Su Xianyue, understanding that dire circumstances were at hand. Alas, it seems I truly must flee. There is no other choice. Chapter 88. 88. Why not say it sooner? Su Xianyue gazed at Qian Daolu, whose eyes were wide with astonishment, and instinctively filled in the words he was about to utter. Such a malevolent martial soul. Behold as I vanquished the demons today. Without a moment's hesitation, he took flight. Ahead loomed a tightly shut door. Su Xianyue intended to break through it, yet with a resounding thud. She found herself crashing into the door, leaving a dent in her wake. How could it be so solid? Rubbing her aching face. She was about to draw her sword to cleave the barrier when Douluo suddenly appeared before her. Why are you running? I shan't devour you. Huh? Su Xianyue raised her sword, cautiously guarding against the seemingly harmless Douluo, tilting her head in confusion. Aren't you going to strike me? Why would I strike you? Douluo retorted, have you committed some transgression against me? Observing the guilt-ridden expression on Su Xianyue's face, he continued to question her. Meanwhile, Su Xianyue shook her wings behind her, her bewildered eyes gazing at Douluo. Isn't it customary for you to come charging at me, proclaiming, I shall uphold justice in the name of heaven? Douluo replied. Why would you think that? Do you take me for some stubborn old fool? Just because a martial spirit is deemed malevolent, does it mean it must be eradicated? Su Xianyue, why didn't you say it earlier? You startled me. Su Xianyue exhaled a sigh of relief, retracting her martial spirit. Douluo bent down towards her, his gaze fixed intently upon her. It appears that you have awakened this martial spirit long ago. Why did you not disclose this? Could it be that Bibi Dong has instructed you to conceal it from me? The mere thought infuriated Douluo, as he was led to believe that Bibi Dong had deliberately kept this from him, nurturing Su Xianyue to confront him. Yet, the truth was that Bibi Dong herself was unaware. With a heavy sigh, Douluo permitted Su Xianyue to leave. Oh, then I shall take my leave, she replied. To ensure you do not renege on your word, I shall not retract my statement. Go forth. Then I shall depart. Startled, Su Xianyue hastily exited, leaving Douluo shaking his head in disbelief. Alas, Bibi Dong harbors such thoughts. I must have a serious discussion with her. At that moment, Su Xianyue poked her head back through the door. In truth, my martial spirit is also unknown to my teacher. After this revelation, she swiftly vanished from sight. Douluo was left speechless. After a prolonged silence, he waved his hand in resignation. This martial spirit of Su Xianyue, I have never encountered anything like it, and its resemblance to the six-winged angel is striking. Could it be a descendant of the Qian clan lost to time? No, that cannot be. The lineage of the six-winged angel is well documented. How could such an individual remain unknown? Pondering the mystery, Douluo shook his head once more. When she matures, it seems I shall best not dwell on it. Ah, what a fright. This old fool could have easily struck me down. Have I been fretting for nothing these past years? Curse it. Su Xianyue, 8 years. Do you have any idea how I've spent these 8 years? Do you even know? With a shake of his head, Su Xianyue chose to disregard his troubles. All he desired was to catch up on some sleep. Just as he had drifted off, he was abruptly pulled away. Ah, yawn, Duong. Suddenly, Su Xianyue felt his forehead collide with something soft and springy. Taking a step back, he looked up to find Bai Bidong gazing at him with a serious expression. Weren't you just sleeping? Why are you now wandering around with your shirt off? In a moment of bewilderment, Su Xianyue found herself at a loss for words, aimlessly gesturing as she attempted to articulate her thoughts, yet the words eluded her. You, old geezer, esteemed elder, I seek his counsel. At that instant, Douluo descended from the heavens, landing beside them with his hands clasped behind his back. Bibi Dong, I indeed have matters to discuss with you. Su Xianyue, you may return for now. Su Xianyue was dismissed by Douluo with a wave of his hand. Watching Su Xianyue's receding figure, Douluo slowly remarked, his talent is on par with that of Xiaoxiue. Bibi Dong gazed at Douluo, her expression filled with confusion. Spit it out quickly. Douluo cleared his throat and continued. His martial spirit resembles that of a six-winged angel, yet it is imbued with a terrifying energy that instills dread. I can discern that its quality is no less than that of a six-winged angel, perhaps even superior. With proper cultivation, he could one day shoulder the responsibilities of the spirit hall. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong scoffed. Shoulder responsibilities? It would be a miracle if he doesn't bring ruin to your spirit hall. Do you truly expect him to inherit it? Douluo, observing Bibi Dong's sinister smile, sighed in resignation. I have spoken to you before. Our family has wronged you. However, Xiaoxiue is your daughter after all. Regardless of your disdain, you must consider her future. You should also contemplate the future of your disciple. No matter what, I have high hopes for this child, Su Xianyue. Think it over. With that, Douluo flicked his sleeves and departed. Bibi Dong remained rooted to the spot, her face darkened, her lower lip clenched tightly. After a long moment, she finally relaxed her grip, a look of relief washing over her face. Very well, giving them a promising future may not be such a bad idea. Su Xianyue lay contentedly on her bed, a wave of drowsiness washing over her once more. Xianyue, rise. Suddenly, the voice of Bai Bai Dong pierced through her reverie, making her feel as though her ears were being tugged. Hey, 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 teacher, don't pull my ears. Bai Bai Dong firmly grasped Su Xianyue's ears and yanked her off the bed, and in that instant, Su Xianyue became fully alert. What is it? What do you mean? What is it? I recall having told you before, do not conceal anything from me. Su Xianyue looked up and was met with the unsettling expression of Bibi Dong, who appeared to have an insatiable hunger for children, causing her heart to race with trepidation. Su Xianyue feigned a pitiful expression, turning her face away with an air of wounded innocence. Wasn't I just afraid you'd strike me down? Still talking back? Seems like you need some discipline. 3 months confined to your room. With a resounding slam, Bibi Dong departed, leaving the door shuddering in her wake. What the? How did I end up grounded? She pushed against the door, sealed shut with a restrictive barrier. Well, at least the matter's settled, and I can use my martial soul freely now. Heh. Ever since her martial soul awakened, Su Xianyue had lived in fear of Qian Dalu discovering and eliminating her. Yet now, it seemed she had underestimated him. Her knowledge of Qian Dalu was sparse, limited to basic facts. Given his age, over a century and a half, she had assumed him a rigid traditionalist. To her surprise, he proved unexpectedly open-minded. Still, 3 months of confinement. What was she to do with all that time? After a moment's contemplation, she abandoned the thought. Sleep took precedence. In her own chambers, Bibi Dong sat by the windowsill, gazing pensively at the southern sun. Their future. What path should I choose? Her hatred for the spirit hall seemed to waver in this moment. Torn between identities, whether to embrace vengeance as the Rakshasa, lashing out at the world, or to pave the way as a mother and mentor, she found herself adrift in uncertainty. Chapter 89. Qian Daoliu's Curiosity Day 1 of confinement 3 months? A trifling matter. Hardly worth a thought 1 week and getting a bit dull. Ahem, cultivation it is. I can manage. 1 month later I've endured worse. I'll persevere. A month and a half teacher, I was wrong. Please, let me out. Su Xianyue weakly pounded on the door, but alas, the barrier set by Bibi Dong was formidable, rendering her efforts futile. How could it be that, having endured for so long, she could no longer hold on? Outside, the voice of Bibi Dong echoed, prompting Su Xianyue to hastily plead for mercy. Teacher, I was wrong. Please let me out. Yet Bibi Dong merely snorted dismissively. Not a chance. You shall remain inside to reflect on your actions. No, please. But before Su Xianyue could finish her sentence, Bibi Dong interjected. Or perhaps you possess some hidden secret. Reveal it, and I shall grant you your freedom. What secret could I possibly have? Haven't you all already uncovered my secrets? Su Xianyue lamented her plight, yet it was evident that Bibi Dong remained utterly unconvinced. Very well, she thought, let us wait. After all, she had yet to reach the 36th level. Hey, teacher, please no? Oh, alas, how frustrating. Her pleas fell upon deaf ears, and Su Xianyue ultimately resigned herself to her fate. This is it. I might as well stay put. Powerless, she collapsed onto the bed, gazing at the pristine ceiling, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts. The restrictions of her martial soul had vanished, granting her the liberty to wield it at will. Nevertheless, Su Xianyue harbored suspicions that Qian Daolu and his ilk might harbor ulterior motives, perhaps even attempting to poison her in a bid to tether her to the spirit hall. Yet, this notion mattered little. Staying here was rather pleasant, surrounded by individuals of exceptional talent and eloquence. Su Xianyue had contemplated this matter more than once. Yet he could never have anticipated the method Qian Daolu intended to employ to tether him to the spirit hall. It was perplexing. How could there be no records? At that moment, within a room brimming with ancient tomes, surrounded by a plethora of venerable books, Qian Daolu stood with furrowed brows. The spirit hall's archives contained no mention of the purple-black six-winged angel. What precisely was Su Xianyue's martial spirit? He paced back and forth, his forehead creased in deep thought. A martial spirit that had never been seen before, yet it bore such a striking resemblance to the six-winged angel. Could it be that a branch of the Qinao family had experienced a mutation in their martial spirit? But a mere village could hardly be the origin of such an anomaly. I must investigate. Due to Su Xianyue's request, this town, along with several neighboring villages and cities, received support from the Spirit Hall, transforming from a village into a town, with its GDP continuing to rise. On this sunny day, Wang Area, clad in a simple dress and carrying a basket, skipped merrily down the street, greeting passers-by. Good morning, Entley. Area, come here. I have some vegetables for you, freshly picked this morning. The townspeople recognized that Su Xianyue had entered the Spirit Hall, and now they enjoyed the benefits of his favor. which had earned Wang Area a measure of respect. However, as she passed the butcher's shop, the meat vendor called out to her, accompanied by a young man in his 30s. Area, this gentleman is looking for the village head. Come over and see if you recognize him. The butcher, with his peculiar accent, beckoned to Wang Area, who approached with a puzzled expression. Sir, who are you? The man in his 30s was, of course, Qin Dao Lu, who wore a benevolent smile as he gazed at Wang Area. You are Su Xianyue's sister? I am an envoy from the Spirit Hall. Could you guide me to your grandfather? Oh, from the Spirit Hall? Then please follow me. The Spirit Hall was known for its friendliness towards common folk, never oppressing the populace. In fact, those who had been wronged could seek justice from the Spirit Hall, which fostered a sense of goodwill among villagers. What business do you have with my grandfather? Wang Area did not rush home, but instead purchased some meat before departing with Qin Dao Lu. As she had ventured out to buy groceries, Qin Dao Lu walked at a leisurely pace, neither hurried nor slow. Well, I am merely here to see what Su Xianyue's hometown is like. Ah, do you know Brother Xiaoya? How is he faring? Upon hearing Su Xianyue's name, Wang Area interrupted Qin Dao Lu, who, unfazed, replied with a kind smile, Aha, he is doing splendidly. Indeed, he is highly esteemed by the Spirit Hall, which means he is quite remarkable. Really? I knew Brother Xiaoya would be impressive. Wang Area beamed with delight, and Qin Dao Lu chuckled softly, noting her innocence and cheerfulness, reminiscent of Xiao Shui in her younger days. Before long, they arrived at a wooden cottage. Although the house had been renovated, it retained its simplicity. At that moment, Wang Fugue sat in a deck chair in the yard, basking in the sun and sipping tea. Grandfather, we have a guest. Wang Area's voice startled Wang Fugue, nearly causing him to spill his tea. A guest? As Wang Area led Qin Dao Lu into the courtyard, Qin Dao Lu surveyed the surroundings before bowing slightly to Wang Fugue. This gentleman must be Su Xianyue's grandfather. Indeed, that is I. Young man, please take a seat. Wang Area brought over a chair, and Wang Fugue poured a cup of tea for Qin Dao Lu. Young man, you are? Wang Fugue inquired, studying the youthful visage of Qin Dao Lu with curiosity. Oh, I'm an envoy of the Spirit Hall, here to inquire about Su Xianyue's background. You must be aware that we at the Spirit Hall must conduct thorough investigations. Oh dear, an esteemed guest from the Spirit Hall. I beg your pardon for my negligence. Wang Fugue exclaimed as he rose to fetch something from within the house. But Qin Dao Lu gently stopped him. Nevertheless, Wang Fugue returned with a parcel. Here, some fine tea. I have been reluctant to drink it, but please, do sample it. Qin Dao Lu did not touch the tea in front of him, leading Wang Fugue to assume he was dissatisfied, prompting him to present his cherished tea. There is no need for such formality. I shall leave shortly after my inquiries, and I will not impose for long. Ah. We are at a loss to repay the Spirit Hall's kindness, so we strive to extend our hospitality in these small ways. I hope you will not find it lacking. Not at all. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. Su Xianyue's origins. As he broached this topic, Wang Fugue hesitated. Well, I honestly do not know. When we found him at the village entrance, he was without even a scrap of clothing, lying bare in the grass. Alas, one wonders which parents could be so heartless, nearly allowing him to freeze to death. The ensuing conversation devolved into Wang Fugue's monologue, providing no useful information for Qin Dao Lu. As they continued to chat, mealtime approached. Grandfather, it's time to eat. Wang Area's voice echoed from within the house, prompting Wang Fugue to come to his senses. Oh dear. I have rambled on too long. Esteemed guest, please stay for a meal. No, I must return to report. I shall not intrude further. Wang Fugue respectfully saw Qin Dao Lu off. On his way back, Qin Dao Lu remained lost in thought. The villagers were primarily ordinary folk, and the child he had found. There were no tokens or clues to follow. The trail had gone cold. What a pity. The lineage of Su Xianyue has stirred the attention of Douluo, who personally initiated a search, yet no trace of information could be unearthed, shrouding the matter in mystery. Finally, the time arrived for Su Xianyue to be released from her sentence. I, Su Xianyue, am free at last, she exclaimed, her voice echoing towards the heavens while behind her. Bibi Dong watched with a smile. How much have you improved? 35. Su Xianyue's heart sank with a pang of guilt. I warned you. If you do not meet my expectations, there will be consequences. With a thud, Su Xianyue knelt, bowing her head in submission. Master, I was wrong. The truth is, leveling up is exceedingly difficult. Su Xianyue was genuinely fearful of Bibi Dong's punishments, which ranged from various forms of physical training to dueling with a high-ranking soul master. The battles would not cease until she was utterly exhausted. On occasion, Bibi Dong herself would intervene, ensuring that Su Xianyue faced her trials head-on. Observing Su Xianyue kneeling and pleading for mercy, Bibi Dong couldn't suppress a smirk, though she quickly reverted to her usual stern demeanor. Very well. Nana and the others are eager to see you. Engage in a battle with them, and we shall consider this matter resolved. Fight them? Su Xianyue queried. Yes, with all your might. The clash was fierce, with Juliana and her companions being driven back relentlessly. What on earth is this? Brother, the martial soul fusion technique. Ahaha. Submit to my overwhelming power. In the skies, Su Xianyue, enveloped in her martial soul state, wielded her sword with fervor, unleashing waves of explosive energy that relentlessly wore down her opponents. The sheer force of her sword energy rendered them disoriented and incapable of mounting any counterattack. They could hardly touch the hem of her pants. Suddenly, a flash of red light heralded the arrival of Yao Mei, yet it proved futile against Su Xianyue's might. Su Xianyue, come down. I shan't. Come up and face me. With no means to strike back, they resorted to taunts. But they were acutely aware that they could not match Su Xianyue's wit. Thus they conceded after a few futile insults. Teacher, we cannot win. We concede, Yao Mei informed Bibi Dong, who understood that Juliana and her companions struggled with aerial combat capabilities. Thus, it was not entirely their fault. Then let us cease for now. Su Xianyue, you may descend. With a resounding thud, Su Xianyue landed, creating a gust of wind that swept across the arena, exuding an air of grandeur. Upon landing, the first thing Su Xianyue did was strike a victorious pose and laugh heartily. Ha! Allow me a moment to bask in my glory. Her boisterous laughter elicited discontent among the onlookers. Su Xianyue, you are despicable. Indeed, to possess such an extraordinary martial soul and reveal it only now. Juliana's pride had been wounded, and Yinshen, in his role as a sycophant, readily agreed. However, Shiyue remained calm. Su Xianyue, has your martial soul recently undergone a second awakening? Or, Su Xianyue raised her victorious peace sign, looking at them with mischief. Curious, are we? I shan't divulge. With that, she floated away, her confidence soaring. The group engaged in playful banter until Bibi Dong approached. All right, continue your training. Work diligently, for the grand competition is but a year away. Strive for victory. Yes. The group responded in unison, left standing in bewilderment as Bibi Dong departed. How strange. Our teacher is actually encouraging us. In the past, she would merely offer a brief compliment or a simple keep it up, but now she has spoken so much. Su Xianyue, I share your sentiments. Yet, few paid it much heed, and no further practice ensued, as Su Xianyue had thoroughly disrupted their focus. Come now, Su Xianyue, unless you treat us to a meal, we shall not forgive you. The group, thoroughly flustered by Su Xianyue's antics, found Yin leading the charge and demanding a feast. Well then, I suppose I shall indulge you to the point of excess. Laughter and chatter accompanied their departure, unbeknownst to them that a solitary figure stood in the distance. Observing them quietly, Su Xianyue has once again broadened my understanding. The might of this martial spirit is unparalleled, eclipsing even the six-winged angel. The six-winged angel embodies versatility, encompassing attack, defense, and support, yet its varied soul ring selections yield differing paths. It is evident that Su Xianyue's martial spirit is purely offensive, with both power and speed that could be deemed invincible. However, the stern expression transformed in the next moment, as if a cheerful thought had crossed his mind, leading to an unexpected chuckle. How delightful! Our spirit hall truly has promising successors. He laughed heartily before turning to leave. At that moment, Bibi Dong, savoring her tea, suddenly turned her gaze aside as Qian Daolu approached with purpose. What brings you here? Bibi Dong resumed her previous posture, while Qian Daolu spoke plainly. My mind is made up. Within 5 years, at most, they must be wed. This visit is not to seek your opinion, but to inform you. So do endeavor to bring Xiao Shui back soon. With that, he departed. Bibi Dong remained momentarily frozen in her tea-holding stance, before taking another sip. What nonsense is this old fool rambling about? 5 years for their marriage. Why is Bibi Dong feeling so vexed? Perhaps she has caught the sentiment. Subsequently, she leaned back in her chair, gazing at the ceiling, a contented smile gracing her lips. This is quite agreeable. This chapter does not conclude here. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. Drink, drink, drink. We shall not return until Su Xianyue's trousers are thoroughly soaked. In the tavern, Yin bellowed, pouring wine into his mouth with abandon. Su Xianyue, Is this really necessary? Losing to me is nothing to be ashamed of. Don't you agree, Xianyue? Xianyue? Beside him, Xianyue shouted to everyone in the tavern. The entire bill is on young Master Su. Enjoy your food and drinks. This is too much. The three burly men squabbled noisily while Yu Xiaogang sat alone, drowning her sorrows in drink. Hic, huh, Su Xianyue. Let me tell you, I refuse to accept this. Hic, glug, glug, glug. Sound of drinking, before she knew it. Yu Xiaogang had already climbed onto the table, a clear indication of her inner turmoil. Su Xianyue beheld the current state of Yu Xiaogang and, with a swift motion, slapped Xianyue on the back. Aren't you going to take care of her? She's completely intoxicated. Xianyue, realizing that he had been careless, quickly lifted Yu Xiaogang into his arms. I shall take her back to rest. You all continue to drink. Su Xianyue watched them depart, simultaneously swatting away the drunken yen, who was flailing about beside her. Is it really necessary, Sister Na? Could it be that I have indeed gone too far? Along the way, Xianyue carried the tipsy Yu Xiaogang, who was humming incoherently. Nana, how on earth did I end up drinking so much? What am I to do now? Hic, it's none of your business. I want. Hic, whatever I want. Frustrated, Xianyue could only continue carrying her. After a while, he gazed at the setting sun. So, Nana, what shall we have for dinner? Dinner? I want boiled chicken. Didn't you say you wanted to lose weight recently? I don't care. I want it, I want it, I want it. All right, don't sway around, boiled chicken it is. Chapter 91. Tang San's transformation in the setting sun forest. Time passed swiftly, and Tang San and the others had already reached level 40. Arriving in this forest to obtain their soul rings. Tang San's appearance was rather alarming. Dark circles enveloped his eyes, and a somber aura surrounded him. He sat on the grass, eyes closed in contemplation. Yu Xiaogang approached, observing his serious and gloomy expression. Little San, have you not yet decided on your soul ring? Tang San remained silent, seemingly oblivious to the question. After a moment of reflection, he opened his bloodshot eyes and pointed towards a bird in the distance. That one, teacher. Yu Xiaogang looked in the direction he indicated, suddenly taken aback. Don't joke around, little San. That 1,000-feathered sky-piercing bird is clearly unsuitable for you. Even if it were suitable, it possesses nearly 20,000 years of cultivation, at least 18,000. The creature they referred to was a bird adorned with long, colorful feathers, appearing plump and somewhat endearing. Yet, it was anything but charming in battle. Despite its dense plumage, its speed was remarkable, and once its feathers were infused with soul power, they became incredibly hard, dispersing like a net, and could even be directed by thought. With a cultivation age exceeding 1,000 years, its already sharp feathers bore wind blades, making it exceedingly formidable, not to mention its millennia of experience. I have made up my mind. I ask for your assistance, teacher. Tang San's eyes, filled with a fierce determination, startled Yu Xiaogang, causing him to take a step back. Give me one reason. Tang San took a deep breath and slowly replied. As a control type, I have come to a profound realization that the abilities of a control type are limited. I comprehended in the eye of ice and fire that the stronger one's own abilities, the more one can achieve their desired outcomes. Additionally, I already possess sufficient control skills. If I wish to significantly enhance my strength, I must change my cultivation direction. As he spoke, Tang San clenched his fist. Yu Xiaogang was taken aback, staring at Tang San in disbelief. What do you mean? What are you trying to say? Suddenly lifting his head, Tang San, with a near-manic expression, shouted at Yu Xiaogang, I will no longer be a control type. Teacher. His voice echoed across the small clearing, leaving everyone perplexed. What is going on? Little San, why would you abandon being a control type? Oscar leaned closer to Tang San, scrutinizing him. I have clearly defined my path. I ask for your approval, teacher. Tang San did not glance at anyone else, merely focusing on Yu Xiaogang. It's not that I disagree, but you already possess the formidable Haotian hammer as your first attack type martial soul. Do you intend to develop your blue-silver grass into an attack type as well? Even so, that 18,000-year soul beast is something you cannot possibly absorb. The risks are too great. No, I have made my decision. It shall be so. Tang San's declaration left the group in shock. His shift in martial soul type was a significant matter for them. However, with Shrek Academy's already fewer numbers, relying on Tang San's ferocious fighting style while commanding the others had allowed them to progress smoothly. Now, with Tang San's intention to change paths, their futures would diverge dramatically. Hey, little San, think this through. Changing martial soul types is not a trivial matter. It concerns your future. If anything goes wrong, your blue-silver grass martial soul could be ruined. Flinder and the others clustered around, attempting to dissuade him, but to no avail. Rest assured, teachers, I have thought this through thoroughly. After much persuasion yielded no results, they resigned themselves to the situation. Well, Xiaogang, if you cannot persuade him, then we certainly cannot. Perhaps we should just support him. Flinder patted Yu Xiaogang on the shoulder, who sighed in resignation. Alas, little San, pursue your path as you wish. But regarding this fourth soul ring choice, that thousand-feathered sky-piercing bird is absolutely out of the question. Its age is far too high. No, it is the one. My intuition tells me it is right. Tang Xin gazed at the bird circling in the sky, raising his hand and clenching it tightly, filled with resolve. Very well. Yu Xiaogang, utterly resigned, could only acquiesce to Tang San's wish. Lu Erlong and Flinder went to capture the bird while Yu Xiaogang continued his attempts to persuade him. Little San, please reconsider. No, teacher, please do not say more. I am aware of my own limits. The Eye of Ice and Fire is a treasure. I absorbed 2 immortal herbs from Douluo, so I am 80% confident in absorbing the herbs there. You need not worry. I understand. You are fighting for Xiaowu, but consider your own future as well. Truly. Never mind, I will not nag. Do as you wish. Before long. The thousand-feathered sky-piercing bird was subdued after considerable effort from several individuals. The 7-meter wingspan bird was held down by the group. And Tang Xin hurried over to deliver the finishing blow. Thank you, teachers. I shall now proceed to absorb the soul ring. Tang Xin, with the newly emerged soul ring, made his way towards the Eye of Ice and Fire, leaving the others in a state of stunned silence. Xiaogang, are you really not going to try and dissuade him? That is an 18,000-year soul ring, and he is merely a soul master. Do you think I do not wish to? I cannot persuade him. Yet. Little San has his own convictions, and he has never disappointed me. I trust him. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading. Within the Eye of Ice and Fire, Tang San's convictions spread like sparks across a wild field, gradually expanding. After a long wait, Tang San emerged, shrouded in a chilling black aura, rising from the depths of darkness. The black 8 spider lances behind him twisted continuously, slicing through the air with a piercing sound that assaulted the ears of those present. Little San, what is happening? Tang San, his visage contorted in agony, clutched his head as veins bulged across his body. He resembled a frenzied beast, on the verge of exploding, yet after a few moments, he gradually quieted down. Seeing his stillness, Yu Xiaogang and the others dared to approach. Little San, how do you feel? Can you hear what I am saying? Tang San knelt on the ground, while Yu Xiaogang continuously shook him. At that moment, he opened his pitch-black eyes in a daze, revealing a smile. I succeeded, teacher. Tang San beamed warmly, and Yu Xiaogang finally felt a sense of relief. That's wonderful. By the way, what soul skill have you acquired? Please demonstrate the fruit of your impulsiveness to us. The others joined in with playful banter as Tang San slowly rose to his feet. Everyone, please step back. The group cleared a space for him, and Tang San closed his eyes, absorbing the information imparted by his soul ring. A patch of blue-silver grass sprouted around him, and then he abruptly opened his eyes. Blue-silver thousand leaves break. Countless strands of blue-silver grass were severed by the wind, swirling and coalescing in his palm, forming a sphere infused with explosive wind energy, which he hurled forth. The expansive ground ahead was also affected by the impact. Blue-silver thousand leaves break, a wide-range, short-distance explosive soul skill, dealing greater damage the closer one is. Chapter 92. New team member. Is this my outfit? Early that morning, Su Xianyue held up a specially crafted tight-fitting combat suit from the Spirit Hall, lost in thought. The deep purple-black color suited him well, though it was rather revealing. Your clothing will be damaged when your martial soul manifests, so His Holiness the Pope had this battle suit designed specifically for you. The person delivering the outfit explained respectfully. Su Xianyue turned the garment around and said, but this is too revealing, especially at the back. Indeed, it was a backless design, utilizing minimal fabric. Please try it on, Master Su. We can make adjustments as necessary, the maid urged, while Su Xianyue held the outfit, feeling quite at a loss. How am I supposed to wear this? I've never donned such attire before. Su Xianyue turned her clothes around, but found not a single zipper. Please. Young Master Su, do not move, the maid said as she approached Su Xianyue. After a series of actions, oh, so that's how it is. It feels quite comfortable to wear, though I do feel a chill on my back. Wait, why are you bleeding from your nose? Are you hurt? Su Xianyue turned once in front of the mirror, and when she glanced back, she found the maid with a serious expression, blood streaming from her nose. I am fine. If there are no ill-fitting areas, I shall take my leave. It was rather comfortable, she thought to herself. Go on, go on. After the maid departed, Su Xianyue gazed at her reflection, revealing a rather lascivious smile. Can't you tell? I look so good after a little dressing up. Oh ho ho. However, the chill at my back is still quite unfamiliar. I should put on a jacket. At that moment, in the plaza of the Spirit Hall, several individuals stood together. These three, handpicked from the academy, were commendable students who would join you as teammates. Do get along well. Yu Xiaogang said cheerfully, pointing at the three timid young individuals before turning to leave. You. Hello. I am Zhang Ping. With the martial spirit Golden Feather Swallow, a level 46 agility type battle soul master. One of the young women stepped forward, stammering through her introduction, while the others, slightly nervous, followed suit, emboldened by her lead. I am Su Yu, with the martial spirit Golden Staff, a level 45 support type weapon soul master. I am Su Xianyue, with the martial spirit circular giant blade, a level 47 attack type weapon soul master. After their introductions, Xianyue and the others observed their palpable nervousness and approached to offer reassurance. No need to be so tense. I am familiar with you all, and we shall be teammates. Let us cooperate well. These individuals were selected from the elite students of the Spirit Academy, and while Yin and the others were somewhat acquainted with them, the truth was they were merely fodder for their battles. Previously, they had only exchanged nods. Now, after some conversation, they had grown more familiar. I never expected we would actually participate in such a grand competition. Ah, it feels like a dream. What is the big deal? It's merely a brawl against a bunch of so-called geniuses. I refuse to believe there is anyone more talented than I am. Ha ha ha. Yin laughed boisterously. As they exchanged pleasantries and grew closer, Su Xianyue approached, tugging at her clothing. This outfit feels a bit awkward since it's my first time wearing it. Oh well, I'll get used to it. Huh? Today feels quite lively. Su Xianyue, clad in a stylish trench coat, strode confidently towards them. However, several newcomers were captivated by her charm. Wow, what an adorable little sister. Let me give her a hug. Without hesitation, Zhang Ping approached and attempted to wash Su Xianyue's face. Taken aback by this sudden act, Su Xianyue was momentarily bewildered. Who are you? Go away. She wriggled free from Zhang Ping's enthusiastic yet unwelcome facial treatment, casting a disdainful glance in her direction. I apologize for my abruptness. Forgive me, little sister. But how is it possible that such a young child is here? Yin and Xianyue stifled their laughter, only recovering when Su Xianyue shot them a glare. Ahem, Su Xianyue. They are our teammates for the upcoming competition, and we need to practice our strategies. Strategies for what? Aren't we just going to fight if we disagree? Su Xianyue cast a disdainful glance at him, while the newcomers exchanged whispers. Hey, could this little sister be a contestant in the future? Then, what is that expression on your face? Su waved his hand in front of the astonished Su Xianyue. Su Xianyue gazed at Su Xianyue, who was engaged in a heated debate with Yin and others, and silently remarked, so adorable. Zhang Ping approached from the side, her face adorned with a grimace. Woo-woo, the little sister doesn't like me. The two were taken aback. Meanwhile, Su Xianyue and Yin continued their argument. When did you, a reckless fool, become so tactical? Aren't you always the one charging ahead without a second thought? I've changed that bad habit now, haven't I? Xianyue hurriedly intervened, pulling them apart. While Hu Laina stood by, her forehead in distress. There must be some strategy. What if we need it? Hu Laina advised, and after speaking, she began conferring with a few others. Nonetheless, Su Xianyue cast them a scornful glance. You all didn't seem to employ any strategy when you fought. It was merely a matter of unleashing your martial soul fusion against them. The chapter is not over. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. What are you mumbling about? Come over for practice. Su Xianyue was called over as they began discussing strategies, even though they might prove futile later. The strategy was straightforward. Fight if you can win. If not, rely on martial soul fusion. Nothing extraordinary about it. It was just like before. As Su Xianyue continued to voice his complaints, Hu Laina suddenly pointed at him. Then came the real combat scenario, where the six of us were set to confront him alone. Hey, isn't that a bit excessive? Su Xianyue protested. But his objections fell on deaf ears as Hu Laina and Yin ushered the newly arrived trio to the other side of the square. Well, never mind. The newcomers, still somewhat dazed, incredulously addressed Hu Laina. Isn't it a bit unfair for a six to gang up on him? What is wrong with that? Just get ready. You're an agility type, right? Don't forget to flank him later, she replied. Meanwhile, Su Xianyue removed his jacket and distanced himself from them. Thud. The sound of a nosebleed, Chuan Tao. What is the matter with you? Pull yourself together, Su shouted, shaking the collapsed Su Xianyue by the shoulders. I'm fine. Su Xianyue groggily got back on his feet, dabbing at his nosebleed with a handkerchief. Is he really that weak? Does he have some lingering illness? Hu Xianyue inquired, pointing at him while looking at Zhang Ping. Huh? I don't recall him having any chronic ailments. Su Xianyue leaned against Su for support, shaking his head to clear his mind. I'm all right. Just a bit overheated lately. At that moment, Su Xianyue's voice echoed from afar. Are you all set? Are we going to fight or not? Hu Xianyue responded with an okay gesture. Let us begin. Okay. Martial spirit manifestation. Su Xianyue was enveloped in a familiar purple glow, which dissipated to reveal her 6 wings against the sky. Humph. Brace yourselves, she declared, her presence commanding attention. I am here. Beware, the boss has appeared. Number of participants, 66. Difficulty level. Chapter 93, the 93rd, another strike from my fall to heaven. An overwhelming aura swept across the battlefield, the sheer pressure rendering several individuals breathless. What kind of martial soul is this? The onlookers, stunned by the unprecedented intensity, gaped at Su Xianyue, whose devilish smile and casual sword swings conjured fierce winds. Are you prepared to face the abyss? The chilling voice echoed in the ears of the newcomers, who finally grasped the terror of the figure before them. First soul skill, Radiance of Gold. This technique enhanced all attributes by 15%. Su Yu, observing the advancing warriors, quickly reacted to bolster them with buffs. The martial soul hall did not nurture mere delicate blooms. Unlike the inept members of the second team from Tiando, these individuals possessed a fundamental psychological resilience. Zhang Ping's martial soul was unique, rather than manifesting in a possessed state. It appeared in the form of a weapon. At that moment, she directed a small swallow towards Su Xianyue. First soul skill, Golden Feather Soaring. Fourth soul skill, Golden Feather Slash. The first skill augmented speed and attack power, while the fourth transformed her wings into dual blades for an offensive strike. However, just as the golden swallow approached Su Xianyue, it was effortlessly swatted away by a single sword stroke, which has startled me. With their soul aerial attack rendered ineffective, they were compelled to devise an alternative strategy. Yin, use that move, Hu Xianyue shouted, prompting Yin to plunge his hands into the ground, closing his eyes to concentrate. First soul skill, Hellfire Magma Rush. Yin suddenly opened his eyes, and a torrent of magma erupted from beneath Su Xianyue, hurtling towards her. Humph. Though I'm uncertain of its efficacy, I have trained extensively for this move. He continued to unleash streams of magma, though the exertion was considerable. The magma itself required minimal energy, being merely a first soul skill, yet controlling its trajectory and eruption consumed a great deal of soul power and mental fortitude, effectively disrupting the battlefield. Second soul skill, Blessing of Holy Light. Behind them, Su released a restorative soul skill, rejuvenating soul power and stamina. Golden light flowed into the others, alleviating their fatigue. Revitalized, Yin persisted in directing his soul skills to manipulate Su Xianyue's movements, while the golden swallow continually sought opportunities for attack, yet to no avail. This one do, let us fuse our martial souls. Xianyue and Hu Xianyue began to unleash their martial soul fusion technique, a process that required considerable time. If we are to merge our martial souls, then I shall invoke my fourth soul skill, Golden Song. Xianyue aimed his staff at the duo, channeling his soul power. Is the fusion process accelerating? They found themselves in a fusion state, unable to move, yet a shared thought emerged in their minds. My fourth soul skill can expedite the charging time of energy-based techniques. It seems it can also hasten the fusion of martial souls, albeit at the cost of significant soul power. This skill proved potent, transforming what would typically take 2 to 3 minutes into mere seconds for completion. However, Su collapsed, drained beyond his expectations, falling to the ground in exhaustion. This skill is formidable. Now Su Xianyue, come down and face me in earnest. The enchanting figure pointed her moon blade toward the sky at Su Xianyue, who, upon noticing their completed fusion, remarked, "Oh, such swift fusion? Ah, that must be the support type." Su Xianyue was still puzzled as to why they could merge so swiftly. Upon seeing the support type collapsed on the ground, he understood. Subsequently, he raised his middle finger at them. "Come on, if you dare, come and fight me." Ever since they reached level 50, the demoness had adorned herself with a mask, yet it was evident that she was extremely furious. "Yan, are you ready?" "All right." The demoness sprinted towards Yan, who positioned his hands together, resembling a springboard. The demoness stepped onto Yan's hands, and with a powerful thrust, he propelled her into the air. With her moon blade crossed, She aimed a slash at Su Xianyue, but he deftly evaded it. Wow. You truly have an array of tricks up your sleeves to deal with me. Su Xianyue gazed at the enchanting creature that had fallen to the ground, expressing her disdain. At that moment, she seemed to sense something, and abruptly turned her head, only to hear a resounding shout. It's not over yet. At this juncture, Sun Chuantao was brought forth by Yin. Although the colossal circular blade lacked the agility of the moon blade, its power was not to be underestimated. With his third soul skill, the revolving blade, he forcefully hurled the circular blade, which began to orbit around Su Xianyue in a continuous arc, slicing as it went. However, there were limitations. It could only rotate around the point of launch. Otherwise, there would have been no need for Yin to bring it forth. What on earth is this? Su Xianyue swiftly evaded the area where the circular blade was whirling, casting a glance at the crowd on the ground who gazed at him with expressions of disbelief. A grin spread across his face. It's my turn now. With the activation of his second soul skill, Fallen Heaven, the shimmering 10,000-year soul ring flickered to life. Su Xianyue began to spiral around the plaza, continually channeling soul power into the sword he wielded. After accumulating enough energy, he soared upward with great momentum. As he reached a height where the entirety of Wuhuan City came into view, he commenced a rapid descent. The onlookers below heard a resounding voice. Prepare to face my fallen heaven strike. A violet meteor plummeted towards them with astonishing speed, an unstoppable force weighing heavily upon their hearts. Don't joke around. Su Xianyue, are you out of your mind? Yin shouted at him, while Su Xianyue, high in the sky, cried out, I can't hold it back. Run. Boom. As soon as Su Xianyue finished speaking, before anyone had the chance to flee, she had already descended. A surge of soul power swept through, yet this time, there was no familiar black light column or mushroom cloud. When everyone opened their eyes, they found Bibi Dong standing before them, obstructing Su Xianyue's attack. I have provided this venue for your training, not for you to dismantle it. Su Xianyue, 3 days of confinement. Bibi Dong pressed her staff against the head of the prostrate Su Xianyue, chastising her twice, then lifted her by the collar and departed, leaving the others exchanging bewildered glances. What was that just now? It was terrifying. The newcomers, particularly Zhang Ping, were so frightened that they crouched on the ground, clutching their heads in sheer terror. I thought I was going to die. Sun Chuanao plopped down onto the ground, exhaling deeply, feeling somewhat relieved, due to the exhaustion of his soul power. Su Yu lay on the ground, his teeth chattering uncontrollably and his expression vacant, clearly shaken as well. He often loses control like this. So be cautious if you seek him for training in the future, Yin remarked, helping the seated Sun Chuanao to his feet. We promise we won't seek him out for training. Shouldn't you be assuring us that you will be cautious instead? Never mind, you're new here. I'll treat you to drinks. Let us gather at the tavern. Chapter 94. Seeking methods of cultivation break for me. With a resounding shout from Su Xianyue, a wave of energy erupted as she sat cross-legged on her bed, resulting in a breakthrough in her level. Level 36. My goodness, this is so difficult. Su Xianyue's face bore little expression, yet it was evident that he felt a sense of joy. Ever since he absorbed that mystical herb, his cultivation speed had not significantly increased. The herb was intended to enhance the body and accelerate the flow of soul power, thereby improving the speed of cultivation. However, it seemed that apart from providing Su Xianyue with a soul ring, the herb had not improved his physical condition. Nonetheless, his cultivation speed had slightly quickened. Albeit just a fraction. Damn it. Never mind. Regardless of the soul power, I shall focus on refining my body. With that thought, Su Xianyue casually swung his fist forward, unleashing a powerful gust that scattered the books on the shelf before him. Satisfied, he clenched his fist and began to tidy up the books. After all, being confined and having created a mess, organizing things was a decent way to pass the time. To put it plainly, he was simply bored. After a few months of inactivity, it was time to venture outside. Are you really going out again? The Soul Master competition is just 2 months away. Are you certain you want to leave at such a critical moment? What if? There was no choice. The pace of my cultivation was too slow. I merely wished to step outside and see if I might stumble upon a soul bone or something of the sort. Su Xianyue desired to venture forth and hunt soul beasts to enhance her physique. However, Bibi Dong appeared somewhat hesitant. She was concerned that Su Xianyue might encounter peculiar soul beasts that could pose a threat to her safety. As you are aware, your blood. Previously, a mere red-eyed night owl of around 80,000 years had bewildered Yueguan completely, and this time, Bibi Dong feared that Su Xianyue might confront something equally strange that Yueguan and the others could not handle. It's fine, at worst. I can trade 10 years of solitude for my safe return, Su Xianyue reassured. Bibi Dong chose not to elaborate further. She recognized Su Xianyue's ambition and would not impede her. Then let Yueguan accompany you. It will ensure your safety. Oh, very well. Teacher, I shall prepare and set off shortly. Go ahead. Su Xianyue departed with a cheerful heart, while Bibi Dong reclined on her seat, eyes closed. This child is truly a source of constant worry. Now that you and the others have left, I find myself quite occupied. Sigh. Young one, what prompted you to venture into the Star Doe forest this time? You have no need for spirit rings at this moment. Su Xianyue was tidying up her belongings while Yuguan Mei stood outside her door, waiting. You wouldn't understand. It's merely for training. Just ensure my safety. And we shall set off. After several days of tumultuous travel, they finally arrived at the starry forest, which, fortunately, was not too far from the spirit hall. They reached the familiar little town, where they settled their carriage before embarking on their journey. Not much had changed here. By the way, do you know the name of this quaint little town? Su Xianyue suddenly recalled that this quaint town seemingly lacked a name, which piqued her curiosity. It was rather peculiar for such a small place to be nameless, but she decided not to dwell on trivial matters. Enough of this nonsense, let's get moving. She urged herself, eager to pursue her intentions. As she stepped into the vibrant starry forest, Su Xianyue closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then, the martial soul manifested. It was time for earnest cultivation, and a mischievous smile spread across her face. Su Xianyue's mouth twisted into a sinister arc, and her lackluster eyes sent a chill down one's spine. The specters behind her, Gu Mei and Yuguan, were taken aback by Su Xianyue's sudden transformation. What could have caused this abrupt change in the child? Su Xianyue leapt into the air and took flight, prompting the two to hastily follow suit. As they soared alongside her, Su Xianyue suddenly caught sight of something ahead, abruptly twisting her body to descend, an unexpected maneuver that caught them off guard. Upon their descent alongside her, they were met with the relentless wails of soul beasts echoing in the air. What a nuisance! It was merely a herd of century-old soul beasts, a sheer waste of effort. Scattered across the ground lay several carcasses of herbivorous soul beasts, their blood seeping slowly into the earth. Su Xianyue, feeling utterly bored, casually flicked his sword before soaring into the air once more. Was his purpose here solely to slay soul beasts? It was uncertain. Nonetheless, as long as they ensured his safety, nothing else mattered. While they marveled at the scene, Su Xianyue had already located another group of prey. In a desolate clearing, surrounded by sparse vegetation and predominantly rocky terrain, lay a hilly expanse dotted with numerous caverns. A dozen fire-red lions lounged languidly in the sun. At that moment, an unexpected intruder entered their midst. As a flame magic lion basked in the sunlight, a flash of sword light swept through, and its massive head rolled down the rocky hill. The 3-meter-tall lion was vanquished in an instant. This commotion quickly drew the attention of the pride, their gazes turning toward the disturbance. In that fleeting moment, several other lions that had ventured too close also met the same fate, their heads severed. Yellow and purple soul rings ascended continuously, while ethereal white mist, invisible to ordinary eyes, began to converge in a specific direction, the heart of the lion's den. Roars of fury erupted from the pride as they searched for the beast that had slain their kin. Countless wails echoed, and in the blink of an eye, half of the pride had been decapitated. The two observers in the sky watched this carnage unfold, with Yuguan feeling a twinge of discomfort. Oh, who would have thought Su Xianyue possessed such a bloodthirsty nature? It never crossed my mind before, one remarked. Now it is evident, he is indeed a killer. Yet, does it not seem to you that he is merely unleashing pent-up frustration? Or has he always been this way? After a brief exchange, they silently observed the massacre below. Transformed into a shadow, Su Xianyue was nearly imperceptible, save for the faint glimmers he left in his wake. At this moment, his emotions could be distilled into a single word: exhilaration. To evade the relentless pursuit of Qian Douluo, he had long suppressed his martial soul, refraining from revealing his true power. Now, liberated from such concerns, he unleashed himself entirely. The shadow flickered back and forth, with each flash. Several flame magic lions fell to their demise. Su Xianyue now revels in this exhilarating sensation, the thrill akin to effortlessly slicing through vegetables, a refreshing delight bestowed by his very soul. This horde of flame demon lions is utterly incapable of thwarting him, relegated to mere puppets under his dominion. The leader of the Pride, a 2-millennia-old flame demon lion, was mercilessly dismembered beneath the onslaught of Su Xianyue's sword aura, meeting a gruesome demise. The soul of that soul sage elevated his third soul ring to 1,000 years, and having slaughtered an entire pride, this soul ring transformed into one of 10,000 years. With the Lion King slain, the remaining remnants of the pride were seized by a desire to flee. Yet their disobedient limbs trembled uncontrollably. Standing atop the carcass of the Lion King, Su Xianyue cast a chilling glance back at the surviving lions, and then, centered upon himself, a dark energy shield began to unfurl. Within a diameter of 1,000 meters, a translucent black barrier enveloped the area, prompting the remaining lions to finally regain their senses and flee in a frenzied panic. However, scarcely had they managed to escape a few meters when several suddenly collapsed onto the ground, while the few remaining, as if struck by an invisible force, struggled to rise. But to no avail. An intense, piercing pain radiated through their brains, rendering them incapable of thought or reaction. Chapter 95, Targeted Su Xianyue. The flame demon lions sprawled on the ground, their souls extracted, met immediate death. Those who remained, ranking higher than Su Xianyue, escaped death but bore the brunt of grievous soul injuries. The agony of a wounded soul is unbearable, leaving them devoid of strength to flee. Even as Su Xianyue pursued them relentlessly, a few still survive. They shall perish. With a swift motion, the remaining flame demons let out a half-hearted wail before succumbing to death. At this juncture, Yu Xiaogang and Guimei found themselves before Su Xianyue, their hair standing on end in the presence of his terrifying aura. Su Xianyue, have you ventured out this time solely for the purpose of slaughter? Su Xianyue performed a flourish with her sword before she sheathed. Indeed, I shall take a moment to rest and perhaps seek out other soul beasts. Su Xianyue did not retract her martial spirit and gradually advanced in a particular direction, within a radius of several hundred meters. The feeble soul beasts and animals had all been absorbed by her, and there were no other soul beast clusters near the territory of the flame demon lion. She continued her search while restoring her strength. Yu Xiaogang and Guimei appeared hesitant, but ultimately they voiced their concerns. Su Xianyue, you are heading towards calamity. It would be wise to cease while you are ahead. If you continue to slaughter soul beasts indiscriminately, you will incur the wrath of the Forest King. Indeed, those two creatures are formidable. Even with Lao Gui and I joining forces, we may not prevail against them. They wished to further persuade Su Xianyue. Yet at that moment, she seemed entranced. Then I shall slay just a few more, merely a handful, before departing. Just a tiny bit more, since I am here. I might as well enhance my strength. Seeing Su Xianyue acquiesce, Yu Xiaogang and the others refrained from further protest and followed her. There is a group of wind baboons ahead. Su Xianyue, you. Guimei sensed something ahead and turned to inquire, but upon glancing back, she found Su Xianyue had already disappeared. Before them, a black energy barrier began to spread forth, prompting Yu Xiaogang and Guimei to swiftly take flight to evade it. It seems he welcomes all comers. Without needing old Gui's warning, Yu Xiaogang jested, while Guimei shook her head. He appeared insatiable, if this continued. I genuinely fear. Guimei harbored trepidation towards Daming and Erming, and at the mere mention of them, Yu Xiaogan's expression darkened as well. What is there to fear? If we cannot defeat them, we can always retreat. However, my current concern is whether this path Su Xianyue is on will have detrimental effects on our psyche. Slaughter can easily cloud one's heart, leading to a loss of self, and witnessing Su Xianyue's relentless killing, their worries were not unfounded. Moments later, Su Xianyue soared back into their view. All right, let us proceed to the next location. The once impassive Su Xianyue now exuded an icy demeanor as she uttered these words and turned to leave. They exchanged glances, resigned, and followed in her wake. Su Xianyue embarked on a relentless spree of slaughter, showing no signs of halting. Although the scale of the carnage was not vast, it seemed to have attracted the attention of certain elevated beings. In a particular subterranean cavern, the entrance was narrow and shrouded by dense vegetation. However, after traversing a constricted passage, one would suddenly find oneself in an expansive chamber. The interior was dim yet devoid of dampness, creating a stark contrast with the previously narrow entryway. This was a vast underground cavern, seemingly not of natural origin. An unprecedented aura of terror permeated the space. Saturated with murderous intent, the situation could no longer be overlooked as it was rife with the massacre of soul beasts. A deep, resonant voice, akin to that of a bass speaker, reverberated through the air, causing the atmosphere to quiver. In the depths of the darkness, A pair of enormous golden vertical pupils glimmered with an extraordinary brilliance. Shall I seize that entity for a clearer view? On the other side, heavy footsteps echoed, their sound coarse and rugged. Go ahead. The earlier sonorous voice resonated once more, followed by a burst of light emanating from a corner. A colossal shadow within the radiance gradually compressed, ultimately transforming into a towering figure. I shall hasten. In the pitch-black void, the imposing silhouette curled its lips in a smirk. Wait, there are two formidable presences beside him. Xiangjun, Yu and Qi Wang shall accompany him. In a nearby corner, a figure as tall as a small mountain trembled twice and let out a loud sneeze. Umph. Die. Su Xianyue descended from the sky, severing the head of a soul beast. With a sigh, she felt her power surge significantly. Su Xianyue wiped the sweat from his brow, clenched his fist, and then struck out with a powerful punch. The tree before him, a towering giant that could be embraced by two people, snapped in response. I hardly exerted much force, yet it broke so easily. The enhancement of my strength is indeed satisfying. However, considering that all three of my soul rings range from 10,000 to 20,000, Su Xianyue, who was initially inclined to retreat after achieving such a feat, began to waver once more. Su Xianyue, perhaps it is time to return. You have already claimed so many lives. As Su Xianyue continued to ponder, Yu Xiaogang urged him onward. Well, I suppose it's time for me to depart. In the span of a single afternoon, Su Xianyue had annihilated 8 groups of soul beasts, claiming the lives of no fewer than 7 10,000-year soul beasts, along with hundreds of 1,000-year and 100-year soul beasts, as well as numerous ordinary animals. Although this tally may seem but a mere fraction in the grand expanse of the Stardow Forest, the soul beasts within a several-mile radius had been utterly eradicated. Although Su Xianyue still felt unsatisfied, a peculiar sense of crisis surged within him, compelling him to abandon the notion of continuing the hunt. Su Xianyue, though unaware of the reasons behind his actions, was cautioned by Yu Guan, who kindly advised him not to be blinded by the desire for slaughter. However, Su Xianyue merely turned his head away. What? Blinded? I'm perfectly fine, he responded expressionlessly, gazing at Yu Guan. Although still in a state of martial spirit manifestation, the icy aura that once enveloped him had vanished. Restored? The others observed, for it was no simple feat for anyone else to regain composure in such a state. Yu Guan exchanged glances with Gui Mei, then looked back at Su Xianyue, who was flying ahead. Is everything truly all right? After slaying so many soul beasts, he has recovered so swiftly, Gui Mei teased. Isn't it splendid that he has restored? It saves you from having to mother him. You talk too much. It's not your place to enlighten him. Laughter filled the air, yet a palpable tension settled around them, as if they were being scrutinized by a bloodthirsty beast, instilling a flicker of fear in their hearts. What is that? Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged behind them, eclipsing the sun. With a thunderous roar, an enormous claw, imbued with formidable soul power, struck the three of them away. Taken by surprise, they plummeted to the ground, sustaining various injuries. The trio scattered, landing in different locations. The massive creature had descended upon the spot where Su Xianyue stood. At that moment, Su Xianyue, just rising from the ground, sensed something amiss. A gigantic Tibetan mastiff, entirely crimson and boasting 3 heads, was fixated on him. Wow, where did this giant dog come from? Sit, Su Xianyue commanded, only to be met with a fierce growl from the creature, the stench of its breath rushing past his cheek. Beside it stood a bear as colossal as a mountain. Chapter 96. The fury of the beast. The giant bear radiated an aura of savagery, unlike the relatively composed 3-headed mastiff. The bear emitted several unintelligible roars directed at the mastiff, seemingly in communication. I sense no trace of humanity from it, yet it possesses soul rings, one of which belongs to my kin. Let us not dwell on that. We must take it back. Those 2 humans seem rather formidable. With that, a powerful surge of soul energy enveloped Su Xianyue, and he was taken away. Su Xianyue struggled in vain, yet his efforts bore some fruit. Just as he was on the verge of breaking free, both of his captors simultaneously turned their gazes upon him. It seemed that before he could escape, they would prefer to render him unconscious first. The colossal bear delivered a mighty swipe, sending Su Xianyue hurtling several meters away, crashing into a venerable ancient tree. As the 2 ferocious beasts approached, they scoured the remnants of the foliage, yet failed to discern Su Xianyue's presence. Not yet unconscious? It appears he is more formidable than anticipated. Over there. In the distant sky, Su Xianyue soared swiftly, clutching his chest. What on earth? Shouldn't they still be in slumber? Why have they emerged at this moment? Cough. Su Xianyue sustained some internal injuries, yet they are not severe. The immediate priority is to locate the two specters, Yu Xiaogang and Guimei, and then make their escape. However, reality seldom aligns with one's desires. A thunderous sound erupted from the ground as Xiangjun suddenly appeared before Su Xianyue, bellowing loudly before delivering another powerful slap. Good heavens! Su Xianyue narrowly evaded disaster, propelling himself upward into the sky. Just as he ascended, he sensed an imminent threat looming close. The formidable Xiangjun relied solely on sheer explosive power to soar, briefly hovering in the air using his sole force. Yet, he could not ascend too high nor remain airborne for long, rendering the heavens a sanctuary for Su Xianyue. However, trouble was ever persistent. As he ascended, preparing for a moment's respite, a sudden wave of foreboding heightened his vigilance. What is happening? Why do I still feel this way? In a panic, he scanned his surroundings, and amidst the clouds, a massive shadow darted through his blind spot. In the next instant, Su Xianyue abruptly turned his head, only to be struck violently by a colossal, whip-like black object. He was flung back to the ground, crashing into it with such force that he created a deep crater. Remarkably, he survived. Xiangjun and Qi Wang approached, gazing into the pit where Su Xianyue lay, his eyes barely open as they met theirs. The creature that had knocked Su Xianyue down descended, a gigantic black dragon. Thank goodness I followed. Otherwise, he would have escaped, the black dragon remarked. Turning its gaze towards the two beasts, Xiangjun disdainfully turned away, while Qi Wang lowered his head in a gesture of contrition. However, there was no reproach in the dragon's eyes. Instead, it began to radiate light, its form collapsing and reshaping into that of a human. Does he not evoke an overwhelming urge to consume him? Xiangjun and Qi Wang morphed into human forms as well, with Xiangjun becoming a rugged, muscular man, and Qi Wang transforming into a robust adult male, albeit with somewhat dense hair. I thought I was alone in feeling this way, but I know food does not simply fall from the sky. Enticing things are often perilous, Qi Wang remarked, to which the others remained silent, likely in agreement. Let us take him back, Qi Wang suggested, yet the fact that he fell from such a height without shattering is remarkable, particularly after being struck by my tail. In the deep pit, Su Xianyue's consciousness gradually faded, his body racked with excruciating pain, as if he were on the brink of disintegration. The sensation of plummeting from a great height was uniquely agonizing. It was a miracle he could maintain any semblance of awareness. As he gazed at the three figures outside the pit, his eyelids fluttered, threatening to close at any moment. His body was attempting to mend itself, but the damage was extensive, and recovery would take time. In his haze, he felt himself being lifted and moved. Dition carried the utterly defenseless Su Xianyue in one direction while casting a glance in another. Qi Wang, observing Dition, exchanged a meaningful look with him. Should I go? Dition pondered for a moment before nodding. The sooner we go, the sooner we return. Xiangjun, you should come as well. The towering figure of Xiangjun turned his head in reluctance, but eventually acquiesced. As Dition carried Su Xianyue towards their dwelling, he continuously scrutinized him, intrigued by the nature of this being. After a while, they arrived, entering the astonishingly vast cavern. Dition casually deposited Su Xianyue into a corner before transforming back into his original form and lying down to sleep. Roar! Xiangjun's thunderous bellow startled Yu Xiaogang and Guimei. What is happening? There exists such a powerful soul beast in the Stardow forest. Yu Xiaogang shouted to Guimei as they soared towards each other. Two polar stasis domains. They both cried in unison, and at that moment, the domains expanded from their center. Xiangjun and Qi Wang found themselves ensnared within the domain, rendered immobile. Run. The instant the fusion technique was dispelled, they both bolted in a singular direction, beginning their desperate flight. In a frenzied escape, they dashed at full speed, with Xiangjun and Qi Wang in pursuit. You won't escape, Xiangjun bellowed, his voice echoing as he opened his mouth wide to roar. The sound wave reverberated around them, causing physical pain. Xiangjun's explosive speed allowed him to quickly close the gap. But soon his energy waned, allowing the two to evade him. Speed was a weakness of the bears, including Xiangjun, although they could burst forth rapidly. They could not sustain it for long, and soon Yu Xiaogang and the others had escaped the Stardow forest. Humph, they may have fled swiftly. Noticing they had exited the forest, Xiangjun ceased his pursuit, departing in frustration. The two, having narrowly escaped, continued running until they were far enough away to finally breathe a sigh of relief. That was terrifying. When did such monsters start appearing in the Stardow Forest? And not just one. Thankfully, I acquired an extra soul bone. Otherwise, it would have been the end for me. Yu Xiaogang patted his chest, reflecting on Xiangju's ferocious presence. A wave of apprehension washing over him. Su Xianyue was in their hands, and he feared the worst. It was time to report back. The unique characteristic of Su Xianyue that attracts soul beasts was well known to them, compelling them to contemplate the direst of outcomes. Alas, merely surviving was a blessing. The prospect of returning with diminished stature was of little concern. Let us proceed. In the inky darkness of the cave, faint glimmers of light flickered. Upon closer inspection, these emanated from certain ores. Although weak, they were sufficient to discern one's surroundings. At this moment, Su Xianyue had nearly emerged from his dazed state and was able to sit up. He gazed around in confusion, aside from the luminous orb beside him. The rest of the surroundings were enveloped in darkness. He intended to explore further, but as he stood up, he abruptly collided with an unseen barrier. What in the world? A soul power restriction? Chapter 97. I hold you in high esteem. The soul power restriction resembled a wall of air, confining Su Xianyue. Just as he contemplated unleashing his martial spirit to shatter it, a voice echoed from nearby. Young lad, do not waste your efforts. You cannot break through this. The voice resembled that of a 7 or 8-year-old boy, yet there was something distinctly unique about it. Overall, it was quite melodious. Who are you? Why have you imprisoned me? Su Xianyue was aware of who had confined her. It was none other than the ferocious beasts of the starry forest. However, among these formidable creatures, was there truly a youthful figure? Su Xianyue inquired of him, yet the voice emitted a series of incomprehensible chuckles. Hee. It's not that I imprisoned you. I too have been confined by them. However, hee. After all these years, I finally have someone to keep me company. I am deeply moved, Woa. Following which, a few insincere sobs echoed. Brother? Your self-designation is indeed quite unique. Su Xianyue spoke disdainfully, yet that voice remained unperturbed. It had been an indeterminate duration since I had been confined here, and those brutes relentlessly drained me day and night. I felt as though I was nearing my limit. My plight is truly pitiful, sob. Su Xianyue, you have yet to reveal your identity and your purpose here. Wait a moment. This self-proclamation, along with being confined here. I believe I have discerned who you might be. Su Xianyue has already discerned his identity, yet he continues to lament. Do not interrupt my sorrowful expression. He exclaims. Ahem. I hail from the distant, frigid northern lands, intending to eschew the strife of the mundane world, and traversed vast oceans to arrive here. However, to my dismay, I was immediately ensnared by these wretched beasts, subjected to their relentless torment day and night. So, young lad, you too have been captured? Shall we join forces to escape this cursed place? I am but a silkworm from the north. Why are you singing now? Eschewing the trivial conflicts of the world, I sense you have fled here to evade a natural enemy, he retorts. The song of the dream-eyed silkworm abruptly halts. Clearly exposed. How do you know? Oh no, how could I be fleeing from a natural enemy? I simply wish to avoid the mundane affairs of this world. TCH, hey. What does that dismissive TCH imply? Do you look down upon me? Very well, allow me to showcase my magnificent form. At that moment, several crystals illuminated the surroundings. And a colossal silkworm emerged from the radiant light, lifting its massive head to gaze at Su Xianyue. Wow! Su Xianyue exclaimed in awe at the sight of such a gigantic silkworm, while Tianming assumed he was simply astonished and reveled in his own pride. Behold! Are you not awestruck by my grandeur? Thus, following me. What a massive creature! Tianming's words faltered once more. After a prolonged silence. You are exceedingly difficult to please. I shall ignore you now. I am going to sleep. Do not disturb me. Tianming lowered his head to the ground, waving his short arms, while Su Xianyue paid him no heed. Dream-eyed silkworm, 1,000,000-year soul ring. No. I am not yet capable of withstanding 1,000,000-year soul ring. Perhaps later. As Tianming lingered in a state between sleep and wakefulness, he suddenly sensed an ominous chill, causing him to tremble and rise abruptly. Why do I have this foreboding feeling? He pondered. Sleeping in such a manner will surely lead to nightmares. Perhaps I shall refrain from slumber. Hey, young lad, do tell me your name. Are you not going to sleep? I suddenly feel that today's weather is ill-suited for rest, and besides, I merely wish to keep company with you, the pitiable, fragile, and helpless one. Your delicate heart craves the warmth of my care. By the way, what led to your capture? And are you truly human or a spirit beast? I sense no trace of any race within you. Upon encountering an individual more loquacious than Wang Fuguwei for the first time, Su Xianyue found herself intrigued, or rather, captivated by the creature before her. "I am Su Xianyue," she declared. "And as for you, you are feeble, your entire family is feeble, you little maggot." "You are the maggot," retorted the creature. "I am an ice silkworm, a noble ice silkworm from the frigid northern realms. You, who do not even know your own lineage." Humph. The irritable dream of the heavens, with its plump, rotund figure, appeared rather endearing. Coupled with its haughty demeanor, Su Xianyue felt an overwhelming urge to tease it. As this thought crossed her mind, she approached and playfully pinched a piece of its flesh. "What are you doing? Are you truly coveting my physique? I shall resist. One move from me, and you will be left with nothing but bones. Go ahead and scream. Yell until your throat is raw. No one will come to your aid. It is just the two of us here, he. Su Xianyue, witnessing his current state, became even more invigorated, employing both hands in the endeavor. How infuriating. Had I not been utterly drained, how could you dare to bully me? Alas, it appears that I possess not even a shred of strength to resist, thus. I shall be unrestrained in my actions, haha. Help. The heavenly dream ice silkworm alleviated some of the pressure that perpetually weighed on Su Xianyue, significantly lifting her spirits. My dignity has been tarnished, sob. The despondent heavenly dream collapsed to one side, while Su Xianyue began contemplating her escape. However, heavenly dream incessantly muttered to herself, causing Su Xianyue considerable annoyance. "It was merely a few gentle squeezes to your face. Why do you look as though I have wronged you?" Upon hearing this, heavenly dream leapt up in alarm. "Have you not sullied my honor? My pure body is reserved solely for my beloved beast. How dare you presume to touch me? Await your reckoning, once I escape and regain my strength. Just wait and see. Ouch. What are you doing? Do not approach me. You are quite bold, indeed." After yet another round of turmoil, heavenly dream finally settled down. "I was mistaken, sob. Su Xianyue gazed at the barrier, lost in contemplation, yet utterly oblivious to her surroundings. Even her current location remained a mystery. In desperation, she resolved to inquire about the situation from the large, plump creature. "Tianming, where are we? Tianming? What are you doing? Speak up." Meanwhile, the Tianming ice silkworm appeared rather bewildered, scratching its head with its tiny limbs. "Huh? Tianming? Are you calling for me, brother?" Su Xianyue was utterly bewildered. "Aren't you called Tianming Binkan? And it's just the two of us here. Who else would you be addressing?" Suddenly, Su Xianyue realized something. Wait a minute. The name Tianming Binkan seems to have been adopted after his escape, which means he currently